Within the illusory mountain, dense forests stretch endlessly, ferocious beasts run rampant, and danger lurks at every turn. Both the human race and the demon race regard Illusory Mountain as a land of certain death. Inside the Heavenly Dao Hall, a sharp-eyed young man with sword-like brows slumped dejectedly on the main seat, his face etched with worry. "System, is there truly no room for discussion about moving?" he muttered. "In this forsaken place where not even birds bother to relieve themselves, even after another 10 or 100 years, I probably still won't be able to recruit a single disciple." Rubbing his temples with a headache, Chen Daoxuan questioned the system. He was not a native of this world. After crossing over into it, he had obtained a golden cheat. His system, the Hongmeng heaven-ordained Holy Master System, granted him power so long as he accepted disciples. Yet the Heavenly Dao Hall bestowed upon him by the system sat in a desolate wilderness where not even a wild beast could be seen on ordinary days, let alone another human being. Within this hall, he was invincible, an existence nearly omnipotent, so hunger could never claim his life. For now, the range of this invincibility extended 5,000 meters around the hall. "If moving is impossible, at least send me a disciple." Seeing the system remain silent for a long time, Chen Daoxuan could only grit his teeth in helpless frustration. Though within the hall's territory, he was a supreme existence, nearly omnipotent. The moment he stepped beyond its bounds, he was nothing more than a mortal in flesh and blood. He had descended into this world for over 3 months, yet he had not encountered a single living creature, not even one wild beast. At present, he could only see a single initial mission on the system panel. Initial mission: recruit a disciple. Recruiting one disciple with a saint-grade aptitude or higher would earn him an initial gift pack. "Forget it. Since I can neither starve nor age here, I'll just wait," he sighed. Deep within the mountains, a voluptuous, breathtakingly beautiful woman frowned tightly as she fled through the forest, constantly dodging the pursuit of 3 Tongxian realm cultivators. With her cultivation at the Yukong realm, escaping alive from under the hands of Tongxian realm experts was already no easy feat. She had thought that by hiding within Illusory Mountain, the 3 would retreat in the face of danger, yet who would have thought they showed not the slightest intention of giving up. Even though Shi Long Yanran possessed saint-grade talent and was hailed as the greatest genius in 1,000 years of the Maluo kingdom, she was now being hunted into a wretched state by 3 Tongxian realm cultivators. He, as expected of the Lung family's daughter, worthy of saint-grade aptitude. "To think you could endure for so long under the 3 of us," one of the pursuers sneered. "It's just a pity you're still too green. Give you 5 more years, and we might not be able to take you down so easily. We might even fall at your hands by then," he added with a playful glint in his eyes, his tone dripping with ridicule. "He, such a peerless genius, and yet today you're going to die at the hands of me, Liao Lao San. Just thinking about it makes me tremble with excitement." A fat, middle-aged man said excitedly, hands continuously forming seals as he cast spells to cut off Lung Yanran's escape. "Second brother, let younger brother have some fun first before we kill her," the last of the 3 said, licking his lips. "Such a rare beauty. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill her outright?" His gaze burned with vulgar hunger as he stared at Lung Yanran. Lung Yanran was not only the foremost genius of the Maluo kingdom, her beauty was unmatched, earning her the title of its #1 beauty. She was adored and pursued by countless cultivators and prodigies, yet none had ever entered her eyes. As for the threat she posed, the 3 men did not take it seriously in the slightest. If they had not been absolutely confident, how would they dare lay hands on the Lung clan's peerless genius? "Damn it, so much time has passed already. Why hasn't my family sent reinforcements yet?" she thought bitterly. Hearing their filthy words, Lung Yanran burned with shame and fury, yet a thread of worry coiled in her heart. For the 3 to dare chase her so brazenly, and for the Lung family to have sent no reinforcements for so long, it could only mean her clan had run into serious trouble. At that thought, she no longer bothered to trade words with the 3, pouring all her strength into fleeing deeper into Illusory Mountain was a place of great calamity. Even deep within, not to mention those at the Tongxian realm, who hunted her, even mighty Wuliang realm experts would not dare tread lightly. Now she had no choice but to gamble with her life. After a long while, Lung Yanran swallowed the last chi-replenishing pill. She had a bitter smile tugging at her. Never had she imagined that she, the #1 prodigy of the Maluo kingdom, with saint-grade aptitude, would meet her end here. Thinking of the vulgar obscenities the 3 had just uttered, Lung Yanran steeled her heart. Once her spiritual energy was exhausted, if there remained no chance of escape, she would end her own life. "What, not running anymore?" Liao Laosan's mocking voice rang out. "Let me have my fun and I'll let you go. How about it?" Seeing her stop, the pursuers licked their lips and leered, their faces twisted with lechery. Lung Yanran, however, no longer spoke. She only stared at the 3 coldly, her silver teeth grinding audibly. Having confirmed that there was no possibility of escape, she raised her snow-white palm, gathering spiritual energy, intending to shatter her own heart meridian with a single strike. Her movements held not the slightest hesitation, and the three pursuers could not help but secretly marvel at her resolve. Only Liao Lao San sighed in regret. Still the mission would be complete, and once they returned and received their reward, there would be more than enough for him to seek pleasure elsewhere. Suddenly all four of them widened their eyes in disbelief. The scene they had expected, Lung Yanran's death, did not occur. Instead, a strangely dressed young man appeared before her, standing in front of her and gently grasping her jade-like hand. "Huh?" The leader grunted. "Brat, who are you?" He frowned deeply as he questioned the newcomer. Just now he had not seen clearly how the youth had appeared, yet the youth's aura seemed no different from that of an ordinary mortal. "I am Lung Yanran of the Maluo Kingdom. As long as you are willing to save me, my Lung family will surely present a generous reward," she said quickly. Her eyes lit up as if she had seized a life-saving straw, and she could not help but plead with the suddenly appearing. Yet the youth acted as if he had not heard a word. Seeing that Lung Yanran had abandoned her resolve to die, he released her small hand. Then he began to circle around Lung Yanran, examining her from head to toe, nodding in approval as he looked. "TSK. After waiting so long, I've finally found one," he murmured excitedly. "There's no way I'm letting you escape today. And your appearance somewhat resembles a succubus," he added thoughtfully. This youth was of course Chen Daoxuan. Just as he had been preparing to continue lazing about and sleeping, he had received a notification from the system that within his range a saint-grade talent meeting his disciple recruitment criteria had appeared. The moment he received the system's notification, Chen Daoxuan could not be bothered with anything else. With a single thought, he appeared in this place only to witness Lung Yanran about to take her own life. The sight nearly scared him out of his wits, and he hurriedly stopped her. He had finally waited for a saint-level genius who met all the system's requirements and could be taken in as a disciple. If she were to die here, who knew how long he would have to wait for the next one? As for the strange atmosphere that now pervaded the field, Chen Daoxuan paid it no heed. Within the bounds of this divine hall, he was akin to the Heavenly Dao itself. There was nothing for him to fear. After scrutinizing Lung Yanran for a moment, Chen Daoxuan's eyes grew increasingly bright. This disciple not only possessed exceptional talent, but more importantly, her appearance was utterly pleasing to the eye. Moreover, she did not seem like a member of the human race at all, but rather a succubus. "Young sir, those three are Daoxuan realm experts. If you are no match for them, please release me and flee at once." Lung Yanran had never expected that a young man would suddenly appear to stop her from committing suicide. Whether it was because she found his features handsome or because she knew her own life would not last much longer and did not wish to drag others down with her, Lung Yanran quite uncharacteristically suggested that the young man should run while he still could. "Brat, if you know what's good for you, get out of the way. Once this lord has had his fun, I'll give you a swift death. Otherwise," his laughter grew sinister, "I'll let you taste a fate worse than death." The third of the assassins glanced sideways at Chen Daoxuan, sensing no powerful aura from him and seeing only an ordinary youth. His wariness instantly waned. "Young lady, are you willing to take me as your master?" From beginning to end, Chen Daoxuan did not spare the three assassins so much as a glance. At this moment everyone stood within the range of his divine hall. Even if those three wished to flee, that would depend on whether he allowed it. What mattered most right now was completing the system's task and accepting this disciple. As for those three, they were hardly worth mentioning. "This," Lung Yanran hesitated. "If you can subdue those three, I, Lung Yanran, will be willing to acknowledge you as my master." She once again sized up the young man before her, yet could only sense that he was utterly ordinary. Aside from his handsome features, there was not even a trace of spiritual energy about him. Yet she could not forget how he had suddenly appeared moments ago and blocked her full-force palm strike. He clearly possessed some hidden trump card. Could he be a master concealing his cultivation? Furthermore, when faced with the three Daoxuan realm experts behind her, he seemed not to take them into consideration at all. All these signs stirred a faint glimmer of hope within Lung Yanran. If this young man truly was a hidden expert, what harm was there in taking him as her master? To live was what mattered most. "Very well, it's a deal." Hearing her words, Chen Daoxuan chuckled softly and nodded. "Pretentious brat, since you won't treasure the chance I gave you, you can die first." Liao Laosan let out a cold laugh, lifting his hand as spiritual energy gathered upon his palm, intending to slap the youth into pieces. But his vision blurred, and in the next instant the young man's figure had vanished. Before he could react, he felt his breath cut off. His neck was already clamped firmly in the young. "Relax. It's normal to feel a little nervous the first time. Take a deep breath." "Yes, deep breath. Feeling a bit dizzy your first time is perfectly normal." Chen Daoxuan's voice sounded beside Liao Laosan's ear. The man tried to struggle only to discover that he could not muster the slightest strength. Even his spiritual power seemed completely sealed. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, Liao Laosan's struggles grew weaker and weaker until his head finally drooped lifelessly. Only then did Chen Daoxuan stop, taking a deep breath before casually tossing the corpse to the ground. So killing for the first time really is a bit nerve-wracking. Chen Daoxuan could not help but sigh inwardly. Since crossing over into this cultivation world, this was the first time he had taken a life. Though he knew this realm was brutally cruel, his heart still found it hard to adapt. Those words just now had not been spoken to Liao Laosan at all but to himself. Yet, in the eyes of everyone else, the scene was nothing short of demonic. Big brother, let's attack together. There's something strange about this brat. The remaining two finally snapped out of their shock. Just now they had not even seen how Chen Daoxuan had moved before he strangled Liao Laosan to death, all while uttering those horrifying lines about deep breaths and first times feeling dizzy. It was terrifying. Not daring to be the slightest bit careless, the two unleashed their ultimate techniques, hurling a full-force strike at Chen Daoxuan. Elysium Claw, Rui Demon Smash. A deafening boom followed as their combined strike landed. Chen Daoxuan made no attempt to evade, and instead took the full-force blow of two Daoxuan realm experts. Hedon. We hit him. Hey big brother, this brat was nothing after all. Taking our full-force strike together, he must have been reduced to ashes. Seeing dust billow skyward, they were quite satisfied with the power of that blow. Even a peak Daoxuan expert who dared to take it Hedon would surely die. At that thought, they both let out a sigh of relief. Damn it! Lung Yanran clenched her fists, feeling more than a little bitter. That handsome youth could have escaped, yet he had died here because of her. Just then a fit of coughing sounded, and the stunned onlooker's eyes widened. Cough cough. What kind of technique was that? Were you planning to kick up dust and choke me to death? Chen Daoxuan stepped out of the cloud of dirt, looking at the two with open disdain. What? Impossible. He must be using some defensive artifact. Big brother, kill him and we'll seize his treasure. Snapping out of their astonishment, the assassins prepared to strike again. Enough. Boring. This time Chen Daoxuan did not give them another chance. He simply lifted his hand and waved at them as if shooing away flies. Just as the two were about to sneer, two muffled booms rang out. The two Daoxuan realm experts exploded in unison, turning into twin clouds of blood mist. Will this suffice? Chen Daoxuan turned around, doing his best to appear gentle as he smiled at the stupefied Lung Yanran. Disciple Lung Yanran pays respects to master. Snapping back to her senses, Lung Yanran was filled with shock. The three assassins who had hounded her to the brink of despair had been dispatched so effortlessly. That casual wave that turned two Daoxuan experts into blood mist. What kind of divine ability was that? This young man was at least at the Guishu realm, perhaps even at the far more terrifying Jimia realm. Without the slightest hesitation, Lung Yanran bowed until her forehead touched the ground, respectfully performing 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows as she completed the disciple's rite. In the entire Moro kingdom, the strongest experts only reached the Guishu realm. There were simply no Jimirian powerhouses at all. Very good. From this day forth, I Chen Daoxuan accept you as my disciple. You shall be the eldest disciple under my sect. Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction and smiled as he lifted his hand slightly through the air, helping Lung Yanran up without touching her. At the same time, the voice he had been anticipating most finally echoed within his mind. Ding! Initial mission completed. Rewards issued. Initial gift pack 1. Disciple recruitment gift pack 1. Upon hearing the sound of the system announcing the completion of the task and the issuance of rewards, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement within. The system unlocked some new permissions. Chen Daoxuan did not hesitate and immediately silently thought, open the gift package. Ding! The initial gift package has been opened. Rewards obtained: Hongmeng Ruler Treasure of Virtue, Innate Spiritual Root, Enlightenment, Tea Tree, 1000 System Points. Ding! The Disciple Gift Package has been opened. Rewards obtained: a bottle of Shisue Pill, Mythical Grade Chaos, Heavenly Demon Art, Hongmeng, 1000 System Points. The rewards have been stored in the system space. As a series of system notification sounds rang out, Chen Daoxuan felt a bit lightheaded. Just looking at those suffixes, they seemed to be objects of divine nature, along with the legendary Treasure of Virtue and that innate spiritual root, Enlightenment Tea Tree. These items alone should be sufficient to make one the strongest existence in this world, right? With a flick of his hand, the Treasure of Virtue Hongmeng Ruler appeared in his grasp. The ruler was a dark yellow color inscribed with the words Hongmeng. Chen Daoxuan casually waved it a couple of times, and immediately 2 streams of dark yellow energy roared forth. Boom! A mountain dozens of miles away was directly shattered by the dark yellow energy. How terrifying! What realm does my master possess? Just a casual move could make a mountain collapse dozens of miles away. Such methods have never been seen before. I fear even experts at the Annihilation Realm cannot achieve this right. Standing respectfully beside him, Lung Yanran couldn't help but feel cold sweat bead on her forehead after witnessing this. Yet she was also somewhat excited. She never expected to gain such a powerful master today through misfortune. Given this, I should thank those 3 assassins. Not bad, it's quite handy to use. What a pity. Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly, but then shook his head and sighed, thinking to himself how such a treasure would be useless outside the confines of the divine temple. From those two casual strikes, Chen Daoxuan could sense that the dark yellow energy diminished in power millions of times the moment it crossed the boundary of the divine temple, and the further away it got the more its power rapidly declined. Otherwise, how could it have only shattered a mere mountain? It seems that even though he is invincible within this domain, his ability to launch long-range attacks outward would be severely diminished. Otherwise, Chen Daoxuan planned not to leave the divine temple in the future. If there were enemies, he could just wield the ruler from afar and slay them. However, these words fell into Lung Yanren's ears and shocked her even more. Such terrifying power, and master is actually not satisfied. That ruler was something she had never seen before. Calling it a celestial artifact would not be an exaggeration. What kind of terrifying master? Had she just become a disciple of? Moreover, her master appeared quite young. It was likely that he had used pills or some special technique to retain his youthful appearance. With such strength, it would not be surprising if he had lived for thousands of years. That chaos heavenly demon art doesn't seem to be for me to cultivate, does it? But this Shisui pill... Chen Daoxuan, after testing the Hongmeng ruler, casually stored it back in the system space, and took out the bottle of mythical-grade Shisui pill that was a reward from the system. What level of treasure is this jade bottle? Upon seeing the jade bottle containing the Shisui pill, Lung Yanren's eyes widened again. Feeling the faint aura emanating from it, she thought her master was about to test another artifact. But as Chen Daoxuan opened the bottle cap, a rich pill fragrance surged out. Just by inhaling it, Lung Yanren felt that she was on the verge of a breakthrough. Such a treasure comparable to a celestial artifact was merely a bottle for storing pills. What kind of existence was the pill inside? In just a short time, Lung Yanren had lost count of how many times she was shocked. In her dazed gaze, Chen Daoxuan poured out a pill from the bottle and casually tossed it into his mouth, as if crunch crunch. Tastes quite good, but it feels like it has no effect. After consuming the Shisui pill, Chen Daoxuan waited for a moment and looked at himself but found no effect. It was as if he had merely eaten a candy. Due to the effects of the Heavenly Dao Divine Temple, he was invincible and nearly omnipotent within its bounds. His physique had already reached the level of the Hongmeng innate Dao body, so how could the Shisui pill have any effect? This pill is for you. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. It should be of some help to you. He casually tossed the jade bottle towards Lung Yanren, who was slightly dazed from the shock. Such a treasure, I cannot accept it. Lung Yanren was startled and quickly caught the jade bottle in midair, carefully cradling it in her hands and bowing, wanting to return it. No worries, it's just a bottle of Shisui pill. Since you have already become my disciple, take it. Chen Daoxuan chuckled lightly, and before Lung Yanren could speak again, he retrieved a black tome, emanating a chaotic aura. This chaos heavenly demon art is quite suitable for you. You shall cultivate this technique in the future. As he spoke, he nonchalantly tossed it to Lung Yanren, who was still holding the jade bottle of Shisui pill. Lung Yanren hurriedly caught the technique. She intended to decline as it felt too much to receive so many favors right after becoming a disciple. But upon touching the technique, Lung Yanren was completely stunned. Her eyes could no longer tear away from the technique, as if it were tailor-made for her. If she missed this opportunity, it would be a regret she could never amend in her life. Disciple. Thanks, master. After a moment of hesitation, Lung Yanren accepted the technique. After expressing her gratitude, she couldn't help but sit down cross-legged to study it. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan didn't mind and instead checked Lung Yanren's information in the system. Eldest disciple Lung Yanren. Race demon race. Special physique innate charm bone. Cultivated technique Morwa sacred canon earth grade low tier. Talent sacred level. Realm fourfold sky sovereign realm. Chen Daoxuan looked at the information, secretly clicking his tongue. Demon race innate charm bone, indeed a charm demon. No wonder her figure and looks were impeccable, and the existence of the charm bone would give her a strong allure to the opposite sex. Cough cough. Of course, when taking on a disciple, the most important thing is still talent. Figure and appearance are not really that important. But they are still quite important. Just as Chen Daoxuan was staring intently at her, Lung Yanren let out a long breath and raised her head. The two locked eyes, and for a moment the atmosphere became somewhat strange. Master, you. Feeling the focused gaze of her master, Lung Yanren hurriedly turned her eyes away, too shy to continue meeting his gaze. A blush crept up her fair neck, enhancing her beauty even further. Since childhood, she had noticed that all males, regardless of their race, would feel an inexplicable impulse towards her. She never expected that today even her master would be affected by this. Could it be that her master is like those others, deliberately taking her as a disciple due to this special attraction in order to keep her by his side? Otherwise, why would he grant her such an unprecedented elixir right after accepting her as a disciple along with a technique that left her astonished merely by glancing at it? Thinking of this, Lung Yanren felt a bit conflicted. Even if her master had such thoughts, he had indeed saved her. Should she refuse? Or should she choose to comply? The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. Just as Long Yanran was lost in her thoughts, Chen Daoxuan spoke up. Ahem, do not misunderstand. I am merely surprised by your physique. Seeing Long Yanran in such a state, Chen Daoxuan could not help but pause for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, clearing his throat to ease the awkwardness, and continued to explain. Ah, my physique. Long Yanran was somewhat bewildered, but upon hearing her master's words, for some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. This was the first time a male could completely ignore her charm. Even those so-called prodigies or disciples from sacred places would be affected upon seeing her. Indeed, you possess a natural seductive, a rather rare physique. Even without cultivating the path of charm, you will naturally exude an allure, and as your realm increases, this effect will become even more pronounced. However, such a physique without a sufficiently powerful backing will ultimately lead one to become a furnace for. After pondering for a moment, Chen Daoxuan slowly revealed the peculiarity of her physique, information he had naturally obtained through the system. Moreover, his words were rather euphemistic. In fact, even with a powerful family, once the natural seductive bone reaches a certain level in cultivation, it could very well lead to the ancestors of the family being unable to resist its allure. Unless one has someone truly worthy to rely on like parents, can they hope to cultivate to the highest realm. So this. I see now. Thank you, Master, for clarifying. Hearing this, Long Yanran couldn't help but click her tongue in realization, finally understanding the confusion she had harbored since childhood. Because of this seductive bone, she had attracted no small amount of trouble, but fortunately, she was not a foolish person. She would often lead the troublemakers among the prodigies to clash with each other, allowing her to escape. Does Master have a way to suppress this natural seductive bone, to prevent my future troubles for the sect? Long Yanran gently bit her red lip and asked weakly. Ahem, it's no problem. The Chaos Celestial Demon technique contains the path of the charm demon, and those with this seductive bone will cultivate faster. Just focus on your training. As for trouble, there is no issue that I cannot resolve. Chen Daoxuan said with a light smile, finally looking confidently into the distance, his powerful words leaving Long Yanran momentarily dumbfounded. Of course, Chen Daoxuan added silently in his heart, the premise is that it must be within the invincible domain of this divine hall. Master, in that case, may I start cultivating this Chaos Celestial Demon technique now? Once she regained her senses, Long Yanran's eyes gradually cleared, thinking of the possible trouble her family might be in. She felt a sense of urgency. Though she could ask her master for help, Long Yanran felt that her master had already granted her so many favors. To ask for more would be somewhat ungrateful. Of course, you can cultivate the technique anytime, as I have already given it to you. By the way, consuming that cleansing marrow pill before your cultivation should be quite beneficial for you. Yes, master. With her master's approval, Long Yanran no longer hesitated. She gently opened the stopper of the jade vial, careful not to let the fragrance escape, poured out a single pill and quickly resealed it. Then, treating the jade vial as a treasure, she carefully tucked it into her bosom, glanced at her master, and seeing he had no further instructions, she slightly parted her red lips and swallowed the cleansing marrow pill. As soon as the pill entered her mouth, it turned into liquid and flowed into her abdomen. Long Yanran barely had time to wonder how her master could bite into it like a candy before feeling the spiritual energy in her dantian surge like a tidal wave rapidly expanding. Not daring to waste a moment, Long Yanran quickly closed her eyes and began to cultivate the Chaos Celestial Demon technique in her hands. She had already memorized the first chapter of the technique, and with her master nearby, she believed she would not make any mistakes. As her cultivation progressed, many impurities began to be expelled from her skin's pores. In less than a stick of incense, her realm directly broke through to the 5th level of the Void Realm. As time passed, the impurities expelled from her body increased, and her realm continued to break through without any buzz. Void Realm 6th level. Void Realm 7th level. Void Realm 8th level. Void Realm 9th level. Break! With Long Yanran's delicate shout, her entire aura began to undergo a tremendous transformation. The spiritual energy within her dantian began to slowly condense into liquid, and the liquid spiritual power kept increasing until it filled her dantian. The originally fixed size of her dantian began to expand, exponentially growing 100 times larger before finally stopping. Huh! After a moment, Long Yanran exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Her aura had remarkably leaped from the 4th level of the Void Realm to the 1st level of the Profound Realm. Even the injuries caused by being chased earlier had completely healed during her cultivation, and even the scars had disappeared completely under the effect of the cleansing marrow pill. Is it really this easy to break through to the Profound Realm? It's even simpler than breaking through a lower realm's bottleneck. Moreover, the dantian that had already been fixed in size has actually expanded over 100 times, and the concentration of this spiritual power is far beyond what the Profound Realm should possess. What tier of technique did Master bestow upon me with the Chaos Celestial Demon technique? In an instant, feeling the terrifying growth of her power, Lung Yanran's face was filled with disbelief. In just a few hours, she had broken through several minor realms and even surpassed the bottleneck of a major realm. If this were to spread, who would believe it? Ah! Suddenly, Lung Yanran let out a sharp gasp. Chen Daoxuan, who had just witnessed Lung Yanran's breakthrough, was about to offer some words of comfort when he was startled by her sudden exclamation. What happened? Did something go wrong with your cultivation? Chen Daoxuan, disregarding the impurities that had surfaced from his own pores during meditation, quickly placed a hand on her shoulder and asked with concern. Within the confines of this temple, he was confident he could handle any situation even if Lung Yanran had gone astray in her cultivation. No, Master, that's not it. I just suddenly discovered a sticky layer of impurities on my body and felt disrespectful in front of you. Feeling the sudden warmth of her master's concern, Lung Yanran couldn't help but lower her head and speak softly. Especially since her master showed no concern for the layer of impurities on her body, it moved her deeply. Sensing the warmth of her master's palm, combined with the treasures and techniques gifted to her earlier, Lung Yanran resolved to repay her master well in the future. I see now, you startled me. These impurities are the result of the marrow cleansing pill you just consumed. Just go wash them off in the temple. Chen Daoxuan smiled, slightly retracting his hand to place it behind his back. Temple. Hearing her master's words, Lung Yanran felt a bit lost, as the surroundings were just wild forests. Where was the temple? I seem to have forgotten. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan turned to look in the direction of the Great Hall, only to find it empty, causing him to slap his forehead. He had come immediately after hearing the system prompt, and had inadvertently hidden the Great Hall, fearing that anyone who saw it would hesitate to approach and scare away the talented individuals, resulting in a significant loss. Now that his disciple had already arrived, there was no need to continue hiding the Great Hall. With a slight gesture towards the empty space, a grand hall rose from the ground with a rumble. The grand hall seemed as if it had existed since ancient times, filled with a rustic aura and intricate carvings. On its plaque, it seemed to contain the power of the 3,000 paths consolidating into the two characters Tao. The moment Lung Yanran gazed at that plaque, she became completely transfixed, as if her soul had been drawn into it, swimming in the ocean of the 3,000 paths, completely losing herself. Wake up. Observing this, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but shake his head slightly, then called out gently. Upon hearing her master's voice, Lung Yanran suddenly shivered and regained her senses. Already covered in sticky impurities, she was now drenched in cold sweat. I am incompetent. Oh, thank you for your assistance, Master. Coming back to her senses, Lung Yanran felt ashamed as she bowed to her master, but inside she was even more astonished. Just a glance at that plaque had made her lose her sense of self, as if she had been pulled into the realm of the laws of the Great Way. If the hall where her master resided was so terrifying, what kind of being was her master? This hall was directly named after the Heavenly Path. What kind of confidence did that entail? One must understand that everything in the world follows the Heavenly Path. Even cultivators merely act in accordance with it, while going against it leads to a dead end. To name a hall after the Heavenly Path, does that not invite its retribution? Could it be that her master was already an existence unafraid of the Heavenly Path? Lung Yanran dared not think further, forcing herself to believe that the hall must have some special formation granting it such divine might. Otherwise, she truly could not understand why such a terrifying being would take her as a disciple. No worries, keep this jade pendant. You can freely observe the Heavenly Path plaque in the future. It contains the essence of the Great Way. If you can comprehend even a fraction of it, it would be a considerable opportunity. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand slightly, not blaming her, and then conjured a jade pendant from seemingly nowhere, engraved with the character Lung, clearly prepared specifically for Lung Yanran. With this jade pendant, she could move freely within the temple without danger. Yes, thank you, Master. Lung Yanran bowed deeply, preparing to receive the jade pendant with both hands. Chen Daoxuan was slightly taken aback. In his view, there was no need for excessive formalities between Master. He casually conjured a string and did not hand the jade pendant to her, but instead gently placed it around. Between us as master and disciple, there is no need for excessive formalities. The jade pendant has been put on for you. Go to the Great Hall and choose a room you like and take a proper bath. After saying this softly, Chen Daoxuan turned and left. Thank you, Master. Feeling her master's long fingers inadvertently brush against her neck, Lung Yanran's ears turned slightly red. She stammered her thanks and hurriedly turned to enter the Grand Hall. Though she had been pursued by countless talented individuals and powerful predecessors over the years, she had never had close contact with a man. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Lung Yanran chose a side chamber closest to the main hall, discovering that it was equipped with all sorts of facilities. There was even a wooden tub for bathing, emitting a mist clearly filled with freshly prepared hot water. Master even prepared these for me. Lung Yanran bit her crimson lip, her eyes shimmering with waves. However, the sticky feeling on her body made her extremely uncomfortable, so she didn't delay any longer. She removed her blood-stained clothes and began to bathe. After several days of relentless pursuit, Lang Yanran was already mentally and physically exhausted. Feeling the warmth enveloping her, she gradually fell asleep. Meanwhile, outside the Grand Hall, Chen Daoxuan was studying his system. After accepting a disciple, the invincible range of his temple had increased from 5,000 meters to 50,000 meters. Though it had multiplied tenfold, it was still of little use. In this illusory mountain, fierce beasts roamed everywhere, making it rare to encounter human figures. However, he was undeterred. As long as this continued, there would come a day when his range would encompass the heavens. Perhaps by the time that day arrived, he might not even need to rely on the invincible range of this temple, for he had just received a new system reward upon Lang Yanran's breakthrough. Earlier, in front of Lang Yanran, he hadn't had the chance to look closely. Ding! The host's top disciple Lang Yanran comprehended the first chapter of the chaotic heavenly demon art, breaking through to the transcendence realm. Reward: 150 years of cultivation, 150 system points, full comprehension of the chaotic heavenly demon art at the perfect realm. Looking at this prompt, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel secretly excited. He had been worried about how to find a suitable cultivation technique, but it seemed there was no need for that anymore. As long as his disciple cultivated, he as the master could simply lie back. No, he should just focus on teaching his disciple well. After receiving the reward for his disciple's breakthrough, Chen Daoxuan realized that he had completely comprehended the chaotic sky devil art in his mind. The mystical abilities contained within felt as familiar as if he had used them countless times, allowing him to wield them effortlessly. As long as I take on more disciples and have them cultivate the system's techniques, won't I as their master be able to fully comprehend every technique? Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. One must understand that the system techniques are all of the Hongmeng level. Even the immortal grade techniques pale in comparison, merely considered as refuse on the streets. Let me see what realm this 150 years of cultivation has brought me to. I wonder if I have reached the Tongxian realm. After sensing the technique, Chen Daoxuan focused his thoughts and opened his personal attribute panel. In his mind, since his disciples had already reached the Tongxian realm, he shouldn't be at a lower realm than his disciples, right? Even if he were at the same Tongxian realm with the fully comprehended Hongmeng level technique, the chaotic sky devil art, Chen Daoxuan was confident he could leap over realms. No, he should crush countless great realms. However, upon seeing his personal panel, he was left dumbfounded, even repeating the action of closing and reopening it several times, but each time the information remained the same. Host: Chen Daoxuan, race human, special physique Hongmeng, innate Dao body technique, cultivated chaotic sky devil art, perfection. Talent: Hongmeng realm, first layer of qi condensation, 6. System: are you messing with me? 150 years of cultivation, and at the first layer of qi condensation. Even if this 150 years of cultivation were applied to a pig, it should at least reach the Qi Si realm, not to mention the Sky Master realm. Looking at his own realm of the first layer of qi condensation, Chen Daoxuan's face darkened as he continuously questioned the system in his heart about what was going on. His talent was of the Hongmeng level. Logically, he should have a terrifyingly fast cultivation speed. Just 100 years of cultivation resulted in only reaching qi condensation. Realm body refining qi condensation, Qi Si Sky Master Tongshuan Guishu Nirvana Wuliang, dividing spirit refining void fusion. P.S. The protagonist's Sky Master realm is equivalent to the realm of immortals who have transcended tribulation and ascended in this world. No further explanation needed. The Hongmeng innate Dao body is the most formidable physique in the world, surpassing any special physique by countless times, but it requires 1,000,000 times more cultivation resources than other physiques. However, the host need not worry. The qi condensation realm of the Hongmeng innate Dao body is still quite powerful. After a long while, the system's notification sound finally echoed in his mind. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan let out a long sigh of relief. I see. But can you be a bit more precise about what you mean by very strong? In my qi condensation realm, can I contend with someone in the Tongxian realm? Chen Daoxuan didn't really care about what the realm itself was. What mattered was strength. As long as his strength was sufficient, even if he was in the qi condensation realm, what did it matter? But the system did not respond to Chen Daoxuan's words, seemingly leaving him to experiment on his own. Forget it, forget it. I just hope my disciples can gain some strength, so that I as their master can break through my realm soon. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan could only shake his head helplessly, but fortunately, as long as his disciples made breakthroughs, he would receive rewards. This time, breaking through to the Tongxian realm granted him 100 years of cultivation. What if he were to break through to even higher realms in the future? Wouldn't he be able to obtain 1,000 or even 10,000 years of cultivation? Even if this physique is a bottomless pit, he could still fill it. If one disciple doesn't work, then two. If two don't work, then three. If necessary, he could even capture talents to be his disciples. Well, no males allowed. A proper master wouldn't take on male disciples. After checking his cultivation, Chen Daoxuan then looked at the system points he had just obtained. System points 2153. 2,000 system points were earned from the system gift pack. 150 points were the reward for Lang Yanren's breakthrough, and the 3 points were from killing 3 Tongxian realm practitioners. He quickly understood the uses of the system points. In the system store, system points could be exchanged for various precious items, even daily necessities, and could also be directly exchanged for cultivation. 1 system point could be exchanged for a year of cultivation. One could imagine how precious system points were. After some contemplation, Chen Daoxuan exchanged 153 system points for cultivation, leaving him with 2,000 system points. As his cultivation increased by 153 years, Chen Daoxuan looked at his realm now at the second layer of qi condensation and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He also realized that with each small realm he advanced, he needed a full 100 years of cultivation. Forget it for now, I don't need to venture out, my cultivation doesn't need to be too high, so I'll keep my system points for now. After shaking his head and letting out a sigh, Chen Daoxuan casually took out an item. It was another reward from the gift pack, the innate spiritual root enlightenment tea tree. After carefully selecting a spot, he placed the enlightenment tea tree down, and it immediately took root, emanating waves of profound Tao rhythms. Even merely sitting beneath the tea tree to cultivate could often put one in a state of enlightenment. Fortunately, it was planted within the confines of this divine temple, otherwise, if placed in the outside world, it would likely not survive as an innate spiritual root. Even draining an entire spiritual vein might not provide enough nourishment for such roots. Just as Chen Daoxuan planned to pick some enlightenment tea to taste, Lang Yanren slowly walked out of the main hall, perhaps having washed away the impurities, or perhaps due to the effects of the cleansing marrow pill. Lang Yanren, who was already stunningly beautiful, appeared even more enchanting, especially with her demonic attire, which was quite revealing with minimal fabric. Though there was a skirt, it exposed her long, smooth, and elegant legs as she walked, and her figure was voluptuous, swaying slightly with her steps. What was most unexpected was that after cultivating the chaotic sky devil art, she activated her innate charm bone, and on her smooth abdomen faint purple patterns appeared, perfectly matching her identity as a succubus. Chen Daoxuan turned to look and couldn't help but be entranced for a moment, secretly thinking to himself that she truly deserved to be the one with the innate charm bone. He nearly shouted, "Genius, assist my cultivation." However, due to his invincible nature within the temple, it only took a moment for him to regain his composure. But Lang Yanren, after stepping out of the main hall, stood frozen in place, gazing dazedly in the direction of her master. In her eyes it seemed as though all things had lost their color, leaving only that one man with sword-like brows and starry eyes, wearing a gentle smile, casually standing with one hand behind his back, as if emanating the rhythms of the heavens themselves. A gentle breeze brushed past, stirring the ends of his hair, while the tea tree behind him softly rustled, as if celebrating its master's presence. To say he was a celestial being would seem an understatement. The great Tao of the world seemed to exist solely because of him. Not bad. Chen Daoxuan smiled, gently nodding in approval. It was unclear whether he was praising her cultivation or her figure. "It's all thanks to Master." Disciple feels ashamed. Upon hearing her master's voice, Lang Yanren finally came to her senses and hurriedly waved her hands, not daring to accept the praise. This credit is not really related to me." Chen Daoxuan slightly smacked his lips, but didn't explain. "Is there anything you don't understand in your cultivation or any other doubts? Speak up and I can help you." Not wanting to continue discussing it, Chen Daoxuan simply changed the topic and asked about her cultivation. Hearing this, Lang Yanren straightened her expression considerably, for matters of cultivation could not allow for carelessness. "Disciple has many doubts and I hope Master can provide guidance." Lang Yanren meticulously voiced all the confusions she encountered while practicing the chaos heavenly demon. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxuan listened attentively while reaching out to the enlightenment tea tree, which sent forth a branch with a remarkable sense of spirituality. Chen Daoxuan was somewhat astonished, not expecting the enlightenment tea tree to be so responsive. He casually picked some enlightenment tea, and then gently caressed the branch of the enlightenment tea tree, which seemed quite pleased, swaying like a pet enjoying its master's affection. While Lang Yanren continued to express her confusions, she was startled by her master's next actions, momentarily losing her words. With a casual wave of his hand, Chen Daoxuan conjured a small pavilion beside the enlightenment tea tree, complete with tables and chairs, and even a set of fine tea utensils. After seating himself naturally, he beckoned the stunned Lang Yanren to come over. Only then did Lang Yanren come to her senses, hastily stepping forward with her graceful legs, approaching her master with a bow, ready to listen to his teachings. In her heart, she felt increasingly uncertain about her master's strength. Could such feats of conjuring be achieved by mere mortal cultivators? Could it be that her master had already become an immortal? "No need to be so formal, sit down, and let us talk over tea," Chen Daoxuan said with a wry smile upon seeing his disciple's demeanor. Shouldn't a master and disciple be close to one another? Being so formal would make things inconvenient in the future. It was simply absurd. "Yes, master." Long Yanran did not refuse and respectfully sat down opposite him, sitting up straight like the little children in a class. Yet her heart felt warm. She had not expected her master, whose strength was beyond measure, to be so approachable. You. Never mind, you will get used to it in time. Please continue, Chen Daoxuan said, feeling somewhat helpless at his disciple's awkwardness, but knowing it wouldn't change overnight, he decided to let it be. As Long Yanran continued to express her doubts regarding her cultivation, Chen Daoxuan intended to brew some tea. However, Long Yanran, being quite considerate, took the tea leaves and started preparing the tea herself. Naturally, Chen Daoxuan was pleased to be at leisure. Why would he need to do it himself when he had a disciple to serve him? Indeed, being a master was quite comfortable. The moment the enlightenment tea was in her hands, Long Yanran felt a refreshing coolness throughout her body, which was quite magical, but having seen too many extraordinary things from her master, she did not dwell on it. Once her questions were fully expressed, the enlightenment tea was already brewed. Not bad. Pay close attention. I will demonstrate it for you. After hearing his disciples' cultivation confusions, most of which were about the smoothness of qi circulation, Chen Daoxuan thought that explaining it verbally would not be as effective as a direct demonstration. Previously, he would not have been able to teach it. However, after Long Yanran comprehended the first part of the chaos heavenly demon art, he had already received the reward for mastering it perfectly, rendering all her issues trivial in his eyes. Hearing this, Long Yanran was slightly taken aback. Having practiced the chaos heavenly demon art, she was well aware that this technique had many limitations, yet it seemed tailor-made for her. At the very least, only those from the demon clan could cultivate this art, and possessing a congenital charm would be the best. She did not expect her master to also know this technique. After all, given her master's unfathomable nature, it was not surprising at all. Clearing her mind of distractions, she focused intently on her master's technique. By the time Chen Daoxuan completed one full cycle of the first part of the heavenly demon art, Long Yanran felt as if she had been enlightened and her previous confusions were resolved. Though there were still minor issues, she was confident that with a few more attempts back home, they could be resolved. Thank you, master, for imparting the teachings. She promptly rose and respectfully bowed to her master. Did you understand? Is there anything else you do not comprehend? Chen Daoxuan gestured for her to sit down and asked with concern whether her cultivation issues had been resolved. After all, he was looking forward to his disciple breaking through her realm soon so he could gain more rewards. His disciple's cultivation must not go awry. After watching your demonstration, I believe 8 out of 10 problems have been resolved. The remaining 2 can surely be fixed with some study over time. Hearing her master's words, she quickly responded, Is that so? That's simple. The tea is brewed, pour yourself a cup. Chen Daoxuan murmured, then looked towards the brewed enlightenment tea on the table. He had been too focused on demonstrating the technique circulation to taste it. Upon thinking of the tea's effects, his eyes brightened. I was so engrossed in watching that I forgot to brew tea for master, please punish me. However, his words fell on Long Yanran's ears, causing her to pause slightly before immediately kneeling on one knee. Master, I did not mean to offend. It was simply a straightforward statement. There is no need for you to overinterpret it. Pour yourself a cup of tea too. Chen Daoxuan's lips twitched. Was he not kind enough? Why did it seem as if this disciple was afraid of him? Yes, master. It's all my fault for being narrow-minded. Only then did Long Yanran let out a sigh of relief, rising respectfully to brew tea for her master, and then pouring herself a cup. Her character was not surprising, possessing a charm bone. She had survived to this day, always acting with utmost caution, or she would have been captured by many senior powers long ago. Not bad. From now on, the task of brewing tea will be yours. Chen Daoxuan did not mind the earlier remarks, simply sipping the tea and softly praising Long Yanran's tea skills. Brewing tea for master is my fortune, Long Yanran said with a sweet smile upon hearing her master's praise. Then, under her master's gaze, she raised her teacup and took a delicate sip. However, as the tea entered her mouth and slid down her throat, her eyes widened in astonishment. She quickly closed her eyes to meditate, entering a state of enlightenment. After about a stick of incense, she slowly opened her eyes. This tea can actually induce enlightenment. After regaining her senses, Long Yanran stared at her teacup in disbelief. Who among the cultivators in the world would not desire such a grand opportunity to enter a state of enlightenment? Even though she was the most gifted in the Morwa kingdom, she had never entered such a state. This was simply an invaluable treasure. Of course, this is the enlightenment tea which aids in achieving enlightenment. Have the remaining 2 doubts been resolved? The enlightenment tea. I never imagined such a celestial tea tree could exist in this world. Upon hearing her master's words, Long Yanran inwardly gasped in profound awe. If even enlightenment, the most profound of Taoist realizations, could be attained so effortlessly, what feat remained beyond her master's reach? Reporting to master, during my moment of enlightenment, all my doubts dissolved completely. Yet this enlightenment tea is so exceedingly rare. I feel unworthy to partake of it. Without pausing to marvel, Lung Yenran hastily replied to her master. Very well. Though the enlightenment tea is indeed precious, you have now sworn allegiance to my sect. What reason could there be to withhold it from you? Chen Daoxuan smiled faintly and took another sip of the tea, but as he swallowed his brows subtly furrowed. Doubt stirring within him, why could he not enter the enlightened state? Beyond its pleasant aroma and rich lingering aftertaste, the tea possessed no other miraculous properties whatsoever. Yet this very expression observed by Lung Yenran deepened her reverence for her master tenfold. Such a peerless treasure, the enlightenment tea, and yet her master appeared almost dissatisfied. Could it be that even this divine artifact failed to meet his exacting standards? Were such a relic revealed to the outside world, even top-tier cultivators at the infinite realm would fight to the death for a single leaf. Master, I have several questions I humbly beg you to clarify. As if recalling something vital, Lung Yenran gently shook her head, dispelling her fleeting thoughts, and turned her gaze once more to her master. Only after receiving a slight nod of permission did she continue. Dare I ask, master, what rank does the chaos heavenly demon art you bestowed upon me hold? Is it perhaps one of those legendary celestial rank cultivation arts? She had harbored this suspicion ever since beginning its practice. In the present age, cultivation arts are classified into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and mortal, each further subdivided into upper, middle, lower, and supreme grades. Yet, to her knowledge, even the most hallowed cultivation sanctums possessed no higher than heaven rank middle grade art. Her own ancestral art, the Lung family's earth rank lower grade cultivation technique, had nonetheless elevated her to the status of the #1 prodigy of the Maluo kingdom. Yet while practicing the chaos heavenly demon art, she sensed unmistakably that this art transcended even heaven rank entirely. It was likely one of those mythical primordial arts spoken of only in ancient legends. Celestial rank. No, it is not. Chen Daoxuan paused briefly, then gently shook his head in denial. Lung Yenran silently sighed. So she had overreached in her assumptions. How could a celestial rank art possibly exist in this era, let alone fall into her hands? Surely it must be a supreme heaven rank art. This demon art belongs to the Hongmeng rank. Do you truly believe celestial rank arts, mere kindling for cooking fires, deserve comparison with it? Hongmeng rank. Chen Daoxuan continued unprompted, his tone calm yet unyielding. Though he could not quantify precisely how far superior the Hongmeng rank stood above the celestial, he knew without doubt they belonged to utterly different realms of existence. Hongmeng rank. Celestial rank arts fit only for kindling fires. At these words, Lung Yenran's eyes widened in stunned disbelief, though her lips parted slightly, as if her entire worldview had just shattered. If celestial rank arts were fit only for stoking hearths, then heaven rank arts, held by the great sanctums, were surely suited only for wiping filth. And her family's ancestral earth rank art, not even worthy of cleansing. Too coarse, too abrasive. Understood, master. Your boundless grace and benevolence. This disciple can never... Having regained her composure, Lung Yenran immediately prostrated herself before her master in full kowtow. Within her heart, it was now irrevocably settled: whatever demand her master might make, even her very life, she would accept without hesitation. A Hongmeng rank art surpassing even celestial rank held infinitely greater value than her mortal existence. Rise. You need not kneel so readily. I place no weight upon such formalities. With a sigh, Chen Daoxuan gently raised her, then swiftly averted his gaze, catching sight of something unexpected beneath her lowered robes. By the way, master, upon the main hall's plaque the characters Heavenly Dao are inscribed. Is that the name of our sect? After rising, Lung Yenran recalled the detail and asked curiously. This? Yes. Our sect is named the Heavenly Dao Pavilion. Chen Daoxuan faltered. Until that moment he had never considered naming his sect. After all, before accepting disciples, he had been utterly alone. Yet hearing Lung Yenran's suggestion, he adopted the name Heavenly Dao Pavilion on impulse. It carried grandeur and resonance. The Heavenly Dao Pavilion, truly worthy of master's lineage, bearing the very Dao of heaven as its name. Lung Yenran drew a slow, resolute breath, vowing inwardly that she would one day make the Heavenly Dao Pavilion's name echo across heaven and earth, proving to her master that his investment bore fruit beyond measure. Thereafter, after brief conversation, and at her master's instruction, Lung Yenran drained her cup of enlightenment tea once more, plunging again into the realm of enlightenment. This time her enlightenment lasted a full day. Upon awakening, her cultivation realm had surged to Tongxian realm 2nd tier, and Chen Daoxuan confirmed her foundation was exceptionally solid, free of hidden flaws or instability. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxuan gained 100 years of cultivation essence and 100 exchange points. Many thanks, master. Lung Yenran slowly opened her eyes, gazing upon her master with profound reverence. In barely 2 days since pledging loyalty to her master, she had transformed, from a mere Yukong realm 4th tier cultivator into a Tongxian realm 2nd tier powerhouse. Moreover, she sensed, almost intuitively, that with her current strength she might even slay foes beyond her tier, crossing vast realm boundaries without hindrance. At this thought, hesitation flickered across her face. Uncertain whether to voice her intention. Speak plainly. What weighs upon your mind? Chen Daoxuan, perceptive as ever, asked at once. As for the 100 years of cultivation essence, the system had already absorbed them automatically, elevating him to condensed Qi realm 3rd tier, leaving him neither wholly elated nor vexed. Master, I was pursued and hunted. I failed to return home promptly. Ordinarily, my family would have dispatched envoys to investigate. Yet no word has come. Not a single inquiry. It seems my family faces grave peril. I wish to return home. If Master disapproves, I shall remain. Having spoken, Lung Yanran carefully studied her master's expression, prepared to offer apology should the slightest displeasure appear. Even among mundane cultivation sects, disciples typically severed or minimized familial ties in pursuit of the great Tao. And for a master like hers, transcendent, otherworldly, complete severance of mortal attachments might well be expected. Ah, I see. Do you have confidence in your ability to handle it? Hearing her plea, Chen Daoxuan showed no trace of annoyance, only quiet, earnest concern. If it were before, with my strength at the skyward realm, I would have been of little help even if I returned. However, now that I have cultivated the chaos heavenly demon art passed down by my master, my cultivation has reached the 2nd level of the profound realm. I even feel that I might be able to fight against a master of the return to ruins realm. Ling Yanran sensed the concern in her master's words, causing her heart to flutter, and she honestly expressed her thoughts. Within their Moro kingdom, the highest combat power belonged to the king, who possessed the strength of the return to ruins realm. As for the Lung family, the strongest among them was at the 9th level of the profound realm. Even so, they were still one of the 3 great families of Moro kingdom. Ling Yanran vaguely suspected that the trouble the Lung family encountered this time was likely caused by the other 2 great families. Do you know who exactly has targeted you and the Lung family? Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly and asked again. I do not know. Unfortunately, all 3 who chased me have perished at the hands of my master. I misspoke. It was not meant to blame my master. After replying, Ling Yanran suddenly realized she had said something wrong and quickly offered her apologies. No worries. However, what you mentioned is a good idea. Since that's the case, let's ask those who... Chen Daoxuan paid no mind to her words. Instead, his eyes brightened as if he had thought of something. Ling Yanran, hearing this, was momentarily confused. 2 of the pursuers were turned to blood mist, and the other had their neck crushed. How could we ask them anything? Could it be that Master also knows the soul summoning technique? It was not surprising. Master was like a being of immortality, so it was normal for him to know some unorthodox method. Yet Chen Daoxuan obviously did not intend to summon souls. He slowly waved his hand, causing the remaining corpse to float next to the pavilion. It's fortunate that not all of them turned to blood mist, otherwise it would have been a bit troublesome. Chen Daoxuan chuckled lightly and then snapped his fingers. Immediately after, a series of cracking sounds echoed as if bones were snapping. Under Ling Yanran's astonished gaze, the neck of that corpse began to slowly heal. Finally, the corpse suddenly gasped for air and opened its eyes. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! As soon as it opened its eyes, the person struggled in midair, crying out in terror with liquid flowing down its pant leg. Seeing this scene, Ling Yanran's pupils constricted. Revived! Revived? This was completely beyond Ling Yanran's comprehension. This was definitely a feat only an immortal could achieve. From the way that person struggled, it was clear they had completely normal consciousness, not that of a zombie. A person who had died for over a day just came back to life like this. Be quiet. Chen Daoxuan snorted coldly, causing the assassin to immediately shut his mouth, trembling all over. It was not that he did not want to speak, but with Chen Daoxuan's cold rebuke, he found he could not produce any sound. I ask you, answer. If I am not satisfied with your answer, you will die 1,000 times more. Do you understand? Chen Daoxuan's expression remained unchanged, and his voice was extremely calm, but these words fell into the assassin's ears like ice. It was as if this young man was the most terrifying demon in the world. Immediately, the assassin nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Good disciple, ask whatever you want to know. Only then did Chen Daoxuan turn his head with satisfaction, gazing at his disciple with a slight smile. His tone and demeanor were completely different from when he faced the assassin, leaving the latter dumbfounded. It's... Thank you, Master. Ling Yanran snapped back to reality, completely unable to recall how many times she had been shocked by her master in just one day. But right now it was crucial to gather information. Who sent you to chase me? Woo-woo. Oh, you can... With Chen Daoxuan's words, the assassin was finally able to respond. It was the Wang family head who sent us here. You should know what I know. I'll tell you everything, just spare my life. The Wang family head. HM. Do you know what the current situation of the Lung family is? Why has no one come to support me? About that, I only know that the Wang family and the Li family have joined forces to deal with you. As for the current situation, I have long been ambushed on the road and have no way of knowing the news inside the city. I truly do not know any other information. If I lie, let heaven strike me with thunder. Master, I have finished asking. Ling Yanran shot a cold glance at the assassin before bowing deeply to her master. Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly, and with a wave of his hand, the assassin floated toward the Enlightenment Tea Tree. When they reached the Enlightenment Tea Tree before the assassin could react, a root suddenly shot out and pierced through him, instantly turning him into nourishment that was completely absorbed. All the Dao fruits he possessed were digested into Chen Daoxuan's body, but his realm was too low for it to have any significant effect on the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Chen Daoxuan sighed inwardly, feeling it was a pity that this assassin, after being revived and then killed again, did not grant him any reward points from the system. Otherwise, he would have planned to revive this assassin and kill him countless times, directly earning 1 billion points to exchange for countless years of cultivation. Ling Yanran was somewhat surprised. She did not expect this precious Enlightenment Tea Tree to have such an aspect. A powerful figure of the profound realm was turned into mere nourishment, a truly terrifying. Master, the heads of those two families are both at the 9th level of the profound realm, just like the head of my Lung family. If the two families join forces, my Lung family will indeed find it difficult to cope, but I have confidence in resolving them. Please allow me, Master, to descend the mountain for a while. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan stroked his chin and soon had an idea. Since you insist on descending the mountain, I will suppress my cultivation and spar with you to test your strength. The system indicated that his strength far exceeded ordinary realms. Today was perfect for a test, along with examining Ling Yanran's true strength. After all, within the bounds of the Heavenly Dao Hall, even if he used only his 3rd level of the Qi consolidation realm, he would not truly suffer any harm. Thank you, Master. Ling Yanran's eyes lit up. She also wanted to test her current strength and see if she could handle a Master of the Return to Ruins realm stronger than the Profound realm. However, when the two stood still and she looked at her master's suppressed cultivation, she was left dumbfounded. Qi consolidation realm 3rd level. Master, I am currently at the 2nd level of the Profound realm, and I am practicing the primordial technique given by you. This suppression was too severe, wasn't it? Qi consolidation realm. Wasn't that just someone who had just entered cultivation, having only passed through the body refinement period and begun to absorb spiritual energy? No worries, just use all your strength. Chen Daoxuan's mouth twitched slightly, feeling quite helpless. He did not want to suppress to the 3rd level of the Qi consolidation realm. But the problem was, with over 300 years of cultivation, he had only pushed his realm to the 3rd level of the Qi consolidation realm. What could he do? All right then, I will make my move. Master, be careful. Upon hearing Master's words, Ling Yanran could only sigh quietly, realizing that in her master's eyes, she was indeed still too weak. To practice with her at the 3rd layer of the Qi condensation realm, there was a significant difference of several major realms. Qi condensation realm, Qi Si realm, void control realm, profound understanding realm. Her current true combat power could likely rival that of the return to void realm. Does this not mean that her master would have to cross 4 or 5 major realms to practice with her? However, just thinking about her master's astonishing celestial techniques, she was not worried about being able to harm her master. Rather, she had no chance of doing so at all. It is a pity that she could not test whether she could truly compete with a return to void realm powerhouse. Let's begin. Chen Daoxuan called out, feeling somewhat nervous, as there was such a significant gap in their realms. The system indicated that his strength was much greater than his realm, but how much greater he was unsure. He hoped he wouldn't end up at a disadvantage and lose face in front of his disciple. With Chen Daoxuan's command, Ling Yanran dared not show any signs of relaxation and immediately unleashed her strongest attack, Heavenly Demon Finger. With a delicate shout, her body swayed with the movement almost dazzling Chen Daoxuan. Ling Yanran directly unleashed the divine ability she comprehended from the 1st chapter of the Heavenly Demon technique, the Heavenly Demon Finger. With a single finger thrust, it was as if the Heavenly Demon had descended, a faint gray shadow of a Heavenly Demon appearing behind her, mirroring her movements and pointing toward Chen Daoxuan. Heavenly Demon Finger. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan chose to respond with his own Heavenly Demon Finger, but after using it, his technique was completely different from Ling Yanran's. Behind Chen Daoxuan, one shadow after another slowly emerged, ultimately revealing a total of 10 heavenly demons with blood-red eyes, exuding a dense aura of malevolence. In unison with Chen Daoxuan's movements, they pointed toward Ling Yanran. Before their attacks could collide, the shadow behind Ling Yanran had already been unable to withstand the pressure and vanished. Ling Yanran felt as if she were bound. Cold sweat appeared on her forehead, as if the 10 heavenly demons were truly standing right before her. This strike was as if the 10 heavenly demons were attacking her. Fortunately, at the moment their fingers were about to touch, Chen Daoxuan instantaneously retracted all the power of the Heavenly Demon Finger. It merely lightly tapped on Lung Yanran's fingertip with their fingers touching, without any terrifying sound. Who? Master's heavenly demon finger is too terrifying. It's as if I faced the 10 heavenly demons directly. Just the pressure nearly shattered my Dao heart. I feel ashamed. I thought I could exchange a blow with Master. Lung Yanran gasped for breath before regaining her composure, immediately expressing her shame to her master. She hadn't expected that her master, merely at the third layer of the Qi condensation realm, would render her utterly defenseless, not even allowing her the thought of resistance. It was too terrifying. If her master did not suppress his realm, wouldn't a single finger be able to pierce a great hole in the heavens? TSK. Chen Daoxuan clicked his tongue, astonished at his own strength at the third layer of the Qi condensation realm. If he hadn't properly dissipated his power in time, that finger might have killed Lung Yanran. However, with this he was unsure of what realm he could truly engage with. Master, can I withdraw my hand? Just as Chen Daoxuan was pondering, Lung Yanran blushed and shyly asked. After their finger exchange, they had maintained that position. Since Chen Daoxuan did not retract his hand, she naturally dared not move. Ahem, of course. Although your strength is sufficient to protect yourself in the outside world, you will inevitably encounter danger. Just wait a moment. Chen Daoxuan awkwardly cleared his throat, and then with a thought took out a fine jade pendant. He then stored within it the full power of his heavenly demon finger strike. Although attacks outside the range of the Heavenly Dao Temple would gradually diminish, this heavenly demon finger was his own strength, and would not be affected by leaving the range. This jade pendant contains a strike of the same strength as the one just now. Wear it on you and it can save your life at a critical moment. Upon hearing this, Lung Yanran, who received the jade pendant, was immediately overjoyed. Initially she believed that with her own strength, she could easily push aside the other two major families within the more. Now with her master's jade pendant as a trump card, even a return to Void Realm Powerhouse or even a Silent Realm Cultivator would surely meet with regret. Only she, who had just faced Chen Daoxuan's finger, understood how terrifying that power truly was. Thank you, Master. Once I handle my family matters, I will return at the first opportunity to serve you, Master. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand slightly and returned to the main hall. After bowing deeply toward the direction of the main hall, Lung Yanran turned and headed down the illusory mountain. Walking along the route she had taken when being pursued, Lung Yanran felt a tinge of melancholy. She hadn't expected that in less than 2 days she would undergo such a tremendous change. She had even witnessed heavenly techniques that only celestial beings could possibly achieve. And all of this was because she had taken a celestial master as her teacher. Once I handle the matters of the Lung family, it will count as repaying the favor of the Lung family. I will return to the mountain and wholeheartedly serve my master. Thinking of this, Lung Yanran quickened her pace once more. In the capital of the Moro Kingdom, at the Lung family head, I advise you to shut down the formation. I can spare you a life. Wang Meng, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? He, very well, no more useless words. Li family head, let us act together to break this formation as soon as possible. Humph, as agreed. My Li family only wants 40% of the benefits, but that girl Lung Yanran belongs to me. That goes without saying, that goes without saying. Wang Meng, upon hearing the Li family head's words, chuckled. Yet in his heart he secretly thought that girl is probably not going to be enjoyed by you, Li family head. Clearly they were all old folks in their hundreds, yet they still harbored wicked thoughts because of Lung Yanran. However, Wang Meng had to admit Lung Yanran was indeed extremely alluring, not only in appearance but most importantly her talent was of the saint tier. If she could be used as a furnace cauldron, he might be able to break through his bottleneck and step into the return to Void Realm. Now that the Li family head was getting older, nearing the end of his lifespan, he was urgently seeking to use Lung Yanran as a furnace cauldron to break through. But he would not let that happen. Thus, he sent assassins not to capture her alive, but to directly kill Lung Yanran. As they spoke, the two had already attacked the protective formation of the Lung family several times. Moments later, the Lung family's great formation began to show cracks. Boom! With the final strike, it could no longer withstand the assault of 2 9th-layer Void Control Realm powerhouses and shattered completely. Boys, attack! The moment the defense formation of the Lung family shattered, Wang Meng summoned the many experts from his own family and charged towards the Lung family. Following that, the two of them hovered in midair, one in front of the other, not far from the Lung family head Lung Zhan Mok. Now with the two families joining forces, their numbers were more than double that of the Lung family, resulting in cries of despair throughout the Lung family estate, with many younger members severely injured or killed. Lung Zhan watched this scene with deep anxiety in his heart, yet he felt utterly helpless. Faced with the other two family heads, who were also at the 9th level of the Transcendental Realm, he had no time to assist his family's younger generation. Aren't you afraid that you will disrupt the balance of the 3 major families and have His Majesty strike down on you too, leveling your families to the ground? As time passed and more of the Lung family's younger generation were injured, Lung Zhan could only grit his teeth and bring up His Majesty in an attempt to threaten the two. Don't use His Majesty to pressure me. At present even our emperor is likely struggling to protect himself, let alone coming to save your Lung family. Wang Meng sneered, disdainfully crossing his arms over his chest, showing no signs of concern whatsoever. The two of them were not in a hurry to engage with Lung Zhan. They only needed to intercept him and wait for their younger generation to completely eliminate the Lung family. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing that even His Majesty was in danger, Lung Zhan furrowed his brow. If that were true, the Lung family would likely have to accept their fate today. He could only hope that the young girl would not encounter danger and not return to the capital to meet her demise. Just as Wang Meng was about to continue his verbal assault on Lang Zhan to undermine his morale, a young cultivator dressed in luxurious robes and possessing an extraordinary appearance slowly rose into the air. If you can't even deal with the Lung family, how much longer do you expect me to wait? The young man showed a displeased expression, clearly disregarding the two family heads at the 9th level of the Transcendental Realm, immediately launching into a tirade. My lord, please remain calm. Lung Zhan and the two of us are all at the 9th level of the Transcendental Realm. If we fight with our lives on the line, it could indeed get troublesome. Our worthless lives are naturally insignificant, but if it affects you, that would be a grave sin. Wang Meng and the others quickly bowed respectfully to the young man. The young man was named Zhang Tianze. Although he was only at the 5th level of the Transcendental Realm, the two did not dare to be rude. After all, Zhang Tianze was the direct disciple of the Luo Tian sect's chief disciple, and if nothing unexpected occurred in at most 200 years, he would likely succeed as the next sect leader due to his talent. Ridiculous. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianze looked down upon the situation, as if he had no fear of the 9th level of the Transcendental Realm. As long as you hand over Lung Yanran and let her become my attendant, I will spare your Lung family. What do you say? He then turned to look at the wary Lung Zhan, speaking in a calm tone. My lord, to speak frankly, Yanran is not at home right now. Please allow both families to withdraw for the time being. We can discuss this matter again once Yanran returns. Though Lung Zhan was unwilling, he had to bow his head under the eaves, pretending to agree for the time being and thinking of a way to protect Yanran when she returned. The two family heads behind Zhang Tianze also changed expressions upon hearing his words. The head of the Li family had come to attack the Lung family with the aim of taking Lung Yanran as a furnace to break through his bottleneck before his time ran out. If Zhang Tianze also desired Lung Yanran, then he would have no hope left. Wang Meng's face was as pale as a sheet. He had sent 3 assassins at the Transcendental Realm to kill Lung Yanran. This is it, it's over. Even if Lung Yanran has extraordinary talent, facing 3 Transcendental Realm experts, she would undoubtedly meet a tragic end. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Wang Meng's forehead. He had truly offended Zhang Tianze. He could only hope to find an opportunity to flee before the news got back. Just as everyone had different thoughts, Zhang Tianze was about to continue speaking when his eyes lit up, seeing a figure in the distance that drew everyone's attention, rapidly ascending. Could it be Lung Yanran, the one he wanted? Zhang Tianze instantly broke into a smile, waving, slightly signaling the two family heads to temporarily cease their attack, and they could only comply. Wang Meng stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the figure of Lung Yanran, but in his heart, he let out a long sigh of relief. Yanran, hurry and run. Lung Zhan gritted his teeth, struggling for a moment, before a glint of determination flashed in his eyes, unexpectedly turning to shout at Lung Yanran. Originally, his pretense of agreeing to Zhang Tianze was merely to temporarily alleviate the casualties of the Lung family. He had never intended to truly hand over Lung Yanran as a bargaining chip to save the family. Now, seeing Lung Yanran rushing back to the Lung family, he instantly made up his mind to help Lung Yanran escape while he fought desperately. How many of the younger generation could escape would depend on fate. You insignificant ants, if you dare to ruin my plans, I will make you wish you were dead. Upon hearing Lung Zhan's words, Zhang Tianze's previously smiling face instantly turned grim. Yet Lung Yanran seemed to have not heard, instead speeding up her movements. Moments later, she stood above the Lung family, confronting everyone. She had originally thought it was just the Wang and Li families teaming up. She did not expect the chief disciple of the Luo Tian sect to be involved, causing Lung Yanran to frown. If it were in the past, let alone the Luo Tian sect, even the alliance of the Wang and Li families would have been difficult for her. If it was the Luo Tian sect, a massive entity that surpassed the Mo Luo kingdom, she would have even less chance to provoke them, only able to think of ways to preserve herself. But now it was different. Thinking of her master, who was like an immortal behind her, Lung Yanran faced everyone without any fear. Instead, she assumed a condescending posture, refusing to let her Tiandao pavilion and her master be embarrassed. You rat-like creatures, have you considered the consequences of attacking my Lung family today? Lung Yanran gazed down at everyone, and her words left everyone utterly astonished. Even Lung Zhan looked at her in surprise, somewhat dazed. Facing the alliance of the Wang and Li families along with the chief disciple of the Luo Tian sect, how could Lung Yanran have such confidence? I see now. People say Lung Yanran has exceptional capability in handling matters. Today, I see it is indeed so. Just having appeared, she can see the situation clearly, and knows this young master is here for her, so she boldly raises my banner. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Zhang Tianze was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes lit up as if he understood everything, and he began to applaud and praise her repeatedly. The crowd who had been stunned by Lang Yanran's words instantly understood, and couldn't help but regard Lang Yanran with a newfound respect. This girl is truly exceptionally intelligent. With a series of applause from Zhang Tianze, the atmosphere was charged with his explanations. In an instant, everyone present displayed expressions of sudden realization, looking at Lang Yanran with a hint of trepidation. This woman's temperament is terrifying. The moment she appeared, she grasped the situation entirely, instantly choosing the most advantageous course of action for herself. As long as she is tied to Zhang Tianze, what do the Wang and Li families count for? Perhaps Zhang Tianze might even punish the other two families on her behalf and provide some compensation to the Lung family. It's simply frightening. The heads of the Wang and Li families felt a sense of panic, unable to fathom how Lang Yanran could possess such means and insight. This is problematic. If Zhang Tianze truly intends to support her, both of their families will suffer greatly. Not only will they gain nothing from this, but they might even incur losses. Not bad, you are quite impressive. As my servant, you can indeed regard them as mere ants. Today I will lend you my support, hehe. Come closer to me. After praising her, Zhang Tianze looked Lang Yan ran up and down and couldn't help but marvel. She was indeed a beauty beyond compare. He was already impatient to get his hands on her and beckoned for her to come closer. However, Lang Yanran remained unperturbed, instead looking at him with a peculiar gaze. As if she were looking at a fool. You have 10 breaths to withdraw. If you do not leave the Lung family, I may spare your lives. Otherwise, you shall all be left here today. Lang Yanran stared at Zhang Tianze for a moment before regaining her composure and coldly addressing the crowd. As these words fell on everyone's ears, they merely exchanged glances, ultimately fixing their eyes on Zhang Tianze. It's fine to have a bit of temper, but you must heed my words. Come to me. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Zhang Tianze felt a bit awkward, his smile fading as he commanded in a commanding tone. He even slightly extended his hand, summoning spiritual energy, to form a palm that reached forward, intending to capture Lang Yanran and bring her to his side. The casually summoned spiritual energy caused the 3 heads of families at the 9th level of the profound realm to involuntarily gasp in shock. The purity of the spiritual energy was even a degree more refined than theirs. If a confrontation were to arise even at the 4th level of the profound realm, he could contend with them at the 9th level or perhaps even be stronger. Break! Lang Yanran raised an eyebrow, not the least bit concerned, casually pointing her finger at the Is this girl insane? The onlookers gasped. Even a casual strike from that esteemed individual would daunt those at the 9th level of the profound realm. Could she really think to meet it with just a finger? The crowd regarded her with the incredulity of witnessing a grand joke. In their eyes, Zhang Tianze, as the top disciple of the Luotian sect, could easily suppress most experts at the profound realm. How could Lang Yanran possibly withstand it, especially with such a nonchalant gesture? Yet at the moment the spiritual palm touched Lang Yanran's fingertip, everyone was left dumbfounded. Crack! With a crisp sound, the palm shattered like fragile glass. It must be that esteemed individual didn't exert full strength for fear of injuring this girl. They thought. It seems that the earlier move was intended to intimidate her into submission, but unexpectedly this girl is ungrateful. That must be it, but this girl from the Lung family disrespected the esteemed individual. The aftermath is likely to be unpleasant. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd quickly reacted and found the most appropriate rationale to convince themselves. However, Zhang Tianze frowned slightly. They might be unaware, but he knew all too well. While that strike didn't exhaust his full strength, it was sufficient to suppress any opponent below the midstage of the profound realm. Moreover, he discerned some clues from that strike. Lang Yanran was not the rumored level of air control, but genuinely possessed the cultivation of the profound realm. Even the 3 heads of families nearby recognized this issue. No wonder she could escape from 3 assassins of the profound realm. It turns out she had concealed her cultivation. Wang Meng squinted, finally understanding how Lang Yanran had eluded the 3 assassins. Yanran, when did you break through to the profound realm? Did you hide your cultivation before? Even Lang Zhan, the head of the Lung family, couldn't help but ask in astonishment. Lang Zhan had no idea when Lang Yanran broke through to the profound realm. I will explain that to the head later, but previously Yanran was indeed at the 4th level of the air control realm. However, after meeting my master, I broke through to the profound realm in just a day. Lang Yanran glanced in her family head's direction and casually answered his question. Regarding her master's formidable strength, Lang Yanran felt no need to hide it, and was determined to ensure that her master's name and the Heavenly Dao Pavilion resound throughout the world. Beyond that, she couldn't think of a better way to repay her master's kindness. Haha, you're quite the jokester. You broke through to the profound realm in just a day. Do you think you are a reincarnated immortal? Since you wish to use my banner to settle matters with the two great families today, you should heed my words carefully. If you want the horse to run, you must feed it grass. You understand this principle, don't you? Zhang Tianzi scoffed. Even if she had broken through to the profound realm, it wouldn't change the fact that she was still within his grasp. But it's for the best. A dual cultivating furnace at the profound realm is far superior to one at the air control realm. Once her potential is exhausted, even if she loses her cultivation, this beautiful exterior will still serve well as a servant. Impudent. I Lung Yanran am now a disciple of the Heavenly Dao Pavilion. Even as grass, it is my master who must feed me, not you. Hearing his words, Lung Yanran's expression soured, and she felt a murderous intent toward Zhang Tianzi. Tisk, has he started to wave his banner again? Very well, I shall teach you a lesson today. Zhang Tianzi remained unfazed. The Heavenly Dao Pavilion. This little girl truly dares to boast. Which sect would dare take the name of the Heavenly Dao? They wouldn't survive divine retribution. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes without defeat, I shall withdraw. Blue wave ghost slash. Without waiting for Lung Yanran's consent, he struck with his hand as a blade using a full 80% of his strength. Heavenly demon finger. Seeing this, Lung Yanran's pupils constricted. Facing the top disciple of the Luotian sect, she dared not underestimate him and unleashed her strongest move with full force. In an instant, the two figures collided. Boom! As two figures collided, dust and debris filled the air, accompanied by a flurry of sharp blade glints. Anyone caught in the aftermath suffered deep wounds that exposed their bones. Ah! My leg! My eyes! This is terrifying. Young Master Zhang's strike, merely the blade glints emitted from the residual wave, is so horrifying. That must mean Lung Yanran is severely injured, if not dead. Those affected cried out in agony, shocked by the power of this move, imagining if it were aimed at themselves, they would surely be reduced to dust. Even we, the practitioners of the 9th layer of the Transcendence Realm, would suffer significant damage from such a strike. No wonder he is the chief disciple of the Luotian sect. If all his trump cards were revealed, he could probably last a few moves against a Guishu realm expert. You must know he is only at the 4th layer of the Transcendence Realm. The heads of the 3 great families widened their eyes at this scene, especially Lung Zhan, who clenched his fists, his palms drenched in sweat, almost unable to resist rushing forward to save Lung Yanran. Yet he knew that, if he acted, the other 2 family heads would not let it slide. Thus he could only choose to endure with gritted teeth. As the dust settled, 2 figures were revealed. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape. To their surprise, Lung Yanran, who they thought would be heavily injured, was unscathed. In contrast, the young Master Zhang, whom they had favored and flattered, was now nearly missing half of his body from that strike. His right arm, along with his right shoulder, had vanished without a trace, the wound continuously eroded by dark malevolent energy. Thud! Zhang Tianzi knelt on the ground in agony, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. So weak. Lung Yanran was slightly dazed, not expecting this seemingly strong individual to be, but this remark of weakness was also directed at herself. After witnessing her master's heavenly demon finger unleashed at the 3rd layer of the Qi condensation realm, she felt utterly inadequate. Boldly, how dare you injure the chief of my sect? Before anyone could regain their senses, a dark-faced elder appeared beside Zhang Tianzi, taking out a pill and placing it in his mouth, while using spiritual power to suppress the malevolent energy's continued erosion. Given that you have worked hard in your cultivation, surrender quickly and return to the Luotian sect with this elder to await your fate. Perhaps I can spare your life. The elder's gaze darkened as he looked at Lung Yanran, internally cursing her to no end. He came out to protect the chief disciple, yet allowed him to suffer such severe injuries, which was a grave dereliction of duty. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly face punishment. And this woman before him was the root cause to be brought back to the sect, hoping that the sect master would show leniency. You strike at the young and bring in the old. First take my heavenly demon finger. Lung Yanran raised an eyebrow. While she couldn't discern the elder's cultivation level, he was at least a formidable expert of the Guishu realm. However, she had no intention of surrendering, as it would utterly disgrace her master. Moreover, even if this fellow were a Guishu realm expert or even stronger at the Annihilation realm, so what? Her master had given her a trump card for survival. With this thought, Lung Yanran wasted no time pointing a finger at the elder. Humph, a trick in front of them. The elder sneered, casually gathering spiritual power in his palm and transforming it into claws to swipe at Lung Yanran. As their palms clashed, Lung Yanran let out a muffled groan, retreating 10 zhong to dissipate the force. The elder appeared unscathed, not retreating an inch, casually placing his hand behind his back, concealing the shaking of his palm. A mere 2nd layer of the Transcendence Realm can unleash such terrifying attacking power. What kind of divine ability is this little girl cultivating? Just some minor tricks? Under my Guishu realm's 7th layer power, they are all useless. The elder was secretly astonished yet still confident. With his strength, capturing this girl was no problem. The spectators were equally amazed. Is this the power of a Guishu realm expert? The divine ability that even injured young Master Zhang has lost its effect. However, Lung Yanran's strength is quite surprising. She is indeed formidable. If she is allowed to cultivate a while longer, won't she be able to rival the Guishu realm, and the Lung family will thoroughly crush the other 2 families. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Even the 3 family heads were astonished, not expecting Lung Yanran to possess such. They even felt that Lung Yanran now had the ability to battle against the 9th layer of the Transcendence realm, and might even gain. All of this must stem from that terrifying divine ability, the finger. With this in mind, the 2 family heads looked at Lung Zhan with more caution. If Lung Zhan could also use that divine ability, wouldn't he be able to easily crush the 2 of them? Let's see how long you can resist. The elder wasted no time charging forward to attack Lung Yanran. Lung Yanran could only continuously counter with her heavenly demon finger. Even though her chi had expanded 100-fold due to the chaos heavenly demon art, continuously using the heavenly demon finger was still too exhausting. Before long, she felt her spiritual power running low, making it increasingly difficult to respond. The elder grew more alarmed with each clash. He had thought such divine abilities must consume vast amounts of energy, and at the 2nd layer of the Transcendence realm, she could at most use it 2 or 3 times before reaching her limit. Yet Lung Yanran had unleashed over 10 fingers and still had not exhausted her chi. How could this not alarm him? Sadly, the gap in cultivation levels was ultimately too vast. What's the matter? Run out of spiritual energy. Now let's see how you resist. The elder, seeing Lung Yanran no longer attacking, sneered and raised his hand to grab at her neck. But at that moment, Lung Yanran sighed deeply. The crowd thought she was lamenting her impending grim fate. However, Lung Yanran took out a jade pendant from her bosom, and without hesitation crushed it with a crack. What a pity I've had to use the trump card that my master left for me. Lung Yanran whispered, and before her, a heavenly demon emanating waves of malevolent energy appeared, its crimson eyes fixed on the approaching elder. With a finger pointed, the elder realized something was amiss and wanted to retreat, but under the gaze of the heavenly demon's crimson eyes, he felt as if he was bound and unable to move a muscle. He could only watch helplessly as that heavenly demon pointed at his brow. As the finger descended, the heavenly demon dissipated, as if it had never existed. Yet the crowd was drenched in cold sweat, reminding them that the previous scene was real. That terrifying aura made them want to kneel and tremble on the ground, but they had lost control over their bodies. Looking back at the elder, they found him frozen in place, his eyes devoid of any light, a hole newly formed in his. Moreover, malevolent energy spread from the wound. Within moments, the elder was entirely eroded by the malevolent energy, dispersing like dust. It's too terrifying, too terrifying. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go home. I want to go home. I don't want to die. Don't kill me, monster. It's too terrifying, too terrifying. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to go home. I want to go home. I don't want to die. Don't kill me, monster. As the old man turned to dust and vanished, everyone present could not help but swallow hard their gazes towards Lung Yanran, filled with fear. Many with fractured minds, upon being scrutinized by the heavenly demon, were directly frightened into a state of madness. Including the 3 heads of the 9th layer of the Tongxian realm, all felt their bodies tremble, barely suppressing the urge to flee. Yanran, what was that just now? Lung Zhan was the first to regain his senses, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and asked with lingering fear. It's just a method left to me by my master. But now that the trouble has been resolved, the head of the family should quickly clean up the battlefield. As for the Li family and Wang family, after today, if they cede 50% of their assets to my Lung family, I can spare their lives. Are you willing? After nodding lightly to Lung Zhan, Lung Yanran turned her gaze to the other 2 heads of families. Had it not been for her depleted spiritual power, she would have directly slain those 2 here. However, after today, the other 2 families would surely not dare to act against the Lung family. However, now that she had offended the Luo Tian sect, it was somewhat troublesome. She would probably need to trouble her master again after returning. Feeling this, Lung Yanran felt a bit ashamed. The troubles from descending the mountain had not been resolved, and instead she had brought new troubles to her master. I, Wang Meng, have no objections. After today, I will willingly offer 50% of my assets. I from the Li family have no objections either. The 2 heads exchanged glances and cupped their hands towards Lung Yanran, immediately agreeing. They dared not gamble on whether Lung Yanran could use that terrifying method again. If even a strong expert of the Guishu realm could not withstand it, what were they? Moreover, they had witnessed Lung Yanran's strength firsthand. Even if they did not cede their resources today, once the Lung family was fully prepared, they could still suppress the 2 families. Hearing the words of the 2 families, Lung Yanran looked at Lung Zhan. Get lost! Lung Zhan immediately understood, snorting coldly and ordering the 2 families to leave. Many of the younger generation of the Lung family had been severely injured and needed timely treatment. He did not have the time to deal with the two families right now. Farewell. The two dared not linger, taking their clansmen with them and hastily dragging along those who had been frightened into a daze as they quickly fled the Lung family. You demoness! You demoness! Just as Lang Yanran began to meditate, a voice entered her ears. Looking up, she saw that it was Zhang Tianzi, who had just been severely injured and crippled by a single finger. Kill me, you dare to kill me! Ha ha ha, the Luotian sect will not let your Lung family go. That method of yours, you shouldn't be able to use it a second time, right? Today your Lung family will accompany me in death. Zhang Tianzi's face contorted in rage. That single finger had not only severely injured half of his body, but shattered part of his vital energy, leaking his spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of cultivation in the future. He was the chief disciple of the Luotian sect, the undeniable pride of heaven. Had he not encountered this demoness with his talent, he would have surely ascended to the realm of extinction and taken over the position of sect leader. But today his path to cultivation was cut off by this demoness. How infuriating. What do you mean? If you don't explain clearly, I'll turn you into a man's stick. Upon hearing his words, Lang Yanran felt a wave of unease. Disregarding her meditation, she picked up a long sword from the ground and ruthlessly stabbed it into Zhang Tianzi's other arm. Before her master, she appeared delicate and weak, but in the face of an enemy, Lang Yanran was certainly no saint. Cough. Even if I told you, what would it matter? Right now, within the imperial palace of the capital, there is an elder of the Luotian sect in the Guisu realm stationed. Otherwise, why do you think the emperor cannot make an appearance? Now that you have killed an elder of my sect and crippled my chief disciple, haha, your Lung family is finished. Demoness spit. Zhang Tianzi stared resentfully at the face before him that no man could resist, but at this moment all his previous infatuation was gone, leaving only hatred. It was all because of this damned woman. Clang! As the sword light flashed, Zhang Tianzi's eyes filled with hatred, but he felt his vision blur, only vaguely seeing a headless body. Oh, it turns out it was my own. Lang Yanran's expression was cold as she casually tossed the sword aside, but she grew worried. According to what this guy said, there was still a powerful expert of the Luotian sect in the Guisu realm within the capital. Now that the trump card given by her master had been used, what should she do? Yanran, you should leave. If you succeed in your cultivation in the future, just avenge our Lung family. After a moment of silence, Lang Zhan stepped forward and said calmly. Upon hearing these words, Lang Yanran furrowed her brows tightly. In the past, she could advance or retreat with the Lung family, repaying their nurturing grace with her life. But now she had become her master's disciple. If she fell here, wouldn't it be a waste of her master's efforts in nurturing her? Thinking of this, Lang Yanran felt a bit conflicted. Ha! There is no need for the head of the family to say more. Today I am still a member of the Lung family. If the Lung family survives this tribulation, it won't be too late to speak of it then. Lang Yanran's gaze gradually grew firm, and she gave a self-deprecating smile. She never expected herself to be so timid. Without even seeing the enemy, she wanted to run. If she truly fled, what face would her master have? What face would the Tiandao Pavilion have? Even in death, she could not bring shame to her master. This? Lang Zhan was slightly taken aback, wanting to persuade her a few more words. But suddenly his expression changed drastically as he turned to look. A figure with a fierce aura was rapidly approaching from the direction of the palace. What courage! I never expected that in the Morwa kingdom there would be someone daring enough to strike at my Luotian sect. Damn ants! The arrival was imposing, with a voice that, despite the distance of several miles, reverberated painfully in people's ears, and his strength had reached the terrifying realm of the 9th layer of the Guisu realm. Moments later, the figure was already hovering above the Lung family, looking down at the crowd, as if surveying a group of scum about to be judged. Who acted? Forget it, you ants will accompany each other in death. Luotian, great hands. Before the Lung family could respond, the expert of the Guisu realm raised his hand in fury to cast his spell, condensing a hand that blotted out the sky with a powerful pressure emanating from it that made the members of the Lung family unable to straighten their backs. As the hand came crashing down on the Lung family, boom! As the elder from the returning ruins realm pressed down with his palm, the immense handprint of Luotian descended upon the Lung family estate with a thunderous roar. The younger members of the Lung family could only prostrate themselves on the ground, unable to move, as the immense disparity in cultivation realms crushed any thoughts of resistance. Even Lang Zhan, the head of the family at the 9th level of the profound realm, could only grit his teeth and endure against the Luotian handprint from the powerful elder of returning ruins realm, his spine bending increasingly. How terrifying! Is this the power of a returning ruins realm expert? I wonder if Lang Yanran can still produce that terrifying treasure from before. If not today, we may turn to ashes under this palm. Indeed, the experts of the Luotian sect are beyond our reach, and their sect leader possesses the might of the annihilation realm. What a dreadful existence that must be. The Lung family is finished. In the capital, many powers were observing this battle, and upon seeing the impending doom of the Lung family, several clans began to stir restlessly. They planned to act immediately after the returning Ruins Realm expert crushed the Lung family, seizing their assets in the city, especially the Wang and Li families, who initially thought they would suffer great losses and need to compensate the Lung family with vast resources. But now both families had rekindled their hopes. As long as the Lung family perished at the hands of the Luotian sect's expert, they would not only suffer no losses but could even reap substantial profits. It could be said that nearly 99% of the people in the capital were looking forward to the demise of the Lung family. Meanwhile, Lung Zhan cast a hopeful glance at Lung Yanran. However, he found that Lung Yanran also bore a resolute expression, evidently devoid of any means to save herself. My Lung family is truly finished. Lung Zhan let out a bitter laugh, closing his eyes in despair as the Luotian handprint loomed over. Finally, with a resounding boom, a handprint several dozen meters deep appeared on the ground surrounding the Lung family estate. Everyone believed the Lung family had been utterly annihilated by this strike from the returning Ruins Realm expert. Yet the members of the Lung family exchanged glances, unable to believe they had survived this blow. Ultimately, everyone's gaze focused on a floating jade pendant before Lung Yanran. A jade pendant of indeterminate rank, marked only by the character Ling, radiated a soft glow suspended in front of Lung Yanran. Is this the jade pendant given by my master? Lung Yanran felt a bit dazed, thinking she was doomed and would never be able to repay her master's kindness. Little did she expect that this jade pendant, which allowed free access to the Hall of Heavenly Dao, possessed such extraordinary capabilities. A defensive treasure. The elder from the Luotian sect in the air furrowed his brow, slightly surprised to find that Lung Yanran had such a defensive treasure capable of withstanding a strike from a 9th-level expert of the returning Ruins Realm. However, even so, he did not take it seriously. Such treasures had immense consumption. Even if they could withstand one attack, they could not hold out for long. Once he annihilated the Lung family, he could pocket this treasure. That would indeed be a delightful outcome. A treasure capable of withstanding his full-force strike would at least be of the profound rank worth a fortune. Meanwhile, at the empty Void Mountain, in a small pavilion before the Hall of Heavenly Dao, Chen Daoxuan was leisurely sipping tea, awaiting the return of his disciple. Suddenly his brows furrowed as a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Detected that the host's eldest disciple is under life-threatening attack. Spend 100 system points to strike from afar, bonus strength. Spend 1000 system points to descend in body for 10 minutes. Both death and time expiration will result in safe return to the Hall of Heavenly Dao. You may choose to forgo this action. Please select host. Meanwhile, an image formed from a water mirror appeared outside the pavilion, revealing Lung Yanran's predicament to Chen Daoxuan. Watching the scene, though Lung Yanran had not sustained any injuries, she appeared somewhat disheveled, causing Chen Daoxuan's brows to furrow. It had taken him considerable effort to acquire a disciple, and if he were to neglect her and let her perish, it would be a tremendous loss. He was counting on Lung Yanran to help him recruit more talents into his fold. Moreover, this was his first disciple. How could he allow her to fall? Besides, his esteemed eldest disciple was a succubus. She must be saved. Spend 100 system points. Chen Daoxuan contemplated for a moment and decided to first opt for a single distance strike at the cost of 100 system points to resolve the crisis. As his voice fell, he felt he could directly launch an attack through the water mirror. Heavenly Steel. Uncertain whether his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm could rely on the Heavenly Demon Finger to eliminate the enemy, Chen Daoxuan decided to directly utilize the stronger divine ability from the Heavenly Demon Scripture. A stone tablet imbued with an ancient aura materialized in his palm. Chen Daoxuan gently tossed it toward the elder of the Luotian sect, visible in the water mirror. As Chen Daoxuan struck from afar, Lung Yanran's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she noticed that the jade pendant before her gradually coalesced into a water mirror. Through the water mirror, although it was not very clear, she could vaguely see a figure casually throwing something. Even with the water mirror's rippling surface concealing the person's face, she still recognized who it was. Master! Lung Yanran exclaimed. The elder from the Luotian sect in the air felt a wave of unease upon witnessing the sudden change in the jade pendant, inexplicably driven by an urge to flee the area. However, he did not have time to react as a small stone tablet suddenly appeared from the water mirror. With a whoosh, the tablet directly appeared above the elder's head, locking onto his aura. Damn it, what kind of evil technique is this? Why can't I move? The elder was horrified to discover that as the stone tablet locked onto his aura, he lost control over his entire body. Looking up at the stone tablet, he found it expanding continuously until it reached 3,000 zhang in height, finally ceasing its growth. A colossal shadow enveloped the heavens and the earth, as if the entire realm had been completely restrained, causing everyone to lose control over their bodies, and even their thoughts began to dull. The stone tablet trembled slightly before descending with force. Boom! The stone tablet struck the ground, embedding itself 100 zhang deep before coming to a stop. As for the elder, his figure had vanished, reduced to ashes the moment he made contact with the tablet. Fortunately, the Lung family estate was not within the range covered by the stone tablet, or otherwise the Lung family would truly have ceased to exist. What? What kind of terrifying divine ability is this? After the stone tablet landed, everyone regained control over their own bodies. Each person felt as if they had walked a tightrope on the brink of death, as if they had already stepped half a foot into the hall of Yama. If that strike had been aimed at them, surely no one could have stopped it. Looking again at the towering Threethasanshang stone tablet standing not far from the Cold family's residence, it was completely pitch black, surrounded by a malevolent aura with the fierce visages of the 10 great celestial demons engraved upon it. There were also rows of dense inscriptions written in an unknown script, or rather it looked more like names. Quick look at the very bottom of the tablet. New characters have appeared. Elder of Luotian sect Zhang Wanfeng cultivation at the 9th level of the Return to Void Realm. With a flash of black light, the information of that elder had already appeared at the bottom of the inscriptions. So that's how it is. It seems that the tablet records all those who have died by its hand. So terrifying. No, look, Zhang Wanfeng's name is disappearing. What does this mean? Hiss. I understand now. His strength must not qualify him to appear on the tablet and has been concealed by it. Return to Void Realm 9th level, and still unworthy to have his name left on the tablet after death. The cultivators in the city had not yet recovered from the terrifying pressure of the celestial tablet when they were once again shocked by their own conjecture, their jaws dropping. What kind of terrifying existence could wield such divine powers? The hundreds of thousands of common folk in the city bowed in reverence towards the celestial tablet, murmuring, what kind of terrifying existence could wield such divine powers? The hundreds of thousands of common folk in the city bowed in reverence towards the celestial tablet, murmuring prayers, begging the heavens to forgive their sins. Just now, everyone in the city felt for the first time how close they were to death, including the common folk. Yen. What is this? Cold John came back to his senses and stammered while pointing at the celestial tablet. Ah! It was the master who intervened. I didn't expect that on my first trip down the mountain. Not only did I have to use the life-saving method given by the master, but I even needed the master to personally intervene to resolve the crisis. I truly feel unworthy of the master's cultivation. Cold Yen stared blankly at the celestial tablet, sensing the aura emanating from it. Although it was her first time witnessing this celestial tablet's divine ability, she could feel the malevolent energy akin to the chaotic celestial demon art she practiced. It must be a more powerful divine ability within the celestial demon art. There is something I don't know whether to ask or not. Cold John gazed at the celestial tablet, unable to regain his senses for a long time, finally murmuring after much hesitation. The head of the family can speak freely. After this, Yen should minimize unnecessary interactions with the Cold family. However, the head of the family can rest assured I will resolve the troubles from the Luotian sect. Upon hearing Cold Yanyan's words, Cold John was slightly taken aback, then let out a faint bitter laugh. Indeed, the Cold family had become a burden to Cold Yanyan, and due to her unique situation they would attract even stronger beings in the future. The Cold family would not be able to protect her. This is for the best. After all, Cold Yanyan is not a descendant of the Cold family. What realm is the master you speak of? At this moment, Cold John was most concerned about the realm of Cold Yanyan's master, wondering what level it had reached, and whether it was sufficient to ensure her safety. As for the realm of the master, I am not sure, but even if not an immortal, it should be close, right? Cold Yanyan was slightly taken aback. She had no answer to this question herself, and could only express her assumptions. An immortal? An immortal? That makes sense. Just by intervening from afar, they can unleash such terrifying divine abilities. To say they are an immortal is not an exaggeration. After the initial shock, Cold John actually nodded in agreement without any doubt. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxuan, who had not yet dispersed the water mirror, twitched his mouth at the conversation between the two. An immortal, a third-level immortal in the Qi condensation realm. Yen handle things well and return to the mountain as soon as possible. Chen Daoxuan, seeing that the crisis had been resolved, did not wish to meddle further in Cold family's affairs, leaving behind a sentence before preparing to disperse the water mirror. As Chen Daoxuan spoke, the Threethasanshang celestial tablet shrank smaller and smaller, transforming back into a small stone tablet no larger than a palm. With a whoosh, it darted back just before the water mirror vanished. Yes, I respectfully send off the master. Cold Yanyan quickly knelt on one knee, bowing to the water mirror, until the water mirror dissipated. The jade pendant that had been floating in front of her finally fell back to her chest. Gently caressing the jade pendant, which still held a bit of warmth, Cold Yanyan felt that her master not only left her with a life-saving method, but even secretly prepared such a backup. How concerned was he for her? Thinking of this cold, Yan only wished to return to the illusory mountain, quickly serving by her master's side. The troubles in the city will trouble the head of the family to handle. I have decided to return to the mountain, immediately thinking about how to resolve the upcoming troubles from the Luotian sect. Cold Yan looked at the dilapidated cold family. Her heart not greatly stirred, but instead her gaze was cast further. Not only did she eliminate the chief disciple of the Luotian sect today, but she also killed 2 elders at the return to Void Realm. Even the Luotian sect would be aching from this loss, and would definitely not let the cold family off easily. As for her, she must elevate herself to a higher realm before the Luotian sect enacts their punishment. If it were before, this would have been impossible, but now it is different. By her master's side, nothing is impossible. Rest assured. The Luotian sect has lost 2 powerful beings at the return to Void Realm, and before they investigate thoroughly, they will not act lightly. Cold John nodded heavily, then along with numerous cold family disciples watched as Cold Yan soared into the sky. For the capital of the Moro Kingdom, too many changes occurred on this day. Originally, many noble families were waiting for the Cold family to be destroyed, hoping to seize their resources and industries. But now all the noble families were dumbfounded, not expecting that even the Luotian sect's powerful beings at the 9th level of the return to Void Realm would fall at the hands of the Cold family. Especially the Li and Wang families, who were in a state of great confusion. After much discussion, the two decided not to adhere to the previously agreed upon 50%, and instead increased it to 60%, handing over that much of their industries. At this moment, within the royal palace, a middle-aged man dressed in a luxurious dragon robe, exuding extraordinary demeanor, was stunned by the report from his subordinate. As the emperor of the Moro Kingdom, he had no power to resist when facing the powerful beings of the Luotian sect at the 9th level of the return to Void Realm. He never expected that the usually inconspicuous Cold family possessed such terrifying means, especially recalling the 3 Thasanshang celestial tablet that appeared out of thin air. Even though he was far away in the palace at the time, he felt death beckoning to him. Cold Yan. What kind of extraordinary encounter could lead her to become so terrifying overnight? At the Void Mountain, in a small pavilion outside the hall of Heavenly Dao, Chen Daoxuan was momentarily taken aback by the message in his mind. Kill a 9-fold heaven of the returning ruins realm, reward of 90 system points. Previously, killing a Tongxian realm opponent only rewarded 1 point. It seems that for each level up in the returning ruins realm, there will be a reward of 10 system points. In that case, the previous effort that consumed 100 system points nearly broke even. Initially, he felt a bit pained at the cost of 100 points for a single action, but he couldn't neglect his only disciple. However, upon calculating, it turned out he had only consumed 10 points, which relieved his heart considerably. Check system points. System points, 2,164. Why have the system points actually increased? Chen Daoxuan felt a bit confused, then quickly checked the record of system point acquisitions. Host's eldest disciple Lung Yanran killed a 7-fold heaven of the returning ruins realm, gaining 70 system points. Host's eldest disciple Lung Yanran killed a 4-fold heaven of the Tongxian realm, gaining 4 system points. So that's how it is. It seems that the enemies killed by my disciple also grant system points. Then this wave. Is it a gain rather than a loss? Just as Yanran has made an enemy of the Luotian sect after she returns to the mountain, I should find an opportunity to arrange for her to deal with the Luotian sect. I'm going to get rich. As he pondered, Chen Daoxuan's eyes brightened more and more, envisioning the Luotian sect as a treasure trove of system points. He had already made up his mind to wait for the right moment to send Yanran down the mountain to harvest this large leek, known as the Luotian sect. He could not bring himself to commit mass slaughter of innocent people for system points, but if it were enemies, he chuckled. But the 9-fold heaven of the returning ruins realm seems quite weak. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Chen Daoxuan felt some confusion. Although he knew his own strength at the 3-fold heaven of the Qi condensation realm was formidable, he had no clear expectations. To that end, when he acted earlier, he was prepared for the possibility that he wouldn't kill the opponent in 1 strike, and had planned to exchange for 2 more chances to deal with the foe. But to his surprise, with just 1 strike, the strong opponent of the 9-fold heaven of the returning ruins realm turned to dust. It was simply too weak. Thankfully, this thought had not been made known, otherwise someone would certainly shout genius. A 3-fold heaven of Qi condensation realm had annihilated a 9-fold heaven of the returning ruins realm, and yet he still found them lacking. Is this even their problem? Clearly, it was this fellow who was overly strong. Without my disciple around, I have to make tea myself. Sigh. Chen Daoxuan, unable to make sense of it, decided to stop thinking about it, and casually poured himself another cup of enlightenment tea, continuing to drink leisurely. He also began to miss his enchanting disciple. If Yanran were here, he wouldn't need to brew tea himself, and it would be a sight for sore eyes. Inside the main hall of the Luotian sect, the sect master sat in the main seat flanked by several elders. Aside from the sect master Luo Wu Zhenren, who was at the fivefold heaven of the Silent Realm, the other elders were at least strong enough to be at the returning ruins realm. In the northern region, they could be considered one of the top-tier forces. Among the various cultivation factions in the northern region, including the Luotian sect, there were only 4 first-rate forces with Silent Realm experts overseeing them. Sect Master, there is less than 3 months remaining until the Ancient Century opening of the Chiun Valley Secret Realm. Why hasn't the chief returned yet? If we delay the opening of the Secret Realm then? An elder frowned slightly, extremely displeased at the absence of the chief disciple Zhang Tianzi at such a critical time before the opening of the Secret Realm. If they were to miss the Secret Realm event without the chief disciple leading the way, what immense losses would the Luotian? Without the chief disciple in the Secret Realm, the Luotian sect would have no qualifications to compete for resources with the other 3 sects. Rest assured, Tian'er will not delay such important matters. This time Tian'er descended because of this matter. Tian'er discovered that within a small family in the Moro Kingdom, there is a girl with a special physique. If he can cultivate with her, it will definitely enhance his realm significantly. As long as Tian'er returns, he might be able to enter the secret realm at the 7-fold or even 8-fold heaven of the Tongxin realm. This secret realm will also bring a great victory for our Luo Tian sect. Luo Wu Zhenren chuckled lightly, comforting the dissatisfied elder. He was well aware of Zhang Tianzi's purpose for descending, and to ensure the success of this trip, he had even arranged for 2 elders from the returning ruins realm to accompany him just to ensure everything went smoothly. As long as everything goes smoothly, this secret realm would be the opportunity for the Luo Tian sect to completely surpass the other sects and become the #1 power in the northern region. Hiss. So that's it. In that case, I will worry no more. Many elders gasped upon hearing this, their eyes shining with excitement. The strengths of the chief disciples from the 4 major sects are closely matched. If Zhang Tianzi can temporarily break through a few minor realms, they could dominate in the secret realm. Thinking of how the Luo Tian sect would soon reap a large amount of resources in the secret realm, and even have the chance to slay other sects' prodigies within it, many elders couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. But just then a figure stumbled into the hall. Sect Master, something terrible has happened. The disciple's face was filled with terror. He didn't even manage to cross the threshold of the hall before tripping and falling hard, landing painfully on the ground. You fool! What a mess! Don't lose your composure in front of the sect master. Calm down and speak. One of the elders, who was the disciple's master, felt embarrassed in front of his peers upon seeing his disciple in such a state. He immediately scolded him. Hearing his master's words, the disciple could only swallow hard, forcing himself to calm down. Speak, what happened to cause such panic? The sect master Luo Wu Zhenren, seeing that the disciple had calmed down considerably, finally asked in a steady voice, Report to the sect master. Senior brother Zhang's life token. Shattered. The disciple dared not meet the sect master's gaze, bowing his head, trembling as he stammered. Senior brother Zhang. Which Zhang disciple's life token shattered? Send someone to investigate who harmed our Luo Tian sect disciple and eliminate them. Upon hearing this, Luo Wu Zhenren felt no waves of emotion, for cultivators' life and death were commonplace. Losing a disciple was merely a matter of helping him take revenge and letting others know the consequences of attacking Luo Tian sect disciples. What? Zhang Tianzi, Tian'er's life token. Shattered. Crack. At the news, Luo Wu Zhenren froze for a moment. The armrest of his main seat crumbled to splinters in his hand as his aura nearly careened out of control. The terrifying pressure of the Jimmy Jing suddenly erupted, forcing many elders present to bow slightly just to withstand it. The disciple who had come to report was pinned to the ground as if crushed by an invisible weight, unable to move a single finger, seemingly on the verge of death. Sect Lord! An elder cried out when he saw his disciple failing, and that shout pulled Luo Wu Zhenren back from his momentary loss of composure. He drew his breath in and reined in his aura. The elders relaxed with visible relief, and the disciple, as if spared from death, lay on the ground panting heavily. No, I had also sent the 7th elder and the 3rd elder to accompany Tian'er to Maluogua. How could an accident possibly have occurred? Suddenly remembering something, Luo Wu Zhenren frowned. In Maluogua, the strongest was merely the emperor, and he was only at the 3rd or 4th echelon of the Guishu realm. Both the 3rd elder and the 7th elder could easily subdue him. How then could Tian'er suffer an accident inside Maluogua? Sect Lord. The life tokens of the 3rd elder and 7th elder have also shattered. The disciple stammered, then added with trembling voice. The 3 tokens were broken not long apart. I fear it was the work of a single hand. Nonsense! Luo Wu Zhenren roared. The 3rd elder now stands at the 9th level of the Guishu realm, on the brink of breakthrough to the Jimmy Jing. How could he fall in Maluogua? Hearing that, Luo Wu Zhenren's fury flared instantly. The loss of Zhang Tianze, his chief disciple, was already a bitter wound. He could not accept to lose 2 Guishu elders more. One of them, the 3rd elder at the 9th level, made him feel as if he might vomit blood. Maluogua was but a speck at strongest, no more than the 4th echelon of the Guishu realm. How could the Luo Tian sect suffer such a grievous loss? Their disciple. What I say is true. The disciple, feeling the sect lord's wrath, bowed his head even lower. The breaking of the 2 elders and the chief disciple's life tokens was a fact. What else could he report but the truth? You may go for now. Do not spread word of this matter. Luo Wu Zhenren fell silent for a long moment, then waved the disciple away, and swept his gaze over the assembled elders. Sensing the sect lord's stare, all present lowered their heads in fear. They knew that this time the sect lord was truly enraged. To lose 2 elders and the chief disciple, and to have it occur before the secret realm opened. Even if they wished to find a temporary replacement for Zhang Tianze, there was no time. 2nd elder, travel to Maluogua at once and thoroughly investigate who dealt with Tian'er and the 2 elders. I, Luo Wu Zhenren, will tear that man limb from limb. Furthermore, for our sect to be attacked within Maluogua, the emperor of Maluogua cannot escape responsibility. He will be punished. If he is obstinate, then. Luo Wu Zhenren's gaze settled coldly on the 2nd elder as he issued the command, his words riddled with killing intent. Yes, I will go at once. The 2nd elder bowed hurriedly and left the hall, heading toward Maluogua. Do not speak of this matter for now. I will manage the secret realm issue myself. You may all withdraw. After the 2nd elder departed, Luo Wu Zhenren left the hall with a single sentence and a sweep of his sleeve. Only the elders remained, exchanging glances and sighs before dispersing one by one. A day later, a striking figure sped through Shuang Mountain, her ample rounded form rising and falling with, "Why are the ferocious beasts of Shuang Mountain not attacking me this time?" Leng Yanran wondered. The last time she entered Shuang Mountain, those beasts had charged at her and the 3 assassins without hesitation. Yet this time the beasts seemed to avoid her entirely. Even on the descent, she had not been harried. In the rush to return to the Lung household, she had not registered the detail, and now, in hindsight, it struck her as odd. At that thought, she halted for a moment, sensing the presence of a beast. Instead of skirting around it, she set off in pursuit. Moments later, a ferocious tiger some 7 or 8 meters tall appeared before her. The beast glanced at her, and as though beholding some dreadful presence, immediately turned and fled for its life. What? The Tiger King was at least of the Tongxian realm? Why would it fear me so? Leng Yanran suddenly looked down at the jade pendant master had given her. The only plausible reason was that pendant her master had bestowed. Convinced the beasts were truly avoiding her, Leng Yanran raced toward the Tiandao Hall, untroubled by the threat of sudden beast attacks and thus much relieved. Only after she had left did the Tongxian Tiger King exhale, as if in long relief, watching her go with gratitude. How does she carry the aura of that shrine? The beasts of Shuang Mountain all knew the shrine halfway up the mountain. Instinct kept them from approaching within 10 li. To them the shrine seemed to house an ancient colossal terror. Even a distant glance at it sent them Now that Leng Yanran bore the shrine's aura, the beasts naturally avoided her. They would not dare provoke her and could scarcely flee in time. Quickening her pace, Leng Yanran soon returned near the shrine. Seeing the figure seated in the small pavilion, all the resentment she had bottled up welled up uncontrollably. Like a child who has been wronged yet bears it, returning home to elders, her nose stung and her eyes grew red. You're back. Chen Daoxuan had already noticed his disciple's return. He smiled faintly and motioned for her to sit before speaking. Master. Thinking of her descent from the mountain this time, not only did she attract trouble and use the life-saving trump card given by her master, but in the end her master had to personally intervene to rescue her, leaving Leng Yanran feeling a deep sense of shame. She had thought that upon returning to the mountain her master would severely punish her, yet to her surprise her master simply smiled gently and quietly invited her to sit down. Not a single word of reprimand. In Leng Yanran's heart, male beings were all the same, weren't they all inevitably attracted to her with just one glance? But her master was completely different, treating her with such kindness and not imposing any demands on her. What merit or virtue did Leng Yanran possess to have earned such a good master in her past life? Why are you standing there like a fool? Come here and sit down. Tell me what exactly happened this time. Chen Daoxuan, seeing her standing in place, spoke again. Yes, master. Hearing this, she quickly stepped forward and arrived at the small pavilion. Noticing that the tea in her master's cup was nearly finished, she respectfully picked up the teapot and refilled it before obediently sitting down opposite him. Were you bullied? Chen Daoxuan saw this and was quite satisfied. His disciple was indeed sensible, which was good. After taking a gentle sip of tea, he softly asked. However, this concern became the last straw that broke the camel's back for Leng Yanran's suppressed grievances. Why was it that after she killed the chief disciple of the Luotian sect to protect herself, she had to face the wrath of the elder backing him? Why should she have to worry about retaliation from the Luotian sect after she had no choice but to resist? If she had no sect and no master supporting her, would she not become the furnace for that Zhang Tianze? Thinking of this, tears welled up in Lung Yanran's originally reddened eyes, glistening as they fell down her stunningly beautiful cheeks. In the past, it was fine that no one cared for her. She relied on herself among many prodigies, finding ways to protect her own purity. But now she had someone who could care for her and protect her. Master. Disciple. Lung Yanran choked up, wanting to express her grievances and her feelings towards her master. But before she could continue, she saw her master stand up and embrace her, gently patting her back softly. It's all right from now on, your master will support you. Feel free to cry. Once you've cried, there will be no more grievances. Chen Daoxuan sighed, deeply knowing that his eldest disciple, possessing an innate charm, was naturally surrounded by numerous dangers. It was rare for her to have managed to reach this point without being taken advantage of by others. He didn't need to think. He knew that his disciple must be suppressing many emotions within her heart. As the beauty in his arms wept, he had no ulterior motives, only wishing to help her release her grievances. Lung Yanran could no longer hold back, leaning against her master's chest and venting all her grievances from these years. After a long while, she shyly lifted her head from her master's embrace. She saw that her master's clothing was already soaked with her tears. Disciple has lost composure. Bowing her head, blushing, she dared not make eye contact with her master. Thinking of her earlier disgraceful behavior, Lung Yanran wished she could find a hole to hide in. Just having returned from the mountain, she had already cried a river in front of her master. What kind of situation was this? Lung Yanran, how could you behave so disgracefully in front of your master? It's fine. Has your grievance subsided? Chen Daoxuan chuckled, lightly ruffling her hair. After the earlier commotion, Chen Daoxuan felt that the relationship between the two had become much closer and less awkward than before. Disciple feels much better. Master, may I be released now? Lung Yanran blushed and indicated that she was fine, but though her master's embrace was wide and warm, she felt somewhat shy at that moment. Feeling the hand resting on her waist and the solid arm, Lung Yanran thought she was about to lose control. If only this innate charm could also have an effect on her master, that would be wonderful. For a moment, Lung Yanran's thoughts drifted away, not knowing where they had flown. Oh, sit down and tell your master about the process of this journey. Hearing this, Chen Daoxuan finally came back to his senses, quickly retracting his hand from her waist and returning to his own seat. Feeling his master's long fingers brush across her waist, sending shivers down her spine, Lung Yanran couldn't help but feel a bit heated. Yet she still obediently sat opposite her master, beginning to recount the events and encounters of her journey down the mountain. Chen Daoxuan leisurely sipped his tea, calmly listening to his disciple's tale. At the same time, he enjoyed the treatment of having his disciple serve him tea, which was extremely pleasing. But suddenly, with one sentence, the teacup that Chen Daoxuan had raised froze in place, and his expression darkened. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it grass. Which sect does that so-called chief disciple belong to? Chen Daoxuan's face turned grim, losing all interest in savoring the tea in his cup. He slammed it back down onto the stone table. How dare he speak such filthy words to his disciple? Even he, as the master, had never been so harsh. How could that guy have the audacity? Reporting to master that Zhang Tianze is the chief disciple of the Luotian sect. He is a disciple of the Luotian sect, the sect master Luo Wu Zhenren's disciple. As for Luo Wu Zhenren's cultivation level, it is said to already be in the 5th stage of the Silent Realm. Lung Yanran hadn't expected her master would suddenly change his expression because of this sentence. Although she had been furious at Zhang Tianze's words at that time, her anger had dissipated after she killed him. How could someone who could feed her grass be that Zhang Tianze? Did he even qualify? No need to say more. I do not wish to know about that so-called Zhenren's realm, nor do I need to know. Chen Daoxuan directly raised his hand, interrupting Lung Yanran from continuing to speak about information regarding the Luotian sect. He had been thinking that since Lung Yanran had a conflict with that sect, if there was an opportunity he could harvest a wave of. But thinking about it now, since his disciple hadn't suffered any major losses, and instead the opponents had all perished, he felt reluctant to directly annihilate their sect. But now, since the Luotian sect was seeking death, he could not be blamed for being ruthless. After all, cultivators should follow the law of the jungle. If their sect was destroyed, they could only blame themselves for being too weak. Contact the Lung family to spread the news. In half a month, let the Luotian sect prepare for extermination. Those who leave the Luotian sect may keep their lives, but anyone who does not leave will be killed without mercy. After taking a long breath, Chen Daoxuan calmly instructed Lung Yanran. Although Chen Daoxuan spoke in a very calm tone, his words caused a momentary shock in Lung Yanran's eyes. The Luotian sect is one of the 4 major sects in the northern region, and its leader is a powerful figure in the realm of silence. With just a word from the Luotian sect, not only the Lung family but even the Moroa kingdom would be obliterated in an instant. Yet despite such a formidable force, they seemed to be mere child's play in the eyes of her master. With just one word, the fate of the Luotian sect was sealed. As for whether her master could truly annihilate the Luotian sect, she had no doubt whatsoever. In her heart, the miracles demonstrated by her master seemed to approach the realm of immortals, if not surpass it. In the eyes of her master, the Luotian sect was probably no more than a swarm of ants, and those in the realm of silence were merely larger ants. Disciple obeys. I will inform the Lung family to spread the news. After a moment of surprise, Lung Yanran quickly agreed. Moreover, she was quite moved by her master's decision to destroy the Luotian sect. How could a force like the Luotian sect catch her master's eye? The reason for their annihilation was not just to help her assert herself. With such a master, even death would be without regret. Without delay, Lung Yanran took out a sound transmission jade pendant from her bosom and conveyed the message to the family head Leng Zhan. Afterward, she prepared tea for her master and sat quietly for a moment. You must be tired. Rest well for a day first. I will show you something good. Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment, realizing that the next half-month would be perfect for helping Yanran improve her strength. He immediately stood up and walked towards the main hall, with Lung Yanran hurriedly following closely beside him. She couldn't help but feel curious about what her master referred to as a good thing. Upon entering the hall of Heavenly Dao, Chen Daoxuan headed towards a tightly closed room. As he approached, he waved his hand slightly, and the door opened, automatically releasing a wave of mist obscuring the view inside. Although Lung Yanran was curious, she dared not lose her composure before her master. As Chen Daoxuan slowly entered, she quickly followed. Once inside the hall, Lung Yanran finally saw the scene and arrangement within. A large pool was filled with water, but this water was rather special, appearing to be rich in spiritual energy. Within the hall of Heavenly Dao, the spiritual energy was already exceptionally dense, and it would not be an exaggeration to call it a sacred place for cultivation. However, in this room, the spiritual energy was so dense that Lung Yanran found it somewhat overwhelming. Merely breathing felt like a massive influx of spiritual energy entering her body. If one were to cultivate here, a single day would equate to over 100 days outside. Master, this water. No, this isn't water. This is spiritual energy that has condensed into liquid due to its excessive density. Lung Yanran initially wanted to ask her master what kind of treasure this water was, but she suddenly realized that this was no ordinary water. It was clearly spiritual energy that had formed into liquid due to its overwhelming density. Even a small bottle of this would fetch an exorbitant price outside. How much could such a large pool of liquid spiritual energy be worth? Indeed, this is precisely formed from spiritual energy. After you descend the mountain, I had some free time, so I thought to casually set up a gathering spirit formation and prepare a cultivation room for you. However, I might have overdone it. After setting up the gathering spirit formation, the spiritual energy in this room began to transform into liquid. I had to turn it into a hot spring instead. Seeing his disciple's astonished reaction, Chen Daoxuan explained somewhat awkwardly. He never expected that the casually set up gathering spirit formation would yield such an outrageous effect. He had merely exchanged for this basic formation in the system shop with one system point. Ultimately, he could only attribute this effect to his overwhelming power within the Hall of Heavenly Dao. Was it merely a basic formation set up by my master? Lung Yanran's red lips parted slightly, and though she knew of her master's strength, she was still shocked time and again. After all, these actions far exceeded her understanding of this world. Don't mind these details. Although the cultivation room hasn't been completed, this hot spring is also very beneficial for cultivation. By the way, wait a moment. I will add some more ingredients for you. Chen Daoxuan rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed that he hadn't even managed to create a proper cultivation room. However, as long as it could enhance the cultivation speed, who said a hot spring couldn't be considered a cultivation room? With a casual wave, he summoned a handful of fresh enlightenment tea leaves. However, as long as it could enhance the cultivation speed, who said a hot spring couldn't be considered a cultivation room? With a casual wave, he summoned. She watched in disbelief as the precious tea leaves, which could help one enter a state of enlightenment, were casually tossed into the hot spring by her master. Lung Yanran felt her heart twitch violently. For some reason, her heart ached so much. She couldn't even bear to drink it herself. She had only tasted a cup before entering a state of enlightenment. She even advanced a whole realm. Yet her master had thrown it into the hot spring. Could it be that he intended to brew tea with this liquid spiritual energy? That's it. It must be like that. With such a large pool of spiritual liquid, brewing enlightenment tea would provide enough for her to slowly drink for several months. By the way, do you still have that bottle of marrow cleansing pill I gave you? Chen Daoxuan, however, did not concern himself with these, but instead asked Yanran. The marrow cleansing pill given by master is even more precious than an immortal pill. I always keep it with me. Lung Yanran quickly responded to her master's inquiry. Take one out and toss it into the pool. Chen Daoxuan said nonchalantly. This marrow-cleansing pill could be taken directly, and if it were to be dissolved in this liquid spiritual energy soaking and absorbing it would naturally be fine. Toss the marrow-cleansing pill into the pool. Lung Yanran was momentarily stunned by these words. She had previously consumed one and knew how precious it was. Just that one marrow-cleansing pill combined with the chaotic heavenly demonic technique her master had given her allowed her to break through from the 4th level of the air control realm to the profound understanding realm in less than a day. It even purged numerous impurities from her body, greatly enhancing her aptitude and meridians. It was undoubtedly as precious as the enlightenment tea. However, since her master said so, Lung Yanran naturally wouldn't defy his wishes. She just thought about where she had stored the marrow-cleansing pill. Lung Yanran's face flushed red as she, under the astonished gaze of Chen Daoxuan, reached into her bosom and retrieved the jade bottle containing the marrow-cleansing pill. Lowering her head and not daring to meet her master's eyes, she presented it to him with both hands. Hiss! It's still warm. Chen Daoxuan watched as she took the jade vial from her wraps, nearly blushing with embarrassment. He immediately shook his head, dispelling distracting thoughts, constantly reminding himself, she is your disciple. However, upon receiving the jade vial and feeling its lingering warmth and milky fragrance, Chen Daoxuan felt a sudden heat rising within him. In an instant, a flurry of thoughts surged through his mind. Master, how did you get hurt? Master, are you okay? Cold Yanran, who had been keeping her head down and did not dare to meet her master's gaze, felt her face turn crimson as she suddenly saw a few drops of bright red blood fall splattering onto the ground. This startled Cold Yanran, who quickly lifted her head to express her concern. It's nothing serious, I just drank too much of the enlightenment tea, and it's made me a bit fiery inside. Chen Daoxuan then snapped back to his senses, feigning calm, as he wiped the blood from his nose, his thoughts shifting to suppress the heat within. So that's it. It seems that although the enlightenment tea is a divine item, it shouldn't be consumed in excess. Even a master of your caliber is bleeding from the nose after drinking it. No wonder master prepared the enlightenment tea in such a large pool. It must be to dilute it right. Indeed, master is a meticulous person. Cold Yanran had no doubts about her master's words, and even found a way to justify master's act of brewing the enlightenment tea in the spiritual pool. If Chen Daoxuan were to know her thoughts, he would surely feel a vast difference. This disciple is quite sensitive. After clearing his throat twice to ease the awkwardness, Chen Daoxuan stopped further explanations and opened the fragrant jade vial, releasing a rich aroma of pills. He took out a washing marrow pill and casually tossed it into the spiritual pool, then capped the jade vial and handed it back to Cold Yanran. After hesitating for a moment, Cold Yanran unexpectedly placed the vial back in its original spot before him. What are you doing? Chen Daoxuan was left speechless, finding his disciple's method of storing pills quite unique. Reporting to master, the pills you gifted are too precious, only in this way can I feel at ease. Cold Yanran hurriedly explained, fearing that master might misunderstand. I see. Well, as long as you're happy. Now that the spiritual liquid contains both enlightenment tea and this washing marrow pill, you should get in quickly and soak well to absorb its essence. It should help elevate your realm significantly. Chen Daoxuan nodded slightly, but couldn't help but wonder if he should reward her with a few more bottles of pills in the future. Could she hold that much? But this disciple of mine is indeed quite capable. She should be able to hold quite a bit. Isn't it meant for drinking? Master, do you want me to bathe in this spiritual pool? Surprisingly, Cold Yanran was startled by his words, her mouth agape in disbelief, her cute demeanor completely contrasting with her physique. Just this pool of spiritual liquid alone is already a priceless treasure. It also contains the divine item that aids comprehension, the enlightenment tea, and a washing marrow pill bestowed by master. This pool of spiritual liquid could undoubtedly be considered the most precious treasure in the world. Yet master isn't asking her to drink it, but rather to bathe directly in it. Isn't that a bit too extravagant? Drinking it? Of course not. If such a large pool were to be used for drinking, wouldn't it end up killing someone? Since it's all about absorption, what's the difference between drinking it and soaking in it? How could you have such an outrageous thought? Chen Daoxuan was also taken aback by his disciple's words. How could such a large pool of spiritual liquid be for drinking? The two exchanged glances, both unable to comprehend how the other was thinking. Cold Yanran was rendered speechless. Was her thinking really that outrageous? If a small vial were taken from the spiritual pool and brought outside, it would likely be enough to make even powerful beings from the returning ruins realm or the silent realm fight over it. Using such a precious spiritual liquid for bathing, whose idea is truly more outrageous here? Stop dawdling, hurry and get in. Chen Daoxuan, tired of dwelling on the issue, simply urged her. Seeing master so insistent, Cold Yanran naturally dared not voice any further objections. Approaching the spiritual pool, not caring that Master was still standing not far behind, she removed her shoes and socks, cautiously dipped her translucent toes into the spiritual liquid, and then stepped into the pool. I will step aside for a moment. It's best not to wear clothes while bathing for optimal effect. Focus on your cultivation. Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this, turned, and left, conveniently closing the hall door behind him. Once Cold Yanran saw Master leave and recalled his reminder, she immediately removed her clothing and placed it beside the pool, then carefully set the vial containing the washing marrow pill down. Yet for some reason a faint sense of loss arose in her heart. If only Master hadn't left, it wouldn't. As she thought about this, her cheeks flushed slightly. Cold Yanran, how could you have such thoughts about Master? That's simply disrespectful. Coming back to her senses, she quickly shook her head, dispelling distracting thoughts, and slowly walked towards the center of the pool. The moment she stepped into the pool, Cold Yanran felt a wave of comfort wash over her, akin to the warmth in Master's embrace. No, actually, it was even more comfortable than being in Master's embrace. She walked to the center of the pool and slowly sat cross-legged, immersing her entire body in the spiritual liquid, leaving only her neck and head exposed. Even before she began cultivating the spiritual liquid, continuously cleansed her pores, and under the influence of the washing marrow pill, some imperceptible impurities were washed out of her body. Feeling the miraculous effects of the spiritual liquid, she dared not delay any longer and quickly activated the chaotic celestial demon technique, focusing intently on her cultivation. Before long, her expression completely calmed down, her face appearing extremely comfortable and peaceful, and she unknowingly entered a state of enlightenment. This was naturally thanks to the enlightenment tea that Chen Daoxuan had sprinkled earlier. A vast amount of spiritual energy quickly converged into her energy sea as she cultivated, and the already pure spiritual power in liquid form posed no difficulty for her to absorb. Cold Yanran's bottleneck at the second level of the mysterious realm began to loosen slowly. Tisk, having a succubus as a disciple is too dangerous. I wonder if Yanran has made any mistakes while cultivating, or should I have a look? Chen Daoxuan recalled the earlier scene that had caused him to bleed from the nose, and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Within the confines of this Heavenly Dao Hall, he was omnipotent. If he wished to see, a mere thought would reveal the scene. No, I, Chen Daoxuan, am a proper master. How could I engage in such clandestine peeking? Moments later, Chen Daoxuan, seated in a small pavilion, enjoying the enlightenment tea, raised his hand, once more to wipe away the blood from his nose. Ah, this enlightenment tea is indeed a great tonic. After just a couple of sips, I am already feeling the heat rising. With a thought, Chen Daoxuan cleaned the bloodstains, muttering quietly to himself, unsure of whom he was trying to Upon hearing this, the enlightenment tea beside the pavilion rustled, as if shaking its head in denial, indicating that it would never cause such heat, and that it was not to blame. This enlightenment tea was of the highest quality among innate spiritual roots, a truly divine substance. How could it possibly cause heat? What a joke! Feeling the tea's movement, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but glance over. The rustling enlightenment tea immediately ceased its swaying, resembling a child caught in a mistake, yet it seemed to convey a hint of grievance. However, it finally quieted down. Meanwhile, the capital of the Mora kingdom was anything but peaceful. In the Lung family estate, Langzhan naturally received a transmission from Lung Yanran. Spread the news. Half a month later, anyone who has not withdrawn from the Luotian sect shall be killed without mercy. Let the Luotian sect prepare for extermination. Upon receiving the news, Langzhan's first reaction was disbelief. Could Lung Yanran have gone mad? The Luotian sect held an almost monstrous status in the hearts of people like them. Even the emperor of the Mora kingdom had to bow his head before the Luotian sect. Not to mention that Luo Wuzhen was a terrifying powerhouse of the Silence realm. Just the Luotian sect's Guishu realm elders numbered at least 10. With such strength, if they wished to destroy the Mora kingdom, it would only take a single night. In the northern domain, who would dare to utter such arrogant words about wiping out the Luotian sect? Even the other three top sects would likely not be able to achieve such a feat unless they banded together. Thus Langzhan immediately summoned several elder experts from the Lung family to gather in the main hall for discussion. What do you all think? Langzhan surveyed the room, noticing the lingering injuries from the previous day's battle on the faces of those present, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Family head, this matter must not be taken lightly. It could very likely provoke the wrath of the Luotian sect. One elder spoke first. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Moreover, the Luotian sect is such a colossal entity. Even if Lung Yanran has gained some opportunities, it is impossible for her to bring about its downfall. In my opinion, perhaps it would be better to let this matter go. The elder, seeing the others concur with his view, felt more confident and continued. After all, they were all afraid of incurring the anger of the Luotian sect, and most present shared the same sentiment as him. Hehe, do you all really think that after the battle yesterday, the Luotian sect would let the Lung family go? The chief disciple died at Yanran's hands, and 2 Guishu realm elders also perished. All of this has been witnessed by many families in the capital, and the news cannot be concealed. Even if the Lung family does not assist Yanran in spreading this news, do you think the Luotian sect would refrain from venting their anger on the Lung family? Do you believe that the Luotian sect has not already sent people to the capital to investigate? In my view, we might as well follow Yanran's suggestion and spread the news. However, Long Zhan shook his head with a wry smile after listening to what everyone had to say, casting a scornful glance at them. The Luotian sect suffered such great losses. How could they easily let it go? When they send people to the capital of the Mora Kingdom, they wouldn't even need to investigate. They could simply ask around to learn about the events of the previous day's battle. At that time, how could the Lung family escape punishment? If that were the case, it would be better to follow Yanran's suggestion and spread the news. Perhaps they could buy the Lung family some time. If after half a month Yanran truly creates a miracle, the crisis would naturally dissipate. If Yanran fails, then the Lung family will likely be doomed. Upon hearing Long Zhan's words, the crowd exchanged glances, knowing that what he said was indeed the truth and could not be refuted. In that case, everyone, let's get to work. This news might just buy my Lung family a chance to survive. Seeing this, Long Zhan did not say more. He instructed everyone to begin their actions before sighing deeply and leaving. I wonder if Yanran's mysterious master will lend a helping hand. If that great being steps in extinguishing the Luotian sect may not be impossible. After leaving the hall, Long Zhan couldn't help but recall the attack that had emerged from Yanran's jade pendant that day. That sky-covering bloodthirsty stone tablet had turned the Luotian sect's powerful expert at the 9th level of Guishu realm to dust in an instant. If that great being were to intervene, the outcome would indeed be uncertain. I believe Yanran must have her plans in place already. Long Zhan left with his hands behind his back, not wanting to think further on the matter. After all, no matter how hard he racked his brains, this issue was beyond his power to handle. The Lung family did not hesitate further, and through their various businesses in the capital disseminated the news. Within a day, the entire capital was aware of this news. Even ordinary mortals who did not practice cultivation were discussing the impending extermination of the Luotian sect over tea and meals. In the resplendent palace, the emperor of the Mora Kingdom paused at the report from his subordinates, his hand momentarily frozen. Are you saying this news came from the Lung family? Reporting to your majesty, while the news did not originate from a direct transmission by the Lung family, it stemmed from their shops in the city. Oh! Interesting, the Luotian sect's extermination in half a month, you say? A glimmer of expectation flashed in the emperor's eyes. Over the years, the Mora Kingdom had suffered much oppression from the Luotian sect, having to pay a hefty amount of resources annually, which was bluntly nothing but protection money. Recently, the chief of the Luotian sect had come to the capital running rampant, and this emperor of the Mora Kingdom had to wear a smile alongside the elders of the Luotian sect within the palace. He had no way to interfere with any actions taken by the chief of the Luotian sect. Lang Yanran, I hope you do not disappoint me. Thinking back to the towering stone tablet that appeared in the sky that day, he could even recall the terrifying feeling of being enveloped by death. Given Lang Yanran's Guishu realm strength, wanting to annihilate the Luotian sect was certainly a pipe dream, but since she dared to send out this news, she must have the backing of that terrifying existence behind her. If the Luotian sect really were to fall, it would be a tremendous boon for him, the emperor of the Mora Kingdom. Just as he was envisioning the future, a figure rushed over, kneeling on the ground before him. What is it that you report? The emperor of the Mora Kingdom glanced at the newcomer with lowered brows and asked. Reporting to your majesty, the second elder of the Luotian sect has already arrived outside the palace. Upon hearing the guard's words, Emperor Wu Feiyong of the Mora Kingdom was momentarily taken aback. He quickly realized that this visitor bore ill intentions. The Luotian sect must have already learned of the demise of the chief disciple and the elders. Have him come in. Wu Feiyong quickly adjusted his expression and instructed the guard. However, before the guard could rise to leave, a figure swaggered into the hall. No need for that. The visitor was none other than the second elder of the Luotian sect, dressed in a Taoist robe. His appearance was kind and gentle, and his manner of speaking was polite. Yet Wu Feiyong was not foolish enough to believe that the other party was genuinely expressing apologies. Elder, you flatter me. It is my duty to welcome you, and it is I who have been remiss in courtesy. As he spoke, Wu Feiyong subtly waved his hand to dismiss the audience present. In a precarious situation, one must bow their head. As long as the Luotian sect remained, the emperor of the Mora Kingdom could only obey. After all, why did he not possess the power of others? Of course, he was referring to strength. I believe the purpose of my visit is something the emperor can guess right. The second elder smiled lightly at Wu Feiyong's words, seemingly unconcerned, and casually found a seat, sitting down boldly, as if he were the true master of the room. I can somewhat guess the elder is here to investigate the matter of the chief disciple and the two elders' demise, Wu Feiyong stated, but the second elder merely smiled, not responding, instead maintaining a posture that encouraged further conversation. As the emperor, he was usually the one whose thoughts were speculated upon by others, yet every time he faced someone from the Luotian sect, he could only cautiously guess at their intentions. This feeling made Wu Feiyong extremely displeased, yet he was helpless. For a moment he wished that Lung Yanran could strike against the Luotian sect today, and obliterate them, leaving not a single survivor. But no matter how unwilling he was, he could only force a smile and recount the events of the previous day in the capital to the second elder in detail. Initially the second elder wore a smile, but upon hearing that Long Yanran had used a divine ability from a jade pendant to kill an elder with a single strike, his brow furrowed. Especially towards the end, when he learned that the third elder was on the verge of annihilating the Lung family, only to have a Threthasanshang heavenly monument appear and slay him in an instant. At this moment, the second elder's expression darkened further. Initially he had thought that the two elders had encountered other sects or rogue cultivators in the Morwa kingdom, even powerful beings from outside the northern region. However, it now appeared that his assumptions were completely wrong. An inconspicuous family from the Morwa kingdom had slain the chief disciple Zhang Tianzi, and the two returning ruins elders, one of whom was even a 9th-layer returning ruins elder. To his knowledge, the highest cultivation in the Morwa kingdom was none other than Wu Feiyong before him, who was at the 5th layer of returning ruins. Moreover, the so-called 4 great families did not even have a returning ruins cultivator among them. How could they possibly talk about killing 2 elders? The problem lay with that jade pendant and Lang Yanran. As for the words of Emperor Wu Feiyong, he had no doubts, thinking he wouldn't dare deceive him. For a moment he found himself uncertain of what to do. Logically, a mere small family within the Morwa kingdom could be easily wiped out with a flick of his hand. Yet with the third elder, who was also at the 9th layer of returning ruins, having fallen to the Lung family's methods, he did not want to gamble with his own life on whether the Lung family had such capabilities. In your view, how powerful was that strike from the heavenly monument? After pondering for a moment, the second elder asked. My strength is limited and I cannot discern the precise power, but it must have been the work of a 2nd or 3rd layer of the annihilation realm. Wu Feiyong feigned serious contemplation for a moment and stated emphatically, is it possibly the work of a powerful figure from the annihilation realm? It seems this matter still requires reporting back to the sect master for a decision. The second elder, after a moment of scrutiny, believed Wu Feiyong's words and abandoned the idea of taking action against the Lung family. If that annihilation realm expert was still near the capital, even if he could eliminate the Lung family in an instant, he too would likely meet his end at the hands of that expert. Having said that, the second elder rose to leave. Seeing this, Wu Feiyong's eyes glinted, and he stood to intercept him. What does His Majesty mean by this? Elder, please do not misunderstand. I simply have another piece of news to convey. Oh, please tell. Today the Lung family has released news that in half a month's time, they will prepare to annihilate the Luotians. As of now, this news has already spread throughout the city. I wonder if the elder needs me to seal this news to prevent it from damaging the Luotian sect's prestige. Wu Feiyong clasped his hands, adopting a posture that seemed wholly considerate of the Luotian sect. To annihilate the Luotian sect in half a month, what a bold claim. No need to seal the news. When the time comes, if he dares to show up, my Luotian sect will naturally take his head and let the world know the cost of opposing us. The second elder's expression turned icy, and with a cold snort he took his leave without lingering. I bid farewell to the second elder. Wu Feiyong slightly cupped his hands in respect towards the direction of the departing figure. Only after confirming that the second elder had completely left the palace did he withdraw the respectful expression from his face and return to his usual indifferent demeanor. There is a good show to watch now. I wonder if that figure will personally take action. I truly wish to see what kind of existence can wield such terrifying divine abilities. In the Luotian sect, the Grand Hall of Discussion. Are you saying that a practitioner of the Annihilation Realm has made a move? After hearing the report from the second elder, Master Luo Wu furrowed his brows slightly. It is indeed hard to comprehend how there could be a practitioner of the Annihilation Realm within the Morwa Kingdom. Moreover, even if they encountered such a powerful being, one would think that merely stating the identity of the Luotian sect would prevent them from acting ruthlessly. Could it be that this person is not from the North region, but has come from elsewhere to participate in the secret realm 2 months from now? Yes, Sect Master, according to what Wu Feiyong said, the person who acted should possess the strength of the 2nd or 3rd layer of the Annihilation Realm. If they were not a practitioner of the Annihilation Realm, they could not have killed the 3rd elder of the Returning Ruins Realm in one strike. It seems that Wu Feiyong did not lie. The 2nd elder reported the intelligence he gathered, honestly sharing his thoughts and judgments. So what if they are a practitioner of the Annihilation Realm? To destroy my Luotian sect in half a month, they certainly have a big mouth. I, the Sect Master, will wait for them to come and see just who they are. We are in the light while the enemy is in the dark. We must not fall for their schemes. Inform everyone to stay within the sect for the next half month unless absolutely necessary to avoid being targeted by that person. Master Luo Wu snorted coldly. Although he could not be completely certain that the attacker was indeed a third-layer practitioner of the Annihilation Realm, he still held great confidence in his own strength. Moreover, within the Luotian sect, he could also utilize the sect's grand formation. Even when facing a sixth-layer practitioner of the Annihilation Realm, he could still suppress them slightly. Even against a seventh-layer practitioner, he could ensure his own safety. Furthermore, he had already formed some conjectures in his mind. From Zhang Tianze, he learned that the young girl from the Lung family named Lang Yanran possessed a unique constitution, making her extremely suitable to be a furnace for alchemy. It is likely that the person who acted had their eyes on this point, keeping Lang Yanran by their side, and intending to cultivate her to a higher realm before utilizing her, which is why they helped the Lung family. However, wanting to showcase their strength by stepping on the Luotian sect is evidently not a wise move. Yes, we shall take our leave. Many elders accepted their command and departed. Master Luo Wu let out a long breath, furrowing his brow and closing his eyes deep in thought. The sudden demise of the chief disciple of the Luotian sect has left him distressed. Even if they send disciples into the secret realm 2 months from now, they will gain no benefits. These days have truly troubled him, and in his heart, he has cursed that mysterious practitioner of the Annihilation Realm countless times. At this moment, the mysterious powerhouse who is on the minds of countless people is comfortably asleep, dreaming. Outside a small pavilion, the Wudao tea tree seems to have bent down, gathering numerous branches together, forming a natural hammock with its vines. Naturally lying atop it is Chen Daoxuan. The branches of the Wudao tea tree occasionally emit Dao rhythms which allow Chen Daoxuan to sleep even more soundly. But as time passes, it seems as if attracted by the Dao rhythms of the Wudao tea tree, subtle Dao rhythms have begun to materialize around Chen Daoxuan. No, that is not merely the Dao rhythm, it is the essence of the 3000 Dao itself. The Wudao tea tree unconsciously begins to tremble slightly, not knowing whether from excitement or fear. After a moment, the Wudao tea tree actually glows with a faint green light, and with a rumble it has grown nearly twice. Not only has the tree grown taller, but it has also sprouted many new branches with tender new tea slowly unfurling. The Wudao tea tree has actually comprehended something due to the Dao rhythms emanating from its master. Am I still dreaming? Why does it feel like the Wudao tea tree has grown a lot? Chen Daoxuan was awakened by the sudden commotion. After stepping down from the vine chair, rubbing his eyes and yawning, he looked at the noticeably taller Wudao tea tree, feeling somewhat dazed. As if sensing his confusion, the Wudao tea tree extended a branch to gently touch his hand. A thought was transmitted through the branch into his mind. I just realized something from the Dao rhythms I saw on my master. What the hell? You, a Wudao tea tree, can actually comprehend. Upon learning this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to help but curse. At the same time, he felt a sense of sadness in his heart. Others can comprehend from drinking Wudao tea, yet he could only taste its flavor. That was fine. But for the Wudao tea tree to comprehend through observing him, isn't that just too unfair? It seems anyone can comprehend, even the Wudao tea tree itself, yet he cannot. Forget it, forget it. Sigh. Although one does not need to sleep to replenish energy, within the realm of the heavenly path, it is indeed comfortable to take a nap. Moreover, if I am not training, what else can I do without sleep? I wonder how Yanran is doing with her. Chen Daoxuan could only sigh helplessly, lamenting the unfairness of fate. Even the tree could comprehend by observing him, yet he could not. Meanwhile, the Wudao tea tree, with its limited intelligence, could not fathom why its master, who was already surrounded by the 3000 Dao, still clung to the desire to comprehend the Dao. Isn't the master himself the embodiment of the Dao? It seems the master's realm is too high for it to understand. It must be so. After all, how could someone as powerful as the master make mistakes? Though Chen Daoxuan's own realm is merely that of a third-layer practitioner of the Qi condensation realm, easily dispatching ninth-layer practitioners of the returning ruins realm. But within the confines of the heavenly path hall, he is an omnipotent existence, which is why the Wudao tea tree thinks this way. With nothing to do, Chen Daoxuan simply began to study the basic formation he exchanged for from the system once again. In the midst of his training, time always flies by quickly. Inside the heavenly path hall, the water level of the spiritual liquid pool enveloping Lang Yanran has begun to slowly decrease as she absorbs it. Initially, only half of her neck was exposed, but after 2 days of training, thanks to the terrifying absorption ability of the chaotic celestial demon art, the water level has lowered to her chest, with her collarbone clearly visible. This pool of spiritual liquid was combined with a divine-grade marrow-cleansing pill and a brew made from Wudao. Having absorbed such a large amount of spiritual liquid, her cultivation has already unknowingly broken through 2 small realms, reaching the 4th layer of the profound understanding realm. Furthermore, due to the presence of Wudao tea, she has remained in a state of comprehension, and this rapid breakthrough has not brought any hidden dangers to her foundation. As time passes, day by day, Lang Yanran's aura becomes increasingly potent. The fluctuations of her realm breaking appear repeatedly within the hall, and fortunately no one witnessed this astonishing scene, otherwise they would undoubtedly exclaim at her prodigy. Even the holy son of a sacred land would not be able to break through as simply as drinking water. Almost every 2 days she achieves a breakthrough of 1 layer in her realm. 10 days passed in a flash, and the spiritual liquid in the spirit pool was already nearly depleted. The remaining liquid was completely absorbed by Lang Yanran within half an hour. Only then did she slowly open her eyes. Huff! After exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Lang Yanran sensed her cultivation level, leaving even herself astonished. In such a short time, I actually broke through to the 7th level of the Tongxian realm, but consuming such a large pool of spiritual liquid seems to have made breaking through 5 realms quite feasible. After being secretly shocked, she looked at the now empty spirit pool and couldn't help but chuckle. Little did she know, had it not been for the immense consumption of the chaotic heavenly demon art she practiced, even a holy son of a holy land cultivating a heavenly level technique could have attempted to break through to the Guishu realm with this pool of spiritual liquid. After all, it was a primordial level technique, and its formidable strength naturally led to a significant resource expenditure. She then looked at the now empty spirit pool where the precious spiritual liquid had completely vanished, and her brows slightly furrowed. Having used so much precious spiritual liquid from my master, this gratitude may never be repaid. From now on, Yanran's life belongs to my master. If my master needs anything, I will do anything for them at any time. Yanran secretly made up her mind, but since her cultivation had now ended, there was no time to dawdle here. She stood up to put on her clothes and go to see her master to inform them of the results of her breakthrough. However, just as she stood up, Yanran inadvertently played with her long hair but suddenly froze. Ah! A scream echoed through the great hall as if she had been greatly frightened. At that moment, Chen Daoxuan, who was sleeping, heard the scream from his disciple, and without even opening his eyes, he quickly focused his mind and instantly appeared in the great hall of the hot spring. What happened? What happened? What is going on? As soon as Chen Daoxuan appeared, he began asking questions, but before he could finish, he was left agape by the scene before him. He saw Yanran completely unclothed, her hands resting on her head. No, on the 2 horns that had suddenly sprouted from her head. Just then, while playing with her hair, she had touched the 2 horns that had unexpectedly appeared. The 2 stared at each other, and after a moment of silence in the air, "Ah, Master, why did you suddenly barge in?" Lang Yanran, feeling stiff under her master's gaze, exclaimed again, turning as red as a boiled shrimp from embarrassment, overwhelmed by heat. "Ahem, I heard your scream and thought something dangerous had happened. That? After you get dressed, come out, and we can discuss it in detail." Chen Daoxuan could only clear his throat, feigning calmness, and after stealing another glance, he vanished from the sitting in a small pavilion. He couldn't help but wipe away a nosebleed. Sigh, the enlightenment tea is too stimulating. It's really too stimulating. Upon hearing this, the enlightenment tea tree could only sway a couple of times, feeling wronged, indicating that it wasn't the one getting stimulated. The one clearly suffering was your eldest disciple. In the great hall, after Chen Daoxuan left, Lang Yanran took quite some time to regain her composure. However, her neck and ears were still flushed and hot from the embarrassment. It seems there was nothing inappropriate about being seen by my master. Besides, my master barged in because they were worried about me. Moreover, my master's gaze doesn't make me feel uncomfortable. Instead, it feels a bit. Lang Yanran thought about the earlier scene, feeling ashamed and wanting to find a hole to hide in, unable to face her master again. Even though she was naturally alluring and pursued by countless men, she had never been seen in such a state. Eventually, after a long while, Lang Yanran, shyly dressed, carefully placed the jade bottle back in its original spot, and then exited the great hall. Even though she was naturally alluring and pursued by countless men, she had never been seen in such a state. Eventually, after a long while, Lang Yanran, the atmosphere suddenly became a bit delicate as both of them involuntarily recalled the earlier scene. Were there any doubts regarding this cultivation? Chen Daoxuan casually thought of a topic and asked. Replying to master, this time I was fully in enlightenment during cultivation, and my mind was clear with no doubts. It's just that consuming such a large pool of spiritual liquid only allowed me to break through 5 small realms. I feel ashamed. Hearing her master's words, Lang Yanran quickly replied. There's no need to belittle yourself. The technique I provided you is a primordial level existence. While it greatly enhances your strength, the resources required for cultivation also increase exponentially. Breaking through 5 realms is already quite good. Chen Daoxuan nodded in reassurance. From the system's prompt, he had long known about Lang Yanran's breakthrough situation. The disciple's breakthrough of 5 small realms also granted him 500 years of cultivation and 500 system points. With the cultivation automatically bestowed upon him, he now also possessed the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm. I see, I understand now. But why did I suddenly grow 2 horns on my head? Lang Yanran suddenly realized something and touched her head, asking, You don't need to worry about this. It's just the chaotic heavenly demon art that has activated your potential and enhanced your physique. You possess innate allure. if you continue to cultivate you, can pursue the path of the charming heavenly demon with boundless potential. If you find these two horns inappropriate, I can find a way to hide them for you. Chen Daoxuan looked her up and down and felt that the sudden appearance of the horns matched Lung Yanran's temperament perfectly. This was the true charming demon. He then focused his mind again and glanced at Lung Yanran's current profile. Eldest disciple Lung Yanran. Race demon. Special physique charming heavenly demon beginner. Cultivated technique chaotic heavenly demon art first volume. Talent holy tier premium. Realm 7th level of the Tongxian realm. The originally ordinary holy tier talent had unexpectedly reached the holy tier premium due to the changes brought about by the technique and the cleansing pill. It wouldn't be long before she could advance further. Moreover, there was an additional section for special physique indicating the changes in Lang Yanran's physique. A charming demon. Does Master find my horns beautiful? If Master doesn't like them, I can hide them. If Master does like them, he'll keep them. Lung Yanran said shyly, her head lowered, her fingers gently touching, speaking softly. Keep them? I think they suit you quite well. After a long conversation between the master and disciple, Lung Yanran began practicing the celestial demon finger outside the hall, while Chen Daoxuan sipped tea and took naps, occasionally offering a word of guidance. After a long conversation between the master and disciple, Lung Yanran began practicing the celestial demon finger outside the hall, while Chen Daoxuan sipped tea and took naps, occasionally offering a word of guidance. Master, the half-month period has come to an end. What should I do next? Lung Yanran paused her training and approached her master, ready to await instructions. Not only did she feel no worries about the upcoming mission to the Luotian sect, but she also felt a hint of anticipation in her heart. With her current strength at the 7th level of the profound realm, it was naturally impossible for her to annihilate a behemoth like the Luotian sect. Even if she could fight above her level, defeating a returning Ruins realm expert would be astonishing enough. Facing a Destruction realm master, however, posed a significantly larger gap, and it would be extremely difficult for her to merely preserve her life. Therefore, Lung Yanran always believed that for this extermination of the Luotian sect, her master would likely plan to take action personally. Oh, has it really been half a month so soon? In that case, please wait a moment, my disciple. Chen Daoxuan was slightly taken aback. He hadn't put much thought into the extermination of the Luotian sect. However, thinking about the vast number of system points he was about to gain, he felt a surge of motivation. He called out to the system in his heart. System, exchange 100 jade slips for me. And exchange for 10 array plates as well. Ding, a total of 200 system points spent. Jade slips beginner x 100, array plates beginner x 10. Already added to the system backpack. Although he spent 200 system points in one go, he felt no regret. As long as he could annihilate the Luotian sect, he would at least earn several thousand system points in return. Those 200 points were merely a drop in the bucket. Without delay, he first took out exactly 100 jade slips from the system backpack and placed them on the stone table in front of him. Lung Yanran, seeing her master suddenly produce a pile of jade slips, felt a bit dazed. Yet since her master had his reasons for acting, Lung Yanran did not ask questions but quietly waited beside him, watching. Celestial Demon Finger and Celestial Monument, let's have 50 of each. That should be sufficient. After pondering for a moment, Chen Daoxuan began to take action. He stored his full force strike into each jade slip. Now that his realm had risen by 5 levels, he was much stronger than before. Moreover, within the confines of the Heavenly Dao Hall, Chen Daoxuan did not even need to replenish his spiritual energy. In no time, he divided the 100 jade slips into 2 piles, with 50 for the Celestial Demon Finger and 50 for the Celestial Monument. This series of actions left Lung Yanran, who was waiting beside him, utterly astonished. She had already experienced the power of the Celestial Demon Finger firsthand. A returning Ruins realm expert was as fragile as paper before that strike, perishing in an instant. As for the other pile of jade slips containing the Celestial Monument, she had also witnessed its power when her master unleashed it from afar. A powerful expert at the 9th level of the returning Ruins realm was reduced to dust upon contact, not even worthy of leaving a name on the Celestial Monument after death. In that moment, she seemed to understand her master's intention. He intended to directly crush the Luotian sect with overwhelming force. If 50 Celestial Monuments, each 3,000 zhang high, were to fall together, the scene was simply unimaginable. But the problem was that the sect master of the Luotian sect, Luo Wu, was a powerful figure in the Destruction realm. Even if she had so many jade slips containing terrifying power, what if there was no opportunity to unleash them? With the strength of a Destruction realm master, even if they couldn't withstand the power within the jade slips, capturing someone at the 7th level of the profound realm would hardly be a difficult task, right? Before Lung Yanran could ask, she saw Chen Daoxuan wave his hand again, placing the 10 array plates from the system space onto the stone table. The stone table, which was not very large to begin with, was soon filled with jade slips and array plates. The basic defensive formation should be inscribed like this. And this formation that can rebound attacks, let's have one of those too. And then this restricting formation cannot be missed, otherwise if they manage to escape later, it would be a huge loss. A spirit power enhancement formation, let's have one of those, and also this one. For the last array plate, let's set up a teleportation formation, in case of an unexpected situation, if there is a hidden powerful ancestor in the Luotian sect who can withstand the bombardment of the jade slips, Yanran can use it to save her life. Let's set the teleportation location at this illusory mountain. Even if we do not use it for escape, it will save us time after annihilating the Luotian sect. Chen Daoxuan mumbled to himself as he inscribed one basic formation after another on the array plates. Although these were merely the most rudimentary basic formations after being inscribed by him, they were completely transformed with all the original flaws eliminated. Although it should have been an array formed by 10 inscriptions, he used over 10,000 inscriptions. Fortunately, within the Heavenly Dao Hall, he did not need to worry about consumption, and there was no difficulty in the inscription process. 10 inscriptions constitute a yellow rank formation, 100 inscriptions for a profound rank formation, 1,000 inscriptions for an earth rank formation, and over 10,000 inscriptions for a heavenly rank formation. Did Master inscribe heavenly rank formations on all 10 of these array plates? Chen Daoxuan had merely noticed the numerous flaws within the basic formations, and thus repaired them, thinking that inscribing more inscriptions would make them more stable and powerful without realizing the significance of this act. But Long Yanran understood. Looking at the 10 array plates containing heavenly rank formations before her, she doubted whether she was dreaming. Given the strength of the Luotian sect, their protective sect formation was likely just an earth rank formation at best. Even among the numerous holy lands, the highest array formations were only heavenly rank. Regardless of the faction, setting up a high-level formation required immense effort, searching for suitable locations for the formation, expending countless materials to finally shape the formation. And using array plates to inscribe formations generally yielded a maximum of profound rank, as they are portable, and thus could not achieve the right timing, location, and manpower, nor could they utilize various heavenly materials to assist the formation's operation. If one were to inscribe high-level formations, it would be easy for instability between inscriptions to lead to the array plate shattering. Never had she heard of array plates accommodating such terrifying heavenly rank formations. If someone could achieve this, wouldn't they be able to rely on these array plates to directly assault the holy lands? Take these 100 jade slips and these 10 array plates with you. When the time comes, remember to first use the restricting formation to surround the Luotian sect, then activate the defensive formation. As for what to do afterward, feel free to improvise. After Chen Daoxuan completed everything, he finally looked up contentedly to instruct Long Yanran. Other than Chen Daoxuan, who could remain unconcerned now that he had decided to annihilate the Luotian sect, he could not spare a single head. It's not that he feared leaving hidden troubles for the future, or mainly each head was a point in the system. He had even prepared a plan. If Long Yanran could not wipe out the Luotian sect with these resources, he would grit his teeth and use 1,000 system points to personally flatten the Luotian sect. Disciple understands. It's a pity. I thought I would have the fortune to see Master take action. Looking at the table full of jade pendants and formation discs, Long Yanran couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the Luotian sect. Under such concentrated firepower, they would likely turn to dust, not leaving behind even a complete corpse. Pitying but deserved. If necessary, I will take action myself. However, for such a low-level situation, I believe you can handle it perfectly. Remember, not a single person can be spared. Even the yokes of the Luotian sect must be shaken apart. Chen Daoxuan smiled, slightly, having no interest in taking action himself. If possible, it would be best if he could avoid stepping out of the confines of this Heavenly Dao Hall until he confirmed himself as the strongest in this realm. Only by surviving can one discover the truth. Besides, the Luotian sect is merely led by a master in the perishing realm. Does such a low-level situation require a peerless expert at the 8th level of chi condensation to personally intervene? Absolutely not. Disciple understands. Does Master have any other instructions? If not, I shall descend the mountain and head to the Luotian sect. Upon hearing Master's words, Long Yanran's gaze turned a bit colder. Since Master had spoken, not even an ant from the Luotian sect could survive. There should be nothing else to pay attention to or ensure your safety, and return early. After pondering for a moment, Chen Daoxuan merely reminded her to pay attention to safety, then stood up, stretched lazily, and reclined back onto the rattan chair, woven from the enlightenment tea tree. Disciple takes her leave. Long Yanran bowed, collected the jade pendants and formation discs from the stone table into her storage pouch, and turned to head down the mountain. In the Luotian sect's discussion hall, real person Luo Wu sat at the head, showing no signs of tension despite it being the middle of the month. At this moment, besides the remaining 7 elders of the Luotian sect, there was an additional person present. This person exuded an aura that was comparable to real person Luo Wu, also a powerful being at the 5th level of the perishing realm. In the northern region, perishing realm experts were rare, and with his 5th level of cultivation, he could only be another sect leader from the top 3 sects. Brother Yangchuan, today is the day that mysterious perishing realm individual said would lead to the destruction of my Luotian sect. If necessary later, please lend your assistance, Brother Yangchun. Real person Luo Wu looked at the man, smiling broadly. That Yangchun real person was the leader of the Jinding sect, and his cultivation was on par with his own. He, of course, as we are both from the northern region, I will not allow a reckless and ignorant mysterious perishing realm master to run rampant here. Perhaps the news of destroying the Luotian sect over the past half-month was a ploy by that guy to delay time and escape the northern region. At this moment that guy may have already escaped to who knows where. However, Brother Luo Wu, do not forget the promise you made to me. Yangchun real person laughed, feeling that real person Luo Wu was overly timid, scared into seclusion for half a month by a mere sentence from someone. It truly brought shame to the 4 great sects of the northern region. Of course I won't forget at this time when my Luotian sect participates in the secret realm, I will consider it as part of the Jinding sect's subsidiary team, and we will only take 50% of the resources. After saying this, real person Luo Wu couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the sudden death of their chief disciple, he wouldn't have resorted to such a desperate measure. Inviting Yangchun real person to help deal with external threats was a pretense. In reality, he was seeking support for the disciples of the Luotian sect during their participation in the secret realm. If they were to join another sect's subsidiary team, although the gains would be halved, it was still better than having nothing. However, after this incident, it was likely that for the next 200 years the Jinding sect's strength would far surpass theirs. It's already noon, yet that mysterious individual has not shown up. He must have understood our Luotian sect's strength and fled. Brother Yangchuan, if he comes, we can't let it be a wasted trip. You must try the fine wine I brewed from over 10 spiritual fruits a while ago. After waiting for another 2 hours with no one arriving, real person Luo Wu agreed with Yangchun real person's words, feeling relieved, and instructed the servants to bring out wine and dishes for a warm reception. At the same time, he had already decided that after today, he would send someone to the Morwa country to completely annihilate the Leng family in order to shake the reputation of the Luotian sect. Meanwhile, countless disciples of the Luotian sect, who had initially felt a bit anxious, completely relaxed upon seeing the sect master and Yangchun real person drinking and chatting happily. I thought there would truly be someone fearless coming to oppose our Luotian sect today, but it turned out to be Indeed, our Luotian sect's protective grand formation is not something an ordinary perishing realm expert can breach. That person must also be afraid. Sigh, what a pity. I thought I would witness the sect master's action. Since I began cultivating, I have never seen a battle of a perishing realm expert. Within the Luotian sect, numerous disciples were discussing among themselves, showing no signs of impending outside the Luotian sect, many onlookers on the mountain peaks eager to witness the battle of the perishing realm experts in hopes of gaining insights and breakthroughs were growing somewhat impatient. It seems that mysterious expert is most unlikely to arrive today. If it gets any later, it will be dark. If that person truly had the strength to annihilate, it seems that mysterious expert is most unlikely to arrive today. If it gets any later, it will be dark. If that person truly had the strength to annihilate the Luotian sect, they would have already acted. They must be afraid. Sigh, what a waste of time. Had I known this would take so long, I might as well go kill a couple of demon beasts. Many of the onlooking cultivators felt the mysterious person would not appear again, and some had already begun packing up to leave. That esteemed individual, could it be that they have truly taken Yanran and left the northern region? On a mountain peak, a restless Leng Zhan was growing increasingly anxious. If the Luotian sect is not obliterated today, the Leng family will inevitably cease to exist tomorrow. Just then a figure with a stunning figure swiftly dashed through the forest towards the mountain peak where the Luotian sect was located. After leaving illusory mountain, Lang Yanran did not return to the Morwa kingdom, but hurriedly made her way to the Luo. Recalling her master's admonition about leaving no witnesses, she did not reveal herself immediately. Instead, she donned a black robe and a hat to conceal her identity, fearing early detection. Uncertain about the extent of the restriction formation provided by her master, Lang Yanran decided to wait until she reached the foot of the Luotian sect's mountain before activating it. Otherwise, if she misjudged and allowed someone from the Luotian sect to escape, she would have no face to return to. Fortunately, she encountered no unexpected events on her journey. By the time she reached the foot of the Luotian sect's mountain, it was already nearing dusk and the sun began to set. Halt! Who goes there? Leave immediately. The Luotian sect does not accept visitors today. As soon as she arrived at the foot of the Luotian sect, Lang Yanran was blocked by 2 figures. With a cursory glance, she realized they were merely 2 disciples of the sky-soaring realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Lang Yanran seized each by the neck, lifting them like chicks. Take a deep breath. Feeling a bit dizzy the first time is normal. Remembering her first encounter with her master, Lang Yanran softly recited her master's words into the ears of the 2. These words fell upon their ears like a devil's whisper. After struggling desperately as expected, the 2 soon lost their breath. After casually dealing with the two, Long Yanran patted her storage pouch at her waist and retrieved 2 formation plates. She gently infused a strand of spiritual energy into one to activate the already inscribed Grand Formation. Following her master's instructions, the first formation plate she activated was the restriction formation to prevent anyone from the Luotian sect from escaping. Buzz! With a soft sound from the formation plate, an invisible barrier rapidly expanded. In just a moment, it enveloped a radius of 5 miles, 10 miles, 100 miles. Ultimately, the circular barrier stopped expanding once it reached a radius of 500 miles, solidifying into a tangible form. Though transparent, it was incredibly resilient. The range seems a bit too large, doesn't it? Seeing this, Long Yanran was taken aback. She had been cautious enough to run all the way to the Luotian sect's gate before activating the restriction formation. Had she known it would cover such a vast area, there would have been no need for all this effort. With no time to ponder, Long Yanran quickly infused a strand of spiritual energy into the second formation plate to activate the defense formation. With such a commotion, it would surely alert the people of the Luotian sect. She could not afford to be careless. As Long Yanran activated the defense plate, another circular barrier appeared, but this time it did not continue to expand endlessly. It merely covered a 10-meter radius around her before halting. Long Yanran tried moving around and found that as long as she carried this formation plate, the formation would follow her. 10 meters was sufficient. She immediately took to the air with the defense formation and headed toward the Luotian sect's gate. Such a significant disturbance naturally drew the attention of the Luotian sect and all nearby loose cultivators. What's happening? What is this? What's going on? I feel uneasy. It seems like there's some danger. I won't stick around for this commotion. Fellow cultivators, if fate allows, we shall meet again. Farewell. What the hell? What is this thing? Why can't we leave? Many timid loose cultivators, upon sensing something amiss, attempted to leave temporarily. However, as they tried to depart in various directions, they discovered an invisible barrier blocking their path no matter which way they turned. Even above in the sky and beneath the ground, barriers were present, leaving no avenue for escape. The larger the barrier, the weaker it is. Given its size, this barrier shouldn't be too difficult to break. Fellow cultivators, let's work together to break this thing and escape. All right, let's strike together. Exchanging glances, they all saw the unease in each other's eyes. After one person suggested joining forces, everyone readily agreed. In an instant, dozens of cultivators united, with the weaker ones being in the Sky-Soaring and Tongshin realms, while some of the stronger ones were even a few powerful beings from the Returning Ruins realm. Boom! As their combined attacks converged, they struck at one spot on the barrier. The result left them dumbfounded. Ha! Not even a tiny crack. What a joke! With so many of us teaming up, even a 9th-level Returning Ruins cultivator should be turned to dust. How could this barrier not even budge? In an instant, panic surged among all the cultivators eager to join the fray. After several failed attempts, they all gave up and chose a spot at the farthest edge of the barrier from the Luotian sect, planning to observe the situation. This was clearly aimed at the Luotian sect. If the Luotian sect could deal with the person who set up the barrier, the problem would naturally cease to exist. Meanwhile, within the Luotian sect, although Luo Wu Jinren and Yangchun Jinren had been drinking all afternoon, they had not gotten drunk. Now, seeing the sudden anomaly, they exchanged glances. Everyone in the Great Hall stood up together and walked out to the Luotian sect's square. I didn't expect that guy would really dare to come knocking. If I can't handle it, I would appreciate Yangchun brothers' assistance. Luo Wu Jinren squinted at the barrier in the sky, feeling a hint of unease. The person who set up the barrier must have great confidence in preventing the people of the Luotian sect from escaping. For a moment, he was truly uncertain about the opponent's strength. That's only natural. Yangchun Jinren's expression also grew serious, feeling that the opponent's confidence in their actions was rather excessive. Soon Long Yanran's figure appeared above the Luotian sect, and the crowd in the square finally saw her presence. Are you the master behind Long Yanran, a powerhouse of the Silent Extinction realm? Luo Wu Jinren squinted his eyes only to discover that the opponent was surrounded by a barrier similar to a defensive formation, even exuding a blocking aura, making it difficult to gauge their realm. Moreover, with Long Yanran dressed in black robes, and her face concealed, Luo Wu Jinren naturally formed a misunderstanding. In the square, many disciples and elders of the Luotian sect closely focused on that shadow in black robes, feeling inexplicably tense. At the same time, everyone was puzzled about when the opponent had set up such a large barrier formation. Could it be that, for the past half-month, the opponent had quietly infiltrated the area and laid down the formation in advance? Such deep scheming, such intricate planning. They had been plotting for half a month. Yet they had not realized anything until the opponent activated the formation. So terrifying. No one could have imagined that the isolation formation spanning 500 miles actually originated from a portable array disk. Such a shocking revelation would likely be met with disbelief even if it were directly told to the public. Unless witnessed with one's own eyes, who could believe that such a formation could isolate an area of 500 miles without prior preparation emerging from a portable array disk? Even Long Yanran herself was startled by the terrifying effect after activating the array disk. Yet thinking of her master as a celestial being, she accepted this fact in her heart. Long Yanran did not take the words of Taoist Luo Wu seriously. Instead, she was contemplating how to bombard effectively to end the battle as quickly as possible. However, Taoist Luo Wu frowned upon seeing this. "Humph, so you are merely a coward who dares not show your... Do not think that the leader of our sect is unaware. You saved Long Yanran merely because you coveted her physique, intending to cultivate her into a superior furnace for alchemy. But do you not think the price you pay for coming to oppose my Luo Tian sect today is rather steep?" Taoist Luo Wu continued speaking, deliberately amplifying his voice with spiritual power, so that the onlooking cultivators nearby could hear him clearly. Since the other party would not allow his Luo Tian sect to have an easy time, why should he show mercy? He decided to unveil the true identity of the mysterious person and expose their motives. It would be best if Long Yanran could hear this news. Upon learning the truth, she might not allow this mysterious person to control her. What the hell? This is big news. Long Yanran actually possesses a special physique highly suitable for being a furnace. No wonder this mysterious person is willing to stand against Luo Tian sect to protect the Lung family and Lung. It seems this person is no simple character. The onlooking cultivators expressed faces of realization upon hearing this news. Initially, they thought this mysterious person was drawn by Long Yanran's beauty, leading to a confrontation with Luo Tian sect, which seemed rather irrational. But now, upon learning this explosive news, everyone understood. There are certain special physiques in the world. If used as a furnace for dual cultivation, it could greatly benefit even powerful cultivators at the realm of extinction and beyond. For the sake of cultivation, what cannot be done? Yet opposing Luo Tian's sect, this mysterious person is truly reckless. As Taoist Luo Wu's words fell, the mysterious figure in the black robe indeed trembled uncontrollably with rage. "Hehe, have I uncovered your true identity and now you are angry? Do you know that the protective formation of my Luo Tian sect is difficult to break even for those at the 9th level of the realm of extinction? Yet you still dare to fantasize about destroying my Luo Tian sect. Ridiculous! Elders, activate the protective formation. I shall confront this cowardly fellow." Taoist Luo Wu commanded, confidently taking off alone directly from the sect's great formation. He held great confidence in his own strength. Over the years, no one in the northern region had made him feel fear. Naturally, this mysterious person could not either. Moreover, according to the second elder's information, this person was merely at the 3rd level of the realm of extinction and could not possibly be his opponent. Even if he possessed the strength of the 8th or 9th level of the realm of extinction, he could retreat into the protective formation in time, allowing him to both attack and defend. He was already in an invincible position. It was only a pity that this mysterious person actually dared to come knocking on death's door. "How dare you slander my master? You shall die." Long Yanran clenched her fists, and her stunning eyes revealed a deep killing intent for the first time. While speaking, she had already removed her hat, her face cold, as she gazed at Taoist Luo Wu flying out from Luo Tian sect. Upon learning that she could actually be a furnace due to her special physique, Long Yanran was somewhat taken aback. Yet the reason for her intense anger was not this. What made her grit her teeth in rage and tremble uncontrollably was solely one reason. This damned Taoist Luo Wu actually dared to slander her master. This was simply a crime deserving of death. Long Yanran. Why is this mysterious person Long Yanran? Isn't it her powerful backer who has come personally? Yet as Long Yanran removed the long hat covering her face, everyone was stunned. Each person was tense, fearful that the mysterious person was not the legendary powerful being of the realm of extinction, but rather Long Yanran herself. Even if she were strong, she was merely at the realm of profound understanding. How could she dare to come alone to Luo Tian sect? Tisk, so you were sent to create a diversion. Where is that mysterious person behind you now? What scheme do they have? Forget it. I suppose I won't get anything out of you. However, I don't believe that the mysterious person would watch you fall without intervening. Taoist Luo Wu did not expect that the figure under the black robe would turn out to be Long Yanran, momentarily stunned. But soon he coldly laughed, or in any case that mysterious person could not possibly watch Long Yanran die without making a move, or else he would be left with nothing for his efforts. Though Long Yanran was surrounded by a seemingly defensive formation, Taoist Luo Wu did not pay it any heed. Such a portable formation, whether inscribed within a magic treasure or contained within an array disk, was likely just a yellow-grade formation, primarily serving to conceal one's aura and mislead others about their true level. And he was a full-fledged powerful being of the realm of extinction. A casual strike could easily break it. Die. If I see that waste Zhang Tianze on the road to the Yellow Springs, remember to tell him that I was truly blind to have cultivated him as the top disciple. Luo Tian Great Hand Seal. Taoist Luo Wu revealed a mocking expression, casually unleashing the high-grade, earth-level divine ability of Luo Tian sect. At the same time, he remained on guard against the sudden appearance of that mysterious powerful being intending to ambush him. In his hands, the technique unleashed at the realm of extinction was far superior to that of the third elder from the Guishu realm back in Moroa country. A gigantic handprint that covered the sky emerged, emanating a terrifying pressure that made many cultivators hundreds of miles away feel their scalps tingle, unable to resist the urge to flee. Even a mountain under this palm would likely be reduced to rubble. So terrifying. Is this the power of a being at the realm of extinction? From 100 miles away, I can feel the terrifying pressure contained in that handprint. Alas, Lung Yanran is doomed. Even if that mysterious powerful being intervenes now, it will be too late to save her. Lung Yanran faced the terrifying handprint of Luo Tian, yet she stood still, coldly gazing at Luo Tian Jinren. It was as if she had been stunned by the overwhelming pressure, losing the ability to flee. The many onlooking cultivators sighed at this scene, realizing that Lung Yanran's fate was already sealed. Even an ordinary strong practitioner of the silent destruction realm would not dare to withstand such a blow, let alone a mere Tongxian realm Lung Yanran. She was likely to be smashed into pieces, leaving no intact corpse behind. The power of the sect master. How dare a mere Tongxian realm offend our Luo Tian sect, utterly unaware of their impending doom? To witness the sect master unleash the sect's divine ability is worth it for this lifetime. The many disciples of Luo Tian sect immediately sparkled with excitement, as if they could already envision the scene of their master's victory. Several disciples even comprehended some insights from the divine ability personally demonstrated by Luo Wu Zhenren, their hearts racing with excitement. After today, they planned to enter seclusion and cultivate for a while, hoping to advance further in their training. Not only the disciples but many elders were also intently focused on the Luo Tian handprint displayed by their sect master. Even those strong practitioners of the Guisu realm could not help but gain some insights after witnessing their master in action. Such opportunities were rare. After all, as one of the four major sects of the northern region, Luo Wu Zhenren, as the sect master, rarely made a move. In fact, he hadn't shown himself in the past decade. This guy's cultivation has improved quite a bit. But it doesn't matter. After this secret realm, our Jinding sect will completely surpass the other three sects and become the undisputed #1 in the northern region. Yanchun Zhenren, seeing the power of that move, narrowed his eyes, slightly feeling a hint of crisis. Even if he were to respond, he could never withstand such a strike from Luo Wu Zhenren. As for the Tongxian realm Lung Yanran, her fate was undoubtedly death. At the same time, Yanchun Zhenren expanded his divine sense, as much as possible, always on guard against any potential attacks from mysterious strong practitioners. Finally, the Luo Tian handprint descended upon Lung Yanran, or more precisely upon the barrier in front of her. Everyone had no illusions about that barrier, believing that it could not withstand even for a moment. Boom! Buzz! A tremendous sound echoed, causing the many disciples on the square of Luo Tian sect to quickly cover their ears, nearly bursting their eardrums from the terrifying aftershock. But as everyone focused their eyes, wanting to see how tragically Lung Yanran would end up, they were all dumbfounded. Each of them widened their eyes, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an ostrich egg. This is impossible. I must be dreaming. Yes, I must be dreaming. How is it that Lung Yanran is completely unharmed? They saw Lung Yanran still looking coldly at Luo Wu Zhenren, while the barrier in front of her lit up with countless golden inscriptions, the moment it came into contact with the Luo Tian handprint, completely dissipating the full force of that strike. This scene was clearly beyond the comprehension of everyone. Not only could the many scattered cultivators and Luo Tian sect disciples and elders not understand, even Luo Wu Zhenren himself was momentarily taken aback. His strike was a full-powered attack without holding back at all. He understood better than anyone how terrifying its power was, but it was completely absorbed by that barrier. No, this isn't an array formation. This is a defensive treasure above the heavenly grade. I didn't expect the one behind you to be so generous as to give you such a precious heavenly grade defensive treasure. However, activating such a treasure requires a tremendous amount of spiritual energy that a mere Tongxian realm cultivator like you cannot sustain. As long as I kill you, this treasure will belong to this sect master. Luo Wu Zhenren was momentarily stunned, his mind racing through countless possibilities, and finally he had a revelation. The only possibility for such efficacy was a heavenly grade treasure. He could think of no other possible existence. But activating a heavenly grade treasure required an immense amount of spiritual energy. A single Tongxian realm cultivator like Lung Yanran would likely not be able to activate it many times. As long as he launched a few more attacks, he could deplete her spiritual energy, and then the treasure would be his. Thinking of this, Luo Wu Zhenren couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. Originally, he thought that losing the chief disciple and missing out on the resources in the secret realm would set Luo Tian sect back by 200 years. But if he could obtain a heavenly grade treasure, then everything would be different. With the heavenly grade treasure, he could still make Luo Tian sect the #1 sect in the northern region, and he himself would become the strongest in the northern region. All of this could be attributed to that mysterious person. How generous. Hiss? So that's how it is. I didn't expect Lang Ren actually possesses a heavenly grade treasure. It seems that such a precious heavenly grade treasure has never appeared in our northern region. Even the 4 major sects can only bring out earthly grade treasures at most, or today has truly opened my eyes. Upon hearing Luo Wu Zhenren's words, everyone immediately displayed expressions of realization. Yet this scene fell into Lang Yanren's eyes, making her feel as if she were looking at a group of idiots with missing brains. If they knew that the so-called precious heavenly grade treasure in their mouths was merely a portable defensive array plate made by her master on a whim, she wondered how they would feel. But none of that mattered anymore, for after today these people would likely never have the chance to act foolishly or be surprised again. Seeing Luo Wu Zhenren with a confident expression preparing to attack again, Lang Yanran also made her move. She gently patted the storage pouch at her waist, and a jade pendant appeared in her hand. A jade slip for storing divine abilities. How naive to think of using such a thing against Luo Tian sect. I really don't know whether to praise her for being cute or to say she is foolish. The crowd burst into laughter at this scene. But only one person's expression suddenly became excited. Lung Zhan had personally witnessed the terrifying power that the jade pendant in Lang Yanren's possession could unleash. However, soon Lung Zhan's expression stiffened. Even if that strike had extraordinary power, Luo Tian sect was such a large sect, and there was also the protective grade array. It was unlikely that a single jade pendant could solve the situation, right? You don't have to worry. I won't kill you first. I want you to witness the entire Luo Tian sect's destruction before your eyes, leaving you as the last one to accompany them. Spreading rumors about my master and tarnishing my master's reputation, you despicable ants. Lang Yanran, holding the jade pendant, cast a cold glance at Luo Wu Zhenren. Seeing him on guard, she boldly informed him that this strike would not be aimed at him. With a slight lift of her wrist, she threw the jade pendant toward the direction of Luo Tian sect's protective grade array. Buzz! Seeing Lang Yanran suddenly throw a jade pendant towards the protective formation of the Luo Tian sect, the disciples of the Luo Tian sect showed no signs of worry. Their protective formation was of high-grade earth level. Even a master of the Tribulation Transcendence realm would find it hard to break through. How could they be shaken by a divine ability contained within a mere jade pendant? Yet as the jade pendant cracked open, the divine ability revealed itself, and a terrifying aura swept across hundreds of miles. A relatively small heavenly steel manifested, and it continued to grow until it reached 3,000 feet in height, at which point it ceased expanding. The heavenly steel was inscribed with lifelike images of ferocious celestial demons. Though it was merely an inanimate object, everyone present felt as if they were being targeted by those 10 fierce demonic figures. The terrifying murderous aura emanating from it made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Cultivators below the Transcendence realm could not withstand the fear and fell directly to their knees. Even the experts of the Transcendence realm felt their legs tremble. The masters of the Returning Ruins realm fared slightly better, yet they still felt their backs soaked with cold sweat, and beads of sweat continued to pour from their foreheads. But the most shocked were the real person Luo Wu and the real person Yang Chun standing on the square. As masters of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, they felt that terrifying power most acutely. This attack could only be unleashed by a powerhouse at the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, and the grade of this divine ability was at least a heavenly level technique. How could such a divine ability appear in the barren northern region? This is impossible. Quick, channel your spiritual energy into the formation to resist this strike together. This divine ability is not simple. The elders of the Luo Tian sect were the first to react quickly, instructing the many disciples to channel their spiritual energy into the protective formation as if it were free. As the heavenly steel fully took shape, it suddenly smashed down towards the protective formation of the Luo Tian sect. Boom! With a crash, as the 3,000-foot steel, filled with murderous intent, fell, cracks instantaneously appeared in the protective formation of the Luo Tian sect. On the brink of collapse, the formation was visibly weakening and nearing destruction, causing many elders and disciples to spit out mouthfuls of blood. Although the feedback from the formation was minimal, it still inflicted considerable harm on them. Go! Ultimately, it was the real person Yang Chun on the square, who, seeing the situation was dire, hurriedly summoned his spiritual energy from the 5th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm into the formation, stabilizing it at last. The terrifying heavenly steel gradually dissipated, transforming into specks of black light. After that strike, the protective formation of the Luo Tian sect, even with all the spiritual energy gathered from the entire sect and the intervention of the real person Yang Chun, still suffered severe damage. Out of 10 formation nodes, 7 had been shattered, and it was glaringly on the brink of being rendered useless. Restoring it to its original state would require countless resources, manpower, and time. Fortunately, they managed to intercept that terrifying blow. If not for the quick reactions of the crowd, it is likely that the terrifying heavenly steel would have indeed breached the formation, killing half of the Luo Tian sect's disciples. His so terrifying. When that dreadful divine ability appeared, I thought I saw my master, who has ascended for many years, beckoning to me. Friend, are you all right? You don't look too well. Cough him fine. Let me go to the woods and change my trousers, then I'll explain everything to you. As the heavenly steel faded, the cultivators felt the near-death sensation finally dissipate, each experiencing a feeling of having survived a calamity. Looking at Long Yanran, their eyes involuntarily filled with a hint of fear. They never expected this. Long Yanran not only possessed a heavenly-level defensive treasure, but could also produce such a terrifying jade pendant. It's a pity that even such a fearsome jade pendant couldn't breach the protective formation of the Luo Tian sect. Ultimately, the gap in strength was just too vast. Heh, so terrifying. Is this your trump card? No wonder you dared to reveal yourself in my Luo Tian sect. If that last strike had targeted me, I fear I would have met my end right there. It's just a pity that you were too greedy and underestimated the protective formation of my Luo Tian sect. Real person Luo Wu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing a stiff smile. His voice trembled slightly. Fortunately, that strike was not directed at him. It was simply too terrifying. Such means should only exist within sacred cultivation grounds. How could it nearly destroy the protective formation of the Luo Tian sect? But he did not believe that the other party could use such a life-saving trump card a second time. To unleash a full-force strike of the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, the preciousness of this jade pendant was likely worth all the wealth of the Luo Tian sect combined. He simply could not believe the other party could produce a second one. Tisk, I already told you sparing your life is just to let you witness the destruction of the Luo Tian sect. However, your sect's formation actually managed to withstand a blow. I must admit I am somewhat impressed. Long Yanran observed everyone's reactions clearly, as they all believed she could not produce a second jade pendant. Then she would not hold back. According to her master's teachings, cover the area with firepower, leaving no one alive. Yet she was still somewhat surprised that the Luo Tian sect was able to withstand a strike with their protective formation. But upon realizing that the power contained in this jade pendant was merely an attack suppressed by her master at the condensing chi realm, Long Yanran felt relieved. How many major realms did her master's divine ability cross? Condensing Chi C, Void Flight, Transcendence, Returning Ruins, Tribulation, Transcendence. Long Yanran nearly lost count. Again she patted the storage pouch at her waist. This time, she had no intention of taking her time. In one go, she retrieved 30 jade pendants containing the divine ability of the heavenly steel. As for the 50 pendants containing the celestial demon finger, they were suitable for single target attacks, and were not suitable for area suppression, so she did not rush to use them. The 30 pendants, identical to the ones before, hovered around Long Yanran's waist like a belt made of jade. The pendants emitted wisps of murderous aura, and coupled with Long Yanran's black-robed appearance, and the 2 horns on her head, everyone felt as if they were gazing upon a demon. 30 of them, are you joking? That terrifying divine ability jade pendant from earlier, she still has a full 30 of them. One strike nearly shattered the protective formation of the Luo Tian sect. If 30 of them were to fall, wouldn't they flatten the entire mountain? Seeing the long line of jade pendants, everyone felt their minds flood with blood, losing their ability to think. The only thought in their hearts was to flee. The further they escape, the better. The numerous onlookers among the cultivators, upon seeing the 30 jade tokens, felt a rising sense of regret in their hearts. Could such a high-level confrontation be something they could merely observe? What if that cold Yanran accidentally tossed one of the jade tokens awry, sending it in their direction? That would truly be a death sentence. Even the protective formation of the Luo Tian sect, one of the 4 major sects in the northern region, was nearly shattered by that strike. They certainly did not believe they could withstand the terrifying blow of the heavenly monument. However, the ones most panicked were clearly not them. It was the many disciples and elders atop the Luo Tian sect's plaza. Even including the real person of Daoxuan, everyone turned pale with fear at the appearance of those 30 jade tokens. They had barely managed to fend off a single blow with all their might, relying on the sect's grand formation, and now there were 30. How could they possibly handle this? If it were true, it would be nothing short of a massacre. A massacre devoid of any suspense. Impossible. Those jade tokens are so precious, containing the full force strike of the 9th layer of the realm of annihilation. How could there be so many? You must be bluffing. These are all fake, all fake. If I kill you, once you die, everything will come to an end. Seeing the 30 jade tokens appear, Luo Wu, the true person, nearly went mad. Although he questioned whether Yanran's jade tokens were fake, cold sweat was already streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. Luo Tian, Great Hand Seal. Blood refining slash. Mystical demonic explosion. In that moment, the only solution Luo Wu could think of was to eliminate the cold Yanran before him. That way all danger would be gone. He wanted to see just how long a mere Shenjing cultivator like Yanran could sustain that heavenly defense artifact. He unleashed all his cultivated divine abilities towards her. Yet throughout it all Yanran never even glanced at him, completely confident in the defensive formation bestowed upon her by her master. Ignoring the frenzied Luo Wu, Yanran merely flicked her fingers at her waist, launching one jade token after another, each containing the power of the heavenly monument towards the peak of the Luo Tian sect. As the jade tokens flew out one by one, exploding and forming terrifying heavenly monuments as before, everyone was left dumbfounded. It was actually true. All 30 jade tokens were genuine. They contained the same divine abilities as the previous token with no reduction in power. A full 30 heavenly monuments gathered above Luotian Peak, each towering 3,000 zhang high, casting a shadow that obscured the sun, which had already been scarce, and enveloping the Luotian sect in a massive gloom. Run, quickly escape. Elders, quickly deactivate the protective formation and let us out. This is something that human strength cannot withstand. Let me out now. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I still have a bright future ahead, let me go. In an instant, chaos erupted within the Luotian sect, with every disciple exerting all their strength to escape, fleeing from the coverage of those 30 heavenly monuments. Even the elders were no exception. The moment the heavenly monuments revealed themselves, they reacted faster than the disciples, deactivating the protective formation at once and desperately fleeing with all their might to distance themselves from this place. Among them, the one running the fastest was Yangchuan, a master of the realm of annihilation. Along the way, he didn't even have time to dodge, directly colliding with several panicked Luotian sect disciples, turning them into a mist of blood. Buzz, buzz. With a resounding noise, the 30 heavenly monuments inexorably descended towards the ground. Boom! The successive roars shook the earth within a 500-mile radius, while countless cracks appeared on the ground. Until the 30 heavenly monuments completely landed centered on the peak of the Luotian sect, a full 100-mile radius was crushed to the ground, leaving only one heavenly monument after another, exuding a thick aura of death and overwhelming pressure. The original mountains and forests had turned into a vast expanse of heavenly monument piles spanning 100 miles. Not a single disciple or elder of the Luotian sect could survive this devastating blow. Only Yangchun managed to stagger through the air covered in blood. He had barely evaded the strike of the heavenly monuments by using secret techniques. However, as the 30 heavenly monuments fell, the residual force nearly shattered his body, leaving him covered in horrifying wounds and in a state of utter disarray. The Luotian sect is gone. Of course, with 30 such terrifying divine abilities unleashed together, even 10 or 100 Luotian sects would hardly withstand it. The Luotian sect was really exterminated. Fortunately, we hid far enough. Just now, I saw many cultivators who were not from the Luotian sect also perish within that 100-mile radius, wanting to get closer to seize opportunities, but now they can't even find a corpse. In an instant, everyone trembled as they gazed at the 30 heavenly monuments within the 100-mile radius, those with slightly weaker mental states even fainting from fear. Along with the fall of the Luotian sect, many scattered cultivators who aimed to gain benefits from a closer distance also perished indiscriminately under that bombardment. By the way, I just saw Luo Wu unleash his full divine abilities against that cold Yanran. I wonder what the result was. Could it be that, after the extermination of the Luotian sect, Yanran also perished at the hands of Luo Wu? Suddenly someone recalled something. All of their attention had been drawn by those 30 terrifying divine abilities, leaving them no time to pay attention to Luo Wu's attack on Yanran. Now hearing someone remind them, all eyes turned back to Yanran and Luo Wu. Unexpectedly, Yanran stood there with a cold expression, completely unharmed, the defensive shield firmly protected. Evidently, the 3 divine abilities just now had not breached the shield. Demoness? You wicked sorceress! Die! Die for the sect master! After a moment of hesitation, Luo Wu completely lost his mind, unleashing all his spiritual power. His hair disheveled, his face twisted in rage. Today you'll see if you can withstand the sect master's self-detonation at the 5th layer of the realm of annihilation. Luo Wu shouted, embodying a resolve to face death. Seeing this made Yanran slightly furrow her brow as she placed her hand on the storage pouch at her waist. If the defensive formation couldn't withstand the self-detonation of a powerful being from the realm of annihilation, she would activate the teleportation formation to escape at the first opportunity. However, after Luo Wu shouted, he suddenly turned and used his utmost speed to flee in the opposite direction from How imposing Master Luo Wu sounded when he shouted, yet how disheveled he appeared in his flight. People couldn't help but feel respect for Master Luo Wu, a powerful figure of the silent realm, who was unafraid of death and willing to self-destruct for the sake of avenging his disciples. Many admired Master Luo Wu, believing that although the Luotian sect was annihilated, with no one surviving, the spirit of the Luotian sect and the essence of Master Luo Wu would live on forever. However, as Master Luo Wu fled in a panic, everyone froze, their words of admiration stuck in their throats. What the hell? This shameless old man is actually pulling this trick. The most shocked was Yang Chun, who was also a master of the Silent Realm. Seeing Master Luo Wu, a master of the 5th stage of the Silent Realm and the leader of one of the 4 major sects intending to self-destruct for vengeance, Yang Chun felt a pang of melancholy and a personal connection to the situation. But to his surprise, that old fool turned tail and ran. Damn it! Once Yang Chun realized this, he couldn't sit still, and chose to flee in the opposite direction of Master Luo Wu. After all that, cold Yen Ran's attention was fully on Master Luo Wu, leaving her no time to attack him. Given enough time, he believed that with his 5th stage of the Silent Realm, he could surely break through this restrictive formation. He had originally come to assist the Luo Tian sect merely for his own gain. He never intended to exert much effort and only planned to watch from the sidelines. But who would have thought that the Luo Tian sect had provoked a monster? Not only did it possess a heavenly grade defensive treasure, but it also had 30 jade pendants that could unleash strikes equivalent to the full power of the 9th stage of the Silent Realm. Even if he called upon his Jin Ding sect facing the terrifying bombardment just now, they would only end up as cannon fodder. He had no desire to confront Yen Ran anymore. His only thought was to escape quickly and return to the Jin Ding sect to hide, hoping that this cold Yen Ran and her mysterious powerful ally would not come after them. Seeing Master Luo Wu's panicked escape, a faint smile finally appeared on Yen Ran's lips. She did not rush to pursue, but instead slowly descended to carefully inspect between the 30 heavenly steels. My master has said that not a single survivor should be allowed, and I cannot be careless. Yen Ran muttered her master's instructions as she meticulously checked every gap between the heavenly steels. In the end, she found that there were absolutely no survivors. Whether juniors below the Transcendence Realm or elders at the Transcendence and Returning Ruins Realm, all had perished under this bombardment, leaving no bones behind. Even an elder of the Returning Ruins Realm, though he somehow survived the strike, was still crushed by the aftermath, dying a tragic death. It would have been better to die directly under the heavenly steels. Why suffer more pain? Yen Ran showed no sympathy and casually remarked, waving her hand to unleash a wave of spiritual energy that shattered the body into a pile of fragments, preventing any potential trickery. She would not be careless regarding her master's orders and could not leave any loose ends. Observers of the battle from afar felt their temples throbbing as they witnessed this horrifying scene. This was simply a demon. She had easily annihilated the Luo Tian sect, one of the 4 major sects of the northern region, and remained so calm, showing no emotional fluctuations. Moreover, she didn't even regard the fleeing Master Luo Wu, unsure whether she thought she couldn't catch him, or if she had exhausted her trump cards. After a long time, Yen Ran finally finished inspecting the grove of heavenly steels, feeling relieved. Raising her head to look in the direction of Master Luo Wu's escape, she flew away slowly and unhurriedly. At that moment, Master Luo Wu's eyes were bloodshot as he continually unleashed his magical powers against the barrier before him. The seemingly fragile, transparent barrier did not waver at all when struck by his magical powers, let alone— Damn it! What kind of formation is this? Could it be a heavenly grade formation? Impossible. How could they have set up a heavenly grade restriction formation right under my nose without my knowledge? And setting up a heavenly grade formation is incredibly difficult. It can't possibly be done in just half a month. Could it be? Is this a conspiracy that has been plotted against my Luo Tian sect for decades? Hiss! Master Luo Wu had exhausted most of his spiritual energy, but saw no hope of breaking the formation. This restrictive formation's barrier was much sturdier than their Luo Tian sect's protective formation. Despair filled his heart in an instant. He couldn't help but speculate how the opponent managed to accomplish this, but no matter how he thought, he found no answers. Just then, a figure quietly appeared behind him. Master Luo, the Luo Tian sect is now annihilated, or rather it is only missing you now. How does it feel to watch your sect perish before your very eyes? Isn't it unpleasant? But this can only be blamed on you for bringing this upon yourself. I originally wanted to give you a quick death, but you dared to speak out arrogantly and slander my master, and that deserves punishment. Yen Ran calmly gazed at Master Luo Wu, speaking with a cold tone, as if listing his crimes. Her arrival naturally signified the end of Master Luo Wu. Who is this master you speak of? And when was this formation set up? Have you long harbored ill intentions against my Luo Tian sect? Master Luo Wu showed a look of panic, as if realizing that escape was futile. He stopped resisting, and instead stared at Yen Ran, questioning her. Advanced planning. I'm sorry, everything today was merely done on a whim by my master. As for my master's name, you are not worthy to know. All right, Master Luo, it's time to move on. Don't keep your disciples waiting too long on the road to the yellow— Yen Ran's expression remained calm, her disgust for Master Luo Wu growing as he dared to say that her master took her as a disciple for ulterior motives. Her master was such a gentle person, wholeheartedly devoted to her without asking for anything in return. How dare this damned Master Luo Wu slander her master? Unforgivable. Without any hesitation, Yanran flicked the jade pendant in her hand toward Master Luo. Master Luo Wu immediately focused all his attention on that jade pendant. He already knew the terror contained within the powers of the pendant. Though the heavenly steel was powerful due to it not being a magical power cast by Yanran herself, its flexibility was not very high. If he found the right opportunity, he might just be able to evade that strike and have it hit the barrier behind him, using it to break through and escape. Master Luo Wu secretly harbored a clever plan in his heart, hoping to use the terrifying heavenly monument divine ability contained within the jade pendant to break through this barrier. If it indeed unfolded as he envisioned, the collision between the heavenly monument and the barrier might allow him to escape successfully. After all, with the power of the heavenly monument at the 9th level of the void obliteration realm, even if it couldn't completely shatter the barrier, it would be sufficient to create a gap. Even the other cultivators could not help but feel a glimmer of hope upon witnessing this scene. At this moment, Long Yanran was perceived as a merciless female demon by everyone present. They all wished to flee from this barrier and get as far away from this female demon as possible. Otherwise, who knew if she would deal with them scattered cultivators after finishing off Master Luo Wu? Unfortunately, Master Luo Wu's plan did not succeed. A hint of mockery flashed in Long Yanran's indifferent gaze. She was not a foolish person. How could she not see through Master Luo Wu's intentions? The jade pendant contained not the heavenly monument divine ability, but rather the heavenly demon finger. With a crisp sound of crack, the jade pendant shattered, unleashing the divine ability within. It's coming. No, this isn't the previous divine ability. Master Luo Wu heightened his focus to the utmost, preparing to evade, but as the pendant shattered, he panicked. As the jade pendant broke, a solidified chaotic heavenly demon emerged, exuding a thick aura of malevolence, its blood-red eyes fixated directly on Master Luo Wu. Just by locking eyes with that heavenly demon, Master Luo Wu felt as though he was staring into a sea of corpses and blood, losing all control over his own body. He could only tremble, continuously witnessing the heavenly demon slowly extend a finger towards his forehead. PFF. With a soft sound, the heavenly demon's finger touched the center of Master Luo Wu's brow. In an instant, Master Luo Wu ceased to tremble, maintaining his original posture, his eyes frozen in the expression of terror from that final moment. After that single touch, the heavenly demon dissipated into malevolent energy, as if it had never existed. Yet the hole in Master Luo Wu's brow served as a reminder to all that the terrifying presence was no mere illusion. Without external support, Master Luo Wu's body fell straight down, plummeting from hundreds of meters in the air to the ground. Without the enhancement of spiritual energy, he was instantly reduced to a grotesque form. That single touch not only severed all his vital energy, but also instantly obliterated his divine sense. Even those with soul-preserving divine abilities would meet their demise when confronted by the heavenly demon finger. Indeed, a disgusting thing. Long Yanran frowned as she looked at the pool of blood and flesh that was once a human form on the ground. With a casual wave, a surge of spiritual energy swept through, turning it into blood mist. As the evening breeze blew by, the last trace of Master Luo Wu in this world vanished, leaving only a spatial ring behind. She then gently reached out and retrieved the spatial ring. After dealing with Master Luo Wu, Long Yanran supported her chin in thought. Now she had used less than half of what her master had given her, and the Luo Tian sect had been thoroughly exterminated. Should she bring the remaining items back, or should she utilize them to eliminate the remaining cultivators within the barrier? For a moment, Long Yanran felt a twinge of hesitation. Her master's command was to leave not a single person from the Luo Tian sect alive. If she killed these scattered cultivators merely caught up in the chaos, would it provoke her master's displeasure for causing unnecessary bloodshed? Meanwhile, all the scattered cultivators remaining within the barrier silently watched Long Yanran from afar, not daring to make a sound. If they knew that Long Yanran was currently conflicted about whether to annihilate them all, one could only wonder if they would still be so composed. By the way, it seems there was also a void obliteration realm expert who escaped from the Luo Tian sect earlier. He'll take care of that one as well. Being associated with the Luo Tian sect, it shouldn't be a problem to consider them as part of the Luo Tian sect. Suddenly, Long Yanran recalled the void obliteration realm expert who had escaped from the explosion covered in blood, and turned to fly in the direction of her memory. On her way, she passed by several peaks where the cultivators spotted Long Yanran and bowed respectfully. Fairy Lung is majestic. The Luo Tian sect offended Fairy Lung. Their extermination is self-inflicted. We hope Fairy Lung can spare us. We have no relation to the Luo Tian sect. Many cultivators could not help but plead for mercy, flattering Long Yanran. However, she paid no heed to their words, simply continuing her search for the void obliteration realm expert. Many cultivators guessed her intentions by observing her actions. Yet, a transcendence realm cultivator hunting for a void obliteration realm expert was indeed an eye-opening sight for them. However, not a single one doubted Lang Yanren's ability to kill a Void Obliteration Realm expert. Master Luo Wu, who had just been in the Void Obliteration Realm, was the best example. Meanwhile, Master Yangchun was hiding in a cave on a peak, secretly watching the searching Lang Yanran clearly a Transcendence Realm cultivator. He could easily crush on a regular day now made him so fearful that he dared not show his face. Damn you old ghost Luo Wu, what kind of monster have you provoked? Let me accompany you to your death, Luo Tian sect. I've suffered 8 lifetimes of bad luck. You should really die, old Luo Wu. Master Yangchun gnashed his teeth, trembling in the cave, cursing the Luo Tian sect incessantly in his... Wasn't it just a Void Obliteration Realm expert at the 3rd level they promised? Now that mysterious expert behind Lang Yanran hasn't even shown up, relying solely on Lang Yanran of the Transcendence Realm to flatten the Luo Tian sect and chase after him a Void Obliteration Realm cultivator was simply outrageous. Just as Master Yangchun wished he could pull Luo Wu back from the underworld to kill him 1,000 times, he suddenly sensed a gaze upon him. I've found you. Lang Yanran's expression was calm, as she looked toward a cave, a hint of a smile curling at the corners of her mouth. To Master Yangchuan, however, that smile was more terrifying than facing a demon. What terrified him was not the ferocity of the enemy's attack, but the fact that the enemy could kill him while smiling, as if he was merely a trifle. Seeing Lang Yanran slowly flying toward the cave, she even patted her waist pouch, retrieving a jade pendant identical to the one she used to kill Master Luo Wu. Master Yangchun immediately made up his mind and rushed out of the cave with determination, revealing a resolute expression as he faced Lang Yanran. Thud. He knelt down. Fairy Lung, I am Master Yangchun of the Jinding sect. I came to the Luo Tian sect today solely to discuss matters regarding the secret realm and have no intention of colluding with them. I beg Fairy Lung to spare my life. From now on, the Jinding sect will follow Fairy Lung's lead. Master Yangchun's voice, infused with spiritual power, echoed throughout the mountains. At the same time, he bowed 3 times to the approaching Lang Yanran with a loud thud. I only ask for the mercy of Fairy Lung, spare my life. As his head struck heavily against the hard rock, blood welled from the forehead of Yangchun Jinren. At this moment of begging for mercy, he dared not use his spiritual power to protect himself. His voice of pleading echoed through the valley, causing Lang Yanran, who originally intended to activate the jade pendant and directly annihilate him with the heavenly demon finger, to pause in surprise. She had initially thought he was a powerhouse from the Annihilation Realm, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be the leader of one of the 4 major sects. The Jinding sect was indeed on par in strength with the Luo Tian sect. If she could turn him to her advantage, he might indeed prove useful even for handling some trivial matters. For a moment, Lang Yanran found herself conflicted about whether to kill him. As for his claim that he came to the Luo Tian sect for the secret realm and not for collaboration, Lang Yanran did not care, regardless of his original intentions. After witnessing the miracle her master displayed today, he would no longer dare to harbor any thoughts of opposition. While Lang Yanran was in her dilemma, Yangchun Jinren dared not lift his head from the ground, his forehead glistening with a layer of fine sweat due to nervousness soaking the wound, and the stinging pain reminded him that at least he was still alive. Not only was Yangchun Jinren tense, but all the cultivators within the barrier were also anxiously watching Lang Yanran, eager to know her decision. If pleading for mercy proved effective, they would have to emulate Yangchun Jinren and kneel immediately. After all, cultivators cannot harden their knees too much. When it's time to kneel, one must kneel and not go against their own life. My master only instructed me to annihilate the Luo Tian sect. As for how you should be dealt with, I cannot make that decision. How about we see what my master intends? Lang Yanran casually glanced at Yangchun Jinren, who was kneeling before her. More than half a month ago, she had nearly met her demise at the hands of 2 cultivators from the Tongxian realm. Although her talent was remarkable, her strength ultimately wasn't sufficient. Yet who would have thought that just a little over half a month later, one leader of the 4 major sects from the Annihilation Realm had already died at her hands, while another was kneeling before her. Lang Yanran clearly understood that all of this was thanks to her master. Without her master, she would have long been a skeleton in the illusory mountain, devoured by ferocious beasts. Whether or not to spare these people naturally depended on her master's will. Thank you, Fairy Lung, thank you, Fairy Lung. Upon hearing this, Yangchun Jinren's eyes lit up with hope. As long as she did not directly kill him, there was still a chance for rescue. After all, the Jinding sect was also one of the 4 major sects of the northern region. No, after the Luo Tian sect was annihilated, it had become one of the 3 major sects. Even if that great figure looked down upon their strength, they could still be useful for handling some matters. Moreover, he was very curious to see what kind of powerful figure could produce so many precious magical jade pendants, allowing a Tongxian realm cultivator to annihilate the Luo Tian sect. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Lang Yanran slowly raised the jade pendant in her hand. Yangchun Jinren was stunned and flustered. What was she going to do? I cannot directly contact my master, but this jade pendant was crafted by my master and represents my master. If this jade pendant is facing up, you may live. If it is facing down, I am sorry, but I can only ask you to join the others from the Luotian sect on your journey. Lung Yanran said this in a very calm manner, and after speaking she lightly tossed the jade pendant at her feet. Yangchun Jinren, seeing the pendant fall, almost panicked and attempted to escape. My little ancestor, don't you know the immense power contained within this jade pendant? Do you think this is just a copper coin? If she accidentally shattered the jade pendant and activated the magic within, he wouldn't even have the chance to see whether it was facing up or down. He would directly meet his end. Ding dong. With a crisp sound, Yangchun Zenren's heart twitched, and he tightly closed his eyes, fearing the activation of the jade pendant. Fortunately, the material of this jade pendant was quite special and did not shatter from a light fall. The pendant slowly turned on the ground, and everyone stretched their necks, intently watching whether it would ultimately be facing up or down. This was closely related to their lives. As the jade pendant finally stopped turning, the result was revealed. Phew! It's facing up, it's facing up. Great, we are saved. Whoa, the pants I brought are already insufficient. This is too thrilling, simply too thrilling. I really can't handle this kind of excitement at my age. Everyone, don't just stand there, quickly thank Fairy Lung for sparing our lives. At that moment, upon seeing the jade pendant's result was facing up, everyone seemed to have achieved a tremendous victory. Many were moved to tears. They all respectfully bowed towards Lung Yanran. They had no doubt that if the jade pendant had turned out facing down, this cold-faced demoness would have mercilessly annihilated everyone. No one questioned Lung Yanran's strength. At the very least, that mysterious powerhouse behind her certainly had the capability. Thank you. Thank you, Fairy Lung, for sparing our lives. Yangchun Jinren also let out a long breath, feeling as if he had been drained of all strength. Fortunately, he was kneeling and not standing, otherwise he would have collapsed directly to the ground. What was merely a gesture of tossing the jade pendant made everyone present feel as though they had walked through the gates of hell. No need to thank me. If you must thank someone, thank my master. Lung Yanran glanced at the limp Yangchun Jinren, casually summoned the jade pendant back into her hand, and stored it back into her storage pouch. Consider it that your lives are not yet meant to end. After casually dropping this sentence, Lung Yanran took out the array disc inscribed with the restriction formation, waved her hand over it, and closed the formation. The barrier that made everyone eager to escape immediately dissipated. In an instant, everyone hurriedly fled in all directions, not wanting to stay in this terrifying place any longer. If that demoness changed her mind, it would be disastrous. Even Yangchun Jinren wanted to leave quickly. Fairy Lung, may I leave? But looking at Lung Yanran before him, he could only cautiously ask. Go ahead. Lung Yanran casually replied. Upon hearing this, Yangchun Jinren felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and knocked his head 3 times in gratitude towards Lung Yanran. Finally, he stood up to leave. Wait a moment. Lung Yanran suddenly spoke, causing Yangchun Jinren, who had just taken off, to stumble and fall directly to the ground. His heart sank in fear. Did this demoness change her mind? What secret realm are you talking about? Apparently, he misunderstood Lung Yanran's intentions. Upon hearing that she was only inquiring about the secret realm, Yangchun Jinren finally let out a sigh of relief. Shuang Mountain, the Hall of Heavenly Dao. Chen Daoxuan reclined comfortably upon the Enlightenment Vine chair, watching system notifications flash across his awareness with quiet satisfaction. Cold Yanran, his senior disciple, has slain an enemy at the Tongxian realm's 7th heaven. Reward 7 system points. Cold Yanran has slain an enemy at the Guishu realm's 5th heaven. Reward 50 system points. A cascade of alerts erupted without pause. No further thought was needed. He knew instantly Luotian sect had been utterly overwhelmed by Yanran's onslaught. At last, the final notification chimed. Cold Yanran has slain an enemy at the Jimia realm's 5th heaven. Reward 500 system points. Cold Yanran has completely eradicated Luotian sect. Bonus reward 1000 system points. With those 2 final messages, the outcome of the battle became irrevocably clear. Luotian sect lay in ruins. Its Jimia realm patriarch had perished. He had not anticipated that annihilating an entire sect would yield such a generous bonus. 1000 system points was no trivial sum, equivalent to slaying 2 Jimia realm 5th heaven experts. A most unexpected boon. Display my profile. Chen Daoxuan silently commanded. Host Chen Daoxuan. Race unique physique, primordial Hongmeng Dao body. Cultivation art, chaotic heaven demon scripture perfected. Innate talent Hongmeng. Cultivation realm, Qi condensation realm 8th heaven. System points 4399. His total had more than doubled, from barely over 2,000 to this staggering figure. If converted entirely into cultivation years, it would grant him over 4 millennia of advancement. The patriarch's demise and the sect eradication bonus alone accounted for 1500 points. Several Guishu realm elders added several hundred more. As for Tongxian realm disciples, and those below, they contributed little to his tally. TCH, only 2,000 points. Isn't Luo Tian sect touted as one of the 4 great sects? How could its ranks be so thin? My mistake. Chen Daoxuan frowned, dissatisfied with the modest yield. He was deeply unimpressed by Luo Tian sect's strength, disappointed even that so few formidable foes had stood before them. Yet when he recalled that the entire operation had cost him merely 200 system points, his frustration eased. From now on I must send Yanran forth more often. Any arrogant sect foolish enough to cross her path is nothing but living system points. System. Convert the remaining 399 points into cultivation years. He resolved inwardly once Yanran returned, he would dispatch her again without delay. She could not remain idle upon the mountain forever. True, he gained both cultivation years and system points whenever his disciples broke through, but righteous deeds, or shall we say decisive justice, proved far more lucrative. Frustrated by his lowly station, merely chi condensation realm just one step above the body refinement realm, he immediately spent 399 system points to acquire 399 years of cultivation. 399 years of cultivation acquired. Host's realm ascended Chi Si realm, first Chi Si realm, first heaven, 3 centuries of cultivation, and only 2 realms gained. Chen Daoxuan froze stunned. Granted, each minor breakthrough in chi condensation required a century, but the Chi Si realm wasn't vastly superior. Surely 2 centuries should suffice for 1 heaven. He had expected, at minimum, to reach Chi Si realm 2nd heaven. Yet reality proved otherwise. Each minor ascension here demanded a full millennium of cultivation. This is outrageous. If the Chi Si realm demands 1,000 years per heaven, what of the sky-soaring realm, the Guishu realm, the Jimia realm? Are you mocking me, system? Chen Daoxuan stood paralyzed. Not in awe but in existential shock, as he hurled question after question into the void. Ding! Every cultivator's physique differs. Your Chi Si realm transcends all known interpretations within this world. Its true power remains for you to verify firsthand. For now, please examine your Chi Si closely. Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's face darkened. Each physique differs. Yanran had surged through heavens like clockwork, 1 per day, even reaching Tongxian realm, and yet he, her master, required 1,000 years of cultivation for a single minor breakthrough in the Chi Si realm. Thank the heavens he could bypass natural cultivation via the system. Otherwise such a path would have been Still compelled by the system's words, he turned his divine sense inward toward his Dantian. Though within the hall of Heavenly Dao he reigned as an omnipotent sovereign, unbound by mortal limits, his physical body remained stubbornly rooted in Chi condensation realm with no Chi Si yet formed. Now peering inward he faltered, bewildered. Where is my Chi Si? System, show yourself. You promised a Chi Si realm, then give me a Chi Si. No wonder his outrage ran deep. Gazing inward, he found only void where his Dantian should reside. No ocean, no sea, no sign of cultivation at all. What you perceive is your Chi Si. Look again, more carefully. The system responded at last reluctantly, as if pried from silence. Though displeased, Chen Daoxuan obeyed, reaching his divine sense deeper still, only to meet the same abyssal emptiness. Then, hesitation, a faint glimmering speck, then another. He stilled, then drew his divine sense closer, closer still, until impossibly it pierced the void itself and entered the Dantian's infinite expanse. Is this my Chi Si? Stunned, he beheld not water or energy, but a boundless cosmos, swirling galaxies, spiraling nebulae, infinite starfields. Those faint shimmering specks were stars, countless suns scattered across an unfathomable celestial. Suddenly his divine sense burned with searing heat. He traced the source, and recoiled. Damn it, there's a sun? Long moments passed before he withdrew his divine sense. Silence fell. Not of confusion but of awe. Was this truly a Chi Si? Yes, and infinitely more. 1,000 years per heaven. Fine. He accepted it. Gladly. It was worth every moment. Why are you shaking? Abruptly he realized the enlightenment vine chair beneath him trembled violently. Through its creeping vines the enlightenment tea tree conveyed a trembling message. Master's aura, just now, was terrifying. I'm afraid. Listening to the Wudao tea tree in his mind, expressing its fear, Chen Daoxuan's mouth twitched. How can a tea tree be afraid? He couldn't help but mutter softly, yet he still retracted his aura. With the terrifying presence gone, the Wudao tea tree finally stopped shaking. In his heart he thought how frightening the master was. Just moments ago, within his perception, the master seemed like an entire world emanating an overwhelming aura. Perhaps even the mighty beings above the 5th level of the Jimmy realm would not perceive the master's terror, but as the Wudao tea tree, he was sensitive to all kinds of auras and Dao rhythms, and that feeling of facing an entire world had truly frightened him. Strange, there hasn't been any new notifications for a long time. Why hasn't Yanran returned? Chen Daoxuan felt a bit confused. Logically, Since the system had already notified him of the extermination of the Luotian sect, Yanran should have returned directly using the teleportation array. Why hasn't anyone shown up for so long? However, thinking that Yanran had many trump cards given by him, and if she encountered danger the system would provide warnings, Chen Daoxuan simply stopped worrying and continued to sleep soundly. After breaking through to the Qi realm, sleep has become even more refreshing, not bad. After destroying the Luotian sect, Lung Yanran indeed rushed back immediately, but she did not use the teleportation array. In her view, this array was a life-saving means left to her by her master. Although it seemed effortless for her master to create, she was unwilling to waste it. Things given by her master should be conserved. As Lung Yanran left, the news of the Luotian sect's annihilation rapidly spread throughout the northern region. As one of the four major sects, the destruction of the Luotian sect and the fall of its master Luo Wu at the 5th level of the Jimmy realm was such a significant event that it couldn't be concealed, especially since Lang Yanran had no intention of hiding it. What? The Luotian sect, one of the four major sects, has been exterminated. Brother, do you know what you are saying? I advise you not to spread such rumors everywhere. If the Luotian sect finds out, you won't have a good outcome. As if the Luotian sect could find out. Now the peak where the Luotian sect was located, no. The area within 100 miles of the Luotian sect is occupied by dozens of terrifying heavenly monoliths. As for the Luotian sect, it has long turned to dust. Even the master Luo Wu of the 5th level of the Jimmy realm has fallen. Where would the Luotian sect come? You're crazy, you're really crazy. Stay away from me, don't attract the Luotian sect's revenge and get me hurt. In a tavern in the capital of the Moro Kingdom, many people were discussing this matter, but most did not believe the authenticity of the news. In their view, the Luotian sect was one of the most powerful forces in the northern region. How could it be destroyed in a single day? It must be that the rumors about the Luotian sect's extermination circulating a few days ago have resurfaced. However, as many cultivators who had witnessed that battle near the Luotian sect returned to the capital of the Moro Kingdom, everyone was shocked. The Luotian sect is indeed no longer in existence. Not a single survivor was left. If it weren't for me kneeling quickly, I might have also been turned to dust by that cold demoness cold fairy. By the way, I advise everyone not to provoke the Lung family in this city. They are not to be trifled with. There are things I shouldn't say too much about, but in short, you should step aside. I need to buy some new pants. After going to the Luotian sect, all my pants were ruined. After many of those who personally witnessed the destruction of the Luotian sect spoke out, the people in the city reluctantly accepted the reality. After all, among these people were several masters of the Tongshan realm, who would not deceive them. Moreover, spreading rumors could provoke the revenge of the Luotian sect. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, the emperor of the Moro Kingdom also received reports from his subordinates. As the person most concerned about this matter, Wu Feiyang had sent several subordinates to the vicinity of the Luotian sect 2 days ago to confirm whether the Luotian sect would truly be exterminated today. What? The mysterious expert behind that cold Yanran has not even shown up, and merely cold Yanran went alone to annihilate the Luotian sect. An area with a shield that could cover 500 miles, even Jimmy realm experts could not break through. With just one strike, she nearly destroyed the Luotian sect's protective formation. What? She used that kind of power 30 times in a row. Even Luo Wu of the 5th level of the Jimmy realm was killed with one blow. Yang Chun Jinren was only able to escape after begging for mercy. Hiss. Wu Feiyang was already at a loss for words after hearing every detail of the report from his subordinate, not knowing how many times he had been shocked. No matter which message it was unbelievable. He had thought that this time the mysterious expert behind Cold Yanran would personally take action, yet that person didn't even show their face. Notify everyone from today onwards the status of the Lung family in the Moro Kingdom will be equal to that of the. All privileges will be granted to the Lung family, and any requests from them will be fulfilled. After a long time, Wu Feiyang regained his composure from the shock and immediately instructed his subordinates. Yes, I will take care of it right away. After that person left, Wu Feiyang tried to lift his teacup to take a sip to calm his shock, but found his arm uncontrollably shaking, spilling more than half of the tea. How terrifying. What kind of existence stands behind her? Such a person must not be offended. Even if there is no opportunity to curry favor, I must not let them harbor any dissatisfaction. Halt! Who dares intrude upon the Golden Cauldron sect? Na Gate disciple standing guard before the sect's mountain in trance spotted a blood-soaked Taoist master hurtling toward them at breakneck speed and immediately shouted in stern rebuke. Yet the figure showed no sign of slowing, barreling straight toward the mountain gate. In an instant, the disciples braced themselves to cry out enemy attack and prepare to summon reinforcements. But as the battered figure drew near, every gate disciple froze in stunned silence. And the sect master. And disciples pay homage to the sect master. Who could have imagined that their sect master, customarily radiant with immortal grace, always appearing as a peerless cultivator, would appear so utterly disheveled? And rise. No need for formalities. Master Yongchun had no patience for ceremony. With a perfunctory acknowledgement, he dismissed them and stepped through the mountain gate, only then allowing himself a fleeting sense of safety. Just thinking of that female demoness still sent chills down his spine. And had he not prostrated himself swiftly enough, he would surely now be wandering the Yellow Springs, crossing paths with the wretched elder Luo Wu. Sect Master, what has befallen you? N, were you ambushed by another sect? N, has the enemy pursued you? Shall we activate the sect's grand protective formation at once? The eldest among the gate disciples rose and hurriedly asked. N, no cause for alarm. N, this matter concerns you not, and under no circumstances must word of my present state spread. Understand. Master Yongchun took several deep breaths, steadying his spirit until his usual air of serene detachment returned. After issuing terse instructions to his disciples, he withdrew to his private cultivation cavern. A grim thought struck him: if that female demoness truly turned her wrath upon the Golden Cauldron sect, would the grand protective formation even stand a chance? And recalling the Luo Tian sect, whose strength rivaled their own, his temples throbbed with dread. That formation is utterly worthless. And under the onslaught of her divine arts, had I not fled swift as wind, I'd have perished alongside the Luo Tian sect. After cleansing himself within his cavern, Master Yongchun proceeded to the Grand Hall and summoned all senior elders currently residing within the sect. Sect Master, how did negotiations with the Luo Tian sect proceed? And no sooner had the elders assembled than one elder voiced the question, well aware that this was the purpose of the Master's recent journey. Negotiations are void. Never again speak of the Luo Tian sect, nor of any intended alliance between us. Remember this well. At the elder's first mention of the matter, Master Yongchun snapped sharply, forbidding further reference. To let that female demoness learn of it would spell utter ruin. So talks with Elder Luo Wu bore no fruit. And no matter, the Luo Tian sect's chief disciple has fallen, and within the secret realm they hold no competitive edge whatsoever. Though momentarily flustered by the Master's outburst, and puzzled by its intensity, the elder gave it little further thought. Compete? They have nothing left to compete with. And the Luo Tian sect has been eradicated, utterly annihilated. Annihilated. Do you comprehend? Before my very eyes, in less than a single breath, the entire Luo Tian sect was wiped from existence. Elder Luo Wu, the wretched old tortoise, is dead beyond resurrection. Mark this well: should you ever encounter a woman named Long Yenran, her brow crowned with twin horns, you must never oppose her. No. Do not even dare answer back nor gaze upon her longer than a heartbeat. Should I learn that any of you have provoked that celestial demoness, I shall flay you alive limb by limb. Is that understood? Master Yongchuan's eyes widened with raw terror as the horrifying memory surged forth, and he issued his commands to the assembled elders in a trembling, urgent voice. He dreaded nothing more than seeing that demoness appear before the Golden Cauldron sect's gates, especially if she carried yet another armful of divine art talismans and formation discs. The Luo Tian sect, annihilated. Do not repeat my words. Simply remember, avoid Long Yenran at all costs. Understood? Yais, we understand. In that moment, every high-ranking elder of the Golden Cauldron sect seared the name Long Yenran into their deepest memory. If their sect master could be reduced to such abject fear, none dared test her wrath. And beyond the Golden Cauldron sect, the other two paramount sects of the Northern Realm likewise received reports the Luo Tian sect had been obliterated by a lone female cultivator at the Profound Ascension Realm. At first, both sects dismissed the news outright. Some even scoffed in disbelief. Yet, as the rumor spread, wider and wider doubt crept in, and each dispatched trusted envoys to investigate the ruins of the Luo Tian sect. The envoys' findings left both sects utterly dumbfounded, and that very day they publicly declared absolute non-affiliation with the Luo Tian sect, pleading earnestly that the formidable cultivator who had raised it not hold them accountable. Upon the illusory Void Mountain, a graceful figure sped across the landscape. At the thought of her waiting master, Long Yenran's icy countenance softened, just slightly, into a rare, tender smile. She believed she had fulfilled her master's instructions flawlessly, and still retained numerous unused talismans and formation discs. And surely her master would praise her. Her expression now shimmered with the innocent, hopeful charm of a child awaiting commendation from a beloved elder. And were those cultivators who had witnessed her cold, unblinking annihilation of the entire Luo Tian sect to see her thus, they would shake their heads in disbelief, refusing to accept or propagate such a preposterous rumor. This could not possibly be the same celestial demoness who erased entire lineages without hesitation. Unimpeded by beasts or obstacles, Long Yenran arrived swiftly before the celestial Dao Hall, and glancing toward the enlightenment vine throne, she found, as expected, her master reclining there sound asleep. A quiet wonder stirred within her. How could a being of such transcendent power appear in daily life utterly detached from cultivation? He was either sipping tea or sleeping. She had never once seen him practice. And could it be that his cultivation was precisely this, the ordinary acts of drinking tea and resting? Enough. What cannot be fathomed need not be dwelled upon. Whatever her master did was by definition perfect. And tiptoeing to a respectful distance before him, Long Yanran made no move to awaken him. Drawing nearer, gazing upon his serene features, she felt her heart swell with reverence. How could such perfection exist in this world? Since meeting her master, all men in Long Yanran's eyes had faded into colorless insignificance, even provoking visceral revulsion. Without conscious thought, her crimson lips drifted gently forward. And gently, carefully, surely master will not awaken. Her cheeks flushed with nervous warmth. But seeing her master lost in slumber, she refused to forfeit such a rare golden opportunity. With resolve hardening, she steeled herself. Even if scolded upon awakening, it would be worth it. And moi. And oh, disaster. First attempt. No experience. Perhaps too much force. Though often coveted by many, Long Yanran had never experienced anything like this before. Just now she had exerted herself so much that she even let out a sound. In an instant, Long Yanran felt her face burning as if it were on fire. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. How could she have lost control and done such a thing to her master? This is bad. Her master would surely find out. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxuan rubbed his eyes, yawned, and sat up. You're back. His demeanor seemed as if he had just woken up, completely oblivious to Long Yanran's previous actions. The disciple has fulfilled the master's orders. The Luotian sect has been resolved. Seeing this, Long Yanran breathed a long sigh of relief, suppressing her embarrassment as she greeted her master. Good. You've worked hard this time. Go wash up in the spirit pool, and then come back to tell me about your experiences. Chen Daoxuan said this quite naturally. Ah! Wasn't the spirit liquid in the spirit pool all used up by the disciple? Long Yanran was momentarily taken aback. She had fully absorbed the precious spirit liquid from the spirit pool, leaving not a single drop behind. There is a gathering spirit formation set up by the master in the palace. Even if the spirit liquid is used up, it won't take long to condense another pool. Hurry and go. Chen Daoxuan noticed his disciple's confusion and chuckled lightly as he explained. Hearing this, Long Yanran couldn't help but marvel at her master's power. She never expected such precious spirit liquid was not a rare item. Even if it was used up, it could quickly regenerate another pool. Thus, she didn't refuse any longer, respectfully took her leave and entered the Great Hall. It wasn't until Long Yanran entered the Great Hall that Chen Daoxuan involuntarily touched the faint red mark left. My disciple seems a bit inappropriate. She actually dared to do something improper while the master. Could it be due to the influence of cultivating the chaotic heavenly demon techniques, charming heavenly demon path? Forget it, forget it. This time the master won't hold it against her. Chen Daoxuan's lips curled into a smile as he recalled the earlier scene, feeling no anger at all. Ever since Long Yanran entered the realm of the Heavenly Dao Palace, he had been aware of her presence. Naturally, he could not miss any of her actions. He wondered if, as she cultivated the charming heavenly demon path deeper, it would develop into a master-disciple conflict. Just thinking about it made Chen Daoxuan feel somewhat excited. Worried, yes, worried. In the spirit pool hall, Long Yanran shed her clothes and plunged into the pool, the cool spirit liquid alleviating some of the heat in her heart. But upon recalling how close she had come to being discovered by her master, her face flushed again. Long Yanran, your master saved your life, taught you primordial level techniques, and bestowed various precious divine items. How dare you show disrespect to your master and even think of taking advantage of her? Your mind must be going awry. Long Yanran submerged her entire body, including her head, in the spirit liquid, unable to suppress her regret over her previous actions. After soaking for a full hour, Long Yanran finally calmed down, returning to her usual cool demeanor. Stepping out of the spirit pool, Long Yanran originally intended to take out a clean dress from her storage pouch, but then she suddenly caught sight of something. She noticed a clothing rack had appeared in the spirit pool hall, neatly arranged with many garments. Most of them were clothes worn by her master, among which one set was casually tossed aside in the corner of the rack, as if it had just been changed by her master. It seemed her master had bathed in the spirit pool. As a disciple, isn't it reasonable to help the master wash her clothes? Long Yanran's previously suppressed heat flared up again upon seeing her master's garments. Pretending to stroll over, she gathered her master's clothes in her arms and walked toward the edge of the spirit pool. However, when she reached the edge, she hesitated to put down the clothes and begin washing. Instead, she buried her head in the clothes, sensing her master's scent, feeling as if she were in a trance. The scent of the master is so delightful. I'm a bit reluctant to wash them. By the way, with so many clothes left here, if one set goes missing occasionally, it shouldn't be noticed, right? Flushed Long Yanran ultimately decided to tuck that set of clothes into her storage pouch, though she had no idea what her intentions were. She didn't even realize a very serious problem ever since she began cultivating the chaotic heavenly demon technique and followed the charming demon path. She often found herself unable to resist thinking about risque things whenever she saw her master. Unable to make a move against her master, she could only extend her claws toward her master's clothes. Then she returned to the clothing rack, having just noticed that this rack not only had her master's clothes, but also some women's attire. In the Heavenly Dao Palace, there were only her and her master. It was clear these were prepared by her master for her. Her master is truly a thoughtful and gentle person. It's really overwhelming. It's a pity her master is like the bright moon in the sky, making it hard to dare reach out and touch. But these clothes are quite peculiar. I've never seen anything like them in the northern region. Lung Yanran looked at the neatly stacked women's clothing on the rack and curiously picked out a set. Why is the fabric so scant? Could these be the garments worn by the southern barbarians? After examining the clothes for a moment, Lung Yanran felt herself blush. She found these garments seemed to cover only certain key areas, leaving large areas of skin exposed, resembling what she had heard about the southern barbarians. Yet the texture of these garments felt like a thin black veil, as smooth and delicate as silk, not something the barbarian. Never mind, no matter how you look at it, they were specially prepared for me by my master. I can't waste her good intentions. Finally, Lung Yanran decided to change into the clothes her master had prepared. She even spent half a day figuring out how to wear these unfamiliar garments. After putting them on, Lung Yanran looked at herself in the bronze mirror in the spirit pool hall, and she couldn't help but be lost in thought. The clothes prepared by her master were indeed unique. They accentuated her already voluptuous figure, making it even more alluring. However, as it was her first time wearing such clothing, she felt a bit out of place. But thinking that her master was still waiting for her report on the situation, Lung Yanran dared not delay. She strode out of the great hall with long legs, heading towards the small pavilion. Chen Daoxuan sensed his disciple coming out and casually glanced over. Hiss? Chen Daoxuan believed that his temperament was already quite good. With the blessing of the Heavenly Dao Palace, even if he occasionally experienced emotional fluctuations, he would quickly regain his composure. However, upon seeing his disciple's attire, he was astonished. Now this is what you call a succubus? Chen Daoxuan gasped in surprise. A black silk evening gown revealing shoulders and back accentuated Lung Yanran's figure, making it appear even more curvaceous. Moreover, the sheer fabric just above her abdomen was slightly transparent, allowing not only the visibility of her sculpted waistline, but also faintly revealing the enchanting purple mark from cultivating the heavenly demon art. With the two demon horns on Yanran's head, the only difference from the succubus he had envisioned was the absence of black wings on her back. In that instant, Chen Daoxuan exclaimed that the system points were truly worth it. After Lung Yanran descended the mountain, he idly visited the Spirit Pool Palace to soak in the hot springs. Later, he casually set up a clothes rack in the Spirit Pool Palace and spent over 10 system points to exchange for several outfits, also preparing a few for Lung Yanran to hang on the rack. Initially, he thought that 1 system point per outfit was a bit expensive considering that it equated to a year of cultivation. But upon seeing Lung Yanran appear in the evening gown exchanged from the system, he felt it was worth every point. He even wished to exchange for more, after all, as a master who couldn't be poorer than their disciple. How could he let his disciple lack beautiful clothes to wear? Master! Master, what is wrong? Lung Yanran stood before her master, having greeted him, but noticed he was staring at her in silence. Feeling shy, she fiddled with the ends of her hair and softly called out twice. Oh, it's nothing. I was just pondering some difficult questions about cultivation and momentarily lost my focus. Did the clothes I prepared for you fit well? Chen Daoxuan finally regained his senses, quickly adjusting his expression and replying calmly. I see. I apologize, Master, for interrupting your thoughts earlier. The clothes you prepared for me fit perfectly, thank you, Master. Upon hearing that her master was contemplating a difficult cultivation issue, but was interrupted by her, Lung Yanran felt a wave of guilt. The cultivation problem that could be deemed difficult by her master must be of great importance. Not only did her master not blame her, but he even showed concern about whether her clothes fit well, which warmed Lung. Indeed, her master was the best man in the world. However, the fact that she secretly hid a set of her master's clothes must not be discovered. As she spoke, Lung Yanran bowed deeply to her master again. The sight of her snow-white form almost dazzled Chen Daoxuan's eyes. Ahem, as long as it fits, let's discuss the matters from this trip down the mountain. Yes, Master. Upon hearing her master mention serious matters, Lung Yanran's expression turned much more serious, as she began to report on the entire process of her trip down the mountain. While continuously reporting the news, she busily served tea for her master. Chen Daoxuan enjoyed the leisurely moment and thought to himself that having his disciple brew tea was indeed a delightful sight. Sipping tea by himself while listening to Lung Yanran's report, he occasionally nodded in appreciation of her. This time he did not let Lung Yanran drink tea with him, as the Dao Enlightenment tea was a divine item, and given Lung Yanran's current realm, it was still beyond her capacity to drink it as casually as he did. If she drank too much, it could easily backfire, causing her to lose her way in cultivation due to the tea's Dao rhythm. After a while, Lung Yanran had completely narrated the entire process of this trip. Chen Daoxuan then set down his teacup. Not bad, you did well. Since the Luo Tian sect has provoked my disciple Chen Daoxuan, they deserve death. Their extermination is merely their own doing. As for those wandering cultivators who want to join in the fun, there may be some kind-hearted individuals among them with a bit of merit. If all of them were to be eliminated, it would add to the karma and be detrimental to future cultivation. After hearing this, Chen Daoxuan commended his disciple for not exterminating all the onlooking wandering cultivators. Within the Heavenly Dao Palace, he was as omnipotent as the Heavenly Dao itself and naturally knew some secrets. If a person is malevolent, they would carry karmic burdens. While this might not have an immediate impact in the future, when trying to break through to higher realms, they could easily fall prey to inner demons and go astray. If their karmic burdens were too deep, they would even suffer divine retribution. Conversely, if a cultivator often performs good deeds and eliminates those with karmic burdens, they can gain some merit. Those with merit will find that whether in luck or during cultivation, things will go more smoothly, occasionally leading to unexpected surprises. Although these matters were still beyond Lung Yanran's current understanding, he did not wish for his disciple to face difficulties on their path to ascension due to karmic burdens during the tribulation. I didn't expect such rules to exist. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Lung Yanran was greatly shocked upon hearing her master's words, realizing that karmic burdens and merits were indeed real. She would never doubt her master's words, only feeling that her own realm was too low and her vision too narrow. By the way, Master, this ring is the storage ring of the Luo Wu Jinren. As for the other people's spatial treasures, they were all destroyed under your divine ability, Master. I only brought this one back. But this Luo Wu Jinren was truly wealthy enough to rival a nation. The treasures inside this ring could buy an entire Mo Luo kingdom. It's a pity that even the Luo Tian sect's treasure vault was destroyed. Lung Yanran suddenly thought of something and took out a ring, offering it to her master with both hands. Tisk, no worries. In my eyes, these are merely scraps of copper and iron and weeds. Chen Daoxuan was indifferent, thinking that what these cultivators possessed couldn't possibly be anything good. What he could casually exchange from the system was thousands of times better than their treasures. He casually took the ring and intended to store it in the system space. Suddenly an idea struck him, and he silently called upon the system. System, can this ring and the treasures inside be recycled into system points? Ding, recycling privileges have been activated after the host accepted a disciple. Including the spatial ring and the treasures inside, a total of 331 system points can be exchanged. Would you like to proceed with the recycling? Upon hearing the system's response, Chen Daoxuan quickly replied, yes, recycled, totaling 331 system points. Upon learning that the ring yielded 331 system points, Chen Daoxuan felt a wave of happiness. This meant he had more methods to earn system points in the future, but soon Chen Daoxuan felt a pang of heartache. Damn it, how many system points did this extermination of the Luo Tian sect cost me? I took a massive loss this time. Chen Daoxuan suddenly pounded his chest and stamped his feet, feeling the loss of over 1,000 system points. If he were to empty their treasury and gather all the spatial treasures from everyone, how many system points would that yield? At the very least, he would have 800 system points. Chen Daoxuan regretted deeply. Had he known it would come to this, he would not have created so many celestial tablet divine talismans to obliterate the Luo Tian sect. There were other ways to annihilate the Luo Tian sect and perhaps even leave behind some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Master, what's wrong with you? Seeing her master suddenly pound his chest twice with a pained expression, Lung Yanran was startled and hurriedly voiced. Not idle herself, she rushed to her master's side and knelt down to help rub his chest. Ah, it's nothing. I just recalled some heart-wrenching matters. By the way, our Tiandao Pavilion should prioritize frugality in the future. If we kill our enemies again, remember to retrieve all their treasures. After all, we must not waste, right? Chen Daoxuan was startled by Lung Yanran suddenly getting so close. He had not expected such a big reaction from her. He held down Lung Yanran's hand, signaling that he was fine and urging her to step back. After all, her hair occasionally brushed against his cheek, tickling him and making him somewhat uncomfortable. However, he did not forget to reiterate his earlier point, admonishing Lung Yanran not to waste resources any longer. Yes, Master, when I annihilate enemies in the future, I will first make them hand over all their treasures before taking action. Lung Yanran was slightly taken aback, unsure why her master suddenly cared about the scrap metal and weeds he had mentioned earlier. However, she would do as Master instructed. Let's just say that's about the gist of it, as long as you understand. Chen Daoxuan was a bit surprised. How did his adorable disciple seem to have a heavier killing intent? He had only mentioned being cautious when facing enemies, but here it had turned into annihilating entire families for long. But none of this was important. As long as they provoked his Tiandao Pavilion, annihilation was justified, and they couldn't refuse the system points that came as a gift. Unbeknownst to him, his adorable disciple had already become infamous in the northern region for her mercilessness, easily wiping out entire families. By the way, Master, there's one more thing. The Yangchun real man said that in 2 months a secret realm will open in the northern region, supposedly left behind by ancient immortals. There should be many heavenly materials and earthly treasures within that secret realm. At that time, the major powers of the northern region, even talents from other places, might come to try their luck. Does Master want me to go take a look? After saying this, Long Yanran stood to the side, quietly awaiting her master's decision. Initially, she thought her master would dismiss the matter, but having just heard him mention frugality and gathering heavenly materials and earthly treasures, she brought it up. She wanted to go to the secret realm and gather a wealth of heavenly materials and earthly treasures for her master. As for the so-called inheritance left by the ancient immortals, Long Yanran was not the least bit tempted. What inheritance could compare to the technique passed down by her master? Upon hearing the news of the secret realm, Chen Daoxuan pondered for a moment. Currently, he needed 1,000 years of cultivation for each breakthrough. If he were to exchange system points, it would be a one-ton trade equating to 1,000 system points. He had only accumulated a bit over 4,000 system points, and if used to enhance his cultivation, it could only elevate him to the 5th layer of the Qi realm, not even reaching the Void Flight realm. If Yanran's strength were to increase, he could receive rewards, but such a pace of improvement was clearly unsatisfactory to him. The secret realm generally came with a wealth of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and many talents from various places would participate. If there were any geniuses with sacred grade qualifications among them, he could take this opportunity to recruit a second disciple. Not only could he exchange the heavenly materials and earthly treasures for a large number of system points, but he could also gain an additional disciple. Beyond the recruitment rewards each breakthrough his disciple achieved would also grant rewards. From any perspective, Chen Daoxuan felt that the secret realm was a splendid opportunity. Alright, in just over half a month you have risen from the 4th layer of the Void Flight realm to the current 7th layer of the Profound realm. Going to that secret realm to hone your skills will benefit you greatly. As for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, just collect them casually. Your master is not concerned about them. Chen Daoxuan pondered for a moment before chuckling as he spoke. Master. Hearing this, Long Yanran felt a wave of emotion. It was clear that her status in her master's heart was the most important. He didn't even care about the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Letting her participate in the secret realm was merely to help her adapt to her current strength and accumulate experience by battling with various talents. Alright, it's settled then. In 2 months, you will leave the mountain to check out that secret realm. Yes, Master. But over these 2 months you must not be idle. You should practice the first chapter of the divine technique, the Heavenly Demon Finger, and I will just happen to guide you a bit. Really? Master will personally guide my cultivation. Thank you, Master. Hearing that her master would guide her in practicing the Heavenly Demon Finger, Long Yanran's eyes lit up. She was already immensely grateful that her master could teach her such a defiant technique. How could she dare trouble her master for personal guidance? Chen Daoxuan, however, did not mind too much, smiling as he gently ruffled Long Yanran's hair. The improvement of his disciple's strength was the most important thing to him, far surpassing his own personal cultivation. He looked forward to his disciple reaching higher realms where every breakthrough could yield rewards of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation. Feeling her master's affection made Long Yanran's head feel a bit heated, almost steaming, and she felt it was simply too embarrassing. Before long, the two stood facing each other in the open space before the great hall. Chen Daoxuan stood with his hands behind his back, the gentle breeze caressing him, causing his garments to flutter naturally in the wind, truly resembling a celestial being. Opposite him, Long Yanran held her breath and focused, adjusting her state to perfection. Master, I'm about to make my move. Heavenly Demon Finger. At last, with a delicate shout, Long Yanran moved. She unleashed the Heavenly Demon Finger, pointing it toward her master. Her cultivation level was now vastly different from before. As she executed the Heavenly Demon Finger, the ethereal figure of the Heavenly Demon condensed even more solidly, and its malevolent aura intensified. Yet she saw her master calmly extend a finger, as well, not even using a divine technique, but gently tapping. As their fingers made contact, the ethereal figure of the Heavenly Demon instantly dissipated, causing not even a ripple. Again. In front of the Heavenly Dao Hall, Long Yanran exerted all her strength, repeatedly launching the Heavenly Demon Finger towards her master, yet all her attempts were effortlessly deflected by him. After each of Long Yanran's attacks was thwarted, Chen Daoxuan would point out the shortcomings of that strike, suggesting improvements. Long Yanran took her master's words to heart, and her Heavenly Demon Finger grew increasingly formidable. However, even though her chi had expanded 100-fold after practicing the chaos heavenly demon art, it could not withstand such intense consumption. After nearly 100 uses of the heavenly demon finger, Lang Yanran was drenched in fragrant sweat, and the spiritual power in her chi had dwindled to a mere thread. Yet, as her master did not call for a halt, she was unwilling to stop. How could she retreat when given the opportunity for direct guidance from her master? Gritting her silver teeth, she gathered the last thread of spiritual energy from her chi to her fingertips, determined to unleash one final heavenly demon finger. But in the end, she underestimated the consumption of the heavenly demon finger. That single strand of spiritual energy was hardly sufficient. Before she could execute the heavenly demon finger, her spiritual energy was completely depleted, even overdrawn slightly, causing Lang Yanran's body to weaken, and she staggered forward. She could only shamefully close her eyes, not wanting to see the disappointment on her master's face as he witnessed her disheveled state. However, after waiting for a moment, instead of feeling the pain of falling to the ground, she felt a warm, solid embrace, and the scent was truly delightful. As her eyelashes fluttered, she opened her eyes to see indeed it was her master. I am truly useless. Lang Yanran, unsure if it was due to shame or some other reason, buried her face deeply in her master's chest, feeling the powerful heartbeat of her master whispering softly. The heavenly demon finger consumes a great deal of energy. Being able to execute it over 70 times is already quite remarkable. Among peers, the heavenly demon finger is enough to suppress all formidable foes. Over 70 times is sufficient to slay more than 70 opponents at the Transcendence realm. This is already commendable. Thus you need not be concerned. Chen Daoxuan felt no unusual sentiments. He merely stated the current strength of Lang Yanran as it was. After saying this, he looked down at the enchanting figure in his arms and realized, feeling a bit heated, but then thought, this is still my disciple. Chen Daoxuan focused his mind, suppressing the rising desires, calming himself considerably, yet he still felt an underlying impulse. However, seeing that Lang Yanran had completely exhausted her spiritual power, and after executing the heavenly demon finger over 70 times was under immense physical strain, she could hardly stand. Thus Chen Daoxuan simply wrapped one arm around her waist and lifted her with the other, carrying her towards the Lang Yanran let out a soft cry as her master suddenly picked her up, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, allowing him to carry her forward, lowering her head and not daring to speak. What does my master intend to do? If master wishes for it, Yanran is willing. But if she is too proactive, will master misunderstand that she is an immodest person? Lang Yanran's nose twitched, inhaling the pleasant scent from her master, her thoughts drifting far away, her face growing hotter, ultimately hiding her head in her master's chest, fearing he would notice her abnormality. Soon Chen Daoxuan carried her into the great hall, arriving at the room she had selected. With a thought, the door opened automatically, and he walked steadily to the bedside. Lang Yanran felt her heart racing faster, her head starting to spin. Master! Yanran is willing to serve master. Perhaps due to her nervousness and racing heart along with her spinning head, Lang Yanran inexplicably muttered a soft statement, expressing her innermost thoughts. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lang Yanran froze, wishing she could slap herself twice. How could she let her true feelings slip? If master wasn't thinking along those lines, wouldn't that be disastrous? Yet at the same time, Lang Yanran felt a hint of nervous anticipation for how master would respond. Chen Daoxuan clearly did not expect her to blurt out such a statement. He first paused his steps, then gently placed her on the bed. You have exhausted your body too much. Your spiritual energy is entirely depleted. Do you still have the strength to serve your master? You should lie down. I will take this opportunity to help you clear your meridians and eliminate the hidden dangers left from your previous cultivation. Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but smile wryly. What was his disciple thinking? She was so weak that she needed him to carry her into the room, yet she was still thinking about serving him, making tea and massaging his shoulders. Forget it, today I will serve my disciple. I will help her properly relax her meridians and eliminate the dangers left from her previous cultivation. Lang Yanran, seeing that her master had declined her intentions, instantly felt embarrassed and wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Over the years, she had been pursued by countless prodigies, even attracting the attention of powerful seniors. Now, expressing her feelings to a male for the first time, she was unexpectedly rejected. However, looking at her master's expression, it seemed he had misunderstood something. Despite her myriad thoughts, Lang Yanran still obeyed her master, honestly turning over from lying down to prostrate on the bed. She felt a bit of anticipation in her heart for how master would help her clear her meridians. Chen Daoxuan gazed at his disciple lying on the bed, her figure tall and curvaceous, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. He kept repeating in his mind, this is my disciple, this is my disciple. I am only clearing her meridians, don't think too much, don't think too much. Moments later, he managed to suppress the rising desires once again. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, no wonder she is a natural beauty due to cultivating the chaos heavenly demon art. clearly not practicing seduction techniques, yet she possesses such great allure. If he felt this way, how could anyone else resist? It seems he must provide his disciple with more protective measures in the future lest she be targeted by those with ill intentions. Without further hesitation, he waved his hand to retrieve a ball of spiritual liquid from the spirit pool hall which hovered in midair without dripping a single drop. Following that, Chen Daoxuan waved his hand again, conjuring a branch about the length of his forearm, still adorned with several tea leaves. With a thought, the tea leaves and branch transformed into fine particles merging into the spiritual liquid. By the way, take out a washing marrow pill for me. Originally intending to retrieve the washing marrow pill, directly Chen Daoxuan suddenly paused, recalling the special place where his disciple stored her items, and thus spoke, asking Long Yanran to fetch it herself. Long Yanran took out a jade bottle from her silk clothing, placing it by the bedside, and then buried her head deeply into the bedding. So embarrassing. Chen Daoxuan did not mind, only feeling that his disciple's method of hiding things was indeed quite peculiar. However, considering the large capacity, he had nothing more to say. After casually taking a washing marrow pill from the jade vial, Chen Daoxuan thought for a moment, and did not put the jade vial back in its original place, but simply placed it on the bed. The washing marrow pill was also transformed into fine particles merging into the spiritual liquid. The small mass of spiritual liquid became even thicker after incorporating the branches and leaves of the enlightenment tea tree and the washing marrow pill. Everything is ready, he said. Today I will let you experience what it means to oil your back. Chen Daoxuan's lips curled up slightly, murmuring confidently. Long Yanran was a bit confused. Oiling the back. What is that? However, she did not ask further, simply waiting quietly for her master's next actions. Soon Chen Daoxuan took some of the spiritual liquid into his palms, and then used his spiritual power to but just as he was about to act, he couldn't help but frown. Oiling the back naturally required direct contact with the back, but although Yanran's silk evening gown revealed part of her shoulder and back, it was still not enough. Well, this method requires you to expose your skin, otherwise the spiritual liquid cannot be absorbed perfectly. Would you like to do it yourself, or shall I do it? Or if you feel uncomfortable, we can forget it, and I will think of another way to help you eliminate the early hidden danger. Chen Daoxuan pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to ask for his disciple's opinion. If the master is willing to help me eliminate the hidden dangers, how could I refuse? I'll do it myself. Upon hearing her master's words, Long Yanran's face turned red from her neck to her earlobes. However, she knew that her master was doing this for her good, so, without hesitation, she directly agreed. Sitting up, she actually took off her long gown in front of her master, using her arms to cover a few key areas. Then she quickly lay back down on the bed. This? Chen Daoxuan was stunned. He meant to only unfasten the back of the evening gown. Was it really necessary to completely undress? For a moment, the suppressed evil fire surged again, and he quickly focused his mind to suppress it. Fortunately, Long Yanran did not see him lose composure, or otherwise he would have no way to blame the enlightenment tea for the fire. It was clearly the succubus that was causing the fire. However, since Long Yanran had completely removed her dress, he couldn't explain further at that moment, which would only make things more awkward. He could only casually grab a blanket from the bed and cover the area below Long Yanran's hips. As he covered her, he unintentionally touched her, causing him to exclaim inwardly, "Goodness, it really has some bounce." Now that everything was ready, he no longer hesitated, pressing his hands firmly against Long Yanran's back, beginning to massage one acupuncture point after another. He used the special spiritual liquid through pressing to channel his spiritual energy into the acupuncture points, dispelling the hidden ailments within. Feeling the smoothness of Long Yanran's back, Chen Daoxuan's mind was clear at this moment. He only wanted to help his disciple open her meridians and pave the way for her future. However, to be honest, this process was indeed quite enjoyable. As for Long Yanran, her earlobes were so red it seemed they could drip blood. So embarrassing, I was completely exposed to my master. Master's massage feels so comfortable, I want to fall asleep like this. Master's hands are so warm and strong, master is the best. Oh no, I sweated a lot during the practice with master earlier. I wonder if master will mind. But master seems so gentle. It doesn't look like he minds. I really like master. After a full half an hour, Chen Daoxuan finally used up the entire mass of spiritual liquid and let out a long sigh. All right, the hidden dangers left from the sky realm have been dispelled for you. By the way, I've also helped you open your meridians. You will feel the effects when you cultivate. I will go outside first. Later, you should go to the spirit pool hall to wash up and soak your body. Chen Daoxuan stood up, reluctantly shifting his gaze away from his disciple's smooth and fair back, and left the room without looking back. He had been completely focused on helping his disciple open her meridians and clearing hidden dangers, feeling clear-headed. But now that everything was completed, he truly feared that at some moment he would be distracted by his disciple's innate charm. After Chen Daoxuan left, Long Yanran slowly curled up on the bed staring at the closed door feeling a bit dazed. Does Master not have any feelings for me in that aspect? Lung Yanran felt slightly disappointed in her heart, but soon thought that since she would be spending day and night with her master in the future, there would always be opportunities, and her eyes brightened again. She reached out to grab her gown preparing to go soak in the spirit pool hall, but her hand suddenly froze in midair. It seems Master only asked me to expose my back. Why did I have to take it all off? Ah, so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Suddenly Lung Yanran recalled something, letting out a delicate cry, regretting and clenching her fists. Her master only asked her to expose her back, but she misunderstood his intentions. However, since her master had seen her in the spirit pool hall last time, it seemed that seeing her again wasn't such a big deal. She even wished her master wanted to see her. After coming to terms with her huge mistake, Lung Yanran finally accepted it. After putting on her gown, she left for the spirit pool hall to take a bath. Outside the hall of Heavenly Dao, in front of a small pavilion, Chen Daoxuan rubbed his fingers, the scene from earlier lingering in his mind. Just as he was lost in thought, the enlightenment tea tree beside him suddenly shook. What's wrong? Chen Daoxuan awakened and curiously asked the enlightenment tea tree. The enlightenment tea tree felt extremely wronged. What do you mean, what's wrong? Just now it was basking in the sunlight, feeling like the happiest and most joyful tree in the world. But suddenly, snap! Its branch lost a segment. Although it would grow back later, it hurt a lot. Master, can you please give TT a heads up next time you need a branch? It's really easy to scare a tree when it suddenly loses a segment. Cough, got it, it'll be more careful next. Chen Daoxuan twitched his lips. So that was the issue. He realized he had been careless. Lung Yanran entered the spirit pool hall, immersing her entire body in the spiritual liquid. With the complete absence of spiritual power in her chi, the speed at which she absorbed the spiritual liquid was several times faster than usual. An hour later, her chi was once again filled with spiritual power. Even after a complete expenditure and replenishment, the spiritual power had become purer than before. However, Lung Yanran did not rise. Instead, she continued to soak in the spirit pool, closing her eyes and reflecting on her master's guidance from earlier. By the following day, Lung Yanran had cleaned her clothes from the previous day, hung them on a rack, and changed into a new outfit before finally leaving the grand hall. Cough, this outfit is quite nice today. Chen Daoxuan noticed his disciple's appearance, and his gaze involuntarily fell upon her most eye-catching legs, which were now clad in black stockings. Her firm and full thighs were marked by the lace edge of the black stockings. Chen Daoxuan clicked his tongue in admiration, further solidifying his resolve to carefully select several outfits from the system shop to prepare in the spirit pool hall for Yanran's upcoming descent from the mountain to participate in the secret realm. I pay my respects to Master. Thank you for the insights you provided yesterday, Master. Yanran has already digested about 70 to 80% and feels that her application of the heavenly demon finger has significantly improved. Standing respectfully before her master, Lung Yanran performed a courteous bow and then stood aside to discuss her cultivation progress. Good. Come, today we continue. For these next 2 months, I will assist you in mastering the heavenly demon finger to a minor success. After finishing the tea in his cup, Chen Daoxuan stood and walked to the empty space. As before, Lung Yanran continuously employed the heavenly demon finger, while Chen Daoxuan offered guidance, occasionally demonstrating the technique himself. After undergoing a special massage from her master the previous day, Lung Yanran found that not only was her cultivation practice exceptionally smooth, but there was also a subtle reduction in any stiffness, and her meridians felt significantly more resilient, naturally enhancing the power of her abilities. After more than an hour, when Lung Yanran's spiritual energy was exhausted, she once again lay in her master's embrace, obediently being carried into the room. Just as she was placed on the bed, Lung Yanran instinctively began to untie the silk ribbon on her back, urging her master to start that especially comforting treatment known as oil back massage. Yes, that's it. But Chen Daoxuan rose directly, and upon seeing Lung Yanran's smooth and white back, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Yesterday, my main purpose was to help you eliminate the hidden dangers left over from the air control stage. There is no need for an oil back massage today. You should rest for a while before heading to the spirit pool hall to recover. With that, Chen Daoxuan opened the door and left without lingering. Only Lung Yanran remained, feeling extremely disappointed in her heart. Turns out yesterday was special treatment. I thought there would be one every day. Today, Master won't give a massage, and it feels strangely empty. Lung Yanran lay weakly on the bed, pouting in grievance. She had been looking forward to it after lying in her master's embrace just moments ago. Now, however, to suddenly learn that there would be no more massage sessions left her feeling troubled. Wait a minute. Master's outfit is still in the storage pouch. Suddenly, Lung Yanran's eyes brightened as she remembered the outfit she had previously hidden. She promptly reached into the storage pouch and took out her master's clothes. After pondering for a moment, she felt that although holding the clothes would let her sense her master's aura, it was still. Moments later, Long Yanran stuffed 2 pillows of unknown material into the clothes, making them plump. Hee, this is much more comfortable to hold, although it's not as good as holding master, it's still better than nothing. Looking at her creation, Long Yanran let out a silly laugh and collapsed onto the special pillow she had made, hugging it tightly. Breathing in her master's unique, sent her long jade-like legs instinctively hugging the pillow. After a long while, Long Yanran finally put the clothes away and headed towards the spirit pool hall. However, for some reason she looked even more exhausted than when she had just finished her practice. In the spirit pool hall, Long Yanran felt fully revitalized once again. Yet she felt a bit troubled. My master's clothes got dirty. They need to be washed, but after washing the master's scent will fade. What should I do? Master has changed into another set of clothes. I have an idea. After a moment, Long Yanran washed the outfit she had originally hidden thoroughly, hung it on the rack, and stored away the set of clothes her master had changed out of. From now on, whenever master changes into a new outfit, I will wash and hang up the old one. This way master won't notice anything unusual, and might even praise me for being diligent. Hee. Muttering her thoughts, Long Yanran giggled, and a few drops of drool slipped from the corner. In stark contrast to her usual aloof, ice-cold beauty, this was a completely different side of her. If Chen Daoxuan saw this scene, he would surely exclaim, my disciple is a contrast girl. In the days that followed, she continuously practiced being embraced by her master into the room, resting for a while, before returning to the spirit pool to replenish her spiritual energy. 2 months passed day after day. Although Long Yanran's realm remained at the 7th level of the profound realm, her strength was incomparably greater than 2 months ago. By the 1.5-month mark, under her master's daily personal guidance, the Heavenly Demon Finger had already reached a minor success. With the Heavenly Demon Finger, she could now condense an almost corporeal Heavenly Demon Phantom. However, the malevolence it emitted and its agility were far from her master's level. The Heavenly Demon her master summoned with the Heavenly Demon Finger appeared almost like a living creature, resembling an ancient fierce beast, suggesting that her master had undoubtedly mastered this divine ability to perfection. As for the remaining half-month, her master directly taught her the techniques for life-and-death combat, greatly enhancing Long Yanran's overall strength. Master, there are only a few days left until the Qiyun Valley Secret Realm opens. This journey is not short, and with potential talents from the other 4 domains arriving, I plan to descend the mountain early. What are your thoughts, master? That day, just like usual after soaking in the spirit pool, Long Yanran came. However, today she did not intend to continue her training. With the secret realm about to open, it was time for her to set off. Has it already been 2 months? Chen Daoxuan paused slightly upon hearing his disciple's words, puzzled. Within the Heavenly Dao Hall, his perception of time had inexplicably grown faint. Perhaps it was because within this invincible domain of the Heavenly Dao Hall, he had already become a being rivaling heaven and Dao itself. Time therefore held no meaning before his gaze. Very well. This time you descend the mountain. Remember these words, everything else is secondary. Your safety is all I truly care about. Under any circumstance, safeguarding yourself must come first. Should trouble arise, handle it as you see fit. If beyond your capacity, I shall bear the consequences. With a gentle smile, Chen Daoxuan stepped forward and ruffled Long Yanran's hair, an expression of quiet satisfaction toward his cherished disciple. So long as she avoided mishap, he held absolute confidence in cultivating her to the immortal realm, and even beyond. Yanran understands. Thank you, master, for your concern. As Long Yanran felt the warmth of her master's palm, her eyes instinctively fluttered shut, her heart swelling with tender warmth. After the annihilation of Luotian's sect, do the remaining artifacts suffice? If not, I shall forge more for you, lest you be bullied once off the mountain. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Daoxuan asked softly, No need, master. This time I wish to rely solely on my own strength for cultivation. If I remain sheltered beneath your protection forever, when shall I ever stand on my own? Moreover, half of the trump cards you granted me during Luotian Sect's fall remain unused. I am more than prepared. Hearing her master's words, Long Yanran quickly shook her head in refusal, her gaze resolute. She refused to be perpetually shielded. She yearned to become someone indispensable to her master, not merely a decorative vase who instinctively cries for help at every crisis. Excellent. Your thinking fills me with deep satisfaction. Then go forth. Remember this with me standing behind you, even encountering an immortal demands no bow of submission. Chen Daoxuan, pleasantly surprised, offered an approving smile. Yes, I understand, master. Await my triumphant return. Long Yanran bowed deeply toward her master, then turned without hesitation and descended the mountain. Her heart retained his words, even facing an immortal one need not lower one's head. Truly her master. Every utterance exuded sovereign authority. How utterly captivating. I still hold over 4,000 system points. Should Yanran face peril, that would be more than sufficient to resolve it effortlessly. I wonder how many points this venture might yield. If 10,000 could be earned, breaking through to the sky-soaring realm would be assured. Chen Daoxuan harbored no anxiety regarding his disciple's safety. Should genuine danger arise, one her hidden assets could not overcome, the system would alert him instantly, allowing immediate intervention. Though he remained but an ostensibly unremarkable Pixie Realm first-layer expert, he possessed unshakable conviction. Outside Chiun Valley, numerous sects had already staked their claims, each selecting a mountain ridge near the secret realm's entrance. Of the former 4 great sects, only 3 remained: Jinding Sect, Hongguang Sect, and Piyuan Temple. As the most formidable power in the northern region, they naturally seized the ridge closest to the entrance. Brother Yangchuan, you witnessed Luotian sect's annihilation. Might you recount precisely what transpired? That rumors claim a mere Tongxian realm youth single-handedly eradicated the entire sect. An absurdity we refuse to believe. Hongguang Sect's sect master Elder Lu Feng and Piyuan Temple's abbot Kongkai had arrived at Jinding Sect's ridge, their expressions alight with curiosity as they pressed Yangchun Jinren for details. As peers among the 4 great sects, their strengths were closely matched. Only abbot Kongkai attained the 6th layer of the Nirvana realm, while the other 3 masters stood at the 5th layer. Should such a force effortlessly obliterate Luotian sect, it posed equal threat to them, prompting grave concern from the other 2 sects. There is no need for you to know too much. As for the rumors, they are not exaggerated in the slightest. In fact, those who never endured that terrifying torrent of divine arts cannot fathom its true horror. Simply remember this: avoid provoking the Tongxian realm, Frost Immortal, at all costs. We are all supreme sects of the northern region. I would not wish to see you follow Luotian sect into oblivion. Upon hearing their questions, Yangchun Zhenren offered a wry smile. Exaggerated? Not in the least. The rumors failed entirely to convey that day's sheer soul-chilling terror. Yet he deliberately warned them. After all, they were all elite powers of the northern region. Were both sects annihilated, the already weakened north would collapse entirely before incursions from other realms. It would be a case of lips gone teeth cold. HSS. We thank you, we understand. Tell us. Might this Frost Immortal attend the secret realm? Given the realm's restriction to Tongxian realm cultivators, and rumors of an immortal's legacy within, it seems unlikely she would remain unmoved. Elder Lu Feng drew a sharp breath. He might doubt others, but Yangchun Jinren, a 5th-layer Nirvana realm expert, held no reason to lie and tarnish his own prestige. Yet unease stirred within him. Should that terrifying presence enter the secret realm, what fate awaited their uncertain. But if she does attend, ensure your disciples watch their steps carefully, lest they invite annihilation upon their sects. Yangchun Jinren himself remained uncertain whether the Demoness of Frost would join the trial. After all, Long Yanran had specifically inquired about the secret realm from him that day, suggesting genuine interest. Just as the 3 masters wrestled with this dilemma, they simultaneously turned their heads toward a distant direction. A magnificent celestial palace drifted across the sky, borne aloft by a colossal flying beast whose cultivation level unmistakably reached the Nirvana realm. To tame a Nirvana realm beast, what terrifying power did this sect wield? Make way! Do not obstruct my young master's path. As the 3 stood momentarily stunned, an elderly charioteer-like figure shouted toward Jinding Sect's ridge. The ridge nearest the entrance clearly claimed by this new arrival. May I ask where you hail from? The 3 exchanged glances, and without needing to think, they knew the newcomer was not from the northern region. The massive flying beast dragging the palace alone exuded a considerable pressure. Not to mention the old man who appeared to be the coachman. They couldn't discern his depth, and he was likely a formidable being at the unmeasurable realm. In their northern region, they had never encountered an existence at the unmeasurable realm, and naturally the 3 did not dare to offend easily. Zhang Lao, what's going on? A voice echoed from within the palace, calm, yet hinting at some dissatisfaction. In response to the young master, they are merely insignificant ants from the northern region. I will drive them away immediately. The old man replied, respectfully bowing towards the palace. Yes, handle it quickly. This young master has been traveling and is rather bored. Find a place for me to rest. If those ants do not know their place, just slap them to death. A young man's voice rang out again from within the palace, revealing his disdain for the northern region. It was merely a borderland without even a master at the unmeasurable realm. If it weren't for hearing that a celestial inheritance might appear here, why would he lower himself to visit such a desolate place? Rest assured, young master, I will take care of it. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes turned cold as he looked towards the people of the Golden Cauldron sect on the mountaintop. You have 10 breaths to retreat, or otherwise bear the consequences. His tone was flat, as if stating an obvious fact, showing no regard for the 3 from the annihilation realm on the mountaintop. Many young disciples of the Golden Cauldron sect had never faced such humiliation. Usually in the northern region they were all addressed as sir with countless people flattering them. However, the real person Yang Chun understood that this young man was not to be trifled with. Pack your things, let's go. With Yang Chuan's command, though many disciples felt displeased, they had no choice but to act. Yang Chuan, my friend, if you don't mind, you could come to my broken Yuan temple and wait for the secret realm to open together. The abbot Kong Kai sighed and extended an invitation. Thank you, abbot. Moments later the people from the Golden Cauldron sect had swiftly departed, and the old coachman did not press the matter any further. After all, in his eyes, the people from the northern region were merely ants. If he were to act against them, he would tarnish his own reputation. Upon returning to the eastern region, wouldn't others laugh at him for bullying in such a barren land? After all, in his eyes, the people from the northern region were merely ants. If he were to act against them, he would tarnish his own reputation. Upon returning to the eastern region, wouldn't others laugh at him for bullying in such a tisk indeed a barren land? I wonder if this secret realm really contains a celestial inheritance as rumored. He sighed, it's likely mostly false. How could a celestial leave their inheritance in such a place? The young man scanned the gathered forces from the northern region with disappointment evident on his face. However, since he was already here, he could only wait for the secret realm to open and try his luck. Although the young man spoke with great disdain for the northern region, his cultivation was solidly at the 9th layer of the profound realm. Considering his age of roughly 20, how talented could he be? Though the various forces in the northern region felt somewhat displeased by his mockery, no one dared to provoke the young man. They could only resent their own lack of strength compared to others. Brother Wang Yen, I didn't expect to see you here. Haha, may I borrow a spot to rest my feet? At that moment a figure swiftly flew over, and even before arriving his voice reached everyone's ears. Ren Chirue. Wang Yen frowned slightly upon hearing the familiar voice, and looked towards the approaching figure, who indeed turned out to be Ren Chirue. The Ren family in the eastern region was not much weaker than their carefree palace. Haha, brother Ren, what brings you to this remote place? Are you also here for this secret realm? Sai, it's all my old man's doing, insisting I go out for training. I just happened to hear that there's a secret realm about to open, so he sent me over. And I wasn't even allowed to bring a protector with me. I can't be as carefree and grand as brother Wang Yen. Ren Chirue sighed, enviously glancing at Wang Yan's palace and the old coachman at the unmeasurable realm. Like Wang Yen of the carefree palace, he also exuded the aura of the 9th layer of the profound realm. In the northern region, a cultivator of this age who could reach the skyward realm was already a rare genius. For instance, Lang Yenran was called a Ancient Millennium genius when she reached the 4th layer of the skyward realm. However, this also greatly relates to the quality of resources and techniques. Even with the same aptitude, using different resources and cultivating different techniques would inevitably widen the gap in realms. Tisk, brother Ren, saying that is rather uninteresting. Who doesn't know you are the treasure of the Ren family? Perhaps your ancestor has prepared some life-saving trump cards for you during your training this time. Wang Yen clearly didn't believe his words. As a talent from the Ren family cultivated as the next family head, how could Ren Chirue come out without some life-saving means? Could the Ren family let their guard down? Let's not talk about that. Brother Wang Yen, I won't hide it from you. I received news on my way here. This time, even the holy maiden from our eastern region is likely to attend this secret realm. Ren Chirue, not wanting to be questioned further, directly shifted the topic and revealed a bombshell. Oh, if even the holy maiden is coming to participate in this secret realm, then it seems there is indeed some truth to the news about the celestial inheritance within. Wang Yen paused slightly. If it could attract the holy maiden's interest, then this secret realm was likely real. Simultaneously, he felt excitement. The holy maiden was the dream partner of almost all the talents from the eastern region. Not only because of her unparalleled beauty being called the most beautiful woman in the eastern region, but she also possessed extremely rare holy tier aptitude. Moreover, with the power behind her, if he could become her partner, he would undoubtedly gain the greatest influence in the eastern region in the future. Throughout their conversation, the two did not even glance at the various forces from the northern region surrounding the mountaintop, showing no regard for anyone else. As the two conversed in detail, they suddenly froze and turned their heads in unison. They saw a woman with her face covered in white gauze, dressed in an immaculate white dress, yet her feet were bare, revealing delicate and smooth jade-like feet adorned only with 2 small bells at her ankles. The woman walked through the air, covering 100 meters, with each step the bells on her ankles ringing softly. Although it seems as if the woman is merely walking on air, seemingly casual, it is actually a profound technique of movement. With each step, she can cover 100 meters. If mastered to perfection, she could even traverse thousands of meters in a single stride, making it extremely practical for travel or combat. Even the 2 small bells above the woman's ankles are not mere decorations but genuine top-tier treasures of the mysterious rank, producing sounds that can disturb one's mind. The woman scanned her surroundings and sought a secluded hill to rest. If you divine lady do not mind, how about we wait together for the secret realm to open? This hill is the closest to the secret realm. I just heard my brother mention that the divine lady might come, so I have already instructed someone to prepare a clean space for her. If the divine lady is tired, I can offer my humble abode for her rest. Seeing that the divine lady did not even glance at him, Wang Yan felt a bit displeased but still smiled and called out to Li Shunru. The talented individual from the Ren family watched Wang Yan's actions, secretly clicking his tongue. What a sycophant. However, even with such flattery, it is likely that Li Shunru would not appreciate it. Who in the eastern region does not know that this divine lady has an icy demeanor, never showing a favorable expression toward men? Then I thank you, my friend. Li Shunru pondered briefly and ultimately did not refuse Wang Yan's goodwill. After all, in the northern region, it is somewhat more comfortable to be with someone from the eastern region. She took a few steps and appeared on the hill. Although it seemed like she was standing on the ground, upon closer inspection one would find that Li Shenris' jade feet maintained a slight distance from the ground, floating in the air, completely untainted by the dust below. Upon reaching the hilltop, Li Shunru merely nodded slightly to Wang Yan and Renchirue before finding a large stone to sit cross-legged, closing her eyes and ceasing to speak. Cough. Since this is the case, we won't disturb the divine lattice cultivation. We shall wait for the secret realm to open and then proceed together. Wang Yan had intended to strike up a conversation, but seeing Li Shenris' demeanor, he decided against it. Indeed, just as the rumors suggested, she was unapproachable. If there were a chance to bring her down and tear off this facade, revealing an entirely different expression, how delightful that would be. Unfortunately, the forces behind Li Shunru are not to be trifled with in the northern region. Wang Yan could only dare to fantasize about such thoughts in the dead of night. He was not foolish enough to provoke her and seek death. Although the Golden Cauldron sect was somewhat displeased that their hill was taken by someone from the eastern region, they could only swallow their anger considering the disparity in strength. Suddenly Yangchun Jinren saw a figure that filled him with both fear and surprise. Fairy Lung, I had guessed that you would come to the secret realm, and a place has already been prepared for you. Yangchun Jinren, under the puzzled gaze of Abbot Konkai, suddenly stood and respectfully saluted a figure. Just with one glance, Abbot Konkai quickly turned his gaze away and began reciting scriptures. What kind of fairy is this? Clearly she is a demoness. Just from a single glance at Lang Yenran, Abbot Konkai faintly felt a surge of heat within his body, experiencing an urge to break his vows. Moreover, as a practitioner of Buddhism, he could clearly sense that Lang Yenran was not of the human race but a member of the demon clan. Even if she were human, she undoubtedly cultivated demonic arts. Not a good person. Hearing someone call her Lang Yenran turned her head and saw it was Yangchun Jinren. For a moment Lang Yenran was puzzled as to why they did not occupy the hill closest to the entrance of the secret. However, she had no intention of acknowledging Yangchun Jinren, simply glancing at him before heading towards the hill occupied by the eastern region. Now there will be a good show to watch. Yangchun Jinren saw that Lang Yenran did not acknowledge him and felt no anger. After the last incident, she had almost become his inner demon. She was simply the most terrifying female demon. Now that this female demon was heading to the hill occupied by the eastern region, there would surely be conflict, and he wondered if she could once again display the terror of that day. With a casual flick, she could release as many as 30 celestial monuments. Even the forces of the eastern region would likely find it difficult to handle right. Regardless whether it was Lang Yenran or the eastern region's forces suffering losses, it would be a good thing for them. If they could both suffer heavy losses, that would be best. Then neither would have the strength to compete for the secret realm, and the opportunity would belong to their three major sects. As Lang Yenran passed by a mountain peak, she suddenly sensed something and frowned. This fairy, I must confess I have fallen for you at first sight. Would you consider becoming my Dao partner? I am the personally taught chief disciple of the Feishua sect, and I will surely be the next sect master. If the fairy thinks the time is too short, we can take our time to develop. He kept boasting about how excellent he was, but considering his achievement of reaching the transcendent realm by the age of 30, he was indeed a top talent in the northern region. He was only slightly inferior to the chief disciples of the four major sects, so he was extremely confident in his charm. Fairy, what have you considered? If the fairy agrees, it would be no problem for us to share a bridal chamber tonight. As he spoke, suddenly all his words choked in his throat, and he could only make incoherent sounds. Lang Yenran frowned, forming a spiritual energy hand with a single hand and grasping it around his neck. Disgusting creature! Crack! With a slight exertion he ceased, struggling, his neck having been crushed by Lang Yenran. She casually tossed him towards the forest below. Yangchun Jinren, after this, please take care of that Feishua sect, is that all right? After killing him, Lang Yenran coldly addressed Yangchun Jinren, who was far away and planning to watch the show. Rest assured, Fairy Lang, no one from the Feishua sect will appear in the northern region from now on. Yangchun Jinren met her icy gaze and shivered, as if he had returned to the day when the Luotian sect was exterminated. Without any hesitation he agreed. He secretly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, thinking that she was indeed a female demon. Once she acted, it was bound to end in extermination. Long Yanran did not dwell on the matter, suppressing the nauseating feeling in her heart. Indeed, except for my master, all men are the same. According to my master's instructions, once I act, there must be no survivors. However, with the secret realm approaching, I do not have time to personally exterminate the Faciua sect now. Suddenly a voice rang out, catching Lung Yanran's attention. Oh, I didn't expect to encounter such a beauty in this barren northern region. That woman, come closer so this young master can take a good look at you. The genius of the Ren family was chatting with Wang Yan, waiting for the secret realm to open. He showed no interest in the people from the northern region. However, the sudden appearance of Long Yanran brightened his eyes. He paid no heed to the fact that Long Yanran casually killed a first-level Shen realm cultivator. Even Long Yanran, who was at the 7th level of the Shen realm, seemed weak in his eyes. In this barren northern region, even if a genius truly appeared, they would inevitably lack combat power due to the disparity in cultivation methods. Even at the same realm, he was confident that he could suppress 10 cultivators from the northern region. Upon hearing the sound, Lung Yanran noticed that someone had already occupied the mountain closest to the secret realm. Moreover, judging by her cultivation, she was surprisingly at the 9th level of the Shen realm at such a young age. He had never heard of such a genius in the northern region. If she had known someone was on that mountain, she might have chosen another place to settle. But the words of that young man earlier annoyed her greatly. Especially after just experiencing a disturbance, she felt disgusted and was provoked again. With a calm expression, Lung Yanran slowly made her way towards the mountain. Quite understanding, she remarked. This is good. I have never liked to use force. By the way, Brother Wang Yan, I might need to borrow your palace later to handle some matters if it's convenient. Ren Chirue smiled knowingly at Wang Yan as the woman approached him. It's a trivial matter, Brother Ren can feel free to do as he wishes, Wang Yan replied calmly. However, when he looked at Long Yanran, an uncontrollable surge of desire arose in his heart. If it weren't for wanting to maintain his image in front of the saintess Li Shenrua, he would have already planned to take this woman for himself. How could he let that brat Ren Chirue take advantage? It must be said this northern region woman, who suddenly appeared, was truly not inferior in appearance to saintess. However, the two women's temperaments were completely different. Although both were as cold as icebergs, Li Shenrua exuded a sacred aura that made others dare not infringe upon her. This northern region woman, on the other hand, faintly emitted a murderous aura carrying a hint of danger, and her figure was even more voluptuous than Li Shenruo's, making her a true beauty among mortals. But when Long Yanran approached, both were taken aback. Why did this woman have horns on her head? She was not of the human race. Is there even a demon clan member in the northern region? This is good, I can raise her as my pet. Ren Chirue was momentarily stunned, but then his smile. Demon clan. Even Li Shenrua, who had been sitting atop a large rock without speaking since her arrival, opened her eyes to look at Long Yanran upon sensing her aura. Holy tier qualifications and not a low-tier demon bloodline. This glance surprised Li Shenrua. She possessed a divine ability that allowed her to see the qualifications and root bones of others. After using it on Lang Yanran, she found that she too had holy tier qualifications, and the demon blood flowing in her body was not ordinary at all. This was puzzling. How could there be a demon clan member in the northern region? Since the demon extermination war, the demon clan had shrunk back to the western region, rarely showing themselves in other territories. Unable to comprehend, Li Shenrua decided to stop cultivating and watched Long Yanran with great interest, wanting to see if she had any special methods. Or perhaps would she truly become a plaything under Ren Chirue? Li Shenrua secretly resolved that if the opportunity arose, she would save her and take her back to the Holy Mountain. A genius with holy tier qualifications, if taken back to the Holy Mountain and cultivated into a combat force, would become a significant card in her hand. A flying beast of the Oblivion realm. As she approached the mountain, Long Yanran's gaze was drawn to a flying beast radiating the aura of the Oblivion realm. She furrowed her brow slightly. This was indeed a bit troublesome. She had come to participate in the secret realm with the intention of honing her skills through her own strength, and did not wish to overly rely on her master's power. However, the presence of a beast of the Oblivion realm created a vast gap in their realms, leaving her without complete confidence. If a battle ensued, she might ultimately have to resort to the heavenly demon finger from her master's jade pendant to eliminate it. Brother Wang Yan, look, this woman is fixated on your flying beast. I fear she has never seen a beast of the Oblivion realm in the northern region and has been scared silly. Ren Chirue chuckled upon seeing this, pointing at Long Yanran, indicating her ignorance. A mere beast of the Oblivion realm had left her dumbstruck. Unbeknownst to him, Long Yanran was merely contemplating that if she were to kill this Oblivion realm flying beast, she would have to borrow her master's power. From beginning to end, she had never considered the Oblivion realm as a threat. You have 3 breaths of time to vacate this mountain. Lung Yanran snapped back to reality, coldly sweeping her gaze over the few individuals atop the mountain. 1 woman and 2 men, all young, and at the 9th level of the Shen realm, exuding a robust aura that could probably contend with a Guishu realm powerhouse. However, in Lung Yanran's eyes, they were not worth mentioning. After undergoing 2 months of training with her master, her heavenly demon finger had already reached small success. Facing the Shen realm, she was confident she could easily subdue them. However, there was only one elderly man who resembled a coachman among them whose strength she couldn't gauge. According to her guess, he must be at least a powerful figure at the 8th or 9th level of the Oblivion realm. But this wasn't important. Her master had said before descending the mountain that even when encountering an immortal, there was no need to bow. Let alone these people. Did I hear wrong? This fairy, do you know what you just said? Brother Wang Yen, look, it's all your Oblivion realm beast's fault for being so intimidating that it made my newly acquired female slave dumbstruck. Renchirue was momentarily taken aback, then immediately displayed an exaggerated expression, laughing as he patted Wang Yan's shoulder. He simply could not understand how the demon clan woman from the northern region dared to speak so arrogantly, commanding them to leave. In fact, in her words, she had already regarded Lung Yanran as her female slave, as if she were a possession. The 3 breaths of time quickly passed, and the crowd on the mountaintop showed no reaction. How do you plan to deal with me now that the time is up? Why don't we both go to the palace and have a close spar, then discuss further? Renchirue suggested with a smile, showing no intention of hiding his plan. Lung Yanran let out a slow sigh. To be honest, she didn't want to cause trouble, as her strength still left her unable to handle many situations, and she would have to rely on her master to clean up the mess. But faced with such a disgusting person, she couldn't endure it, even for the sake of her master and the reputation of the Tiandao Pavilion. She slowly raised her finger towards Renchirue and softly spoke, "Heavenly Demon Finger." In an instant, a sinister aura manifested on her fingertip, coalescing into an almost tangible illusion of the heavenly demon that radiated black malevolence. The heavenly demon illusion roared and charged towards Renchirue, pointing with a finger. Damn it! Brother Wang Yen, save me! Renchirue felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Seeing the heavenly demon rushing towards him, he realized he had completely underestimated Lung Yanran. This finger even made him feel the threat of death. He lost all ability to move under the gaze of the heavenly demon's crimson eyes, and as he was about to be struck on the brow, he could only shout to Wang Yen beside him. After all, Wang Yen was accompanied by a powerful figure of the infinite realm. As long as he spoke, that powerful figure would save him. But it was evident that Wang Yen had no intention of doing so. If Renchirue died in this northern region, it would be no loss for him. Instead, it would cause the Ren family to lose their heir. Why not benefit from it? Moreover, he did not believe that Renchirue had no life-saving items on him. If he could force out his life-saving treasures, it would lessen the threats once they entered the secret realm. Even the holy maiden Li Shunru, witnessing the heavenly demon finger, couldn't help but feel a shiver down her spine, pondering how much chance she would have if she faced that finger. She ultimately concluded it was less than 30%. Under this finger, she would have at most a 30% chance of defending against it. What a terrifying demoness! If she could bring her under her command, it would be a formidable force. Damn it! Renchirue saw that Wang Yen was not moving, and as the heavenly demon was about to strike his brow, he gritted his teeth and released his spiritual energy, shattering a jade pendant he held. As the pendant shattered, Renchirue's heart bled. This was a life-saving method given to him by his ancestor. Who dares to harm the heir of the Ren family? In that instant, a figure of terrifying aura appeared in front of Renchirue, exuding a presence that everyone had never seen before. Although it was not the physical body descending, this phantom alone possessed the strength of the 9th level of the infinite realm. With this phantom, even if it were to wash the entire northern region in blood, it would be no problem. The old man looked at the charging heavenly demon illusion and casually waved his hand, causing a bang as the heavenly demon dissipated. A girl from the demon clan. Humph, I will now strip your cultivation away. After the secret realm ends, Chirue will take you back to the Ren family for punishment. The old man's gaze was icy as he quickly locked onto Lung Yanran, who had just attacked Renchirue. The holy maiden Li Shunru felt a bit regretful upon seeing this. She hadn't expected Renchirue to possess a clone of the Ren family ancestor. Now that the ancestor had personally intervened, even her influence might not save this demoness. Upon hearing the ancestor's words, Renchirue's eyes lit up. As long as this demoness was stripped of her cultivation, wouldn't he be able to do as he pleased? It was exactly what he wanted. Thank you, ancestor. Renchirue hurriedly bowed in gratitude towards the ancestor. The Ren family ancestor did not delay, raising his hand to strike down on Lung Yanran's head. If this palm struck true, it would completely cripple her. Damn it, I can't move. I don't have time to use the trump card given by my master. Lung Yanran wanted to use the formation disc and jade pendant given by her master to counter, but found that after the Ren family ancestor made his move she lost control over her body. The gap in realms was too great. She was unable to even use her master's trump card. With this thought Long Yanran despairingly closed her eyes. Master, I am incapable and cannot serve by your side anymore. Long Yanran mumbled, her heart pained at the thought of never seeing her master again. She was not afraid of death but feared that she would never see her master again, and had not yet had the chance to express her feelings. This scent. Master. After waiting for a long time, the anticipated pain did not come. Instead, a pleasant fragrance entered her nostrils, and Long Yanran opened her eyes in surprise. She discovered her master had one arm around her waist, pulling her into his chest, while the other hand was raised high, easily receiving the terrifying attack from the Ren family ancestor. Who are you? The Ren family ancestor could not discern the depth of the young man in front of him, clearly sensing that he was only at the first level of the Qi realm, yet he could effortlessly withstand a strike laden with the power of the 9th level of the infinite realm. However, Chen Daoxuan did not regard the Ren family ancestor's phantom at all. He simply pinched Long Yanran's cheek casually. Why are you still crying? Didn't I say everything would be taken care of by me? You did well already. If the opponent couldn't fight, just ask for help. How could you blame yourself? Moreover, that kid has someone backing him. Doesn't my disciple have any support? Chen Daoxuan smiled as he gently helped Long Yanran tidy her hair. At this moment, Long Yanran's eyes seemed to lose all color, leaving only the gentle presence of her master in her gaze. Master. Disciple. She sniffled, wanting to say something, but her master gently pressed his finger against her lips. Let's not talk about this for now. I will resolve this issue first. Chen Daoxuan smiled slightly, then one hand wrapped around Yanran's waist, while the other slowly raised, pointing his fingertip at the phantom of the Ren family ancestor. Old man, you dare to bully my disciple? Have you always been this bold? My Yanran cried out in grievance, and that makes me very unhappy. Today I will take a clone as interest, and next time we meet, I will wipe out your entire family. Chen Daoxuan spoke with a constant smile, as if discussing something trivial. As for the eastern region, as for the Ren family, he didn't care. If they bullied his disciple, then they would all travel together, so as not to feel lonely. Heavenly Demon Finger. He calmly murmured again, using the Heavenly Demon Finger, but the force unleashed was worlds apart from what Long Yanran had exhibited. In an instant, a chaotic heavenly demon resembling an ancient demonic god materialized, exuding a thick, malevolent aura that distorted the space around it with crimson eyes resembling a blood sea. Who exactly are you? The Ren family ancestor panicked. In the moment the heavenly demon appeared, he horrifiedly realized that even though this clone of his possessed the 9th level of the infinite realm capable of sweeping through the northern region, he lost all ability to act under the gaze of the heavenly demon. He could only frightfully shout towards Chen Daoxuan, me. I am just an ordinary master who does not want my disciple to suffer. As Chen Daoxuan's voice fell, the heavenly demon surged forth as a black light, fiercely charging towards the phantom of the Ren family ancestor. Boom! With a soft sound, the Ren family ancestor's clone instantly shattered, and the heavenly demon slowly dissipated into malevolent energy, vanishing from the world. In an instant, everyone present was left dumbfounded. That terrifying clone of the Ren family ancestor just disappeared so simply. The same heavenly demon finger wielded by this young man seemed as if a true ancient demonic god had descended. Just the malevolence emanating from the heavenly demon made them feel suffocated, nearly fainting. Ren Kirwis's expression froze in the excitement of the ancestor's appearance, and only after a moment did he react, hurriedly kneeling down with a thud. In an instant, everyone present was caught off guard. Most of them were still immersed in the terrifying pressure exerted by the ancestor of the Ren family. But how could it be that, in the blink of an eye, the immensely terrifying ancestor of the Ren family was defeated with a mere fingertip by this suddenly appearing youth? When the ancestor of the Ren family made his appearance, all forces in the northern region felt as if they were facing an insurmountable mountain, instilling fear and trembling deep within them. However, this youth appeared to be extraordinarily calm. Not only was he handsome, but he also emitted no aura. He even deliberately concealed his cultivation to appear as a Qi realm beginner. Yet no one present was foolish enough to genuinely believe that someone capable of easily defeating the incarnation of the Ren family's ancestor could be a mere Qi realm beginner. Not to mention the prodigies from the eastern region, every participant from the northern region in the secret realm was at least a practitioner of the sky-soaring realm. Spare me, senior. Ren Qirui was too busy begging for mercy to consider anything else, completely shedding the sense of superiority he once held from the eastern region. The youth before him could shatter even the ancestor's incarnation with a mere fingertip, who his true strength likely did not differ much from the ancestor's true body. He simply could not comprehend how such a terrifying powerhouse had emerged in the northern region. He had initially thought that Long Yanran was without support or background. Had he known there was such a formidable figure behind her, he would never have dared to demand she become his servant. Now that the ancestor was in the eastern region, he had no hope of rescue. If this killing god decided to act against him, he would undoubtedly die today. Chen Daoxuan glanced at Ren Shirui, then wrapped his arm around Lang Yanran's waist slowly, descending onto the mountaintop, landing right before Ren Shirui. Ren Shirui could not stop trembling, knowing escape was impossible, so he continued to bow and plead for mercy. It's nothing, just a little scuffle among children, no big deal. Chen Daoxuan smiled slightly at the sight, as if he had no intention of dealing with Ren Shirui. The numerous forces present could not help but sigh, inwardly admiring this senior's broad-mindedness despite his formidable strength. It was truly admirable. Even the saintesses Shunru, upon hearing Chen Daoxuan's indifference towards Ren Shirui, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. Look at this child, he's bowing so hard that his head is bleeding. Let me take a look. Upon hearing this, Ren Shirui felt a huge weight lift from his heart, surprised that this senior actually had no intention of harming him. He immediately raised his head, intending to thank the senior for sparing his life. However, Chen Daoxuan, smiling, gently patted his shoulder, causing the excitement in Ren Shirui's eyes, which were filled with relief, to suddenly vanish. His head tilted, and with a thud he collapsed to the ground. This child is young, how could he fall asleep after just a couple of words? Forget it, forget it. I, Chen Daoxuan, have always been magnanimous, and will not hold this against you. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan showed an expression of surprise, before suddenly recalling something. Was there someone else bullying you earlier? Point them out, and he'll take care of them for you. He softly spoke to Lang Yanran, who was nestled in his embrace. Reporting to master, there was no one. Lang Yanran, nestled in her master's arms, obediently raised her head to respond upon being asked. At the same time, she glanced curiously at Ren Shirui on the ground. Earlier she had been too focused on enjoying the warmth and scent of her master's chest to notice Ren Shirui's condition. How could he be sleeping while talking to master? His heart veins are severed. Is he dead? Lang Yanran extended her spiritual energy to check, and suddenly realized that Ren Shirui was not asleep at all. His heart veins had shattered, and he was truly dead. Oh! Dead? Tisk, dying at such a young age is quite a pity. Chen Daoxuan displayed a hint of regret upon hearing his disciple's words, as if he hadn't just lightly shattered Ren Shirui's heart veins. How that monk, yes, you with the shiniest head and the longest neck. Please come over to help give this young man a proper send-off. It's rather pitiful for someone not from here to die in a foreign land. Chen Daoxuan suddenly caught sight of a bald monk who was gaping at him, and immediately turned to smile at the monk. Yes, this humble monk Konkai will faithfully follow the senior's wishes. The monk was none other than the abbot of the Piyuan temple. Having suddenly been called out by that terrifying youth, Abbot Konkai trembled and naturally did not dare to refuse. He nervously flew forward and first bowed to Chen Daoxuan. Then he began to perform the sending-off rites for Ren Shirui's corpse. Once again, everyone present looked at Chen Daoxuan with a touch of dread. Good heavens, they had just had a colossal misunderstanding, thinking this was an exceptionally magnanimous elder. It turned out this fellow had just smiled while killing someone. Moreover, after killing someone, he acted as if it had nothing to do with him, and even sought someone to help send Ren Shirui off. How utterly ridiculous! Though Lang Yanran knew that the northern region was infamous for ruthless killers who would wipe out entire families without blinking, at least she could discern a semblance of emotion. But this senior was completely inscrutable. One could not tell what he was thinking. Senior, is there anything else you wish to instruct this humble monk after the rites are completed? Moments later, Abbot Konkai stood up, recited a Buddhist chant, and respectfully inquired of Chen Daoxuan. At that moment, although everyone felt that this senior killed with a smile, he also exuded a hint of kindness. At the very least, he cared to arrange a send-off afterward right. Scatter the ashes. Chen Daoxuan was quite satisfied with the speed at which Abbot Konkai completed the rites. It only took half a minute. He immediately smiled and stated what to do next. Scatter them. Abbot Konkai was a bit confused. What did it mean to scatter them? Do I need to teach you? Now that the person is dead, the rites have been performed. It's about time to burn him to ashes and scatter them right. Are you even a professional monk? As Chen Daoxuan looked at Abbot Konkai, he couldn't help but doubt his professional skills. I understand. Abbot Konkai raised his hand to conjure a large fire using spiritual energy, reducing Ren Shirui's corpse to ashes. With a casual wave, a gust of wind swept by, scattering the ashes. Well done, you may return. In the future, when such matters arise, I shall trouble you more. You are truly professional. Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction, signaling Abbot Konkai to leave. The latter felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, bowing deeply before hastily returning to his mountain. Cough, cough, cough. Oh, damn it, the ashes blew into my mouth. Nearby, Wang Yen, who had been in a state of shock since the ancestor of the Ren family was defeated, suddenly coughed. He had been standing not far from Ren Shirui, and the ashes carried by the wind had blown all over him. Everyone was stunned, completely bewildered. In less than 5 minutes after Chen Daoxuan's appearance, they had lost count of how many erroneous judgments they'd made about this senior. They initially thought the senior was just slightly kind-hearted, at least helping with the posthumous rites after killing. But, after the rites, he scattered the ashes. Where is the kindness in that? He is simply a living llama. Damn it, they fell for this senior's trick again. Everyone twitched at the corners of their mouths, completely unable to discern what kind of person the powerful Long Yanran truly was. If he were to say she was kind, her speech was indeed gentle. The key point was that, after just a couple of sentences, inexplicably one would die, and then be given posthumous rites, and have their ashes scattered. What kind of divine operation is this? Cough cough. Ugh. So disgusting. Damn you, Renchirue, even turning to ashes you still have to disgrace me. Wang Yen kept patting the ashes off his body, occasionally dry heaving. The image of the elegant young master collapsed in an instant. Stop patting. If you get the ashes on master, I'll kill you. Long Yanran suddenly frowned, glaring at Wang Yen. Although he hadn't shown her any disrespect, he had tacitly allowed Renchirue to use his palace. Though Long Yanran had no intention of taking his life, she still found him somewhat displeasing. Understood. Wang Yen straightened up immediately upon being reprimanded by Long Yanran, fearing that this senior might suddenly come forward, pat him on the shoulder, and then praise him for being a young man who sleeps soundly. He felt just like that guy Renchirue who had turned cold in an instant. He certainly didn't want his ashes to be scattered. At the same time, Wang Yen made a firm decision that after returning to the sect, he would never come to the northern region again. It was just too terrifying. These powerful figures in the northern region don't play by the rules. At that moment, Chen Daoxuan's gaze turned towards the white-clad saintess who had remained silent. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he slowly approached her. Seeing this, Long Yanran raised an eyebrow, feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis in her heart. Why is Master heading towards that woman? Although the woman was quite attractive in terms of figure, how could she compare to herself? As Long Yanran walked, she began comparing herself to the woman. When Chen Daoxuan reached the large stone, the saintess Li Shenrua dared not maintain her identity and lightly leapt down. Li Shenrua, greetings, senior. Li Shenrua performed a respectful gesture, appearing quite composed though she felt nervous inside. My dear girl, do you have a master? Chen Daoxuan asked with a faint smile. Upon arriving here, he received a system notification indicating that there was a saintly candidate meeting the conditions for apprenticeship. The one who met the conditions was precisely Li Shenrua. In response to the senior, I am usually taught by the 7 elders on the mountain, but technically I do not have a master. Li Shenrua was momentarily taken aback, never expecting the senior would ask such a question. Was he trying to probe into her background? However, Li Shenrua still answered his question honestly, as she was currently unable to act freely, and the mountain couldn't send support in time. Oh, not bad. Very good. Would you like to become my disciple under Chen Daoxuan? Joining my sect would not restrict your freedom. You can even return to your own sect whenever you wish. None of this is a problem. Chen Daoxuan candidly stated his intentions. For him now, the fastest way to gain system points besides killing and burning was through the cultivation level increase of his disciples. If he could have an additional disciple, the speed at which he gained system points would multiply, and even if a disciple fought against others and killed enemies, he would also earn system points. The more disciples he collected, the better. Moreover, this Li Shenrua was quite good-looking and could compete with Yanran. Primarily Li Shenruo's extraordinary bone structure and saintly qualifications had nothing to do with her appearance. As Chen Daoxuan finished speaking, he noticed Long Yanran pouting behind him. Is Master going to take this woman as a disciple too? Then wouldn't there be someone competing with me for Master's affection? Damn it. Sigh. But I can't go against Master's wishes. It's troubling. I hope this woman is a bit ungrateful and refuses. Long Yanran pouted, feeling as if her most treasured possession was about to be divided in half, feeling somewhat aggrieved. The matter of apprenticeship is significant. Please give me some time to consider it properly. Li Shenrua hadn't expected this senior would suddenly want to take her as a disciple. After a brief daze, she responded with cupped hands. That's fine. In that case, after the secret realm concludes, if you wish to join my Tiandao Pavilion, you can follow Yanran back to the illusory mountain to find me. Chen Daoxuan didn't mind, as taking in disciples depended on fate. If the two were not fated, he wouldn't force it. He certainly wouldn't abduct a genius with saintly qualifications just for system rewards. After all, he wasn't lacking time and would eventually encounter suitable disciples. Thank you, senior, for your understanding. Li Shenrua breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking that this senior wasn't so difficult to deal with. He was quite easy to talk to. As for the matter of apprenticeship, she didn't take it to heart. She planned to return to the eastern region once the secret realm ended. In her view, being able to instantly kill Ren's clan ancestors' boundless realm avatar wasn't enough for her to become a disciple, as even some of the elders on their mountain could do that. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan didn't pay much attention and turned his gaze towards the entrance of the secret realm. This identity manifestation could only last 10 minutes, and now 5 or 6 minutes had passed. Yenron, from here on in the secret realm, it's up to you. I should be leaving soon. However, it looks like this secret realm will take about 5 more days to open. Well then, I shall open this secret realm in advance, so you won't have to wait in this wilderness. As soon as Chen Daoxuan finished speaking, everyone was somewhat bewildered. Calculating the precise opening time of the secret realm is somewhat difficult, but many powerful beings could achieve it. But what on earth does it mean to open the secret realm in advance? Even Li Shenruo, the saintess of the eastern region, had never heard of a secret realm being able to open in advance. Yet Chen Daoxuan seemed completely unfazed by everyone's astonishment. He simply wrapped his arms around Lung Yanren's slender waist and stepped into the air, directly arriving at the entrance of the secret realm. At this moment, the entrance was faintly glowing with inscriptions, though it was unstable. Chen Daoxuan casually placed his hand on the stone pillar engraved with inscriptions, pouring in spiritual energy, as if it cost nothing. As Chen Daoxuan continuously infused his spiritual power into the entrance of the secret realm, the inscriptions on the stone pillar began to flicker more rapidly. No one expected that his so-called early activation of the secret realm was not reliant on any secret technique, but rather on the simplest and most straightforward method. He planned to directly fill the secret realm with spiritual power. The so-called secret realm was originally an independent space opened up by powerful beings. The conditions required to open the secret realm were quite simple. If there were no special conditions set by the realm's master, it would naturally open when the spiritual power inside reached its limit. Thus, various secret realms would have differing activation frequencies ranging from once every few years to once every few hundred or even 1,000 years. The method of directly filling the secret realm with spiritual power to activate it early was known to almost everyone, yet no one dared to do it. Because it was simply unachievable. Or rather, they could not achieve it, or if a powerful being of the 9th heaven of the infinite realm were to come, perhaps they could activate the secret realm a few days early, but it would cost them at least 80% of their spiritual power. One must know that for a powerful being of the infinite realm, recovering 80% of their spiritual power would take quite some time. Who would be willing to pour their spiritual energy recklessly just to activate the secret realm a few days earlier? It was not merely about transferring spiritual energy into someone's body, but rather filling an entire independent space or even a small world. However, for Chen Daoxuan, there was no concern at all. Ever since he broke through to the Qi-Si realm, he discovered that his spiritual power seemed boundless. His Qi-Si was far too special. It was not a Qi-Si at all, but an entire universe. He even suspected that if it were not within the bounds of the Heavenly Dao Shrine, he could fill his internal spiritual power with just a thought. Once he stepped out of the omnipotent range of the shrine, it would be difficult to fill his required spiritual power even with 100 years of normal absorption. Therefore, although the amount of spiritual power needed to activate the secret realm early was immense, more than enough to exhaust the combined power of everyone present in Chen Daoxuan's eyes, it could only be described as this little bit of spiritual power is nothing. Under the gazes of those who looked at him like a nouveau riche, the inscriptions above the secret realm's entrance lit up completely in an instant. It was indeed filled with spiritual energy ahead of time and successfully opened. In fact, for insurance, Chen Daoxuan decided to pour out a large amount of spiritual power from his palm. Crack! A brittle sound echoed as a nearly invisible crack appeared. Upon seeing this, Chen Daoxuan silently withdrew his hand. After all, no one had seen it. If something went wrong later, he could not be blamed. He was not worried about any problems with Long Yanran. Her teleportation array had not yet been used, and besides, if the teleportation array failed, he could still personally ensure his disciples' safety. As for the others, it would depend on their luck. The secret realm has been opened. Go ahead. Remember, if you can fight, then fight. If you encounter someone too strong, use the jade pendant and array I gave you. If those don't work, just count to 3 in your heart, and I will keep you safe. After softly speaking, Chen Daoxuan gently ruffled his disciple's hair, indicating that she could enter the secret realm. Though his tone was calm, his words revealed his deep concern for her and confidence in his own strength. Yes, master, don't worry. Upon hearing her master's words, Lung Yanran felt a warmth in her heart, wishing she could skip this troublesome secret realm and return to the mountain to serve her master instead. However, thinking of her master's formidable realm, she felt that if she did not work hard, she would be nothing but a vase that could not help her master at all. She could only suppress her impulse and resolve not to let her master down. Under her master's smiling gaze, Lung Yanran took a reluctant step back, her eyes filled with reluctance, as she stepped into the teleportation array of the secret realm. Until Lung Yanran's figure disappeared into the teleportation array, Chen Daoxuan turned around to look at the many forces behind him who were staring eagerly at the teleportation array, but dared not step forward. Why is everyone just standing there and not going in? I thought so many people were here to participate in the secret realm, but it seems my disciple is the only one taking part. Chen Daoxuan muttered in confusion. His words caused everyone to stagger. They felt their temples thudding. With a killing god like you standing in front of the teleportation array, who would dare to step up? Just a casual conversation with you could lead to a series of unfortunate events. Aren't you going in? Chen Daoxuan then turned to look at Li Shenrua, who was also standing quietly to the side, and asked softly, I dare not. Li Shenrua was quite frank and directly stated the reason. Haha, no worries. Even if you and I do not share a master-disciple bond, it does not matter. Go ahead. If you encounter my Yenran inside, you two can help each other. Chen Daoxuan chuckled, glancing at the remaining 2 minutes on his system interface. Upon hearing this, the saintess Li Shenrua bowed slightly to Chen Daoxuan, and then entered the secret realm without looking back. The sooner they entered the secret realm, the greater their advantage would be. After all, this one step could be the difference between obtaining the immortal inheritance. In the face of potential immortal inheritance, Li Shenrua would not be courteous. After Li Shenrua disappeared into the teleportation array, Chen Daoxuan shifted his gaze to the talented individual from the eastern region, Wang Yan, who had reached the 9th heaven of the profound realm. Under Wang Yan's nervous gaze, Chen Daoxuan approached him. May I ask, Senior, is there something you wish to instruct me on? Rest assured, if I see your disciple in danger within this secret realm, I will certainly assist with all my... Although Chen Daoxuan wore a faint smile, Wang Yan could not help but feel immense fear when meeting his gaze. After all, just moments ago he had smiled like that, and the heir of the Ren family had already perished. You are quite good. Chen Daoxuan was pleased to hear this, and raised his hand to pat Wang Yan's shoulder, but suddenly recalling that this fellow was covered in ashes, he halted his hand midair, revealing a look of... This gesture almost made Wang Yan cry. Drip, drip. An unclear liquid flowed down his pant leg, soon soaking the ground beneath. This forced Chen Daoxuan to take 3 steps back, staring at Wang Yan in shock. How can a grown person not take off their pants when urinating in public? Although Chen Daoxuan did not understand what was happening with this fellow, he was greatly shocked, retreating 3 steps with a face full of astonishment as he stared at the young man before him. They hadn't even exchanged 2 sentences when he praised him once, and suddenly this happened. Was it really that Senior, please spare me. No, it was my mistake, but I truly am not sleepy right now. I really don't want to just fall asleep. Wang Yan felt the dampness of his pant legs and shivered, hastily begging for mercy. He remembered clearly that just a moment ago the senior had smiled and patted Renchirue on the shoulder, after which Renchirue had immediately collapsed into sleep, and now even his ashes had been scattered. Esteemed senior, please do not hold this against my young master. Once we return to the East Region's Xiaoyao Palace, we will surely present a grand gift to express our gratitude for your generosity. The old coachman, who had been standing not far away, could no longer sit still upon seeing this, and hurriedly stepped forward, bowing deeply to plead on behalf of Wang Yan. Before coming to the North Region, he had thought that with his cultivation at the 3rd level of Infinite Realm, he could easily conquer the entire North Region without any difficulty. But he never expected that upon arriving in the North Region, he would encounter such a terrifying killing god. Even the avatar of the Ren family's ancestor had been shattered with a mere gesture from this person, indicating that they were likely above the Infinite Realm. You people from the East Region are truly strange. Forget it, think what you will. Chen Daoxuan was left bewildered by their words, and casually waved his hand at them. And this time his main body had not much time left, only 10 seconds remaining. Let me give everyone a... If you all compete fairly with my Yenran in the secret realm, I won't trouble you afterward. But if anyone dares to harbor ill intentions or seeks to harm my disciple, then that master from earlier will probably be quite busy. Chen Daoxuan scanned the numerous forces present, and not a single person dared to meet his gaze. Although his tone was very calm while speaking, everyone present couldn't help but shudder. No one would question Chen Daoxuan's strength. As his words fell, the time for Chen Daoxuan's arrival finally ran out, dissipating into specks of starlight before the eyes of the crowd. Unexpectedly, this scene left everyone even more shocked. He just disappeared like that. What kind of divine ability is this? Elder Zhang, can you discern the opponent's realm? What divine ability did he use when he left just now? Why did he disappear without any fluctuation of spiritual energy? Even if he used a teleportation array, it shouldn't have this effect, right? Wang Yan, seeing that the terrifying figure had finally left, let out a long breath, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. Although Chen Daoxuan had never intended to harm him, in his heart, it was as if he had walked through the gates of hell. I can't see through him. The realm he emits is merely the 1st level of Qi realm. As for how he left, it must be some secret technique. Even I couldn't perceive how he left or where he went. This person is truly frightening. Perhaps in our Xiaoyao Palace, only the palace master is stronger than this person. The old man frowned, voicing his judgment. As for the Qi realm's first level, he did not take it seriously. Anyone who wasn't foolish wouldn't believe that terrifying figure was at the Qi realm. Which Qi realm expert could casually block a blow from the 9th level of Infinite Realm? Which Qi realm expert could shatter an avatar from the 9th level of Infinite Realm with a mere finger? Not to mention directly using spiritual energy to fill the secret realm and open it 5 days early. Even he at the 3rd level of Infinite Realm couldn't achieve that without expending all his spiritual energy. Qi realm, 1st level, hee. If that terrifying figure were truly at Qi realm 1st level, I would be upside down and in dire straits. Hiss, I almost forgot to change my pants. Wang Yan forced a smile. He could swear that if that person were at Qi realm 1st level, he would dare to eat anything. However, he finally remembered that his pants were still damp. He hurried back to the palace to change into it. After reminding Elder Zhang a few things, he hurriedly entered the secret realm. Subsequently, the numerous forces from the north region also surged forward, beginning to enter the secret realm. In an instant, only the Infinite Realm elders from Xiaoyao Palace, the deadly beast from the Annihilation Realm, and the elders and sect masters from various factions above the returning Ruins Realm remained. At the illusory mountain, in a small pavilion, Chen Daoxuan slowly opened his eyes. After Long Yanran descended the mountain, he had originally intended to take a nap, as it would take at least half a month for her to return. However, it wasn't long before he heard a prompt in his mind. Host's eldest disciple Long Yanran has killed an opponent at the 1st level of the Tongxian realm, reward 1 system point. At that moment, Chen Daoxuan guessed that Yanran might have encountered trouble before entering the secret realm, and thus he didn't plan to sleep any longer. Sure enough, it wasn't long before he heard the system's 2nd prompt. Host's eldest disciple Long Yanran is in a life-and-death crisis. Do you want to intervene? To strike from afar with the full power of the main body requires 100 system points. The main body can descend for 10 minutes if dead, will resurrect in the Heavenly Dao Temple requires 1000 system points. At that moment, Chen Daoxuan's mind raced. Yanran had brought many trump cards this time, including jade pendants containing a strike from his 8th level of Qi condensation totaling several dozen. And she even had an array disc with her. Yet she still encountered a life-and-death crisis, clearly indicating that her opponent was formidable enough to give her no chance to resist. Although his strike at the Qi realm was much stronger than before, to be safe, he chose to spend 1000 system points to intervene personally. After all, an opponent capable of rendering Yanran, who had many trump cards unable to resist, must at least be an Infinite Realm expert above the Annihilation Realm. Even if it was just an Infinite Realm 1st level opponent, the killing reward would be 1000 system points, making it a worthwhile endeavor. Wait a minute, system, I killed that avatar of the Ren family's ancestor at the 9th level of Infinite Realm. Why didn't I receive a reward? Where are my 9000 system points? Chen Daoxuan suddenly realized something, staring at the remaining 3000 plus system points on his panel, feeling a bit dazed. He had killed that avatar of the Ren family's ancestor at the 9th level of Infinite Realm. Once he received those 9000 system points, he could even spend 10,000 system points to break through to the next major realm, the Sky Sovereign Realm. Yet the system prompt did not include the reward notification he was hoping to see. What about the reward for killing such a great Infinite Realm powerhouse? How come I don't have any system? Since the host only killed a clone, there are no rewards. Just tell me if it was a clone or not. Just say whether it was an Infinite Realm 9th layer or not. Why don't I get any system points? If it doesn't work, I don't want those 9000 system points anymore. Just return the 1000 I spent and we can call it even. How about that? System, are you talking to me, system? My dear, what are you doing? Why aren't you replying? Originally thinking this would be a sure profit, I ended up gaining only 9 system points from killing that Renchirue of the Profound Realm 9th layer. After calling for a long time without a response, Chen Daoxuan had to give up and accept his fate. He could only hope that his disciples would gather enough treasures from the secret realm to help him make a fortune. If he could recruit that Li Shenrua under his wing, that would be even better. Just the reward for accepting a disciple would at least be 1000 system points. By the way, that guy is from the Ren family in the eastern region. I should find an opportunity to pay them a visit. If it weren't for that old man from the Ren family, I wouldn't have wasted 1000 system points. At that time, I will have to earn back those system points tenfold from the Ren family. Suddenly, Chen Daoxuan thought of that old man from the Ren family who bullied his disciples. If it weren't for that guy, he wouldn't have had to spend 1000 system points. He immediately wrote down the name of the Ren family from the eastern region in his little notebook. 1000 system points. Enough for me to upgrade to the 2nd layer of the Qi realm. Forget it, I will take a bath to relieve my mood. Chen Daoxuan sighed deeply and then went to the spirit pool hall. With a thought, he caused the originally cool spirit liquid in the pool to steam up. Compared to the cool spirit liquid, he preferred to soak in it like a hot spring. As his body felt enveloped and cleansed by the spirit liquid, Chen Daoxuan finally forgot his troubles and revealed a relaxed expression. After soaking in the spirit liquid, Chen Daoxuan casually picked up a set of clothes from the hanger. Where did the previous set that hadn't been washed go? Oh, did Yanran wash my clothes for me? Not bad, she's quite thoughtful. Chen Daoxuan was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood the reason, revealing a smile, as he felt quite satisfied with his disciple. Wearing the clothes that Yanran had washed, Chen Daoxuan's nose twitched slightly. Strange, why does this outfit have a faint fragrance? She probably used some kind of fragrance after washing, right? Indeed, female disciples are always so Chen Daoxuan chuckled, feeling content, as he lay back on his enlightenment vine chair, basking in the sun for inside the secret realm. Leng Yanran realized why this secret realm was named Red Cloud Valley after. Since being transported here, she looked around and found a mysterious pale red mist filling the space resembling red clouds. It gave Leng Yanran the illusion of walking in the sky enveloped by the red clouds, which also caused visibility to shrink to less than 10 meters. Even her divine sense was suppressed. Wanting to penetrate the mist for investigation could barely extend to less than 50 meters before it was blocked. Leng Yanran had to choose a direction and cautiously began her exploration. Although the distance of divine sense being less than 50 meters, as long as she was careful it was enough. At least she could detect danger in advance and prepare accordingly. Fortunately, she was the only one to enter first. If others knew someone could still use divine sense in the Red Cloud Valley, they would surely be shocked. Many forces from the northern region had entered this Red Cloud Valley multiple times and naturally summed up a lot of The most basic consensus was that not only was visibility extremely short in this Red Cloud Valley, but due to the influence of the Red Cloud's divine sense could not be released at all. In fact, even if it could be released, it would barely extend less than a meter from the body, making it worse than using one's eyes. Before long, another figure in white also entered the secret realm. Li Shenrua, also entering the Red Cloud Valley, for the first time frowned slightly. It's rather troublesome that I cannot use divine sense here. However, it doesn't matter. According to the map, I just need to head north to reach the Red Cloud Immortal Palace. But which way is north? Li Shenrua opened her previously prepared information and map and smiled easily at first. But when she lifted her head to see the surrounding red clouds making it impossible to determine the direction, she couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. This way should be it. Finally, Li Shenrua confirmed a direction and nodded decisively before starting to pass through the layers of mist. Coincidentally, this direction was the same path that Leng Yanran had chosen earlier. Following closely behind, Wang Yan, now dressed in new clothes and holding a folding fan, also appeared in the secret realm. Haha, now it's my stage as a genius. I bet that Saintess Shenrua has already headed straight for the Red Cloud Immortal Palace. I can't fall behind. Wang Yan regained his confidence as a talented disciple. In this secret realm, apart from Li Shenrua being stronger than him, the only one he needed to be wary of was Leng Yanran. As for the other forces from the northern region, to him, they were merely stepping stones for him to obtain the immortal legacy, not worth mentioning. Saying this, Wang Yan took out a compass and headed in the direction indicated by the needle. However, this direction was completely opposite to the paths chosen by Leng Yanran and Li Shenrua. On the map, due north was marked as the Red Cloud Immortal Palace. Before long, more and more people from the northern region began to teleport into the secret realm. Although the locations were random, each person was at least a kilometer apart from one another. In the outside world, a kilometer would naturally provoke conflicts and bloodshed. However, here, due to the restrictions of the red cloud obscuring vision and divine sense, it was not easy for everyone to encounter each other. Nevertheless, everyone remained highly alert, constantly on guard against potential enemies. The direction most chose to head towards was naturally the Red Cloud Immortal Palace, where they might obtain the legacy of an immortal. However, there were also two other groups heading west and east respectively. Besides the Red Cloud Immortal Palace, there were opportunities to be found in the other two locations within this secret realm. To the west, one could find a spirit pool which would appear every 200 years, containing a small pool of spiritual liquid and even spirit stones. To the east lay a battlefield. Every time the secret realm opened, someone would always be able to obtain a few treasures from that battlefield. It is rumored that the Mountain Guardian treasure of the Golden Cauldron sect was obtained from that very battlefield. That was a mid-grade Earth-tier treasure, a pinnacle existence in the northern region. Even if one could not obtain an Earth-tier treasure, acquiring a mysterious tier treasure would still be a great opportunity. Compared to the ethereal and intangible legacy of the immortals, they preferred more tangible opportunities. However, no one chose to head south. Although the crowd was unaware of the dangers lurking there, it was well known among the northern region people that the south contained great horrors. Initially, the northern forces participating in the Red Cloud Valley had not discovered any dangers in the south, but as they participated more frequently, they gradually realized. Every time someone ventured south, they never returned, having perished within the secret realm, and thus no one dared to head south again. Before long, everyone began to take action. At this moment, Leng Yanran furrowed her brows, watching as the beast she had severely injured actually staggered back to its feet. Something's not right. clearly suffering such severe injuries, yet it seems unbothered, as if it cannot feel any pain. She observed the aerial realm beast before her, analyzing its strange condition. Moreover, the beast seemed to possess no awareness, merely rushing at her with the instinct to bite. Roar! The beast howled, charging towards Lang Yanran once more, even as one of its legs hung limply, having been injured and broken, yet it showed no sign of pain. Humph! Lang Yanran focused her gaze, gathering spiritual energy, and with a swift hand she crushed the beast's skull. Without its head, the beast finally swayed and fell to the ground, no longer moving. It seems that the beasts here need their heads smashed in order to be killed. However, as long as there is a weakness, everything is manageable. Seeing this, Lang Yanran concluded that the beasts in this place had undergone some kind of corpse transformation, becoming mindless monsters that only knew how to kill. She speculated inwardly that this must be the test of the secret realm. As long as she passed this test, she might be able to reach the so-called Immortal Palace, and at that time she could collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures to bring back to her master. Having thought this through, Lang Yanran quickened her pace, aided by her divine sense, which could extend 50 meters. Along the way, she chose to avoid battles whenever possible, only engaging when absolutely unavoidable. This made her feel no pressure at all. Meanwhile, Li Shenrua encountered similar corpse-like monsters. After easily dealing with a few, she understood that these monsters could only be defeated by smashing their heads. I need to pick up the pace. That which has probably gotten far ahead of me. Suddenly, Li Shenrua noticed a fresh monster corpse on the ground. One, she hadn't slain herself, with spiritual energy still faintly present, clearly having been killed not long ago. Without needing to think, she could guess who was responsible. To keep up with Lang Yanran, she decided to quicken her steps, aiming for a swift kill with a headshot whenever she encountered a monster. She was determined to obtain the immortal legacy and would not allow it to slip through her fingers. In today's world, immortal tier techniques had already been lost to time. Even in her sacred land, the highest techniques were merely heavenly tier. There were indeed prodigies in the world cultivating immortal tier techniques, but without exception those individuals had all received the legacies of immortals, inheriting the techniques passed down by them. It could be said that in today's world, the only way to cultivate immortal grade techniques was to find the location of the immortal legacy and gain the recognition of the immortal to obtain those techniques. As for Li Shenrua, with her sacred tier talent, if it were before the immortal grade techniques were severed, she might have been able to achieve immortality. However, now the highest techniques in the world were merely heavenly tier, and her pursuit of the path to immortality was sealed. Having great talent and lofty ambitions, yet lacking a technique capable of supporting her cultivation to the immortal realm, how frustrating it was. Before long, as the two of them ventured deeper into the southern lands, the monsters they encountered grew increasingly powerful, with aerial realm beasts nearly vanishing, all monsters now possessing the strength of the profound realm. Yet whether it was Lang Yanran or Li Shenrua, when facing the profound realm, they both wielded overwhelming power. This was not enough to make them halt, and even their pace of advancement remained largely unaffected. However, soon Lang Yanran noticed that the strange monsters had suddenly decreased in number. When things seem out of the ordinary, there must be something amiss. She decided to slow her pace, always on guard against her surroundings just in case. A woo! With a wolf howl, red mist illuminated numerous red dots. No, to be precise, they were eyes. Lang Yanran's expression became considerably grave. Within this red cloud, the densely packed red eyes must belong to several dozen, if not hundreds of beasts. Facing the assault of over 100 profound realm beasts was not an easy task. Moreover, these were all mindless monsters that only knew how to kill. Bang! 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 With a series of tremors, a wolf monster over 10 meters tall, nearly the height of a 10-story building, revealed itself, glaring fiercely at Lang Yanran, drool dripping from its mouth. It was evidently the leader of this wolf pack. Lang Yanran was somewhat taken aback. She hadn't expected this monstrous wolf pack to have a leader, and it seemed capable of commanding the other monstrous wolves through its howls. This posed a significant problem. Originally, these monsters had no pain sensation and could only be killed by smashing their skulls. If they also had a leader directing them, it would become incredibly troublesome. Furthermore, this was a wolf monster known for its copper head and iron bones, with a head much sturdier than the other monsters. Tisk, isn't this test a bit excessive? A secret realm that only allows profound realm beings to enter, yet the difficulty of the test is this great. Is this the standard for obtaining the immortal legacy? Well, it's just as well to warm up here first, so that when I reach the Immortal Palace, I can compete for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Lang Yanran looked at the hundreds of profound realm monsters before her, as well as the leader of the returning ruins realm, and casually murmured. Facing over 100 wolf monsters at the transcendent stage, along with a wolf leader of the returning ruins stage glaring at her, Lang Yanran felt no panic whatsoever. Even if this is indeed a test of the immortal's legacy, so what? If there are immortals in this world, none can compare to my master. The confidence of Lang Yanran stemmed entirely from her master, whose strength was beyond her current comprehension, only knowing that her master had told her to worry not when facing any problems. A whoa! As if sensing the disdain directed at it, the wolf leader of the returning ruined stage let out a howl, causing its subordinates to charge at Long Yanran with red eyes fully coordinated in their attack. Tisk, disgusting creatures, don't dirty the dress my master specially prepared for me. With a raised eyebrow, Long Yanran deftly dodged left and right, striking down with her palm to shatter the head of a transcendent stage wolf monster, killing it instantly. At the same time, her figure casually moved closer to the wolf leader of the returning ruined stage. To avoid scaring it away, she even slowed her pace in killing the wolf monsters. Before long, Long Yanran estimated that the heavenly demon finger was ready to be unleashed, and she could no longer hold back. Humph! With a cold snort, her spiritual energy erupted, instantly sending all wolves within 10 meters flying, clearing a space. Heavenly demon finger! She then turned her icy gaze towards the wolf leader and pointed directly. Although the wolf leader had some awareness, it was ultimately a monstrous being akin to a zombie. Before this, its eyes were incredibly vacant, but upon witnessing the heavenly demon finger, a look of fear that should not exist appeared in its eyes. Most terrifying was the realization that it could not evade this attack, as it lost control over its own body. However, it quickly devised a plan. With a howl, the transcendent stage monsters began to charge forward recklessly to shield it. Bang, bang, bang! 3 consecutive sounds rang out as 3 transcendent stage wolf monsters were pierced through by the force of a single finger. Seeing this, Long Yanran furrowed her brows, not expecting the wolf leader to come up with such a tactic. Nevertheless, this did not pose a significant problem. With her current strength, she could unleash the heavenly demon finger nearly 100 times. Even if the opponent used its subordinates to block each time, they would still inevitably perish at her hands. Just as she was about to raise her hand to continue using the heavenly demon finger and assert her dominance, she noticed the wolf leader of the returning ruined stage, giving her a wary glance before turning and running deeper into the cave. Seeing this, the other wolf monsters also abandoned their attack on Long Yanran and hurriedly followed their leader to escape. Isn't this a test? How could they be driven away? Long Yanran was somewhat bewildered, but regardless, as long as she passed the checkpoint, she couldn't be bothered to pursue further. She then continued forward. Those over 100 transcendent stage wolves, along with a returning ruined stage wolf, would be enough to obliterate all forces outside the 3 major sects in the northern region. Even the Morwa kingdom couldn't withstand them yet. They posed no threat to Long Yanran at all. She didn't even need to utilize the trump card her master had given her. Even she herself had not realized that in just 2 or 3 months of apprenticeship, she had transformed from a talented cultivator with only saint-level potential into a being capable of suppressing the Morwa kingdom single-handedly. Not long after Long Yanran left, Li Shunrua arrived at the spot where she had clashed with the wolf monsters. So many transcendent stage wolf corpses. It seems I underestimated that demoness strength. Li Shunrua observed the battle marks on the ground, noting the bodies of 2 or 3 dozen transcendent stage wolves. Although she had tried to hurry along the way, she still could not catch up to Long Yanran's pace. Thanks to Long Yanran clearing the path, she even saved a lot of time, otherwise she would have been left far behind. Thinking of this, Li Shunrua couldn't help but quicken her pace again, fearing that the immortals' legacy would be snatched away by someone else. The wolf leader fled deeper into the cave, eventually arriving at a stone chamber, leaving all the transcendent stage wolves outside and entering alone. Inside the stone chamber, the walls were dotted with numerous pits, large and small, and within those pits lay the bizarrely positioned corpses of various beasts. No, to be precise, they were like these wolf monsters. They clearly were corpses, yet their muscles twitched to cave. Clearly these monsters were birthed from within this stone chamber, and any beast corpse stored in the pits must at least possess the strength of the returning ruin stage. Moreover, 2 of the largest corpses radiated an aura of complete annihilation, causing the wolf leader to feel fear. As the wolf leader ventured deeper, it passed through a long stone passage and entered a massive space. The center of this stone chamber had been completely hollowed out, resembling a luxurious palace within a mountain. A pile of magical treasures accumulated on one side like a small mountain, and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures were similarly piled up as if they were trash. At the very center lay a coffin made of unknown wood. Awoo, awoo. The wolf monster approached the coffin, prostrating on the ground, continuously reporting the information it had just gathered. Rumble. With a sound, the coffin slowly opened and a figure sat up within. The figure's skin was an inky green, clearly not a living person. Oh! Someone dares to approach my demon lair. At the transcendent stage, yet they can unleash power of the returning ruin stage. Very well, let her be the sacrifice. This time none of the cultivators participating in the secret realm will escape. The opportunity to exit this place has finally arrived. The person in the coffin, upon hearing the wolf leader's report, showed no signs of panic. Even if a genius at the transcendent stage occasionally appeared in this secret realm, so what if they could suppress those at the returning ruin stage? Such geniuses always ended up dying at his hands. Whenever the secret realm opened, none had managed to enter his territory and escape alive. No matter how talented they were with the two annihilation stage beasts, he raised it was more than enough to easily suppress them. Ultimately, they would serve as nourishment for him to re-emerge into the world. Just as he began to fantasize about escaping this coffin and becoming invincible in the world again, sounds of battle echoed from outside the stone chamber. Call your wolf pack back and let her in. I want to see what expression this genius will have when she sees the numerous beast corpses I have cultivated for thousands of years. Upon hearing the command from the one in the coffin, the wolf leader howled, summoning all its subordinates back into the stone chamber. The one battling the wolf pack was of course Lung Yanran, who had arrived here first. Is this stone chamber the second trial? What a charade! Claiming to be an immortal palace while emanating a strong stench of corpses, truly laughable. Lung Yanran gazed at the magic cave before her, which exuded a dense aura of death, momentarily questioning whether this secret realm truly held the legacy of the immortals. Such an overwhelming aura of death could never have been caused by righteous cultivators. It would be no exaggeration to label it as the work of evil forces. However, even so, she did not mind. After all, her purpose in entering this secret realm was never to pursue the ethereal legacy of the immortals. How could she, possessing the primordial level technique, the chaos heavenly demon art taught by her master, choose to cultivate a method that was only suitable for mundane tasks like cooking as described by her master? She had only two objectives for participating in this secret realm. The first was to experience some battles and hone her strength. The second was to collect the rare materials within the secret realm to bring back as tribute to her master. After all, it was still a legacy of the immortals, and the rare materials would certainly be abundant. She planned to bring them all back, and her master would surely praise her. Thinking of her master's praise, Lung Yanran no longer hesitated and strode directly into the cave with her long legs. Following closely behind, Li Shenrua also arrived at the entrance of the cave. Having encountered no more of those strange beast corpses along the way, Li Shenrua finally caught up with Lung Yanran. Without any delay, she rushed into the cave. Her desire for the immortal grade techniques left her no room to ponder why this immortal palace was filled with an aura of death. As soon as she entered the cave, she spotted a figure in the distance. Lung Yanran also sensed the presence and turned her head. The two locked eyes, and it was Li Shenrua who broke the silence. Fairy Lung, your strength is remarkable and admirable. Given the dangers that lie within this cave, why not join forces? Li Shenrua scanned the beast corpses with their aura of the returning ruins realm, and could not help but express her willingness to cooperate. No need, if you are afraid, just follow behind me. Lung Yanran crossed her arms over her chest and glanced at the saintess Li Shenrua, finding her increasingly displeasing. If this woman also became her master's disciple, wouldn't that mean her master's affection would have to be shared? Moreover, this woman seemed to be ungrateful, showing no intention of accepting her master as a teacher. With that, Lung Yanran turned and walked deeper into the cave without looking back, completely disregarding the beast corpses with their aura of the returning ruins realm as threats. Even without relying on her master's trump card, she was not the slightest bit afraid facing the returning ruins realm. Seeing this, Li Shenrua could only frown and remain silent. However, she did not hasten her pace to show off, but instead followed closely behind Lung Yanran at a steady pace. Why not let someone lead the way for her? Moreover, for some unknown reason, ever since she entered the cave, she felt a vague unease in her heart. There was something not quite right about why the legacy of the immortals would appear in such a place. As the two delved deeper, they soon arrived at a vast space. The pack of wolf demons were now crouched before a coffin, and the person inside the coffin quietly gazed at the two of them. What surprised them the most was that, in the two largest cavities on the wall, there lay a beast corpse of the annihilation realm each. As for the strength of the person in the coffin, the two could not discern. Lung Yanran silently placed her hand on the storage pouch at her waist, ready to use her master's trump card if things went awry. After all, with her current strength at the 7th layer of the profound realm, while she could subdue those of the returning ruins realm, facing the annihilation realm was still too much for her. May I ask, if you are the overseer of this checkpoint, could you explain how one passes this trial? Li Shenrua had already formed a suspicion after surveying the situation in the hall. The two annihilation realm beasts on the wall were presumably not meant for them to slay, but rather they only needed to hold out against them for a few exchanges to pass the trial. Otherwise, in this secret realm, the highest participants would only be at the profound realm. How could anyone from the profound realm defeat those of the annihilation realm? Moreover, annihilation realm beasts inherently had an advantage over humans, being tough and resilient. It was difficult even for those of the same realm to conquer them, let alone those who crossed two major realms. The person in the coffin was somewhat confused by Li Shenruo's question. After the two entered the cave, he had been anticipating their expressions of terror upon seeing the annihilation realm corpses. Yet now they displayed no signs of panic and instead inquired about the trial. Had their brains short-circuited? Interesting. So you two are treating this place as the Chiun Immortal Palace. I must say, in all my thousands of years, this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. The person in the coffin was initially taken aback, but soon understood everything and a smile appeared at the corner. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, but it didn't matter. Once he dealt with these two, he would begin harvesting the talents that entered the secret realm. As he looked at Long Yanran, a glimmer of fervor flashed in his eyes. He secretly resolved that he would refine this woman into a corpse servant. Such a stunning beauty would be a waste to merely consume. And all of this was naturally influenced by her innate charm and the seductive path of the heavenly demon. What do you mean, esteemed one? And who exactly are you? Even Li Shenrua, no matter how naive, could sense something was amiss from the words of the person in the coffin. She had clearly followed the map to reach the Qiyun Immortal Palace. How could this person's words not align? Since you two have voluntarily come to provide nourishment for me, I shall clarify things for you. I am Qianzi. No, to be precise, I am the physical body of Qianzi. As for this place, it is not the Qiyun Immortal Palace, but a cave specifically built to suppress me. The person in the coffin chuckled, not hiding anything from the two. Once upon a time, Qianzi was ambushed by the demonic path, severely injured and perished. He had a friend help seal his body in the mountain, knowing that once dead, the likelihood of becoming a corpse was high due to the nature of the demonic cultivator's path. As expected, his corpse had developed its own consciousness. This led to the being in the coffin and the numerous beast corpses. Li Shenrua was stunned. She had never expected to have walked into the opposite direction, arriving at the deadly zone within the secret realm. This could be troublesome. If those two Annihilation Realm beast corpses were to attack, she would likely find it hard to cope. Whether she could escape was uncertain. As for Long Yanran, she paid no mind to the words of the person in the coffin. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the mountain of rare materials and various weapons piled beside her. So much! My master will surely love this. A smile of excitement broke across Long Yanran's face, leaving Li Shenrua beside her dumbfounded, even causing the person in the coffin to be momentarily stunned. At such a time, shouldn't one first be concerned about how to escape? Why is there still interest in the heavenly materials and earthly treasures? Seeing the excited expression on Long Yanran's face, fixated on the heavenly materials and earthly treasures with sparkling eyes, Li Shenrua felt her mind was somewhat bewildered. Fairy Long, our lives are at stake. We should join forces to escape this place first. At such a time, let go of thoughts about the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Interesting. Truly interesting. I didn't expect that you still have the mood to care about heavenly materials and earthly treasures in front of me. I don't know whether to praise your bravery or say you are foolish. The person in the coffin was momentarily stunned, then burst into loud laughter. Hey, is this all your treasures? Are there no others? However, Long Yanran completely ignored their words, and instead turned to the person in the coffin, asking bluntly. She had not forgotten her master's instruction that before killing someone, one must first ensure the opponent hands over all their heavenly materials and earthly treasures without wasting anything. Ha! This is truly ridiculous. Disable them both. The person in the coffin couldn't comprehend why this woman not only showed no fear but even questioned him. He immediately ordered to capture the two. As his voice fell, the two corpses of the Oblivion Realm began to move. Perhaps having not moved for too long, a piercing sound of bones grinding echoed as they rose. Meanwhile, the corpse puppets of the Return to Ruin Realm that had been sleeping in the corridor they entered also opened their eyes, blocking the two's escape route. Fairy Lung, I can withstand these two corpse puppets for 10 breaths with my secret treasure. Let's escape together. Li Shenrua felt her scalp tingle and immediately shouted at Long Yanran. But she found that Long Yanran had completely ignored her and instead walked directly toward the pile of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Taking out a storage pouch amidst the incredulous gazes of many, she openly collected the small mountain of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Then she walked over to a pile of weapons and treasures, taking out another storage pouch. Tisk, all the treasures are collected. Now there's nothing to worry about. After putting away the two storage pouches, Lung Yanran finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was not worried about anything else, only that these treasures might be destroyed later. However, her actions left everyone present dumbfounded. Did she really not consider herself an outsider? Were these dozens of Return to Ruin Realm and 2 Oblivion Realm corpses merely decorations? Roar! The Oblivion Realm corpse puppets seemed to feel insulted, roaring as they charged toward Lung Yanran, revealing their sharp fangs intending to tear her apart. The other Oblivion Realm corpse puppet also did not lag behind, launching an attack at Li Shenrua. Seeing this, Li Shenrua quickly activated her protective treasure. Although her protective treasure was of high-grade earth rank, it could adequately withstand the attack from the Oblivion Realm, but her spiritual power could only support it for 10 breaths. After activating the protective barrier, Li Shenrua hesitated and glanced at Long Yanran, ultimately choosing not to flee alone, but instead moved beside Long Yanran, shielding her within the barrier. It wasn't that she was self-sacrificing. It was simply that there were too many Return to Ruin Realm corpses in the corridor, and she couldn't escape on her own. If we don't leave now, it will be too late, Li Shenrua said in exasperation, grabbing Lung Yanren's shoulder to make a run for it. The two Oblivion Realm corpses were temporarily blocked by the barrier and couldn't harm the two. Lung Yanran looked at one of them in surprise, not expecting that the other party would not leave her behind to flee, but instead wanted to save her. Humph, do you two juniors really think this place is a toilet that you can come and go as you please? Very well, it's just right for me to stretch my muscles. I should reappear in the world. The person in the coffin snorted coldly, not expecting the other party to possess a high-grade Earth-rank treasure. Plus Long Yanran had looked down on him earlier and took away the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had accumulated for thousands of years, making him extremely displeased. With a light leap, he jumped out of the coffin, his hand behind his back, and with one step, he directly arrived in front of the barrier set by Li Shenrua. Raising his hand, he swung a punch. Boom! Crack! The barrier, which could withstand the Oblivion Realm for 10 breaths, shattered like fragile glass. The person in the coffin immediately revealed a confident smile, raising his hand to strangle the necks of the two. Suddenly, he froze, his pupils contracting sharply as he looked at the array plate in Lung Yanran's hand. Thud! He unexpectedly knelt directly before Lung Yanran. Grandma, please don't make a move. Calm down, you must stay calm. The person in the coffin knelt on the ground, both hands gesticulating, trying to appease Lung Yanran. The numerous Return to Ruin Realm corpses and the Oblivion Realm corpses present already had some limited ability to think. Although they did not understand what was happening, seeing their master suddenly kneel down, all the corpses immediately prostrated on the ground, kneeling in the direction of Lung Yanran. This? Li Shenrua was stunned by the sudden scene before her. What on earth is happening? In her eyes, the person in the coffin intended to stretch his muscles, and then with one punch smashed her protective treasure barrier that could withstand the Oblivion Realm, demonstrating at least the strength of the Infinite Realm. She was even despairing in her heart, not expecting to perish here and become the nourishment for the corpse puppets. Yet, unexpectedly, that person in the coffin, who had made her despair, suddenly knelt down. So stretching his muscles was just this kind of activity. Turning her stiff head, she looked at Lung Yanran beside her. She saw her expression calm, holding a portable array plate that she didn't know when she had obtained. Is it the effect of this array plate? But a portable array plate can at most contain profound-level array formations. How could it possibly threaten an opponent of the Infinite Realm? Li Shenrua was full of confusion. Oh! You can see the power of this array plate. Lung Yanran was somewhat surprised that this corpse puppet would suddenly beg for mercy. After collecting the treasures, she had intended to use the attack array plate given by her master to completely destroy this place, annihilating both the person in the coffin and the corpse puppets, as well as this stone cave. My grandma! If you had said you had this treasure earlier, I wouldn't have made things difficult for you, would I? The person in the coffin's mouth twitched, glancing at the array plate. Qi Yunzi was originally a master of formations, and this body had a special talent. His eyes were extremely sensitive to the inscriptions of the formations. Just a glance earlier, he had already seen that this portable array plate contained as many as 10,000 array inscriptions. How could this even be possible? What in the world has happened in these thousands of years? Why can a portable array plate now contain heavenly-level array formations? He simply could not comprehend that even if Qi Yunzi had been a supremely noble 6th-tier formation master in his lifetime, he could only inscribe a high-grade mystic formation within a portable formation disk. Anyone daring to inscribe a top-grade mystic formation would cause the portable formation disk to shatter from the overwhelming power of the inscriptions. Yet mere thousands of years later, the portable formation disk could surprisingly contain heavenly-grade formations. Even in the sacred cultivation grounds, the protective sect formations were merely heavenly-grade formations. To lay down a heavenly-grade formation, which sacred ground wouldn't need to expend endless effort and massive resources. But now that woman held a portable formation disk containing a heavenly-grade formation, leaving the person in the coffin feeling as if his worldview had collapsed. My lady, please don't tremble. Let's discuss this calmly. The person in the coffin stared intently at the formation disk, feeling somewhat parched. At this moment, he had no thoughts of taking action against Lung Yanran. Not to mention the power of this heavenly-grade formation, it was simply beyond his ability to withstand. Just imagine what kind of terrifying background does someone who can casually carry a heavenly-grade portable formation disk have. He could not fathom what kind of background would allow a mere junior from the Tongxian realm to possess a heavenly-grade formation. After enduring thousands of years, he was finally on the verge of breaking free from his suppression. He certainly didn't want to provoke a force more terrifying than a sacred ground just after he had escaped. Fairy Lung, what exactly is this? Li Shenrua was stunned, looking to the side at Lung Yanran, asking stiffly. She truly couldn't understand why this terrifying person in the coffin would suddenly kneel. It's nothing, just some life-saving items my master casually gave me. In my master's hands, they are not treasures. I just didn't expect this fellow to recognize the power of this formation disc. Lung Yanran casually replied, glancing at the kneeling person in the coffin, pondering how best to utilize him and his corpse puppets. Even without the existence of the person in the coffin in the secret realm, the 2 corpse puppets of the extinct realm would be enough to sweep away everything. Moreover, they had survived in this secret realm for thousands of years, making them even more familiar with its terrain. If they could help collect heavenly materials and treasures, it would surely be more effective than doing it himself. Casually given some life-saving items, not treasures. Upon hearing this, the person in the coffin began to sweat coldly, instinctively lowering his body, further appearing even more humble. Li Shenruo could not see the terror of this formation disc, but he understood it clearly. Such treasures not even Qi Yunzi had the right to possess in his lifetime. How could the holy sons of those sacred grounds ever produce one? From Lung Yanran's words, it was evident that her master had given her not just this one treasure, and she even said it was nothing special. How terrifying! Could it be that her master is a celestial being descended from the immortal realm to experience the mortal world? However, in Lung Yanran's heart, these truly did not count as treasures. She had personally witnessed her master use less than the time it takes for an incense stick to create 10 formation discs, and a full 100 jade pendants capable of containing divine powers. If one were to talk about what truly constitutes a magical treasure, the first time she met her master, she saw him wielding a mysterious yellow ruler, which must have been of celestial weapon grade or higher. How about this? I won't make it difficult for you. Killing you brings me no benefit. Take me to the true Qiyun Xian Palace, and also command the corpse puppets here to collect all the heavenly materials and treasures they can find in this secret realm. Then I won't make things hard for you. How about that? After thinking for a moment, Lung Yanran finally decided to make good use of this power. As she spoke, her fingers lightly tapped on the formation disc, producing a series of crisp sounds that made the heart of the person in the coffin race. You flatter me. From the first moment I saw the fairy, I felt captivated by her aura. I would willingly risk my life for the fairy. Even if the fairy did not say so, I would diligently collect heavenly materials and treasures for her. However, the fairy may not be aware that this stone chamber was built to suppress me, containing a high-grade. I cannot leave this stone chamber, nor can I escort the fairy to the immortal palace. The person in the coffin, upon hearing Lung Yanran's words, immediately patted his chest and earnestly said. Upon hearing this, Lung Yanran nonchalantly pouted, while Li Shenruo beside her was dumbfounded. Was it not this person who had just shouted to attack them? She almost believed him, just almost. No matter, I will help you break this stone chamber. In this secret realm, serve me diligently. After we exit, I will return your freedom. Lung Yanran waved her hand nonchalantly. She did not want to waste the strength of a being from the infinite realm. If the fairy can help me break this restriction, I will do everything according to the fairy's wishes. The person in the coffin was dumbfounded. His previous words were merely out of fear of staying beside Lung Yanran, threatened by the heavenly grade attack formation. However, he truly could not escape from this place, which was not a falsehood. Eat this and I will assist you in breaking free. Lung Yanran was unconvinced, not believing the words of the person in the coffin. Instead, she patted her storage pouch at her waist and took out a jade pendant containing her master's divine power. Surrounding it with a strand of her own spiritual power, she could activate it at any moment with a thought. If she perished, the spiritual energy could still activate the jade pendant. Only by doing this could she feel at ease, leaving this powerful being from the infinite realm by her side. This isn't necessary, is it? I promise to keep my word and will not go back on it. The person in the coffin looked at the jade pendant in Lung Yanran's hand and could not help but swallow hard. The mere aura emitted by the jade pendant made him feel danger. The divine power contained within was certainly beyond his ability to withstand. Not to mention, swallowing it at that point, his life and death would be entirely in Lung Yanran's hands. If she were to go back on her word then, and not intend to grant him freedom, he would be completely doomed. With you like this, it's hard for me to trust you. Very well, since that's the case, it would be better for you to turn to ashes to make me feel at ease. Upon hearing the refusal, Lung Yanran had no intention of persuading him, and immediately planned to activate the formation disc to reduce this place to ruins. Since this being from the infinite realm could not be utilized by her, keeping him would only pose a threat. My lady, wait. I will eat it, I will eat it. Is that not enough? Under the eaves one must lower their head. The person in the coffin felt an immense bitterness in their heart. For thousands of years, every genius who entered here was terrified to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy, yet ultimately met their demise by their own hands becoming nutrients for him. But this time he was forced to kneel and beg for mercy by a junior in the Tongxian realm, even having to consume the divine talisman she offered with his life and death completely under her control. What could he do? That person held a heavenly tear attack array. He had no doubt that if he dared to utter a single refusal, the other party would turn this place to rubble, and he would be reduced to ashes. After thousands of years of planning, success was finally within reach, yet he encountered such an unexpected turn of events. It would have been better if you had cooperated sooner. Once you consume it, I will help you break the restriction. Upon hearing the agreement, Lang Yanran ceased her actions, leaving a trace of her spiritual energy within the talisman before casually tossing it before the person in the coffin. Under her watchful gaze, the person in the coffin obediently consumed the talisman, revealing a bitter expression. His life was now entirely in Lang Yanran's hands. As long as Lang Yanran had a thought, she could cause his demise at any moment. Even if she left this secret realm, should she change her mind, he would have no means to defend himself. Is this how easy it is to subdue a Wuliang realm expert? Li Shenruo stared in disbelief. A Wuliang realm expert could easily sweep away all forces in the northern region. Even in the eastern region, a Wuliang realm expert would undoubtedly be a formidable powerhouse enough to establish. Yet such a powerhouse was easily subdued by Lang Yanran, who was 2 minor realms lower than him. For a moment, Li Shenruo felt as if she was dreaming, finding it hard to believe. Can you now help me break the restriction, Grand Lady? The person in the coffin looked at Lang Yanran with pleading eyes. His gaze also fell upon the array plate in Lang Yanran's hand. He thought she intended to use this heavenly tier array to shatter the stone cave directly. But Lang Yanran's actions made his pupils constrict sharply. Upon hearing his words, she slightly nodded and casually patted her storage pouch. Suddenly another array plate appeared in her hand, containing a heavenly tier array as well. Hiss? This kind of treasure, there's actually another one. Luckily, I didn't foolishly attack her. But why take out a restriction array? The person in the coffin, astonished, felt puzzled as to why Lang Yanran would bring out a restriction array. Isn't it possible to use a restriction to break a restriction? Moreover, his life was now in Lang Yanran's control. She wouldn't enhance the restrictions here to further limit him, would she? There are too many array plates and they all look the same. I picked the wrong one. Lang Yanran mumbled softly. What the hell? What? There are still more? The person in the coffin felt his worldview collapsing. In his mind, such array plates could not even be produced by the Holy Lands, yet it seemed Lang Yanran had more than just 2. Lang Yanran's subsequent actions confirmed his suspicions. She patted her storage pouch again, producing an entire stack of array plates, 10 array plates stacked together in her hands. Lang Yanran casually withdrew 1 array plate from the stack and put away the other 9. Can I ask, has the outside world developed this much? Are these array plates bulk purchased? The person in the coffin stood frozen in place, his lips trembling as he asked. If the outside world was this terrifying now, he felt it would be better to stay in this secret realm for the rest of his life. It's too dangerous. The heavenly tier arrays are like they're wholesale. That's not the case. These were casually made by my master. As for the outside world, aside from my master, no one else can create them. Lang Yanran casually explained his doubts, and then infused a trace of spiritual energy into the array plate in her hand. Immediately a terrifying wave emanated from the array plate. Except for Lang Yanran, the holder, the person in the coffin, Li Shenruo, and even those low-consciousness corpse puppets were instantly suppressed and unable to move a muscle. In their eyes, the entire world seemed reduced to only black and white, losing all color. Soon after, centered around the array plate, the space began to slowly crack like glass shattering. Only after enveloping the entire stone cave did it cease to expand. Crack! A sound rang out, and Lang Yanran knew this was the sound of the cave's restrictions breaking. She stopped the array plate and casually put it away. This array plate for breaking restrictions was created by her master to prevent her from being trapped within restrictions. Speaking of which, during the last destruction of the Luotian sect, she only used restriction and defense array plates without using any others. This? Just like that, it was broken. The person in the coffin clicked his tongue, feeling uncertain whether to be happy or self-deprecating that a restriction he had planned for thousands of years was so easily shattered. Too terrifying. The power emanating from this array plate must be nearing that of a heavenly tier grand array. He never expected that there would be a top-tier, earth-tier portable array in this world. It was truly eye-opening. Earth-tier, top-tier. Upon hearing Li Shenruo's astonished words, the person in the coffin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Earth-tier, top-tier. Upon hearing Li Shenruo's astonished words, the person in the coffin couldn't help but burst into laughter. What a joke. If it were Earth-tier, top-tier, he might still be able to compete. How could he kneel so easily? Senior, why are you laughing? Li Shenruo frowned, slightly puzzled as to why the person in the coffin suddenly laughed. It's nothing, just couldn't help myself. I never expected the only heavenly tier portable array in the world to be called Earth tier. It's truly ridiculous. Heavenly tier. What a joke. Even the defensive array in our holy mountain is only a low-grade heavenly tier. This portable array contains a formation that can rival our holy mountain's defensive array. Li Shenruo was dumbfounded, unable to believe what the person in the coffin was saying. But the other party had no need to deceive her. If what you have in your holy mountain is a low-grade heavenly tier array, then you obviously misunderstand. The array within this plate is already close to the top-grade innate, so it's not comparable. It completely crushes your so-called defensive array. The person in the coffin glanced at Li Shenrua impatiently, explaining. He didn't want to be the only one shocked. He needed to bring Li Shenrua along. In the stone cave, two terrifying corpse puppets emanating an aura of the state of annihilation slowly emerged. With the strength of these two puppets sweeping away all participants within this secret realm posed no challenge whatsoever. However, on the backs of these two corpse puppets sat two women, namely Lang Yanran and Li Shenrua. Following closely behind them was the person from the coffin walking through the air. They were heading towards the true direction of the Qiun Immortal Palace. As for the other corpse puppets, they were dispatched by the person from the coffin to scatter and gather rare treasures. Is this even stronger than the defensive formation of my sacred mountain? Li Shenrua sat atop the corpse puppet of the state of annihilation, still in a state of shock. She kept murmuring the words of the person from the coffin earlier. She simply could not comprehend how a portable formation plate casually taken by Lang Yanran could be even more powerful than her sacred mountain's defensive formation. In fact, Lang Yanran possessed as many as 10 formation plates containing mid-grade heavenly tier formations. If she were given the opportunity to use them, even flattening the sacred mountain would not seem difficult, right? Unless she could subdue Lang Yanran before she unleashed the power of the formation plates, even the sacred mountain behind her would be utterly unable to resist. What shocked Li Shenrua the most were Lang Yanran's words. These terrifying formation plates were actually all casually crafted by her master. How could they not be considered treasures? What realm must that senior be in? Could it be that he is truly an immortal? Otherwise, it was hard for her to believe that a portable formation plate could achieve such unheard-of levels. For a moment, Li Shenrua began to doubt whether her decision to not immediately agree to that senior's wish to take her as a disciple was a mistake. Initially, she judged Chen Daoxuan to be above the formless realm, likely on par with several elders within the sacred mountain, all being in the spirit division realm. However, it now seemed that she was completely mistaken. The strength of that senior likely surpassed the spirit division realm, far exceeding that of the elders of the sacred mountain. Li Shenrua was lost in her thoughts the entire way, while Lang Yanran, with her eyes closed in meditation, was unwilling to waste even a moment of time in order to become someone capable of assisting her master as soon as possible. With two corpse puppets of the state of annihilation, and the person from the coffin guarding them, the two naturally encountered no trouble along the way and proceeded smoothly. At the Qiun Immortal Palace, thousands of talented individuals from the northern regions gathered in the square before the main hall. Even the eastern region genius Wang Yan was among them, being the first to arrive at this Immortal Palace square. Strange, clearly that demon race woman and the saintess Li Shenrua entered the secret realm before me, yet why are their figures nowhere to be seen? Wang Yan scanned the crowd several times, but found no sign of the two, feeling a bit curious. Meanwhile, the examination for the inheritance of the Qiun Immortal Palace was ongoing. The first trial was to break through the outermost array barrier. Considering that all participants were cultivators of the profound realm, the array set up by Qianzi was not particularly formidable, merely a top-grade Shen tier formation. However, this was already enough to deter 99% of the talents within the profound realm. After all, a top-grade Shen tier formation required the power of a return to void realm 9th layer or above to forcibly break through. Another method was to find vulnerabilities within the operation of the inscriptions entering the barrier through those vulnerabilities. Naturally, everyone chose to look for vulnerabilities. In fact, Qianzi had specially set rules within the array to prevent anyone from cheating with external forces. If someone relied on external forces like jade pendants containing divine abilities, even if they forcibly broke the formation, it would still not count. Wang Yan could only focus on observing the trajectory of the array's operation. Suddenly, a series of gasps erupted from the crowd, with many crying out and starting to flee. Wang Yan, who had been calm and collected, was startled awake and furrowed his brows in displeasure as he turned to look. But upon seeing, he was immediately shocked and instinctively began to run like the others. He saw two monsters blatantly revealing their aura of the state of annihilation swaggering towards this place. What the hell? What is going on? How could there be two monsters of the state of annihilation? Wang Yan's legs trembled. Although he did not understand why two monsters had suddenly appeared, he did not hesitate to flee. As for the other talented individuals from the northern region, upon seeing the monsters of the state of annihilation, they had already gone mad with fear and fled. Even the timid ones were so scared that their legs trembled uncontrollably, their bodies weak and unable to escape. Wait, look! It seems like there are two people sitting on those monsters. Suddenly someone with keen eyes pointed at the backs of the two monsters and shouted. Everyone was momentarily stunned, and as they looked in the direction he pointed, they indeed saw two figures sitting on the backs of the monsters. The monsters of the state of annihilation must be indigenous to this Qiun secret realm. Could it be? This is also a part of the immortal inheritance trial. However, everyone also noticed a particular issue. Although the two monsters were incredibly powerful, it seemed they had no intention of attacking them. They were simply walking towards the center of the square. Soon as the monsters drew closer, everyone finally got a clear view of the two figures on their backs. Fairy Lung? And that one is she, the saintess from the eastern region. His participating in the secret realm with state of annihilation mounts. How is that fair? You fool, the state of annihilation can't even enter the teleportation array of the secret realm. These two must be beings of the state of annihilation that already existed within the secret realm. Hiss? Does that mean they tamed the state of annihilation beasts within the secret realm? Isn't that even more terrifying? In an instant, everyone was speculating how the two managed to tame the two state of annihilation beasts. Furthermore, as those two beasts brazenly displayed their aura, everyone failed to notice the figure with skin of a dark green hue following closely behind. Lung Yenran leaped slightly and jumped off the back of the beast, not minding the crowd's surprise. She casually glanced at the rules of the trial written at the center of the square before heading directly towards the formation for the trial. Seeing this, Li Shenruo quickly jumped down, following closely behind. As for the two beasts, they obediently remained in place, and the crowd did not dare to approach, relieved that the beasts showed no intention of attacking. Ladies! What is this? Wang Yan, seeing the two approaching, hurriedly stepped forward, glancing cautiously at the two beasts and asking carefully. Lung Yenran frowned slightly. She harbored a sense of aversion towards men other than her master and walked towards the barrier without responding. Wang Yan could only awkwardly chuckle twice to mask his embarrassment, casting a curious glance at Li Shenruo, hoping she would explain the situation to him as a fellow person from the eastern region. Wang Yan was truly curious about how the two managed to subdue the beasts of the Annihilation Realm. If these two intended to attack the onlookers, the two Annihilation Realm beasts would be enough to annihilate all the talents present. At that time, if there really were immortal inheritances, they would undoubtedly fall into the hands of the two of them. Wang Yan was not one of those naive talents from the northern region. His gaze subtly shifted towards the peculiar figure behind the two beasts, which was entirely green and exuded a restrained aura. That guy is probably a powerhouse of the infinite realm, right? Although he doesn't emit any aura, the sense of danger I perceive from him is no less than that of Zhang Lao, who is at the third level of the infinite realm. Wang Yan glanced at the person in the coffin, silently comparing him to the infinite realm coachman who had come with him. Young Master Wang should focus on how to pass the assessment. These issues are difficult to explain clearly in a short time. However, as a fellow person from the eastern region, I advise young Master Wang not to oppose Fairy Lung. Li Shenru noticed that Wang Yan kept looking at her, wanting an answer, but she merely sighed lightly and spoke. Even she herself could hardly accept it at the moment. The items casually taken out by Lung Yenran were sufficient to annihilate the top forces of the eastern region. Setting aside whether Wang Yan would believe her, if she told him, what significance would it have even if she did? He saw two monsters blatantly revealing their aura of the state of annihilation swaggering towards this place. What the hell? What is going on? How could there be two It's better not to know too much. Lung Yenran slowly walked up to the array barrier under everyone's gaze. Without any hesitation, she pointed directly at the barrier. Heavenly Demon Finger. Lung Yenran herself had a shallow understanding of the array. It was nearly impossible to break it through comprehension of the inscriptions, so she directly chose to use brute force. As her finger landed on the array, ripples appeared on the barrier like a water surface, and soon the inscriptions flickered, neutralizing the power of her finger. Is that not enough? Seeing this, Lung Yenran frowned. Her full-strength finger should have been equivalent to the 5th or 6th level of the returning ruins realm. Despite that, the many talents nearby were still slightly astonished. To unleash such power at the 7th level of the profound realm, if her cultivation reached the 9th level of the profound realm, would it not be possible to break the array through brute force? Grandma, to break this array with brute force, one must unleash the might of the 9th level of the returning ruins realm. If you give me some time, I can help you find the flaws and assist you in passing this trial. The person in the coffin, seeing this, approached with a flattering expression and volunteered to help Lung Yenran pass. Though he was a new consciousness born from the body of Qi Yunzi, he had not retained any knowledge of Qi Yunzi's. However, the eyes of this body had special effects, allowing him to easily see through the inscriptions, making it not too difficult to find the flaws in this mysterious level array. No need. Lung Yenran glanced at the person in the coffin and rejected his suggestion. She casually patted her storage pouch at her waist and took out the 10 array discs, stacking them together. Seeing this, the person in the coffin shivered, thinking to himself that Grandma was planning to use overwhelming firepower to flatten the Qi Yun Immortal Palace. Grandma, there's something I don't know whether I should say or not. The array set by Qi Yunzi is for assessment. If you don't rely on your own strength, even if you break it with the array discs, it won't result in passing the assessment. It would be more appropriate for me to help you find the flaws. The person in the coffin quickly explained the reasoning, thinking that Lung Yenran intended to forcefully break the array using the treasure. Even the many cultivators nearby shook their heads at this sight. It was clear that the immortal inheritance was not so easily obtained. Currently everyone was blocked outside this first checkpoint. Even the 2 talents from the eastern region were of no help, and even Fairy Leng planned to force her way through with the treasures given by her master. Yet Long Yanran was too lazy to explain to them. She merely selected one from the array discs and put the others away. This array disc? What are you planning to do? The person in the coffin suddenly froze, having guessed the function of this array disc through the inscriptions within, and he gasped in surprise. Long Yanran still did not explain, simply lifting the array disc with her left hand and channeling a strand of spiritual energy into it, activating it. As the array disc activated, the entire secret realm suddenly changed color. The spiritual energy throughout the secret realm uncontrollably surged towards Long Yanran, flooding in from all directions, clamoring to enter the range of the array disc. What the hell? What happened? Is the secret realm about to end early? Or is the immortal inheritance about to be born? The cultivators present were stunned by the strange phenomenon. Look, it's that array disc. All the spiritual energy is gathering towards Fairy Leng. Soon someone reacted, pointing towards Long Yanran with wide eyes. Long Yanran, feeling the dense spiritual energy, couldn't help but smile faintly. The enhancement array disc given by her master was indeed useful. With the power of the array disc to enhance herself and then launching an attack, it still counted as her own, breaking the array so it wouldn't violate the rules. Heavenly Demon Finger. Holding the array disc in her left hand, Long Yanran slowly raised her pristine right hand, curling her fingers delicately as she gently pointed at the barrier. Everyone's gaze was fixed on her movements, each person curious whether Long Yanran could break the array with the enhancement of the array disc. Even if she could only open a small gap, it would be enough for her to pass through instantly. Soon her delicate finger collided with the barrier. Wave. First a ripple spread across the entire barrier, illuminating the inscriptions, as before, prompting everyone to sigh upon witnessing it. They never expected such a powerful strike would fail to open even a small gap. Crack, crack, crack. But immediately after, a series of sounds rang out, and in the astonished gazes of everyone, the entire barrier began to show dense cracks. Shatter. Seeing this, Long Yanran parted her lips, slightly whispering a soft incantation, and increased the spiritual energy at her fingertips. With a loud bang, the entire barrier covering the Qiyun Immortal Palace shattered into countless fragments, slowly dissipating. Nothing more than this. Long Yanran murmured softly upon seeing this. Meanwhile, everyone present went wild. What the hell? The entire formation shattered. My goodness, this mysterious level formation is far superior to the protective formation of our Changha sect, yet it was shattered just like that. Hiss. It's terrifying. That strike likely unleashed the might of the annihilation realm. But when he turned around, his eyes were filled with terror. Chen Daoxuan had already blocked his path in an instant. Old man, don't rush to leave. I have some heartfelt things I want to discuss with you. Far more potent was their exhilaration. Originally, over 99% of them had stood no chance of passing even this outermost trial. Now that Long Yanran had utterly dismantled the formation, did it not mean they too were granted entry into the second trial? Moreover, each successfully cleared trial within the Qiyun Immortal Palace bestowed a reward. Even if they failed to reach the final stage and inherit the Immortals' legacy, merely securing the first trial reward would be an unexpected boon. This, a portable formation disc, capable of such a staggering enhancement. Wang Yan stood dumbfounded beside her, his finger rigidly pointing at the disc in Long Yanran's hand as he turned stiffly toward Li Shunrua for confirmation. Portable amplification formation discs were nothing extraordinary. He, as a prodigy of the Eastern realm, had seen many before. Yet how could one such disc empower a Tongxian realm cultivator at the seventh heaven to unleash strength rivaling that of the Jimia realm? Was this even remotely plausible? Li Shunrua, observing Wang Yan's stupefied expression, merely sighed inwardly and pressed a hand to his brow. Mortified that his fellow Eastern realm genius had just tarnished their domain's prestige before so many Northern realm cultivators. Yet, recalling his own shock upon learning the disc was ranked Heavenlightier, he realized his own reaction had scarcely been more composed than Wang Yan's. He thus chose to feign deafness. Long Yanran, indifferent to the crowds, or retracted the disc once the barrier fell, releasing a torrent of pent-up spiritual energy back into the realm. In that subtle ebb and flow of the secret realm's spiritual energy, none noticed the faint crack echoing from the entrance transmission formation, where Chen Daoxuan's earlier fissure widened ever so slightly. As Long Yanran stepped across the threshold into the second trial zone, a reward materialized instantly in her palm. Passing into the second trial yields yet another reward. Long Yanran raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. The item, a profound tier artifact, was exceptionally rare even within the Northern realm. Yet she casually slipped it into her spatial pouch. Witnessing her success and the accompanying reward, the onlookers could no longer contain themselves. One by one they surged forward into the second trial zone. Each participant who landed within the zone received a reward in hand, their grins stretching ear to ear. They had expected to depart empty-handed. Yet now, riding Long Yanran's breakthrough, they had effortlessly claimed the first trial reward. Over 4,000 souls, over 4,000 rewards. Yet strangely, the initial prizes were all profound tier. Gradually they devolved to supreme tier, then further degraded to mid-tier. Those arriving later glared enviously at peers clutching profound tier treasures. It required no imagination to deduce the Immortal Palace's treasury must be nearing depletion. At the very least, its first trial reward vault had been utterly emptied. TSK. You lot certainly excel at reaping where you have not sown. Long Yanran observed their jubilant celebration, her brow furrowing faintly. Her primary purpose in entering this secret realm was to gather rare spirit herbs and celestial treasures for her. Yet though she alone had shattered the first barrier, all 4,000 cultivators now claimed rewards. How could she possibly accept such injustice? Snap! Long Yanran flicked her fingers toward the figure inside the coffin. Instantly the being bowed deeply before her. What is your command, Grandmama? He asked deferentially. After swallowing the talismanic jade pendant imbued with divine ability, his life had become hers to command. Even with his limitless realm cultivation, defiance was unthinkable. Go forth and collect every reward just bestowed upon those present. Long Yanran glanced coolly at the elated cultivators and issued her order with quiet authority. Understood. The coffin dweller chuckled darkly, hovering above the second trial plaza as his gaze swept across the assembly. Everyone please hand over the rewards you've just received. His voice, laced with spiritual energy, resonated clearly in every ear. Their joyous expressions froze instantly in place. Some hastily concealed their artifacts within spatial pouches, feigning deafness. Pretending to inspect the surroundings, pointedly avoiding the figure suspended in the sky. By what right? These rewards were granted by the realm itself, not stolen. Why surrender them to you? Exactly. They are the Chiun Immortals' gifts. What authority do you hold? Who even are you? Don't look at me. I received no reward. Everything in my pouch came from outside. Let whoever wishes surrender theirs. I refuse. Do you truly believe you could slaughter all 4,000 of us? Beyond those silently pretending ignorance, others openly voiced indignation, directing sharp accusations toward the coffin dweller. Confident in impunity. After all, they numbered over 4,000 elite prodigies from every major faction across the Northern Realm. To offend them all would be tantamount to declaring war upon the entire domain. Heh heh. Grandmama, might I suggest we simply exterminate them all? Their flesh and blood would elevate my cultivation by an entire tier, making me far more capable of serving you. And think of it, slaying them secures not only the recently awarded items, but also their personal treasures, all of which would belong to you. What say you? Hearing their protests, the coffin dweller did not rage. He merely smiled. Threaten him? A limitless realm sovereign mocked by mere ants. From years of interrogating Northern Realm prodigies who entered the secret realm, he knew their strength intimately. Their strongest barely reached the 5th or 6th heaven of the Jimia realm. Once freed from this realm, he could single-handedly subjugate the entire Northern Realm. As for threatening her, the so-called demoness, please spare him the absurdity. To seek death, one ought at least to choose a swift and painless method. Not provoke that demoness. Though he knew not the power standing behind Long Yanran, even granting him 100 lives, and even without the jade pendant lodged in his gut, he would still flee as far and fast as possible, never daring to raise a hand against her. She wielded 10 heavenly tier formation discs as casually as trinkets. Who dared challenge her? Certainly not he, not even as a limitless realm sovereign. All of them. And those who had stood firm moments before now stared dumbfounded at the figure within the coffin. Ni's words carried no trace of hesitation, nor any regard for the so-called prodigies of the Northern Realm. Roar, and roar. And the 2 Abyss Annihilation Realm monstrous beasts, sensing the coffin dweller's intent, rose from their crouched stance and let out low rumbling growls toward the crowd. The heavy guttural roars vibrated the very earth beneath their feet. Not only then did the onlookers realize Long Yanran had brought not 1, but 2 Abyss Annihilation Realm beasts. Setting aside the coffin dweller's own cultivation prowess, those 2 beasts alone were more than enough to eradicate every soul present. Nin, in instant panic, seized the assembly. Eyes turned instinctively toward Long Yanran, seeking her judgment. And, Senior Immortal Long, we are all natives of the Northern Realm. Surely this is unnecessary. If Senior Immortal Long insists on this course, will you not alienate the entire Northern Realm? And, at worst, we offer rare spirit treasures as tribute for passage into the second trial. What say you? Moreover, some have received only yellow rank artifacts. Not all were granted mysterious rank spirit treasure. What is your verdict, Senior Immortal Long? And suddenly a young man stepped forward from among the Northern Realm's elite prodigies, voicing his proposal. All eyes fell upon him, and lit with recognition. And Zhang Guangjing, chief disciple of the Rainbow Light sect, and his reasoning holds merit. I willingly offer spirit treasures as tribute. Indeed, I endorse Brother Zhang's suggestion. In that moment, as if finding an anchor in the storm, the crowd rallied, urging Lang Yanran to accept Zhang Guangjing's compromise and surrender spirit treasures as tribute. Lang Yanran, under the weight of countless gazes, furrowed her brows slightly. Tisk tisk tsk. Do you even hear yourself speak? Alienate the entire northern realm? And my dear child, if I so much as whisper the word, the moment this secret realm closes, I shall uproot every sect across the northern realm without mercy. Hearing their words, the coffin dweller scoffed inwardly. Was the northern realm truly so formidable? What consequence could possibly follow from offending its entirety? Which sect in the entire northern realm could withstand bombardment from a celestial rank formation disk? And to wield such a hollow threat against Lang Yanran was like slicing one's own buttocks with a pocket knife. Truly eye-opening. Zhang, something Gorather, and your words do hold merit. And Lang Yanran's furrowed brow suddenly eased as she gazed upon Zhang Guangjing. At her reply, a collective sigh of relief rippled through the crowd. And so, she was cautious after all. And truly, Senior Brother Zhang's brilliance knew no bounds. He he he. Your acceptance of my proposal fills me with profound gratitude, Senior Immortal Lung. Bathed in the admiring glances of his peers, Zhang Guangjing straightened his spine with quiet pride. Truth be told, he'd spoken with far less confidence than he now projected. Yet he'd seized the moment to shine before the northern realm's most celebrated prodigies. This was his chance to make a grand impression. And it seemed, he'd wagered correctly. And no, you've misunderstood. I merely acknowledged the logic in your words, not agreed to your proposal. And her declaration froze those already selecting unwanted spirit treasures for surrender, leaving them stunned into silence. What did this mean? And her acknowledgement of his reasoning, yet outright rejection of his solution. And you're also correct, some received only yellow rank spirit treasures. Indeed unfair to those awarded mysterious rank ones. Therefore, each shall contribute treasures valued at the standard of mid-tier mysterious rank. Those whose rewards fall short must supplement the difference with additional spirit treasures. Should anyone refuse, feel free to depart. The Luo Tian sect, already journeying down the Yellow Springs Road, shall surely find your sect's company most festive. Having spoken, Lang Yanran dismissed the crowd entirely, turning instead to study the rules of the second trial. And the coffin dweller bowed slightly toward her, retreating back, his grin sharp and feral. Now that was the proper way, to show no pity toward such insignificant insects. And had it not been for the presence of this demoness Lang Yanran, he wouldn't have settled for mere spirit treasures. He would have harvested their flesh and blood without hesitation. Silence descended upon the assembly after Lang Yanran's pronouncement, and moments earlier swept by collective fervor, they'd nearly dared to resist her. Yet her words had jolted them back to reality. The Luo Tian sect, the very sect now reduced to ash, had fallen beneath her hand, and which among their own sects dared claim greater strength. If Lang Yanran possessed the power to obliterate one of the northern realm's 4 great sects, then certainly she held the power to erase any sect represented here. With what then did they presume to threaten her? And her words struck like icy water, shocking them fully awake. Some piecing together the truth broke into cold sweat. And what in heaven's name had they just done? And defied Lang Yanran. Beyond the secret realm, her enigmatic master had with a single fingertip annihilated the East Realm Patriarch's avatar. And they had truly let greed for spirit treasures cloud their reason. Damn Zhang Guangjing, originally Senior Immortal Lung, only demanded we surrender our earned rewards. And now each must pay the mid-tier mysterious rank standard. Wretched fate. I received only a mid-tier yellow rank reward. None man suddenly cried out, eyes bloodshot and teeth clenched. At his outburst, realization crashed over the crowd, and every gaze turned furious upon Zhang Guangjing. All blame coalesced upon him. Had he not spoken, the demoness would never have raised the threshold. Nearly all had been ruined by Zhang Guangjing. Only a rare 100 or so had actually secured mid-tier mysterious rank rewards. The rest had not. And why do you all blame me? And Zhang Guangjing stood frozen, bewildered. How had admiration transformed so swiftly into venomous hatred? Their glares burned with the intensity of those confronting a patricide. And what in blazes had just transpired? And ultimately restraint prevailed. His status as chief disciple of the Rainbow Light sect, one of the Northern Realm's apex sects, stayed their hands. Reluctantly, they complied with Lang Yanran's decree, each producing copious spirit treasures and laying them humbly at the coffin dweller's feet. Even those whose personal reserves fell far short of the mid-tier mysterious rank valuation shot Zhang Guangjing one last venomous glare, then turned and vanished into the secret realm, scouring its depths for spirit treasures to meet the deadline. For none dared gamble against the demoness word, and failure to meet the quota meant annihilation upon exit. No soul would risk that. TCH. Truly, I've witnessed wonders today. And the coffin dweller observed the obedient trembling crowd and marveled aloud. The person in the coffin felt utterly perplexed by the thoughts of these people. Initially, that lady merely asked them to surrender the rewards they received without any effort, which posed no loss to them. Moreover, they had obtained the first round's rewards thanks to Lung Yanran even earning the qualification to participate in this, yet they were unwilling. Now it turned out that they each needed to contribute a substantial amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Lady, I have a question. Why not let me directly eliminate them all, putting an end to this? I am aware of the strength of the Northern Territory. There isn't even a single boundless realm expert. Is there something you are concerned about, my lady? The person in the coffin ignored those talented individuals and instead posed his doubts to Lung Yanran. You have too many questions. Lung Yanran raised an eyebrow, having no intention of explaining to the person in the coffin. The reason she refrained from slaughtering everyone present was simply due to a word from her master. She remembered clearly that her master had once said that there exists both merit and karmic obstacles in this world. If one were to create excessive killing karma, it would easily lead to karmic hindrances which would be detrimental to their future. Her goal was not the boundless realm or the spirit-severing realm, but to prove herself as an immortal able to stay by her master's side for a long time. For this purpose, she naturally did not want to stain her hands with killing karma by annihilating the entire force of the Northern Territory just because of a few words from these insignificant fish. Karmic obstacles were no joke. Of course, if someone dared to make a name for themselves, she wouldn't mind destroying a sect or two to serve as a warning. If they disrespected her, she could simply laugh it off, but if anyone dared to disrespect her master, she would not hold back. All notions of karmic obstacles would be crushed into pieces to satisfy her wrath. Before long, the area beneath the feet of the person in the coffin was already piled high with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, forming a small mountain equal in quantity to what he had stored in the stone cave. After all, this was the treasure vault of the first checkpoint of the Qiyun Immortal Palace. Even Li Shenruo and Wang Yan had willingly submitted their rewards without raising any objections. Second round, a talent test. Lung Yanran, after reading the introduction of the second round, immediately understood. In the square of the second round, there was a formation platform that could detect the talents of participants. If one met the standards, they could pass. Lung Yanran did not rush to test. She wanted to see what kind of qualifications were required to pass this second round. Fairy Lung, how about I go first to scout the way for you? Wang Yan, seeing this, promptly stepped forward to claiming he was there to help scout. He was actually afraid of Li Shenruo's holy level talent. If Li Shenruo went first, he would have no chance at all. After all, compared to Li Shenruo, although he could be considered a genius in the eastern region, he only had heavenly level talent. Lung Yanran did not speak, merely nodded slightly in agreement with his suggestion. She had no interest in the immortal inheritance. Her only concern was the heavenly materials and earthly treasures as rewards. Thank you, Fairy Lung, for your kindness. Seeing her agree, Wang Yan was overjoyed. After bowing to Lung Yanran, he walked towards the testing platform, placing his hand on the spherical device of the testing formation and channeling spiritual energy into it. The words began to light up beneath the formation platform: yellow, profound, earth, heaven. The 4 words lit up in sequence, finally stopping at heavenly level talent without progressing further. Buzz. After a wave of fluctuations, the formation platform produced a low-grade earth-level treasure. Simultaneously, 3 large characters appeared: not passed. Initially, Wang Yan was quite pleased to receive a low-grade earth-level treasure, but upon seeing the 3 words "not passed," he stood there in a daze. This young master has heavenly level talent. I could be considered a top genius even in the eastern region. How could I not pass? Are you kidding me? Is it only those with holy level talent who can obtain the immortal inheritance? Wang Yan suppressed the urge to curse, but remembering that he had at least received a low-grade earth-level treasure as a reward, he thought this secret realm trip wasn't in vain. He could only retreat from the formation platform, quietly standing to the side to store the earth-level treasure. Kid, do you understand the rules? Everything here belongs to my lady. What do you mean by taking my lattice earth-level treasure? The person in the coffin, who was originally collecting the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had just been submitted, suddenly turned his head, squinting at Wang Yan and asking, "What? It's true that I relied on Fairy Lung to clear the first round, and I submitted the rewards from the but did Fairy Lung contribute anything in this second round? Why must I surrender it again?" Wang Yan was confused. This earth-level treasure was extremely precious even in his hands. Naturally, he did not want to easily part with it, especially since Lung Yanran had not contributed anything in this second round. The rewards he received were entirely due to his own talent. You little brat, quite brave, aren't you? The person in the coffin's already greenish face turned several shades darker with anger upon hearing Wang Yan's retort. He reached out and grasped Wang Yan's neck from a distance, letting him struggle in the air. Slap, slap, slap. With his other hand, he casually slapped Wang Yan's face several times. The sounds echoed, causing those present to feel a shiver run down their spines. "Will you hand it over or not?" the person in the coffin asked Wang Yan as he continued to strike. "Good lad, I didn't expect you to be so tough. You're about to be beaten to death, yet you still don't utter a word of submission. I admire you, so I'll grant you a dignified death." The person in the coffin revealed a trace of respect in his gaze, not expecting this kid to be genuinely tough, so he decided not to continue humiliating him. He intended to break Wang Yan's neck. Although his lady did not allow him to kill everyone here, it shouldn't be a problem to take out one who was sticking their neck out to serve as a warning. Afterward, others would not dare to cause trouble again. "Senior, please wait. Have you considered that he cannot speak to plead for mercy because you are choking him?" Just as the person in the coffin was about to strike Wang Yan, Li Shenrua, also a genius from the eastern region, could no longer stand by and quickly intervened. She cast a glance at Wang Yan, who was being choked and struggling increasingly weakly, his face turning purple with bloodshot eyes. This was clearly not a tough kid refusing to plead for mercy. This was someone who was being choked and could not speak at all. "Oh, cough cough, I see. It seems I overlooked this." The person in the coffin was taken aback by Li Shenruo's words and cleared his throat twice to ease the awkwardness. If it were anyone else speaking to him, he might not have acknowledged them, but Li Shenruo was different. She was associated with that esteemed lady, a relationship the person in the coffin was unaware of. However, he dared not offend anyone related to Lang Yanran. Thus he finally released Wang Yan, who was on the verge of suffocation. "Cough cough cough. I'm going to die." Wang Yan squatted on the ground, clutching his throat, as he coughed violently, followed by heavy gasps for air. Having just been suspended in the air by the person in the coffin, and given a harsh beating, his head now resembled a swollen pig's head, completely losing the elegance of his previous demeanor. After a fit of coughing, Wang Yan cast a grateful glance at Li Shenrua. He had no doubt that if Li Shenrua had not interceded for him just now, the mysterious individual would undoubtedly have acted ruthlessly, claiming his life. "Kid, have you made your decision? Will you hand over my esteemed lattice artifact, or shall I slay you and reclaim the artifact? In fact, compared to you surrendering it, I would much prefer you to choose the latter." The person in the coffin let out a sinister laugh, his expression twisting unnaturally and appearing particularly frightening. In previous secret realms, he had been able to slaughter freely, nearly forming a habit. However, this time during the secret realm's opening, he could only watch helplessly as thousands of prodigies stood before him, unable to strike them down and absorb their flesh and blood, which left him feeling extremely uncomfortable. I'll hand it over," Wang Yan exclaimed upon hearing this, disregarding everything else as he stumbled to his feet and approached the person in the coffin, placing the earth-level artifact he had just obtained on the ground nearby. He then stepped aside, trying to avoid drawing attention to himself. After all, he currently bore a massive pig's head, feeling utterly humiliated. "I will now rely on you all." The person in the coffin sighed, regretfully lamenting the missed opportunity. He then turned his gaze to the many prodigies present. Hearing his words, the thousands of prodigies shuddered, understanding his implication, and formed a long queue at the testing formation platform. One by one, they orderly placed their hands on the testing platform to test, and respectfully presented the rewards they received at the feet of the person in the coffin. The rewards from this second round were considerably more abundant than the first. However, aside from Wang Yan with his heavenly grade aptitude, there were very few from the northern region who even possessed earth grade aptitudes. Most only received rewards of yellow grade heavenly materials, while only the earth grade prodigies from the northern region could obtain rewards of mysterious grade artifacts. As time slowly passed, a small mountain of rewards began to pile up before the person in the coffin. "Esteemed lady, all the rewards are collected for you." After storing them all in his space pouch, the person in the coffin respectfully approached Lang Yanran. Lang Yanran casually accepted 2 space pouches, feeling quite satisfied. Since entering the secret realm, she had already filled 4 space pouches with her gains. In terms of value, it was likely that even the treasures from the 4 great sects of the northern region could not compare to her current haul. Moreover, there were still many beast corpses collecting heavenly materials and treasures for her throughout the secret realm. You should try as well. As for the rewards, they are yours to keep. Lang Yanran then remembered that aside from her, Li Shenrua had not yet gone to test. She turned to Li Shenrua and said. Hearing this, Li Shenrua slightly cupped her hands in thanks and walked to the testing formation platform. All eyes turned to her, causing Li Shenrua to feel a bit nervous. She then placed her hand on the platform, and the inscriptions below began to glow one after another. Yellow, mysterious earth, heavenly. Amidst the astonished gazes of all except Wang Yan, the glow did not stop but continued to surge towards the sacred grade. Hiss! A genius of the sacred grade. Surely she will directly pass the assessment and obtain the immortal inheritance. As the sacred grade inscription lit up, the entire testing platform flickered with golden light. Seeing this, Li Shenrua felt a bit anxious, while everyone was puzzled as to why the rewards had not descended. Previously, after everyone tested their aptitudes, the testing platform would immediately lower the rewards. Yet now with Li Shenrua having reached sacred grade aptitude, the rewards did not drop, which was indeed perplexing. Buzz. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the testing platform began to tremble. The golden light that emanated suddenly retracted, and with a crack, the testing platform slowly began to rotate. Finally the platform cracked open, revealing a treasure resembling a scripture. My heavens! A heavenly grade artifact. The reward corresponding to sacred grade aptitude is actually a heavenly grade artifact. We in the northern region have never even seen a heavenly grade artifact. In an instant everyone present widened their eyes and gaped. Heavenly grade artifacts are rare even among the major powers in the eastern region. I never expected Li Shenrua to actually obtain a heavenly grade artifact. Even Wang Yan felt his eyes turn green with envy upon seeing the heavenly grade artifact. Even Li Shenrua herself was somewhat astonished. As a disciple of the sacred mountain, she rarely needed heavenly grade artifacts for protection, at most only earth grade artifacts. She never anticipated that she would acquire a heavenly grade artifact within this secret realm. Is this the aura of a heavenly grade artifact? It feels so weak. Suddenly a voice echoed in Li Shenruo's ear. Turning her head, she found Long Yanran standing behind her, scrutinizing the revealed heavenly grade artifact and murmuring to herself. Upon hearing this, Li Shenruo's mouth twitched. A heavenly grade artifact feels weak. This was the first time she had heard such a remark. However, Long Yanran was comparing the heavenly grade artifact with the Shenhuang ruler given by her master, finding the two to be worlds apart. This also confirmed for Long Yanran that her master's Shenhuang ruler must be in existence above the celestial grade. Meanwhile, while everyone was immersed in the astonishment of the heavenly grade artifact, a phantom figure appeared from the Qiyun Immortal Palace. After more than 5,000 years, has someone finally come to accept my inheritance? There are actually two geniuses with sacred grade aptitude. The remnant soul of Qianzi drifted from the Qiyun Immortal Palace towards the plaza, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Is this the Qiyun Immortal? By the way, don't you think this Qiyun Immortal looks a bit familiar? Now that you mention it, I do feel like I've seen this Qiyun Immortal somewhere before. Could it be that I have some fate with this Qiyun Immortal? Hiss. No way. After the remnant soul of Qi Yunzi appeared, the crowd was initially shocked, for the very presence of Qi Yunzi signified that someone was about to receive the Immortal's legacy. Yet soon they found the sight strangely familiar. Finally someone was the first to react, their gaze darting back and forth between the remnant soul of Qi Yunzi and the figure in the coffin, whose entire body was a deep green. How? So similar. After a moment everyone came to the same realization. No wonder it felt familiar. It turned out that Qi Yunzi resembled the person in the coffin who had extorted them exactly. The only difference was that the remnant soul of Qi Yunzi appeared with an immortal demeanor, his Dao robe fluttering in the wind, wearing a kind smile. In contrast, the figure in the coffin with skin entirely green wore a constant cold smile, occasionally twitching his muscles, looking extremely frightening. However, in terms of appearance, if not strikingly similar, they were at least 98% alike. Before anyone could inquire the remnant soul of Qi Yunzi, they saw him suddenly stumble in mid-flight. What? How did my corpse come out? It has already been refined into a limitless realm corpse puppet, damn it. This is the end. Completely finished. The remnant soul of Qi Yunzi's eyes widened in despair, fixated on the body that originally belonged to him. Realizing that it had already reached the limitless realm of cultivation, he understood that these prodigies must inevitably fall here today. After waiting for more than 5,000 years, he finally found a successor whose talent reached the saint level, capable of breaking through the first barrier's formation, but everything was about to become a mere illusion. His remnant soul could only impart techniques. It was utterly powerless against the limitless realm corpse puppet. Tisk, seeing my own body, why am I panicking like this? This is truly embarrassing for me. The corpse puppet, seeing this, couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh, saying somewhat mockingly, "Shut up." Cold Yanran frowned and softly reprimanded the figure in the coffin. "All right then, my lady, I will seal my mouth and not speak." To everyone's astonishment, the figure in the coffin obediently closed his mouth and stood silently beside him, causing Qi Yunzi to be momentarily dazed by this scene. What? What is going on? Qi Yunzi trembled as he pointed at the corpse puppet and asked Cold Yanran. "This gentleman does not need to know. The successor has already appeared. Please feel free to proceed." Cold Yanran casually replied to the remnant soul of Qi Yunzi, and ceased further conversation, glancing at Li Shenrua beside her, who wore an expression of excitement. She couldn't help but feel secretly dissatisfied. It was merely an immortal's legacy. What was all the fuss about? However, if she chose the immortal's legacy today, it would also be a good thing, as her master would not take her as a disciple. At that time, her master would still belong solely to her. Ahem, about that. In my perception, you are the one to break through the first barrier. As for the second barrier testing talent, your saint-level qualifications are entirely suitable. I have decided to bestow the legacy upon you. I hope you will not disappoint my lineage in the future. Qi Yunzi's gaze shifted back and forth between Cold Yenran and Li Shenrua for a moment as he pondered silently. Judging by qualifications, Cold Yenran was indeed superior to Li Shenrua. In terms of strength, Cold Yenran was far stronger than Li Shenrua, having broken the first formation with sheer force. She had even used some unknown means to subdue the limitless realm corpse puppet. From any angle, Qi Yunzi felt that Cold Yenran was bound to surpass Li Shenrua. Therefore, he did not choose to give the legacy to Li Shenrua, who had triggered his appearance, but rather wanted to bestow it upon Cold Yenran. But senior, it was clearly I who caused your emergence. Li Shenruo's expression froze in excitement upon hearing Qi Yunzi's words. She had come to the secret realm specifically for the immortal's legacy and saint-level techniques. Now that it was in sight of success, why did the immortal suddenly change his mind? I also did not expect two people meeting the legacy requirements to appear at the same time. However, relatively speaking, this lady beside you is more suitable to receive my legacy. So sorry about that. But you need not regret too much. I will give you some rare treasures as compensation. Qi Yunzi felt somewhat embarrassed upon hearing this, especially with so many prodigies present, and he was suddenly going to hand over the legacy to another person. However, now that he was left with only this remnant soul, he sought nothing more than to find the best disciple. Why should he care about face? In an instant, everyone awaited Cold Yenran's response. Seeing that Cold Yenran had not yet agreed, some were so anxious that they almost wished to answer on her behalf. After all, it was the immortal's legacy. Although Qi Yunzi ultimately failed to become an immortal and ascend to the immortal realm, this technique was undoubtedly of immortal quality sufficient to cultivate all the way to tribulation transcendence. Sorry, am not interested in your legacy. Cold Yenran casually rejected Qi Yunzi's proposal as he kept staring at her. Alright then, I will impart you my sex techniques. I hope you won't disappoint. Huh? What did you just say? Qi Yunzi, seeing Cold Yenran speak, nodded to himself with a smile, preparing to start imparting his immortal quality techniques to her. But suddenly realizing he froze in place. He couldn't have heard wrong, could he? This woman seemed to say she was not interested in his immortal quality techniques. Not only was Qi Yunzi dumbfounded, but the crowd was also bewildered. How could this person refuse even immortal quality techniques? Li Shenrua stared at Cold Yenran in a daze, unable to comprehend how the other could make such a choice. Could it be that her master also cultivated immortal quality techniques? Miss, you may not realize, though I ultimately only reached the peak of the spirit division realm and died with regrets, the techniques I cultivated were indeed of immortal quality. Had it not been for being schemed against, I would have been capable of tribulation transcendence and becoming an immortal. As long as you accept my technique's legacy, you will surely surpass me in the future, and achieving immortality would not be impossible. I have already said I am not interested. You should ask her if she wants to learn instead. Cold Yenran grew somewhat annoyed by Qi Yunzi's words, showing an expression of impatience, as she waved her hand, pointing at the stunned Li Shenrua beside her. Alright then, since it is so, I will not press the lady further. Qi Yunzi felt a headache coming on, then glanced at the corpse puppet, subdued by Cold Yenran, not daring to press the matter further. Adjusting his mindset, he looked at Li Shenrua and asked, Are you willing to accept my legacy? Li Shenrua, upon hearing Kaiunzi's question, hesitated, and did not immediately agree, instead becoming increasingly entangled in her thoughts. From the demeanor of Lang Yenran, it was evident that her master was undoubtedly a supreme powerhouse. However, compared to betting on uncertainty, there was a tangible immortal-level technique right before her eyes that she could obtain with just a nod. Isn't the immortal-level technique what she has been pursuing in this life? Once she possesses it, all resources on the Holy Mountain will undoubtedly tilt toward her, and she will become the most hopeful candidate for becoming an immortal in the eastern region. Seeing that Li Shenrua had yet to agree, and was instead frowning in a state of indecision, Qi Yunzi was somewhat bewildered. Has no one shown interest in the immortal-level technique anymore? How could it be that today two geniuses with sacred tier qualifications encountered each other, and one refused without a second thought while the other remained in a state of hesitation? What on earth is happening in this world? As long as you accept my inheritance, not only will you receive my immortal-level technique, but I will also impart to you my knowledge in the art of formations. In the future, you will at least become a 6th-tier formation master like me. Qi Yunzi, fearing that Li Shenrua might refuse, decided to raise the stakes. The rarity of a 6th-tier formation master surpasses even that of the divine realm. As a 6th-tier formation master, one possesses the ability to arrange top-tier Earth-level formations. If one can advance further to become a 7th-tier formation master, they could undertake heavenly-level formations. Even many sacred lands would treat a 7th-tier formation grandmaster with great respect, and they could be regarded as honored guests wherever they go. I never expected Qi Yunzi to be such a master of formations. No wonder the first trial required a formation assessment. Not to mention the immortal level technique, even becoming a 6th-tier formation master would be enough to earn the admiration of everyone in the Eastern region. Currently, the highest level in the entire Eastern region is probably a 6th-tier formation master. What is there to hesitate about? Is Li Shenrua perhaps foolish? If it comes to it, I will accept the inheritance myself. I am willing. All the cultivators were taken aback by Qianzi's words, gasping in astonishment. They only knew that Qianzi was likely proficient in formations, but they did not expect him to have the level of a 6th-tier formation master. Damn it! In a corner, a pig-headed figure clenched his fists tightly, looking at Li Shenrua with envy. In the past, he could still fantasize about surpassing Li Shenrua in cultivation one day, proposing to the sacred land and becoming her Dao partner. Now all hope was shattered. Once Li Shenrua obtained the immortal level technique, she would undoubtedly soar to greatness. She might even inherit the legacy of a 6th-tier formation master, elevating her status immensely. In the future, there is a strong possibility she could venture to the central region and join those true sacred lands of cultivation. Tisk, why hesitate so long over the immortal level technique? To be honest, I am not afraid to tell you that what my master taught me is not an immortal level technique. If what you seek is an immortal level technique, then my master truly cannot provide that. Seeing that Li Shenrua was still unable to make up her mind, Lung Yanran naturally understood her thoughts and casually spoke up. However, she did not feel she was lying, or after all, what her master provided was not an immortal level technique, but a Hongming level technique of which there might be no second copy in the world. If Li Shenrua still chose to join her master after learning that there was no immortal level technique, Long Yanran would be willing to cast aside her previous judgments and treat her as a fellow junior disciple. But if the other party truly only had eyes for the immortal level technique, she would rid her master of this burden today. Sure enough, upon hearing Long Yanran's words, the furrow in Li Shenruo's brow relaxed. What she sought was indeed the immortal level technique. Without it, no matter how hard she worked, she would ultimately be unable to transcend the tribulation to become an immortal. What meaning would it have? Li Shenrua greets the master. With the conflict in her eyes, resolved, Li Shenrua bowed deeply to Qianzi, performing the ceremony to accept a master. Everyone present looked on with envious eyes turning green with jealousy. Only Long Yanran revealed a hint of a cold smile, secretly thinking that while she obtained the immortal level technique, she missed out on a truly extraordinary opportunity. Who knows what kind of regret Li Shenrua will feel in the future upon discovering her master's greatness, but none of that matters now. She has already lost her chance. Since she first rejected her master's proposal to take her as a disciple, Long Yanran had already been somewhat displeased, and Li Shenrua had not passed her test. Haha, very good. I am Qianzi, and today I will impart to you an immortal level mid-grade technique, the Tianling Immortal Decision. Additionally, I will use the remaining spiritual energy of this remnant soul to impart to you my understanding of the art of formations. In less than 100 years, you will be able to digest and master it, becoming a 6th-tier formation master like I am. With this starting point, you will likely walk a path even further than I have. Seeing that Li Shenrua finally nodded in agreement to become his disciple, Qianzi immediately exclaimed 3 times in joy, his brow relaxing in delight. If Li Shenrua had rejected his intention to take her as a disciple again, he would have truly been at a loss. Saying this, he pointed to Li Shenruo's brow, beginning to impart his teachings. The immortal level technique cannot be recorded in ordinary jade slips, and is extremely difficult to document and pass down, which is also the reason for the current discontinuity of immortal level techniques in this world. Everyone, I will impart teachings to my disciple for 5 days. During these 5 days, you may freely collect the heavenly materials and earthly treasures you need in the secret realm. After 5 days, the secret realm will close and return you all to the entrance. The items obtained within the secret realm will be considered a gift from me, and I hope that if my disciple ever has need in the future, you all can lend a hand. Seeing everyone watching him impart teachings, Qianzi took the opportunity to remind them, while also doing Li Shenrua a favor, as this remnant soul would dissipate after imparting the teachings. It is also good to leave some goodwill for his disciple. Hearing Qianzi's words, everyone finally reacted, bidding farewell, and planning to gather heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the secret realm. Once they entered the secret realm, they immediately came to the Qianzi Immortal Palace, but all the rewards obtained here went into Long Yanran's storage pouch. Everyone left without gaining a single opportunity, and more than half of them even lost a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures during the first reward, paying out of their own pockets to give to Long Yanran. By now, over 90% of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the secret realm have probably been collected by my corpse puppet into the stone cave. And should we go back into the stone cave to take a look? The person in the coffin could not help but let out a sneer. Seeing Li Shenru being taught by Qianzi, Long Yanran naturally lost interest. She lightly leaped onto the back of the corpse puppet from the silent realm, returning to the stone cave with the 2 corpse puppets and the person from the coffin. With nearly 100 powerful corpse puppets in the secret realm collecting treasures, she didn't need to get her hands dirty. She just had to wait in the stone cave for the harvest. After a moment, Lang Yanran had returned to the front of the stone cave. Outside the cave, the wolf demon corpse puppet from the Return to Ruins realm was still leading many wolf demons in the Profound realm to guard the area. As for the other corpse puppets, they were all busy gathering treasures in the secret realm. Seeing this, Lang Yanran simply returned to the stone cave and began to meditate and cultivate. The person in the coffin could only wait quietly on the side for the return of the corpse puppets. She was quite relaxed, but the thousands of talented individuals in the secret realm were going nearly insane. Damn it, according to the map given by the sect, there should be a patch of Tianyun herbs here. Why does it look like this place has been turned upside down hundreds of times, leaving not even a single hair behind? A talented individual holding a map confirmed the surroundings repeatedly before angrily crumpling the map and throwing it to the ground. The soil beneath his feet had been turned over hundreds of times. Let alone herbs, not even a single wild grass remained. Damn merchants selling me 10 mid-grade spirit stones claiming there was news of a top-tier treasure. There's not even a broken iron piece here, let alone a treasure. Meanwhile, another talented individual with a map looked at the battlefield. He arrived at which was only left with some dry bones completely different from the armor and weapons that should have been present in other battlefields. Usually, even if someone came to such a place, they would only collect treasures. Who would bother picking up broken pieces of scrap metal? Ah, stop fighting, stop fighting. You can have all the treasures, I don't want them anymore. Just stop fighting, it's going to kill me. Naturally, the two above were not the most unfortunate. The most unfortunate were those who encountered the corpse puppets from the Return to Ruins realm and were caught and beaten up. Initially, the person in the coffin feared that someone related to Lang Yanran might be among the humans, so he ordered the corpse puppets not to kill humans, but he did not specify that they couldn't use force. In the entire secret realm, any talented individual who encountered the corpse puppets was beaten to the point where their parents wouldn't recognize them, yet the most powerful individuals in the Profound realm were completely unable to resist the corpse puppets from the Return to Ruins realm. Fortunately, they gradually discovered that these corpse puppets seemed only interested in treasures and did not intend to kill them, so they all took out their treasures to save their lives. For a moment, everyone in the secret realm could no longer care about searching for treasures, and they all looked for places to hide, just hoping to survive these 5 days and quickly leave this deadly place. In the eastern region, in the discussion hall of the Ren family, the patriarch and the 4 elders gathered here, their expressions a bit tense and confused. The ancestor summoned us and wants to bring the 5-star Great Array flags. Could it be that he intends to take action against other families? Could it be that the ancestor's strength has increased again? That's great. Our Ren family is indeed short on cultivation resources. If we can eliminate another family and seize their resources, it would greatly alleviate our current pressure. The elders were all speculating about the purpose of the ancestor's summons. Silence! The patriarch of the Ren family suddenly shouted, and everyone immediately hushed. A figure appeared out of thin air in the center of the hall, looking grim and seemingly furious. If Lang Yanran or Chen Daoxuan were present, they would recognize that this person was the ancestor of the Ren family summoned by Ren Chirue. Greetings, ancestor. Everyone quickly bowed to the ancestor of the Ren family. Have the 5-element array flags been brought? The ancestor did not pay attention to the crowd, only slightly waved his hand to signal them to rise, then asked, "By the way, may I ask which family the ancestor intends to take action against? The Wang family or the Zhao family?" It should be the Zhao family. After all, the young genius from the Wang family joined the Idol Palace. If the Idol Palace comes to support our Ren family, would not be able to win. After one elder answered, he asked the question that everyone was most curious about. For a moment, everyone perked up their ears. Who told you that we are going to take action against other families? Ren Air was killed. We are here to avenge Ren Air. Isn't it a big deal that Chi Air is dead and none of you knew? Hearing the words of the crowd, the ancestor's face darkened even more. He couldn't help but sternly question them. In the Ren family, core disciples had their life tokens stored in a special room guarded by someone. His clone was shattered by Chen Daoxuan's finger, suffering a backlash, and he had been recovering from his injuries these past few days. But judging by the expressions of the crowd, it seemed they weren't even aware of such a significant event as Renkirwis's death. What kind of patriarch and elders are these? What? Ancestor, what are you saying? I must have misheard. My son went to the North region, a desolate place without any experts, and even brought along a clone of the ancestor. How could he possibly die there? Moreover, there haven't been any notifications from the Life Token Hall. Upon hearing the ancestor's words, the patriarch of the Ren family was taken aback, nearly falling off his seat. Ren Chirue was his son, and upon hearing this news, he simply couldn't believe it. The entire Ren family had been grooming Ren Chirue as the next family head, funneling unlimited resources into him. Even the ancestor in the Divine Sense realm had placed a clone with Ren Chirue. How could he possibly die in that barren place in the North region? That clone of mine couldn't protect Qi Air. The opponent must have at least divine sense realm strength. The ancestor of the Ren family said coldly with a dark expression. Who did this? Could it be that the Wang family or Zhao family intends to strike against us? Damn it, if they have the guts to strike against our Ren family, they actually chose to attack Qi Air first. No matter what happens today, be it the Wang family or the Zhao family, even if the Idol Palace intervenes, we will certainly annihilate their entire clan. The patriarch of the Ren family was so furious that his blood boiled, and he couldn't help but tremble. By the way, who has been guarding the life token hall these days? Suddenly he thought of the fact that they were unaware of such a significant matter, and that no one had reported it, so he coldly inquired. Reporting to the patriarch recently, the one guarding the life token hall is my useless grandson Ren Jiaxing. One elder tremblingly stepped forward. His grandson usually liked to drink and gamble, so he specifically arranged for him to oversee the life token hall, hoping he would just muddle through. Unexpectedly, this had led to such a significant delay. Send down the order to execute Ren Jiaxing. Second elder, you have no objections to this decision, right? The patriarch of the Ren family said hatefully, giving the second elder a cold glance. Alas! Ren Jiaxing has brought ruin upon the Ren clan. This crime leaves me utterly speechless. We leave the judgment entirely to the clan head. With a long, heavy sigh, the second elder dared not raise the slightest objection. Ren Qirui's life was worth far more than 100 Ren Jiaxing's, or even more than his own life, that of a limitless realm elder. Since Ren Qirui's birth, every resource of the Ren clan had been devoted to him. Countless rare treasures and spirit herbs were expended. True to their expectations, he had consistently ranked among the elite prodigies of the eastern region. By the way, venerable ancestor, whose hand struck this blow, let us depart at once to avenge Qirui. We shall tear the culprit limb from limb, and retrieve Qirui's remains, to lay him to rest with dignity. The Ren clan head's temples throbbed violently as he suppressed his fury and demanded of the venerable ancestor. Witnessing this, all present declared in unison that the perpetrator must pay an exorbitant price, so that the world would know the dire consequences of provoking the Ren clan. After all, the venerable ancestor had summoned them personally, and even brought the 5-element formation flags. Clearly a momentous move was imminent. Wielded by their 5 limitless realm cultivators, each commanding one of the 5 elemental domains, the formation once deployed could approach the power of a celestial tier formation. Moreover, its energy could be concentrated into a single cultivator, causing their strength to surge dramatically. No. The assailant hails from the northern region. It is neither the Wang nor Zhao clans. The venerable ancestor rubbed his brow, restraining the urge to strike down these impetuous juniors, and spoke patiently. What? Could anyone in the northern region truly defeat the venerable ancestor's avatar? Could it be a hidden powerhouse of the northern region? Venerable ancestor, might you discern the assailant's cultivation realm? Hearing these words, the first elder recoiled in shock. The others furrowed their brows in disbelief. None had ever imagined such a supreme cultivator could exist in that desolate corner of the northern region. I saw clearly. Sea of Qi Realm, First Heaven. Do not ask. I saw only Sea of Qi Realm, First Heaven. Perhaps the assailant employs some secret art to conceal their true cultivation. In truth, my avatar was shattered by a single fingertip, delivered by that Sea of Qi Realm, First Heaven cultivator. The venerable ancestor sighed deeply and recounted what he had witnessed. Sea of Qi Realm, First Heaven? That explains it. Surely their cultivation is concealed. Stunned at first, they swiftly concluded that Chen Daoxuan must be concealing his true realm. Surely no less than a divinity refinement realm expert. Otherwise, how could a single finger strike obliterate the venerable ancestor's avatar, cultivated to the 9th heaven of the limitless realm? Let us depart for the northern region. His disciple still lingers within the secret realm. I shall slay the disciple first, then lure the master forth and annihilate him within our formation. The venerable ancestor uttered no further word. With a sweeping gesture, he led the 5 limitless realm elders of the Ren clan, and their ancestral treasure, the 5-element formation flags, toward the northern region in solemn, overwhelming procession. Many powers across the eastern region grew tense upon witnessing the Ren clan's sudden massive mobilization. Yet when they observed the direction of departure, confusion set in. What does the Ren clan intend? Judging by their course, they head north. Do they mean to sweep across the entire northern region? Nonsense. You haven't noticed even the venerable ancestor has departed. The northern region alone. If the Ren clan wished to level, it dispatching a single limitless realm elder would suffice. Enough. So long as we remain unscathed. Relieved to learn the Ren clan's target lay elsewhere, numerous eastern region powers exhaled in unison. Yet 3 factions grew deeply anxious. Is Chief Wang Yan participating in the secret realm in the northern region? TSK. Does the Run clan dare lay hands on our Xiaoyao Palace's chief disciple? Summon attendants. Accompany this palace master to the northern region and see precisely what game the Run clan intends to play. Also notify the Wang clan. Send envoys immediately to the northern region. Should the Ren clan prove obstinate, exterminate them on the spot. Upon receiving the report, the Xiaoyao Palace master frowned and issued command after command, then departed for the northern region alongside several limitless realm experts. Likewise, upon learning of the Xiaoyao Palace's response, the eastern region's Wang clan dispatched emissaries without delay. Wang Yan was not merely the palace's chief disciple. He was also their clan's peerless genius, and his safety was non-negotiable. Eastern region Sacred Mountain. Elders Divine Ruo stands a strong chance of inheriting an immortal's legacy. Do those factions now intend to seize it by force? Let us go ourselves, lest Divine Ruo suffer misfortune. The first elder glanced casually at the other two elders as he spoke. The Sacred Mountain had no sect master. Authority rested jointly with 7 elders, all mighty cultivators of the divinity refinement realm, who collectively trained disciples and governed the sect. 4 of them were currently in seclusion, leaving only these 3 available, but that was more than sufficient. Very well. Without hesitation, the other 2 elders assented. Li Shenruo was the Sacred Mountain's most promising disciple. Her safety admitted no margin for error. They prepared to depart for the northern region at once. Elder, are you descending the mountain to play? May I come along too? As the 3 elders turned to leave, a buoyant figure bounded forward, skipping joyfully to stand before them. Her expression radiated childlike innocence, her eyes bright and clear, yet imbued with a startling crystalline naivety. We do not descend the mountain to play, but... Never mind, we have no time to explain. Come, let us take you along. The first elder began to clarify, but recalling her notoriously limited intellect, he realized explanation might last until nightfall without yielding comprehension. He thus acquiesced outright. The 3 elders, now accompanied by Li Yorong, set off toward the northern region. Shuang Mountain, Heavenly Dao Hall. Achoo! A cold. Impossible. Could it be Yen Ran missing her master? That must be it. Hehe. Chen Daoxuan, who had been reclining on his lounge chair, not sleeping but diligently cultivating, suddenly sneezed, rubbed his eyes awake, and rose. Recalling that his disciple's secret realm trial should soon conclude, he felt no further inclination to rest. Plucking a handful of leaves from the nearby enlightenment tea tree, he strolled to the pavilion to brew tea. As he sipped, however, a faint frown creased his brow. Having aided Yenran against her enemies, I'd expected a substantial reward, yet slaying that avatar yielded no system points whatsoever. Now I possess barely over 3,000 system points. How long before I accumulate 10,000 and ascend to the skywalking realm? Sigh. O benevolent soul who might bestow some system points upon me, I swear I'd thank you profusely. Chen Daoxuan winced, inwardly recalling how he'd spent 1,000 system points, only to earn back a paltry 9. A grievous loss indeed. These days system points were truly difficult to acquire. May Yenran return laden with spoils, so her master may prosper and finally break through to the skywalking realm. When will this wretched existence ever end? In the blink of an eye 4 days had passed, and the final day of the secret realm had arrived. Those corpses sent to collect rare treasures also ceased their actions on this day, gradually returning to the stone cave. Great! These monsters are finally leaving. Quickly, let's make the most of the last day and see if we can find any more treasures. We can't leave the secret realm completely empty-handed. What the hell? Is this still the Qiyun secret realm? Have I somehow been transported out of this? After 4 days of fear and trepidation, nearly 80 to 90% of the cultivators had been completely plundered by the corpses. Only a few who possessed secret techniques to conceal their presence managed to narrowly escape the clutches of the corpses. However, now that the corpses had left, the crowd thought they could take advantage of the last moments in the secret realm to collect as much as possible, only to find that the current state of the secret realm was simply devastating. Everywhere they looked, not a single blade of grass grew. Even the low-grade yellow herbs that many cultivators had previously disregarded were now completely gone. It's fine. Being able to survive is already a great fortune. In the end, many cultivators could only find excuses to console themselves. At least the terrifying monsters had not dealt them a fatal blow, which was already quite good. Meanwhile, inside the stone cave, mistress, all the corpses that were sent out have returned now. These 5 storage bags contain herbs. These 3 storage bags contain magical treasures. As for other miscellaneous spirit stones and ores, they are in these 2 storage bags. Oh, and there are 2 storage bags filled with spiritual liquid in jars. After categorizing the many rare treasures brought back by the corpses, the person from the coffin respectfully approached Lung Yenran, who had just finished her cultivation, to report. Good. After today, once the secret realm closes, I will return your freedom, fulfilling our promise. Leng Yanran stored away the more than 10 storage bags before her, including the rewards she had received from the hands of thousands of outstanding individuals, along with the previous accumulations of the person from the coffin. This time her haul was astonishingly filled in more than 20 storage bags, each with a space of 10 cubic meters. Such a bounty cannot be considered anything less than abundant. With so many rare treasures, Master will surely be very happy. Thinking about soon being able to end this secret realm adventure and return to her master, Leng Yanran couldn't help but break into a sweet smile. Hiss! This mistress actually knows how to smile. The person from the coffin witnessing this couldn't help but secretly murmur in disbelief. Since he had met Leng Yanran, he had never seen her smile and thought she was a cold-faced female demon. He never expected this person could also smile. Forget it, there's no need to think too much, or after today, he can leave the secret realm with the unquantifiable realm and become a powerful figure. Endless glory awaited him to enjoy. In front of the Chiun Immortal Palace, Kyunzi's teachings gradually came to a halt. The once solid remnant soul now flickered like a candle in the wind, seemingly on the verge of dissipating at any moment. Disciple, thank you for the teachings, Master. Do not worry, Master. If I succeed in my cultivation, I will surely eliminate those thieves who plotted against you one by one. At this moment, Li Shunru had already integrated the immortal grade techniques into his sea of consciousness. He just needed to return and contemplate them, and soon he would be able to begin his cultivation. Your heart is commendable. The old man is very gratified. Well then, since a successor has been found, this remnant soul is of no further use, so let me lend you a helping hand. After saying this, without waiting for Li Shunru to speak, Qianzi pressed a palm on his head, pouring the remaining spiritual energy of his remnant soul into his body. Ultimately, the remnant soul dissipated, leaving only Li Shunru sitting cross-legged in the square. Disciple. Thank you, Master. Seeing this, Li Shunru did not dare to delay. Although he felt somewhat moved, he quickly began to absorb the spiritual energy that Qianzi had infused into him. As long as he absorbed it, he would be able to break through to the Guishu realm. In this secret realm, apart from Leng Yanran's harvest being the greatest, his gains were also considerable. Not only had he obtained the immortal grade techniques and the inheritance of a 6th-tier formation master, but he had also acquired a heavenly grade magical treasure and the last infusion of spiritual energy from Qianzi, enabling him to break through to the Guishu realm. Half an hour later, Li Shenris' aura began to rise continuously. Break! With a low shout, the bottleneck of the 9th level of the Tongshen realm completely dissipated. Li Shenris' aura had remarkably reached the Guishu realm. Before she could feel happy, the entire secret realm began to tremble violently. Boom! The ground began to crack apart, revealing deep fissures that seemed bottomless. Even the sky began to flicker, and the entire secret realm became extremely unstable. What is happening? Li Shenru was somewhat dazed. Even if someone in the secret realm broke through to the Guishu realm, it shouldn't cause the collapse of the secret realm. But the collapse of the secret realm was already a fact. Fortunately, there was a teleportation array to leave the secret realm right here in the square of the Chiun Immortal Palace. As the secret realm began to collapse, the teleportation array lit up just in time. She dared not delay any longer and hurriedly entered the array to leave. What's going on? Why is the secret realm starting to collapse? Even if the secret realm is about to close, it shouldn't collapse. Enough of that. It's crucial to escape quickly. If we don't run now, it will be too late. Many cultivators within the secret realm were also startled by this sudden scene, all starting to rush towards the nearest teleportation array. Apart from the central square, there were also teleportation arrays at the other 4 directions to leave the secret realm. Qianzi had indeed considered this quite thoroughly. Let's go. Leng Yanran sensed the anomaly in the secret realm, but she didn't need to panic. Not far outside the stone cave was the teleportation array. Without hesitation, she took the more than 20 storage bags she had obtained and called out to the person from the coffin before swiftly departing. The person from the coffin, seeing this, also hurriedly ordered all the corpses to leave with him. The corpses accumulated over the years could still allow him to establish a significant influence even in the outside world. At the very least, he could easily dominate the northern region. Moments later, many outstanding individuals within the secret realm had already exited through the teleportation array. The secret realm could no longer bear the burden. Boom! With a resounding sound, the entire small space collapsed, completely vanishing from the world. Buzz! Rays of light shone as everyone in the secret realm found themselves back at the entrance, each feeling as if they had narrowly escaped death, panting heavily. On the peaks of the mountains, the elders and sect leaders of various forces waiting outside looked over in surprise. Hiss! Why does everyone look like they are fleeing from a disaster? With the return of numerous outstanding talents, the sky above the exit was densely packed with people. However, for some unknown reason, over 90% of them were in tattered clothes, sporting bruises and injuries, a pitiful sight. All the factions were dumbfounded by this scene. In the past, while participating in the secret realm, there would be casualties as encountering rare treasures and conflicts was quite normal. But it was unheard of for over 90% of people to end up like this. Before the various factions could inquire, they heard a loud explosion from the entrance teleportation array. The sound was as if it had exploded. Ah! What on earth is happening? What were you little rascals doing inside that you caused the secret realm to be destroyed? Seeing this scene, the leaders of the three major sects felt a heart-wrenching pain. The Qiyun secret realm was the best secret realm in their northern region. Every 200 years, they would harvest a large number of rare treasures and resources from it. There were even rumors of immortal legacies existing, which, although not claimed by anyone yet, still provided hope, didn't it? But now this secret realm that had existed for thousands of years suddenly collapsed. Moments later, the outstanding talents of the major sects had returned to their respective mountain peaks. Why do you all look like this? What on earth happened? The real person Yang Chun questioned the disciples of the Jinding sect with a stern face. We don't know. Suddenly a lot of monsters from the Return to Ruins realm appeared in the secret realm and beat us mercilessly. If it weren't for them demanding treasures before they would leave, our disciples would probably have died in the secret realm already. Wait! Look, sect master, those monsters, how did they also come out? The disciples of the Jinding sect looked dejected, their faces drooping as they reported their situation, and suddenly one disciple's eyes widened as he pointed at the dense mass of corpse puppets in the sky above the secret realm. Soon everything that had happened in the secret realm became clear to everyone through the reports of the outstanding talents from the various factions. Not only were they treated as mere tools by Long Yanran in the secret realm, handing over the rewards they obtained one by one, but they also had to sacrifice many of their own rare treasures. In the end, just when they finally had a chance to search for rare treasures, they were all snatched away by the monsters from the Return to Ruins realm. Hiss! Those monsters, why do they seem to be related to that fairy Lung? The real person Yang Chun casually glanced at the corpse puppets and was horrified to find that there were even two beasts of the silence realm among them, and even a powerful figure whose entire body was deep green and hard to gauge. Yet these monsters all maintained an extremely respectful demeanor towards Long Yanran. Anyone not foolish could immediately understand. These monsters were helping Long Yanran collect rare treasures. Fairy Long, what you are doing may not be entirely appropriate. Although it is true that rare treasures in the secret realm should belong to the strong, you should at least leave us a little bit right. How could you injure our disciples so severely? I do not seek anything else. I only hope that Fairy Lung can compensate us, the sects of the northern region, with half of the harvest from this secret realm. In this way, Fairy Lung can still reap great rewards and maintain a good reputation. What do you think? The speaker was the leader of the Mai sect at the level of the Return to Ruins 9th layer. Hearing his words, all other sects chose to remain silent, looking at Long Yanran, eager to hear her response. Well, Fairy Lung, my Jinding sect will not participate in this matter. We will not take a single thing from the harvest in the secret realm. Ahem, my Buyuan temple has always disliked conflict, just like my friend Yangshuan. We will not participate. I, the Hongguang sect, will not participate either. Fairy Lung, please do as you see fit. The real person Yangshuan, fully aware of Long Yanran's terror, made his decision promptly. As for Kong Kai, recalling Long Yanran's terrifying master, he couldn't help but feel a chill, quickly distancing himself from the matter. The Hongguang sect, being one of the three major sects, naturally did not want to be the scapegoat. Oh, is that so? Very well, it is indeed right to give you some compensation. I wonder if a jade pendant containing my master's divine ability would suffice. Upon hearing this, Long Yanran's expression remained unchanged, and she even slightly raised her hand to stop the person in the coffin who was about to take action. A jade pendant from that senior is certainly enough. Then thank you, Fairy Lung. The leader of the Mai sect's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Long Yanran's master was not just any formidable figure. If he could obtain a jade pendant of his divine ability, it could very well serve as a treasure for their sect. Indeed, only the bold could reap rewards, hehe. Then you may receive it. Long Yanran casually patted her storage pouch, and a jade pendant containing the divine ability of the heavenly steel appeared in her hand. She tossed it gently towards the mountain peak of the Mai sect. Everyone present turned green with envy, regretting that they hadn't spoken up first, as this jade pendant could have been theirs. Thank you, Fairy. What the hell? The leader of the Mai sect, excited to catch the jade pendant, suddenly saw a crack appear on it, and his eyes widened in shock. The pendant shattered, and a towering black, heavenly steely 3,000 zhong high emanated a dense murderous aura before crashing down onto the mountain of the Mai sect. After a chorus of screams, the once existing mountain peak was no more, only the terrifying heavenly steel standing tall. Gulp! Everyone's eyes widened, unable to suppress a gulp. Their earlier envy had turned into sheer terror. The real person Yang Chun secretly noted as expected. Was it so easy to take advantage of this cold demon? If her advantages were easy to seize, the Luotian sect would not have been exterminated. Everyone, is there anyone else who needs compensation? I have plenty of jade pendants here. If anyone wants one, I am not a stingy person. After casually annihilating the Mai sect, Long Yanran felt no ripple of emotion within her and calmly surveyed the experts of the many factions as if she were discussing trivial matters. Heh, Fairy Long, you say the most ridiculous things. That leader of the Mai sect was truly audacious. We have long been unable to tolerate him. Even if Fairy Long had not acted, we would have joined forces to attack him. Fairy Long managing to kill him has also saved us the trouble. The various factions swiftly changed their expressions, not mentioning the matter of compensation at all. Since you have no objections, then let us disperse. Upon seeing this, Long Yanran planned to return to her mountain. She could not wait to see her master. But suddenly everyone widened their eyes, looking into the distance. Several figures radiating a terrifying aura that compelled one to kneel were rapidly flying towards this location. In the blink of an eye, 6 figures emanating a terrifying aura appeared before everyone. Someone quickly recognized the ancestor of the Ren family, who had almost crippled Long Yanran with his unfathomable strength at the 9th level of the infinite realm, only to be saved by her master. Now this ancestor of the Ren family has personally descended to the northern region. Moreover, it seems he has brought magical artifacts clearly well prepared. One wonders if Long Yanran's mysterious master can withstand this. Ancestor Ren. Even the clan leader and the 4 elders have come. It seems the Ren family is truly enraged this time. After emerging from the secret realm, Li Shenrua and Wang Yan initially intended to leave immediately and return to the eastern region. However, upon seeing the ancestor of the Ren family arrive, they couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Ancestor who killed Cher. As soon as the ancestor of the Ren family arrived, he completely unleashed his aura at the 9th level of the infinite realm, pressing down on everyone present, so they couldn't stand upright. Since he has come here, he wouldn't only kill one person. He intends to make these northern region forces bleed profusely. After all, Renchirue fell in the northern region and they must pay the price. Humph, little girl, where is your master? Why doesn't she dare to show herself? The ancestor Ren ignored his words, his gaze landing directly on Long Yanran. Simultaneously, he locked onto Long Yanran's aura to prevent her from using any escape techniques. Damn it! Long Yanran felt as if she was carrying a mountain on her back, yet she gritted her teeth, determined to keep her back straight. Aside from her master, she would not bow to anyone. My great aunt, please think of a way. How did you provoke such an ancient monster? The person in the coffin beside her was also feeling the pressure, with veins popping on his forehead as he managed to utter a phrase. He had thought that once he exited the secret realm he could roam freely, but unexpectedly encountered a god distraction phase monster. What difference was there from dying in the collapse of the secret realm? The only hope for the person in the coffin was that the being behind Long Yanran would intervene. At that moment several figures appeared in the distance, the members of the Holy Mountain and the Carefree Palace. Elders. Upon seeing the familiar figures, Li Shenruo's eyes lit up. The 3 elders of the Holy Mountain arrived with Li Yorong, and seeing that Li Shenruo was unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. The ancestor Ren frowned at the arrival of the Holy Mountain, becoming secretly wary. Friend Ron, we have come solely to bring Shenruo back to the mountain. As for other matters, please feel free to handle them yourself. The Holy Mountain elder sensed his gaze and casually replied. After saying this, he intended to take Li Shenruo away. Elder, could you intervene to save that girl? Li Shenruo glanced at Long Yanran, who was under immense pressure, hesitating for a moment before softly asking. She had obtained the celestial level skills thanks to Long Yanran, who had actively given her the chance to access such. There is no need for us to create enemies with the God Distraction Realm. Behave and return to the mountain with us. The Holy Mountain Elder frowned slightly and rejected Li Shenruo's request without hesitation. Only Li Yorong, upon looking at Long Yanran, frowned tightly, feeling a bit reluctant, but dared not mention it to the elder. Damn it, old Run, what have you done to my top disciple Wang Yan? Quickly hand over my top disciple Wang Yan. However, after the forces of the Carefree Palace arrived, they still could not see Wang Yan's figure, and for a moment they glared angrily at Ancestor Ren. I have not harmed anyone from your Carefree Palace. I have come solely to avenge Chair. Do not smear dirt on my name. If you want to fight, then fight. Ancestor Ren was already irritated, and hearing the accusations only made him frown even more in displeasure. Well, I am here. Wang Yan, with a swollen pig-like face, quietly stepped forward to tug at the robe of the Carefree Palace Master. Damn! Where did this pig demon come from? Get away! The Palace Master turned around, startled by the sudden approach of the pig-headed figure, and kicked. With a loud bang, the ground was left with a deep human-shaped pit. Wait! Hiss! Yenner, are you okay? The palace master suddenly realized that the aura of that person was extraordinarily familiar, as if it was Wang Yan. She hurriedly knelt beside the pit and pulled out the nearly lifeless Wang Yan. His body was riddled with crushed bones, unable to move, with a pig's head on him, and tears rolled down his cheeks, washing away the dust to leave 2 streaks. At this moment, Wang Yan felt he had reached the most miserable moment of his life. Coming to this remote northern region for the secret realm, he hadn't even entered before he was covered in bone ash, and almost died at the hands of Lang Yanran's master. Once inside the secret realm, he was extorted by Lang Yanran, and even had all his treasures snatched by a monster from the returning ruins, leaving him with nothing but a rag for modesty. Now he had finally waited for the palace master to arrive, hoping to find her for help, only to be nearly kicked to death by her. A life actually wasn't that meaningful. Oh, dying like this didn't seem too bad. Wang Yan looked deeply at the palace master and quietly closed his eyes. But as the palace master fed him a few pills, his life was restored. Your master seems unlikely to arrive. Very well, I will kill you first, and then turn the entire northern region upside down. I don't believe I can't find him. The ancestor Ren, seeing this scene, was devoid of the mood for mockery. With Lang Yanran's master still not appearing, his patience was waning. Suddenly, he took a step forward, and everyone felt a blur before their eyes. When they looked again, Ancestor Ren was already standing before Lang Yanran, reaching out with one hand to grasp her delicate neck. Buzz! The jade pendant given to Lang Yanran by her master emitted a dazzling light, momentarily blocking Ancestor Ren's hand. Just as Ancestor Ren was about to strike again and break her neck, he noticed a young man had appeared before him. It was the young man who had killed Ren Chirue, the master of this girl. He even looked at him with a faint smile. You finally dare to show yourself. This saves me the trouble of searching the northern region. You killed my descendant and shattered my incarnation. Today both you and your master will pay with your life. Ancestor Ren shouted sharply, but unable to see through Chen Daoxuan's power. He chose not to confront him directly, instead retreating to his original position and calling upon the members of the Ren family to form a formation. I hope I am not too late, master. Chen Daoxuan glanced at Ancestor Ren before turning back, gently holding Lang Yanran in his arms and stroking her hair as he softly asked, Master. The moment the master appeared, the immense pressure weighing down on Lang Yanran like a mountain dissipated into thin. Feeling the warmth of her master's embrace and the unique fragrance that belonged only to him, Lang Yanran felt herself soften and leaned against her master's broad chest. With the strength of the 7th layer of the profound realm, she stood tall against the pressure of a spirit-severing realm powerhouse, which was truly no small feat. Just to withstand that pressure, she had already consumed 90% of the spiritual power in her energy sea. Had Chen Daoxuan come any later, she might have been seriously injured from holding on. Did I embarrass you, master? While nestled in her master's embrace, Lang Yanran asked softly. It had only been 3 or 4 months since she became his disciple, yet she had caused him so much trouble. Every trouble she caused required her master to personally intervene, making Lang Yanran feel utterly useless. I must grow stronger, become even more powerful. Strong enough to resolve all troubles and eliminate all those who dare oppose my master. Of course you did not embarrass me. Facing a spirit-severing realm opponent without retreating, who else in this world has such courage besides my disciple Lang Yanran? Chen Daoxuan said with a light smile, gently patting her head to comfort her. But I keep causing trouble for you. Perhaps I should just stay on the mountain and not wander around it. Upon hearing her master's gentle words, Lang Yanran felt warmth in her heart. Unable to resist, she nuzzled her little head against her master's embrace, feeling wronged as she spoke. I have said before, there is no trouble in this world that I cannot resolve. You just need to confidently pursue what you wish to do and go wherever you desire. I will always support you. Chen Daoxuan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. He could not allow his disciple to harbor such thoughts. Although remaining on the mountain was indeed good, how would he earn system points then? Look at how this good disciple of mine has brought me such a bountiful gift. This is not trouble, but rather a living system point. The Guishu realm starts at 10 points, the Jimmy realm at 100 points, and the Wuliang realm at 1,000 points. That Ren family's ancestor from just now, a spirit-severing realm powerhouse, must be worth several tens of thousands of system points. Especially when recalling how he had spent 1,000 system points to kill the Ren family's clone and ended up at a loss. This time he had finally found an opportunity to break, even though to make a profit. Foolish trickster, humph. Even when death is upon you, you still put on an act. Once I kill you to avenge Cheer, I will cripple your disciples' cultivation and confine you in the brothels of the eastern region. Dare to lay a hand on my son. Have you considered the consequences? The head of the Ren family frowned, glaring at Chen Daoxuan. Although he could only see that Chen Daoxian's cultivation was at the 1st layer of the Qi realm and could not discern his true level with the ancestor present and the 5 elements formation flags brought along, he could suppress even a 7th layer spirit-severing realm expert. In his view, no matter how strong Chen Daoxuan was, he could never be a powerhouse above the 7th layer of the spirit-severing realm. That would be enough to dominate a faction in the eastern region. Noisy. Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly. He had initially felt indifferent upon hearing that person's words. After all, they were about to die, and were soon to become his system points. However, hearing the insult directed at his disciple Chen Daoxuan, admitted, he became somewhat angry. Palace Master, my disciple's misfortune is all thanks to that Lang Yanran. I asked the Palace Master to help my disciple. Awakening beside him, Wang Yan saw Lang Yanran's master, confronting the Ren family, and immediately rekindled his light of hope, pleading with the Palace Master beside him. Oh, I see, rest assured I will help you. However, it would be good for the Ren family to first probe the strength of the opponents. If they can both suffer losses, we can just sit back and reap the benefits. The Palace Master of the Xianyao Palace glanced at Wang Yan's words, and slightly tilted her head. Originally intending to leave without intervening, she stopped her steps. Elder, I wish to ask for your help. Never mind, Sai. Li Shenru noticed the situation on the field again, and wanted to propose extending a helping hand to the elder, but under the elder's gaze, she could only sigh. Their holy mountain could be considered the strongest force in the eastern region, yet they had always maintained neutrality amidst the struggles of major factions. It was precisely for this reason that all factions had never joined forces against the holy mountain, granting it an extraordinary status. If they were to strike against the Ren family today and disrupt the tacit rules everyone had accepted, perhaps other forces would grow wary of the holy mountain and join forces to resist. This is all over. Our northern region has finally produced a rare genius like Lang Yanran and her powerful and mysterious master. Yet now we have offended a major power in the eastern region, Sai. The various factions in the northern region could not help but shake their heads, and Sai, resources had always been scarce in the northern region, and even a Wuliang realm expert appeared only once in a millennium. Now with great difficulty a master belonging to the northern region had emerged. If he did not perish, the northern region's standing would strengthen significantly, allowing them to claim there were strong experts in the northern region when facing others. The thoughts of the crowd naturally fell into Chen Daoxuan's eyes, yet he did not care. As long as the other party did not take the initiative to attack or speak disrespectfully, he would not insist on killing them. Humph, no matter how powerful you are ultimately just ants of the northern region. With my Ren family ancestor here and the 5 elements formation flags, even if you possess spirit-severing realm cultivation, I will surely kill you. Today I shall avenge my son. The head of the Ren family looked at Chen Daoxuan with eyes full of hatred. He only had one son who bore the expectations of the entire Ren family. You talk too much. Chen Daoxuan raised his eyebrows and slowly descended, coming to the side of the several elders of the Holy Mountain and Li Shenru. This was his first time facing a spirit-severing realm powerhouse, and he felt somewhat uncertain. While he believed killing the opponent should not be difficult, he was also afraid of accidentally harming his disciple in his arms. I would trouble you all to take care of my Yanran. Chen Daoxuan glanced at Li Shenru, noticing she had already cultivated a celestial tier technique. He could only shake his head in regret, realizing they had no fated connection as master and disciple. Then he unexpectedly caught sight of Li Yorong, whose face looked innocent. However, he did not pay attention to this, and instead entrusted a few elders of the Holy Mountain. Rest assured, Senior. The 3 elders of the Holy Mountain initially intended to refuse and not get involved in this murky water, yet, since Li Shenru had received their kindness, she took the initiative to agree. Seeing this, the elders of the Holy Mountain could only remain silent. Master, you won't be in danger, right? Lang Yanran, feeling anxious, asked her master who had left her here. It's not so much danger, but it could be a bit troublesome. What I worry about is that their blood will stain my clothes. That would be quite unpleasant. Chen Daoxuan originally mentioned that there might be some trouble, causing concern among those present, especially Lang Yanran, who nearly uttered the words, urging master to escape. However, the next sentence left everyone bewildered. Clearly, he wasn't worried about himself being harmed, but rather about the other party. Hiss! How arrogant! Arrogant ant, remember my name. In your next life, be more cautious and do not provoke the Ren family. I am the head of the Ren family. Ren. The head of the Ren family, furious at Chen Daoxuan's words, found himself unable to speak before he could finish. Chen Daoxuan, who had been standing at the sacred mountain just a moment ago, was now gripping his neck with one hand, coldly gazing at him. The 4 elders of the Ren family were startled, completely unable to see when Chen Daoxuan had made his move, as he suddenly locked the throat of their clan leader. When did this happen? What kind of movement technique is this? The ancestor of the Ren family's pupils constricted sharply. With his strength at the 4th level of the spirit separation realm, he could not even see Chen Daoxuan's movements, only noticing that the position Chen Daoxuan had occupied was now just a remnant shadow, and when he turned around he found him behind. All present included several in the spirit separation realm, yet none were able to discern Chen Daoxuan's actions. Even the elders of the sacred mountain were wide-eyed in astonishment. Let go of the clan leader. Attack! Once the Ren family reacted, they surged towards Chen Daoxuan, each spell carrying terrifying power with no space to evade. But as the four attacks collided, a thunderous roar echoed, and when the light dissipated, the crowd was even more shocked. Not only had Chen Daoxuan vanished, but the Ren clan leader was also nowhere to be found. When did this happen? What kind of divine movement technique is this? When the crowd finally located Chen Daoxuan, they found him back on the summit of the sacred mountain, smiling faintly as he held the Ren clan leader's neck as if it were a chick. Despite being a powerhouse at the 9th level of the infinite realm, the Ren clan leader had no room to struggle or resist in his grasp. It was as if all his spiritual energy had been restricted, leaving him unable to mobilize any power to fight back. Your name is Ren. Right? Come for what you just said. Bow to my disciple, and we can let this matter pass. Tisk unwilling. I'll help you. Chen Daoxuan ignored the astonished crowd and calmly continued while holding the Ren clan leader by the nape of his neck. Seeing that the Ren clan leader showed no intention of kneeling, he simply stepped down hard. Crack, crack. With two crisp sounds, the legs of the Ren clan leader, a powerhouse at the 9th level of the infinite realm, were directly crippled by Chen Daoxuan. Then he pressed him in front of Lung Yanran, grabbing his head and slamming it down 3 times with force. Bang, bang, bang. The Ren clan leader, unable to resist with spiritual power, was nearly killed by those 3 blows, only feeling stars in his eyes as blood flowed from his 7 orifices. All right, let's consider the matter of insulting my disciple settled like this. You seem tired, so lie down and rest for a while. I will escort you all later. Chen Daoxuan looked at the Ren clan leader, who was half dead, and could only inhale without exhaling, and casually tossed him to the ground. Master! Everyone present was stunned, including Lung Yanran, who was bewildered. How had it already come to this, and yet Master had already crippled someone? He had captured someone right under the eyes of the Ren family's ancestor, and turned him into a cripple. Form the array. The ancestor of the Ren family, disregarding his surprise, glared at Chen Daoxuan, then waved his hand, summoning an array flag from the now-collapsed Ren clan leader. The other 4 elders, seeing Chen Daoxuan's ferocity, no longer dared to be careless, fearing they too might suddenly be captured and crippled. Each took out an array flag inscribed with the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. After setting up the 5-element formation, they could use the power of the 5 elements to confront the enemy, making it difficult even for a spirit separation realm expert to handle. Moreover, once the formation was set up, the 5 of them acted as one entity, making it impossible for Chen Daoxuan to break through them one by one, as the attacks would be distributed among all 5. Fire formation. The ancestor of the Ren family waved the array flag, and suddenly a fire dragon coalesced from the formation, roaring as it charged towards Chen Daoxuan. What a powerful attack! Chen Daoxuan frowned slightly, murmuring as he gazed at the imposing fire dragon. Kid, now you understand the consequences of provoking my Ren family, right? It's a pity it's already too late to regret. The ancestor of the Ren family revealed a sinister smile. Even I wouldn't dare to face the Ren family's 5-element formation alone, and it can lock onto one's aura. Even if his movement technique is unique, he cannot keep evading forever. This farce is likely coming to an end. The Lord of the Carefree Palace couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Ren family's 5-element formation. Damn it, they are attacking us. The elder of the sacred mountain frowned as well. The 3 elders joined forces to wield their spiritual power to erect a barrier, fearing it would affect them. The barrier included Lung Yanran and the Ren clan leader, leaving only Chen Daoxuan outside. Boom! Soon the fire dragon violently crashed into Chen Daoxuan, transforming into a myriad of flames from its head to its tail, slowly dissipating. Master! Let me out! Lung Yanran, seeing this, frantically pounded on the array barrier. But the elders of the sacred mountain naturally would not let the barrier down, who otherwise, while the residual waves might not harm them, Li Shenrua and Li Yorong would not be able to withstand it. Even if they did not care for Lung Yanran, they could not allow anyone from the sacred mountain to be harmed. Everyone believed that Chen Daoxuan would undoubtedly perish against this blow. However, as the flames dispersed, only a single figure remained, casually standing with one hand behind his back, the other palm resting in front, emitting steam. So strong. That nearly burned me. Chen Daoxuan murmured in surprise. It is known that his physique is the primordial innate Dao body. Not only is his cultivation realm horrifically superior to others, but his physical body is also akin to the most terrifying weapon in the world. The fact that this fire dragon almost burned him was incredibly terrifying. However, he did not consider that he was still merely at the 1st level of the Qi realm. Almost burned. What the hell? Is this guy's body a divine weapon? But this statement, when heard by the crowd, was like a thunderclap, nearly shocking their eyeballs out. Impossible. You must have used some defensive treasure. It's absolutely impossible for anyone to withstand my Ren family's 5-element formation. The ancestor of the Ren family was in disbelief, as if struck by a bolt from the blue, unable to accept what he was witnessing. Upon hearing the words of the ancestor of the Ren family, the others also reacted accordingly. Such a terrifying attack could hardly be withstood. It is indeed possible to resist it with a treasure. Just now that strike utilizing the 5 elements array, even the master of the Xiaoyao Palace and the 3 elders of the Holy Mountain present would not dare to claim they could withstand it alone. Naturally, they could not believe that someone from the remote northern region could achieve such a feat. From the beginning to the end, in the eyes of the people from the eastern region, the northern region was merely a tiny place, and even if there were powerful individuals, they were just slightly larger ants. However, now witnessing Chen Daoxuan's performance, the people from the eastern region could not help but change their perspective. After all, regardless of whether he relied on treasures or not, he truly possessed the strength that warranted their serious attention. Kid, the treasure that can withstand my Ren family's 5 elements array cannot possibly be reused, right? Even if you can block one strike, how will you deal with the rest? Humph, in the barren land of the northern region, I do not believe you can produce another treasure like the last one. The ancestor of the Ren family was already firmly convinced of his judgment. Even if Chen Daoxuan had a treasure, how many times could he withstand it? Water array. With another wave of the array flag, a water qilin materialized, emanating a force that was no less than that of the previous fire dragon, causing a sudden wave of damp chill to sweep over everyone present. As the ancestor of the Ren family waved the array flag, the water qilin let out a long howl towards the sky and charged at Chen Daoxuan riding on the mist. Everyone fixed their eyes on Chen Daoxuan, eager to see if he could produce a treasure capable of withstanding the attack of the 5 elements array. A treasure. It seems I really do have a treasure. I almost forgot about it until you reminded. Seeing the water qilin rushing towards him, Chen Daoxuan remained completely unperturbed. Instead, his eyes lit up. He indeed had a treasure. If it weren't for the other's reminder, he would have truly forgotten that he had a treasure to use. This was a perfect opportunity to test the power of the treasure. With a flick of his hand, a seemingly ordinary ruler appeared, yet the thick aura of profound yellow emanating from it proved it was anything but mundane. The words Hongmeng were inscribed along the body of the ruler, which was the merit treasure he had obtained from the initial gift package, the Hongmeng ruler. The power of this ruler did not lie in its strength, but in its terrifying characteristic: it kills without karmic retribution. As Chen Daoxuan had explained to his disciples, if one creates excessive killing karma, they may become entangled in karmic obstacles, suffer from inner demons in the future, and their fortune will be greatly affected. However, using the Hongmeng ruler, a merit treasure to kill, would completely avoid the taint of karmic obstacles. At this moment, the water qilin had already charged right in front of him. The terrifying force exuded by the water qilin caused ripples to appear in the barrier set up by the 3 elders from the Holy Mountain behind Chen Daoxuan, demonstrating the horror of its power. The people from the northern region had never seen such a terrifying attack. Each sex elder set up barriers, fearing that the residual waves would accidentally harm them. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at Chen Daoxuan. They saw him holding a ruler that did not show any apparent rank, wearing a calm smile with his left hand behind his back and his right hand gently tapping the water qilin's head. It was quite reminiscent of a teacher reprimanding a student. Is this guy scared silly? Is he really planning to withstand the attack of the water qilin from the 5 elements array so casually? Everyone could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. The mere aura emitted by the water qilin was so frightening. How strong could its explosive power be? Yet Chen Daoxuan seemed completely unfazed, clearly knowing he could not withstand it, and had given up. Only one person, upon seeing Chen Daoxuan produce the Hongmeng ruler, suddenly filled with confidence. That person was Lang Yanran, who had witnessed the true power of the Hongmeng ruler. Previously flustered and confused, she now calmed down and realized how foolish she had been. What kind of existence is master? He could even make the dead come back to life and ask questions. How could the Ren family possibly contend with that? Provoking master was truly seeking death. Moreover, since master had already employed such a divine artifact, the Ren family was bound to perish. It was just uncertain whether there would still be an opportunity to experience the full process of transcendence like Ren Chirue. The Hongmeng ruler gently landed on the head of the water qilin with a pop. The water qilin exploded as if it were a water balloon. Wow, what? Just with such a light tap, how did the water qilin disappear? What on earth is happening? Everyone had originally been waiting to see what kind of power the water qilin would unleash, and how Chen Daoxuan would struggle to withstand it. But now, with that seemingly casual tap, everyone was left dumbfounded, even doubting whether the water qilin had any real power, or if it just looked fearsome. Was the ancestor of the Ren family holding back, planning to catch it alive? But looking at the ancestor's face filled with shock, just like everyone else's, he could not comprehend how Chen Daoxuan had accomplished that. You are? The ancestor of the Ren family, in terror, wanted to ask how Chen Daoxuan had done it. But before he could finish, his eyes widened, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. In his eyes, Chen Daoxuan, holding the Hongmeng ruler, stood tall and perfectly proportioned, but he felt as if he were facing a towering giant. It was as if this master of the myriad worlds, even the supreme saints, was wielding a ruler and gently waving it towards him. He wanted to escape, to flee to the Ren family in the eastern region. No, the further he could escape the better. Far enough that he would never encounter Chen Daoxuan again. But now he could only tremble, unable to make any movements, just like a student receiving punishment from a teacher. This ruler, only by truly facing it could one understand its horror. To everyone else it simply looked like Chen Daoxuan was casually waving the Hongmeng ruler at the ancestor of the Ren family. Puffed! The ancestor of the Ren family suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura began to decline rapidly. It was as if all his vitality had dissipated with that unintentional strike from Chen Daoxuan. Sacrifice! Everyone sacrifice for me! The ancestor of the Ren family, bracing himself, suddenly roared, directly beginning to absorb the vitality of the four elders. Ah! Ancestor, no! The four elders instantly fell into excruciating pain, their bodies visibly turning into mummies, leaving only faint breaths behind. Run, I must escape this place. This person is too terrifying. It was only now that the ancestor of the Ren family caught a breath, with only one thought left in his mind, and he immediately struggled to cast a secret technique to flee. But when he turned around, his eyes were filled with terror. Chen Daoxuan had already blocked his path in an instant. Old man, don't rush to leave. I have some heartfelt things I want to discuss with you. Chen Daoxuan gazed benevolently upon Ren Patriarch, who stood before him as though confronted by a specter. He had not anticipated that a casual sweep of the Hongmeng ruler would unleash such devastating power. He had assumed merely shattering the Elder's formation would suffice. Yet he nearly obliterated Ren Patriarch. Had Ren Patriarch not resorted to a secret art, siphoning the vital energies of the other four elders through his five-element formation flags, he would have perished then and there. Elder, please do not rush to depart. There are a few words, sincere, heartfelt words, I wish most earnestly to share with you. Chen Daoxuan spoke with a gentle, affable smile. As he spoke, he flicked a subtle surge of qi toward each of the four Ren elders, now desiccated husks clinging to the barest thread of life. Ift, 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 ift. For sharp, wet bursts echoed in succession. The foreheads of the four already dying elders bloomed with crimson holes, extinguishing their lives forever. Seeing the four elders on the verge of death after having their vitality drained, Chen Daoxuan dared not hesitate. They were precious system points, long coveted and dearly awaited. Should they expire without his direct intervention, the system might not credit him with the kills, and such a loss would be truly catastrophic. After all, each of these four elders was a peerless powerhouse of the infinite realm, worth no less than 1,000 system points apiece. At that moment, the system's chime resonated within Chen Daoxuan's mind. Host has slain an infinite realm cultivator at the fourth heaven. Reward 4000 system points. Host has slain an infinite realm cultivator at the sixth heaven. Reward 6000 system points. Host has slain an infinite realm cultivator at the seventh heaven. Reward 7000 system points. Host has slain an infinite realm cultivator at the eighth heaven. Reward 8000 system points. Hearing the successive chimes echo in his consciousness, Chen Daoxuan's eyes gleamed with unmistakable delight. 4,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000. Good heavens. Altogether a staggering 25,000 system points. Up to this point he had scrimped and saved, refusing to spend even a single system point on self-cultivation, accumulating only 4,000. Before entering the secret realm, Lang Yenran had expended 1,000, another 1,000 had since been spent in combat. Earlier, Lang Yenran had annihilated a minor sect using her jade pendant, earning several hundred system points. But even so, his reserves had dwindled to barely 2,000. Now, after slaying the four elders, his system points had surged past 27,000. That equated to 27,000 years of cultivation. More than enough to elevate him to the sky-soaring realm with over 17,000 points remaining. At this thought, Chen Daoxuan's smile deepened further. And even Ren Patriarch, once a terrifying adversary, now seemed strangely endearing. What enemy? These were his dearest benefactors. His very patrons, his life-sustaining kin. How many points did Ren Patriarch's nascent spirit realm fourth heaven yield? 40,000. SSS. Elder, words cannot express my gratitude to the Ren clan. The least I can do is ensure your entire family departs together. None shall be left behind. Overwhelmed by the sudden influx of tens of thousands of system points, Chen Daoxuan's excitement was palpable. Before the stunned gaze of countless witnesses, he wore an expression of serene kindness, and even clapped Ren Patriarch gently on the shoulder. To an outsider unaware of the truth, the two might easily be mistaken for cherished friends bound by ageless camaraderie. What do you intend to do? Spare me, and I swear, I will surrender every resource of the Ren clan upon my return. Henceforth the entire Ren clan shall obey your command alone. Only grant me mercy. Ren Patriarch trembled violently, utterly unprepared to suffer defeat in the northern region. even as a nascent spirit realm fourth heaven expert. Before him stood a youth who outwardly cultivated only the first level of the Chi-Si realm, yet his true strength defied all estimation. Only Ren Patriarch, who had felt the full force of that single strike from Chen Daoxuan's ruler, knew the terrible truth. Chen Daoxuan was no mere mortal cultivator. He was beyond human resistance, and thus trembling he begged for his life before the dumbfounded assembly. Madness! This world has surely gone mad. A nascent spirit realm sovereign reduced to such abject supplication. Then does that mean Senior Lang Yanran, her master, is even more formidable than a nascent spirit realm expert? Shall the northern region finally stand tall and proud? The northern region's myriad sects and factions reeled in disbelief. In their understanding, the annihilation realm represented the absolute pinnacle, while the infinite realm appeared only rarely, usually among outsiders from distant lands. As for the nascent spirit realm, nearly every faction present beheld a living practitioner of that realm for the very first time. Fewer than 1 in 10 even knew of realms beyond it, let alone comprehended them. Yenner, this sovereign has one question. Answer truthfully. Have you ever provoked that person's disciple? She wronged you, but did you in turn offend her? After a moment's pause, the Xiaoyao sect sovereign turned quietly to the battered Wang Yan and asked in a low voice, No, never. This disciple lacks even the audacity to attempt such a thing. Wang Yan shook his head, frantically ignoring his wounds as he hastened to explain. Huff. Good, very good. Upon hearing this, the Xiaoyao sovereign imperceptibly dissipated the gathering spiritual energy, coalescing in his palm behind his back. If the Ren clan crumbled like chicks before that figure, the Xiaoyao sect would fare no better. Poor Wang Yan, unaware of his narrow escape, had just cheated death once again. A void refinement realm sovereign. The 3 elders of the sacred mountain stared at Chen Daoxuan in utter shock. That Ren Patriarch, a nascent spirit realm expert, had been rendered utterly helpless even wielding the 5-element formation flags. Such mastery could only mean one thing: he had transcended the nascent spirit realm's final bottleneck. The void refinement realm was virtually unseen in the eastern region, except perhaps among reclusive ancient masters who dwelled beyond mortal sight. In that instant, the 3 elders deeply regretted their earlier hesitation. They should have sought alliance, not Please, begging you, I swear upon the Heavenly Dao, henceforth I shall follow your lead without question. Do with me as you will. Seeing Chen Daoxuan stare silently, his gaze shimmering with unmistakable eagerness and exhilaration, Ren Patriarch's panic intensified and he pleaded anew. Elder, what nonsense is this? Did I not say so plainly? I simply wish to speak with you, heart to heart, soul to soul. Chen Daoxuan smiled, broadly, genuinely, radiantly. All prior vexation had dissolved into pure elation the moment the system points arrived. Yes, of course. Whatever you wish. What would you like to discuss? Already grievously wounded Ren Patriarch trembled as he hurriedly acquiesced. Ugh! What is that in your hand? No sooner had the words left his lips than a searing pain lanced through his chest, and his eyes widened in horror. There, suspended in Chen Daoxuan's palm, pulsed a freshly extracted heart, still faintly beating. Elder Run was bewildered, staring at Chen Daoxuan, who wore a warm smile and held a beating heart in his hand. Everyone present was at a loss. Initially, the crowd was puzzled as to why Chen Daoxuan did not kill Elder Run, but instead chose to engage him in heartfelt conversation. Was he attempting to win him over? After all, the Ren family was considered a prominent family in the eastern region, and Elder Ren possessed formidable strength at the 4th level of the spirit-severing realm. If he could be subdued, it would indeed be a great asset. Any ordinary elder from the Ren family would be seen as an unattainable existence by the people of the northern region. But what about now? What did they witness? Chen Daoxuan was smiling, and Elder Ren had just agreed to engage in heartfelt conversation. Then, without warning, Chen Daoxuan reached into Elder Ren's chest. And then he suddenly had a still pulsing heart in his hand. So when he said heartfelt, he meant it literally. He really just reached into his chest. Hiss. Truly heartfelt. The mind of a powerful one is indeed different, not something we mere mortals can fathom. After the multitude of forces was shocked, they all resolved in their hearts that they could never offend this individual again. Previously, they only knew that Lang Yanran was a ruthless demon who would wipe out entire families without a blink. Now they realized she was actually quite reasonable. Compared to her, her master was truly terrifying. No wonder she produced such a disciple. It all made. Elder, are you all right? You seem a bit pale. Is there something wrong with your health? Chen Daoxuan, ignoring the shocked gazes of the crowd, asked Elder Ren with genuine concern. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, wanting to shout, "You just pulled out someone's heart, how can they be comfortable?" Yet not a single person dared to speak. In fact, out of sheer fear, they involuntarily held their breath, afraid of drawing Chen Daoxuan's attention. My heart. My heart. Elder Ren's eyes were bloodshot and weakly, He attempted to reach for his heart, the will to survive keeping him from collapsing. After all, he was a spirit-severing realm powerhouse. Even with his heart pulled out, he surprisingly did not die immediately and still thought to retrieve it. "Ah, is your heart uncomfortable? No worries, old man, I'll help you with that right away." Upon hearing Elder Ren's words, Chen Daoxuan's expression was one of sudden realization. Then right before Elder Ren's widened eyes with a loud bang, he crushed the heart in his hand. As the heart exploded, Elder Ren lost all vitality, his eyes still wide open and red as he died. His last thought was why he had provoked this devil. Host killed a 4th level spirit-severing realm reward for 0,000 system points. After receiving a full 4,000 system points, he was astonished to find he now had over 6,700 system points. To say he had suddenly become rich would not be an exaggeration. The system's prompt sounded as expected, and Chen Daoxuan could not suppress his joy, revealing a satisfied smile. However, this scene appeared to everyone like witnessing an ancient demon god, the most sinister of ancient evil. In his eyes, Elder Ren of the spirit-severing realm was nothing more than a toy. "Look at this guy, how satisfied and perverse he looks. Ugh, so disgusting." Chen Daoxuan was not satisfied because he had killed Elder Ren, but rather because of the system points. However, after the joy noticing the strange object in his hand, he disdainfully shook it off and used spiritual energy to thoroughly cleanse his hands. Compared to the proposal of subduing the entire Ren family, he preferred the tangible system points contributed by the Ren family. After all, system points could enhance his cultivation and even be exchanged for various treasures in the system shop. There's still one guy. After dealing with Elder Ren and the 4 elders, Chen Daoxuan did not forget the unconscious Ren Yi. He lightly descended upon the mountain where Lang Yanran and the others were located. At this moment, the 3 elders of the Holy Mountain, facing Chen Daoxuan again, were extremely tense and hurriedly dispelled the barrier they had set up together. Standing there very formally, they bowed to Chen Daoxuan. "Just now, we did not recognize the true strength of the senior. We were blind, please do not hold it against us." One elder hurriedly spoke up, as they now viewed Chen Daoxuan as a capricious devil who would kill without a second thought, frightening them greatly. Who knew if this guy would suddenly lash out at them, still harboring resentment over what had just occurred? They certainly did not want to engage in heartfelt conversation with Chen Daoxuan. "Master!" Lang Yanran rushed up and dove into her master's embrace. As soon as he landed, she had been deeply worried when she saw her master being struck by the fire dragon earlier. "Did my master frighten you when he acted just now?" Chen Daoxuan smiled gently at his disciple's expression. His ruthless execution of Elder Ren was sparked by the Ren family's words about sending his disciple into a brothel, igniting his fury. Moreover, it was important for everyone present to see and remember what they would face if they dared to harm his disciple. The third point, which was equally crucial, was to instill fear in the people of the Holy Mountain. "No, master, you dirty your hands for your disciple. How could Yen Ren be afraid? Yen Ren loves master the most. No matter what, Yen Ren will always love master." Lang Yanran murmured softly in her master's embrace. To be honest, she had seen this side of her master for the first time, but knowing he acted for her sake, her heart was filled with emotion, not fear. Rather, the Ren family, how dare they dirty her master's hands? They were unworthy. In her heart, her master had become a figure of worship. Everything he did was right. "That's good, let me take care of this guy first. Otherwise, if Ren lags behind on the road to the Yellow Springs, it would be my fault." Having said that, Chen Daoxuan gently released Lang Yanran from his embrace. Under everyone's gaze, he casually walked over to Ren Yi. He raised his leg, landed, bang! Ren Yi left this world very peacefully, at least without any expression of pain. Of course, if he had a head to express anything. Host killed a 9th level boundless realm reward, 9000 system points. "Thank you, nature." "Oh no, thank you for the gift, Ren family." As the last person from the Ren family was defeated, Chen Daoxuan gained over 70,000 system points this time. One could say he was suddenly wealthy beyond measure. If not for some matters that needed attending to, he would have hurried back to Shuang Mountain to elevate his cultivation to the sky-soaring realm. Originally, the 10,000 system points needed to break through to the sky-soaring realm felt like a fortune to Chen Daoxuan, but now it seemed had just a drop in the bucket. As long as his disciples put in some effort and attracted more kind-hearted benefactors in the future, would he still worry about not having enough system points? By then, not only would he enhance his cultivation, but he could even exchange for the Pangu axe from the system. Phew, that was close. Fighting against these powerful beings is indeed not easy. After digesting the joy in his heart, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but mutter a remark. For a moment, everyone present reacted to his words with twitching mouths as if struck by some ailment. Not easy. They couldn't see where Chen Daoxuan was struggling. Before the clan leader Ren could finish stating his name, he was directly incapacitated, earning himself the nickname Renu Ha, and the people of the North region remain unaware of his real name to this day. Old Ancestor Ren utilized the 5 elements array, and only with the power of the formation was he able to utter a single phrase so hot. From beginning to end, aside from taking action against that clan leader Chen Daoxuan, merely gave a gentle wave with the completely blackened yellow ruler towards the members of the Ren family. It was a hard-won survival for the old ancestor of the Ren family, relying on the life force of 4 elders, yet he was still heartlessly torn apart. How can that be called dangerous? How can that be called not easy? In everyone's hearts a herd of alpacas rushed past, yet no one dared to speak as the shock Chen Daoxuan brought upon them was too overwhelming. It was 100 times scarier than when Lang Yanran annihilated the Luo Tian sect. Is Master tired? Lang Yanran asked in concern upon hearing Master's words. Not at all, it's just that some personal feelings were mixed in with my earlier actions. I had to control the blood from splattering on my clothes, which was quite troublesome, Chen Daoxuan said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, everyone present staggered once more. So that's the trouble. Truly, he didn't regard the Ren family at all. Chen Daoxuan paid no heed to everyone's reactions, but instead noted the time of his arrival. 6.5 minutes had already passed since resolving the Ren family. Not long remained of the 10 minutes allotted for this descent. He then walked towards the people of the sacred mountain, wearing a friendly smile. However, for some reason, the 3 elders of the sacred mountain felt a chill down their spines when they saw Chen Daoxuan's benevolent smile, and they couldn't help but feel an impulse to protect their hearts. Senior, do you have any instructions? The Grand Elder slightly bowed, respectfully inquiring. Their attitude was completely different from before. Originally, when facing Chen Daoxuan, both the people of the Sacred Mountain and the Lord of the Free and Easy Palace carried a sense of pride belonging to the Eastern region. They thought that even if Chen Daoxuan could match them as a dividing spirit realm powerhouse, he would still not be their opponent. At least in terms of heritage cultivation techniques and even treasures, he could not compare to them from the Eastern region. Yet after witnessing the tragic state of the Ren family, they finally realized how severely mistaken their thoughts. Chen Daoxuan's strength made them feel as if they could only look up to him, but what was most terrifying was his personality. They had seen decisive killers before, but this was the first time they encountered someone who treated killing as a game. Every time Chen Daoxuan killed an opponent, he would subtly reveal a satisfied expression, which only deepened their panic. However, Chen Daoxuan paid no mind to them, casually waving his hand to signal them to rise, then turned his gaze to Li Shenrua and Li Yurong. Shenrua has already obtained the celestial level cultivation technique inheritance from Master Qianzi within the secret realm. I'm afraid I cannot accept the senior's kind offer. Li Shenrua, slightly taken aback, saw Chen Daoxuan, looking at her thinking he was referring to the matter of accepting disciples, and hurriedly responded. I already know about this. We have no teacher-disciple relationship, which is a pity. Chen Daoxuan chuckled casually in response to her words. He hadn't placed much importance on this matter. The most critical factor in his choice of disciples was whether they were agreeable to him. Previously, when Lang Yanran was being bullied before entering the secret realm, Li Shenrua had shown an inclination to help, which made him quite satisfied. Thus, he expressed his intention to accept her as a disciple. But since she had already obtained the celestial level cultivation technique inheritance within the secret realm, and declined his offer to take her as a disciple, Chen Daoxuan naturally would not force the issue. Upon hearing Chen Daoxuan's words, Li Shenrua inexplicably felt as though she had missed a tremendous opportunity, one that she could never make up for in her lifetime. However, thinking of the celestial level cultivation technique she had obtained, Li Shenrua suppressed the strange feeling in her heart. What is your name? Chen Daoxuan looked at the girl beside Li Shenrua, who bore a slight resemblance to her. Both could be called celestial beauties, but Li Shenrua had a somewhat cold demeanor. The other girl, however, had a clear and bright gaze, round eyes, curiously observing Chen Daoxuan, appearing somewhat dazed yet quite adorable. Yet her talent was also exceptionally rare as a saint level, and she even possessed a unique constitution. The most noteworthy thing was, wow, she was really well endowed. My name is Li Yurong. What is your name? And those who wanted to bully that beautiful sister earlier, were they all killed by you? You are so powerful. You should be more formidable than the elders. Li Yurong blinked her eyes, looking at Chen Daoxuan with admiration rather than fear. After all, when Lang Yanran was being bullied by the Ren family, she wanted to help, but seeing that even the elders did not agree to Li Shenruo's plea, she figured it would be useless for her to speak up. He know they're doing just fine. Why would I kill people for no reason? That old man from the Ren family is just old and drowsy. He's simply sleeping now. Look over there, he's lying down, sleeping so soundly and pleasantly. Chen Daoxuan, seeing Li Yurong's innocent demeanor, couldn't help but feel guilty, like he was deceiving a little girl. But this little girl, her name suits her well, Yurong. Oh, is that so? Li Yurong was initially surprised, then truly nodded her head, believing Chen Daoxuan's tall tale. Everyone present witnessed this scene and felt their temples throb. Their hearts had been ripped out, and now there was a gaping hole in their chests. How could these two ignore that? One spoke nonsense with eyes wide open while the other believed it without question. And he was sleeping. By the way, you haven't told me your name yet. Li Yorong suddenly realized something, blinking her eyes as she asked. If you want, you can call me just like that beautiful sister you mentioned. If you wish, you may call me master. Chen Daoxuan smiled faintly and waited in serene silence for Li Yorong's response. For a moment everyone stood frozen, except Li Yorong, who blinked innocently, utterly oblivious. Especially Long Yanran. She had assumed that now that Li Shenruo was gone, her master would belong to her alone. Yet suddenly another Li Yorong, had appeared, vying for the master's favor. Still, watching Li Yorong, though undeniably endowed with grace, she seemed startlingly unworldly, compared to having Li Shenruo, sharp, ambitious, and ever-present. At the master's side, Long Yanran would far rather keep this delightfully naive girl nearby. And as Long Yanran gazed upon Li Yorong's eyes, clear as spring water yet clouded with guileless folly, a strange, inexplicable fondness stirred within her. Should Li Yorong become her junior sister, she could guide her through trials and tribulations, while remaining ever at the master's side. Perfect. Moreover, revitalizing their sect single-handedly was beyond her reach. For the sake of master, and for the sect itself, she would not oppose his taking on disciples. Senior Chun, this seems most inappropriate. Though our sacred mountain's two holy maidens have no formal master within the mountain, they are destined to journey to the central realm. After a brief hesitation, the Grand Elder of the Sacred Mountain finally spoke. There is no need for further discussion. Let her decide for herself. I am above all the kindest of men, never forcing anyone against their will. Would you agree? Before the Sacred Mountain Elder could finish, Chen Daoxuan gently raised a hand, halting him mid-sentence, then offered a warm, knowing smile. This, the elder longed to refuse, but at the sight of Chen Daoxuan's familiar, unsettling smile, a dull ache pulsed deep in his chest. In the end, he dared not utter another word. After all, it was that very smile he'd worn moments earlier. When plucking Elder Ren's heart from his chest, he could only resort to frantic, exaggerated eye signals, darting glances and frantic eyebrow waggles toward Li Yorong. Grand Elder, is something wrong with your eyes? Was the fire dragon too blinding? Did it injure your vision? That dragon was so fierce. Even behind the barrier, I felt its scorching heat wash over me. Ah! Since Master is so formidable, capable of catching a fire dragon barehanded, why not ask him to heal you? Master, would you please heal the Grand Elder's eyes? Li Yorong's wide, guileless eyes shimmered with pure, unadulterated sincerity, so much so that she had already adopted Master as Chen Daoxuan's given name. Having finished speaking to the Grand Elder, she turned to Chen Daoxuan with an expression of tender pleading, eyes dewy, lips slightly parted, begging him to mend the elder's eyes. The Grand Elder's entire face twitched, his eyelids fluttered violently. Indeed, he should never have brought Li Yorong down the mountain. Those sisters Li Shenruo possessed innate brilliance and pursued the Tao with unwavering devotion, whereas Li Yorong, though gifted with even greater natural aptitude, remained astonishingly innocent. The Sacred Mountain's elders had labored tirelessly for her cultivation, exerting ceaseless vigilance and meticulous guidance, until she finally attained the Tongxian realm. Yet her intellect had stubbornly refused to mature alongside her cultivation. Now the Grand Elder and the two other elders stood utterly undone. Ha ha ha! Very well. If you address me as master, then I shall surely aid you. Chen Daoxuan had not expected his disciple to be so effortlessly swayed. Though no formal initiation ceremony had yet taken place the moment Li Yorong accepted him as master, after his offer to take her as a disciple, the system had already bestowed its reward. Ding! Congratulations, cultivator. You have acquired your second disciple, Li Yorong. Reward granted: Chaos, Saint Dragon Art Hongmengtier Vial of Ancient Dragon Blood, 100,000 system points. The chime of the reward echoed in his mind, deepening his satisfaction. Another Hongmengtier cultivation art. Though this time, instead of marrow-washing pills, the second reward was Ancient Dragon Blood, a vial perfectly suited to Li Yorong's constitution. Even the system points had surged tenfold, reaching a full 10,000. Truly. Thank you, Master. Upon hearing Chen Daoxuan's willingness to help, Li Yorong's face blossomed into radiant joy, as she eagerly awaited his healing of the Grand Elder's eyes. Chen Daoxuan knew full well the elder suffered no ocular ailment, only acute anxiety. With casual ease, he extended his hand toward the Grand Elder and swept it gently before his eyes, infusing the motion with spiritual energy that scattered shimmering motes of light. Yet this simple gesture drew a sheen of cold sweat across the Grand Elder's brow. The other two elders likewise tensed, bracing themselves, half expecting this mercurial cultivator to eliminate them all after having so effortlessly beguiled Li Yorong. After all, they had witnessed his healing methods firsthand. Elder Ren had merely complained of chest discomfort, and promptly had his heart crushed to pulp. True, the underlying condition had been permanently resolved, but fortunately Chen Daoxuan harbored no such murderous intent. It is done. Grand Elder. Has your vision been restored? If not, I can treat you again. Observing the three elders' palpable tension, Chen Daoxuan chuckled softly. Yet inwardly a quiet curiosity stirred. Was he truly so intimidating? Did he resemble a villain? Why did they all fear him so, when he was by all accounts approachable, benevolent, and unfailingly kind? Restored. Completely restored. Many thanks, Senior. The Grand Elder bowed deeply, hands clasped in formal salute, as if genuinely cured of some grave affliction. Beside him, Li Yorong beamed even brighter. The Grand Elder's illness had truly been healed. Since the matter is settled, you may all disperse. And you, return whence you came. Chen Daoxuan glanced briefly at the descending timer bar. Less than a minute remained. Then swept his gaze across the assembled sects and factions. None dared meet his eyes. Wherever his gaze fell, that faction instantly bowed low, offered reverent salutations, and hastily withdrew, uttering hurried farewells before vanishing into the distance. Yet when his gaze settled upon the Heavenly Dao Palace delegation, their palace master likewise bowed deeply, but remained rooted in place, refusing to depart. Senior Chen, we represent the Heavenly Dao Palace of the Eastern Realm. Might you consider cultivating there? The Northern Realm is simply too narrow. How could it possibly contain a cultivator of your magnitude? Should you honor us with your presence, the Heavenly Dao Palace will welcome you as our most exalted guest. Having witnessed Chen Daoxuan's terrifying power, the palace master had already conceived a plan to forge an alliance. With such a patron, the Heavenly Dao Palace would stride unchallenged across the Eastern Realm. Heavenly Dao Palace, is it? I may visit, should the opportunity arise. Chen Daoxuan touched his nose thoughtfully. Historically, his visits to sects rarely involved hospitality. More often they culminated in harvesting system points. Illustration: Li Yorong. Upon hearing Chen Daoxuan's response, the master of the Xuanyang Palace naturally took his leave. Aren't you leaving? Do you need me to see you off? Chen Daoxuan looked at the three elders of the Holy Mountain with some surprise. Well, then we will take our two holy maidens and take our leave. No need for the senior to see us off. The elder cautiously observed Chen Daoxuan's expression and said tentatively, If you take your holy maidens back, I have no objections, but since Li Yorong has called me master, she is now my disciple Chen Daoxuan. Are you trying to abduct my disciple Chen Daoxuan? Chen Daoxuan raised his brow slightly. How could he return the disciple he had so painstakingly obtained? But the elder looked frustrated but couldn't manage to say a complete sentence after a long pause. Heed my advice. If you cannot handle Yorong, it is better to keep her by my side as her master. Do you understand? Chen Daoxuan glanced at his new disciple, finding her increasingly pleasing. She was obedient and easy to deceive. However, he would need to train her well once they returned to the mountain, so that she wouldn't be tricked when coming down the mountain in the future. All right, since that's the case, we shall take our leave. Ultimately, the three elders of the Holy Mountain exchanged glances and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Given their trio, if they were to force the issue, they might end up suffering the same fate as the Ren family. So they could only give up for now and think of a solution after returning to the Holy Mountain. The three elders took Li Shenru into the sky, leaving Li Yorong, who was dazed watching their departing figures. Elder! Wait a moment, Elder, I'm still here. Li Yorong waved her arms at the departing elders, indicating that she hadn't boarded yet and was leaving. But the three elders dared not look back. Only Li Shenru took a deep look at her foolish sister and sighed. Until the figures of the crowd disappeared, Li Yorong remained stunned in place, her eyes misting over with tears swirling around in her eyes. It's over, this is the end. I can't go back. Li Yorong pouted and tears began to fall uncontrollably. Logically speaking, with her Shen realm cultivation, crossing the northern region to return to the Holy Mountain in the eastern region shouldn't pose much danger. But she didn't even know the way. Master, can you take me home? Li Yorong suddenly thought of something and looked at Chen Daoxuan with hopeful eyes. Of course, no problem. Later you will travel back with your senior sister, this lady beside me, using the teleportation array. I will return to the mountain and wait for you. I have prepared a gift for you. Seeing Li Yorong's pitiful expression, Chen Daoxuan felt conflicted. Why did he feel a sense of guilt, as if he were abducting a little girl? However, now that their master-disciple relationship had been established and the system rewards had been issued, it was naturally impossible to return Li Yorong to the Holy Mountain. This time, don't travel on your own. Directly use the teleportation array to bring your junior sister back. Chen Daoxuan saw that time was running out and immediately instructed Long Yanran beside him. After saying this, without waiting for Long Yanran to respond, he turned into starlight and disappeared from the spot. Yes, master. Long Yanran replied respectfully to the place where her master had vanished. Gift? What gift? Li Yorong looked at the suddenly vanished Chen Daoxuan, her eyes lighting up at the mention of a gift, momentarily forgetting that she had been abandoned by the holy mountain, and she even stopped crying. Seeing this, Lung Yanran slapped her forehead, looking speechless. Her junior sister seemed to truly be not, well, that's fine, better than that Li Shinru by far. Lung Yanran then patted her storage pouch at her waist, and took out the teleportation array plate that her master had made, which could directly teleport them back to the Tiandao Hall. Elder sister. Wait a moment, elder sister, I'm still here. Just as Lung Yanran was about to take Li Yorong away, directly the person in the coffin, who had not dared to speak up until now, suddenly rushed over, shouting. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lung Yanran finally remembered the existence of the person in the coffin. Since you have helped me search for rare treasures in the secret realm, I will no longer restrict your freedom and will return your freedom to you. The spiritual energy I left on that jade pendant has already dissipated, and you can force it out of your body. As for the jade pendant, I will grant it to you. Looking at the anxious person in the coffin, Lung Yanran said expressionlessly. After saying this, she moved her consciousness and dissipated the spiritual energy she had left on the jade pendant, making it a neuter item. As for how the person in the coffin forced it out of the upper or lower orifice, she didn't care anymore and simply regarded it as this time's reward for the person in the coffin. No, elder sister, please don't rush to leave. I am willing to follow you in the future and help you eliminate all enemies. Before I was too narrow-minded, I beg you to take me along. The person in the coffin repeatedly waved his hands and then knelt on one knee, wanting to pledge loyalty to Lung Yanran. Having just emerged from the secret realm, he had experienced the powerful forces of the eastern region, making him realize that his limitless realm would most likely only allow him to survive in the northern region. Going elsewhere would still make him an ant. Moreover, if he encountered a master who understood the path of the corpse puppets, he might very well be refined and become a complete corpse slave. After all, the reason he could have consciousness was that he had been set up and refined by those who understood the path of the corpse puppets while besieging Qi Yunzi. Who knows, those people might come looking for him now that they know he has left the secret realm. Those who could design to eliminate Qi Yunzi at the divine sense realm, he in his limitless realm would naturally not be a match. He must cling to a powerful thigh. And the terrifying master behind Lung Yanran left the person in the coffin utterly shocked. Even the strong at the divine sense realm seemed like chicks in front of her master. Absolutely the most suitable thigh to cling to. Since that's the case, you may also return to the mountain with me. If my master agrees, I will keep you. If not, then it's fine. After contemplating for a moment, Lung Yanran felt that having a limitless person in the coffin to help with minor tasks would at least mean that she wouldn't have to solve any trouble in the northern region herself, which wasn't bad. However, the final decision still lay in her master's hands. Thank you for your kindness, elder sister. By the way, I have one more request. Those corpses of the great powers from the eastern region, may I take them away and refine them for absorption? Shuang Mountain. Chen Daoxuan, seated in a small pavilion, slowly opened his eyes, picked up the Dao tea that was still emitting warmth, and gently sipped a mouthful. Comfortable. Let me see how many system points I earned this time. This time, spending 1,000 system points to descend was simply a tremendous profit. Not only did he eliminate many experts from the Ren family, but he also serendipitously deceived and accepted a second disciple. Check personal panel. Chen Daoxuan focused his thoughts, and the system panel appeared before him. Host Chen Daoxuan, race human. Special physique, primordial innate Dao body. Cultivated technique, chaos, heavenly demon art, perfect. Talent, primordial. Realm Qi C stage, first layer. System points 86300. Disciples Lung Yanran, 7th layer of Tongshuan, Li Yorong, 5th layer of Tongshuan. Looking at his system points, which had originally only been a few thousand, now skyrocketing to 86,000, Chen Daoxuan once again lifted the teacup and took a sip of Dao tea. I've hit it big this time, I've really hit it big. But I remember that if I wipe out the opposing faction's forces, there seems to be an additional reward. Just wait a while, I'll send Yanran and Yorong to the eastern region. If someone from the Ren family swears to leave, they may live, otherwise I'll send them down for a family reunion. Chen Daoxuan stroked his chin, for he remembered that there had been additional rewards when he eliminated the Luo Tian. That additional reward was not insignificant either. The sect master of the Luo Tian sect was at the 5th layer of the Jimmy realm. Killing him earned 500 system points, but the additional reward was 1,000. A prominent family like the Ren family must have even more generous additional rewards, right? TSK. It seems the future is promising. While Chen Daoxuan was pondering, a formation light circle slowly appeared in front of the Tiandao Hall. After the light dissipated, 3 figures stepped out. In addition to Lung Yanran and Li Yorong, there was also a person in a completely dark green coffin. Chen Daoxuan was a bit baffled. How did Yanran bring back a lucky charm? But this lucky charm does not look cute at all. It's so green that it's almost black, and its strength is only at the Wuliang realm TSK. In this world, perhaps only he at the Chi Si stage first layer could look down upon the Wuliang realm like this. You must be tired from this trip. Come and sit first. Chen Daoxuan was quite satisfied with the results of his disciples' participation in the secret realm, and immediately waved at Yanran with a smile. Having been a while long, Yanran was less constrained in front of her master, and promptly nodded obediently. She did not forget to pull Li Yorong, who was curiously looking around, to sit opposite her master in the small pavilion. As for the person in the coffin, they stood there very cautiously like a newlywed bride, showing a flattering smile as they bowed to Chen Daoxuan. This is truly a significant support. If I can hold on to this leg, not only will I not have to worry about the pursuit of those who conspired against Qianzi, but I may even have the hope of reaching a supreme realm that Qianzi has never attained. Master, this guy is someone I encountered in the secret realm. Originally, he was the corpse of the secret realm's master Qianzi, but later developed his own consciousness. In the secret realm, he helped me collect quite a few heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I think that if he can help with the trivial matters in the northern region, it should make things much easier, so I brought him back for your decision, master. Noticing her master's slightly puzzled glance at the person in the coffin, Long Yanran quickly explained. She then took out the more than 20 storage bags obtained from the secret realm and placed them on the table in front of her master. Oh, you make a valid point. In that case, just do it your way. In the future, you definitely won't be confined to this mere northern region. If he can handle things well here, then he can stay. Chen Daoxuan originally had no particular opinion about the person in the coffin, but after seeing that he had helped Yanran collect more than 20 storage bags of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he was quite satisfied. Although it didn't matter what methods Yanran used, it could be said that the person in the coffin had put in some effort. Hurry up and thank master. Hearing her master's words, Long Yanran noticed that the person in the coffin was stuck in place and immediately raised an eyebrow and coldly shouted, Hey! I thank my master for taking me in. The person in the coffin immediately reacted, hastily bowing. Chen Daoxuan frowned upon hearing the term master, feeling somewhat displeased. The sect I established is called Tiandao Pavilion. From now on, just call me Pavilion Master. Chen Daoxuan stroked his chin and said after thinking for a moment, I am Qiyun, paying my respects to the Pavilion Master. The person in the coffin quickly bowed again and was astonished that the other dared to name a sect after the Tao of Heaven. Since he originally had no name, he simply continued to use the name Qiyun. Master, weren't you going to send Yorong home? And Master said there was a gift for Yorong. Just then Li Yorong, who had been sitting quietly at the table, timidly raised her hand and softly asked, Cough, from now on this will be your home. However, the holy mountain doesn't prohibit you from returning. After some time, I will have your senior sister take you to the eastern region, and you can also return to the holy mountain to have a look. After finishing, Chen Daoxuan noticed that Li Yurong's clear yet foolish eyes were filled with confusion, clearly not understanding his words very well. Yanran, you explain it to your junior sister. Finally, Chen Daoxuan rubbed his temples and decided to leave this complicated issue to Yanran. An hour and a half later, Lang Yanran was already parched from speaking and had drunk several cups of spiritual liquid. Oh, I understand. Yorong is now Master's second disciple and senior sister's second junior sister. From now on, Master and senior sister will be Yurong's family. Also, this Tiandao Pavilion will be Yurong's home. Senior sister, is that right? Senior sister, am I clever? Li Yorong said with a serious and earnest expression. Hearing this, Long Yanran was almost moved to tears. Finally, she understood it had been so difficult. Yes, junior sister, you are really clever. Long Yanran nodded weakly, glancing at her master, who had already fallen asleep on the recliner after being bored for an hour, her mouth twitching. This junior sister is so clever that it makes her a bit of a headache. Sister understands me the best. Indeed, this is what family is. Unlike the elders who always say I am not as smart as my sister, that I have a melon instead of a brain on my neck. Actually, Yurong is quite smart on occasion. Hearing her sister praise her intelligently, Yurong felt a bit giddy and cheerfully responded. Originally, she felt little sense of belonging to the holy mountain. The elders only made her practice incessantly and forbade her from descending the mountain to have fun. She could only stay on the mountain, occasionally chatting with a couple of geese to relieve her boredom, but it was incredibly dull. Now things have changed. She not only gained a sister but also a master. From now on, the elders could no longer control her, forcing her to practice endlessly. Li Yurong suddenly felt as if she had been rescued, and she had also learned the true meaning of master from her sister. The master's name is Chen Daoxuan, and master is a title that represents someone as close as a father. This made Li Yurong, who had never seen her parents since childhood, unconsciously rely more on her master. Did you explain everything clearly to your junior sister? Chen Daoxuan also woke up at the right moment, yawning and asking in a daze. Yes. I explained everything. Oh, my junior sister is still Quite smart. Lung Yanran replied with a face full of disinterest, even feeling a desire to return the goods. If she had known, she wouldn't have tested Li Shenrua so much. Now that the master had accepted her junior sister, there was no turning back. Li Yurong respectfully stood up and saluted as she saw the master approaching. Yurong greets the master. Seeing this, Chen Daoxuan secretly nodded. It seemed Yanran had taught well. Not bad. Since you've joined my sect, you should change the cultivation method you practiced before. This Chaos Holy Dragon technique is very suitable for your cultivation. Additionally, here is a vial of ancient dragon blood that can further develop your physique. Consider this as your entry gift from the master. Chen Daoxuan then sat in his position, revealing a technique exuding chaotic energy, and a crystal-clear jade vial which was semi-transparent, allowing a faint golden liquid to be seen swirling inside. Li Yurong's eyes widened at the sight of the technique taken out by her master. It seemed to have an irresistible allure for her, even making her feel an impulse to snatch it. However, although Yurong was naive, she understood that she should not snatch things from her master's hands. Besides, the master had said he would give it to her, so there was no need to grab it. Dare I ask, master, what grade of technique is this? Could it be a top-grade immortal technique? Although Qiyun was currently only— Dare I ask, master, what grade of technique is this? Could it be a top-grade immortal technique? Although Qiyun was currently only at the infinite realm, his vision was not simple. Qiyun Zi had practiced an immortal technique in his previous life. But that was clearly inferior to the Chaos Holy Dragon technique before him. Immortal technique. Our Tiandao Pavilion does not possess such trash techniques. Even using them as a table mat would be considered too soft. Chen Daoxuan had not yet had a chance to speak, when Lung Yanran scoffed disdainfully. She still remembered the contempt on the master's face when he mentioned immortal techniques, describing them as only useful for cooking. Qiyun was momentarily stunned, feeling as though his worldview had collapsed. In today's world, immortal techniques were scarce. One could only qualify for ascension if they received a legacy from an immortal. Qiyun Zi had attracted a calamity due to an immortal technique. But how was it possible that such an immortal technique, which all great powers fervently pursued, had become trash here? He found it incomprehensible. Master, is this technique even more powerful than the immortal technique my sister obtained in the secret realm? Li Yurong curiously asked. How can I explain this to you? Well, roughly speaking, if an immortal technique is akin to an ant, then the technique I give you is like the entire illusory mountain. Chen Daoxuan understood that his second disciple was not very bright. He must have allocated all his attribute points incorrectly, filling one area completely without any extra system points to raise his intelligence. So he decided to give a simple example. The Hongming level technique is far from something that an immortal technique can compare with. It may even lead to ultimate enlightenment. Oh, I understand. If I cultivate the technique given by the master, I can become a mountain. Li Yurong's eyes lit up as she suddenly understood. Smack! The three of them simultaneously slapped their foreheads. This girl understood a bit, but not much. Chen Daoxuan didn't want to correct her idea anymore, and simply handed the technique over. Li Yurong hurriedly cradled it in her hands, as if it were a treasure, continuously murmuring softly, saying she was going to become a mountain. Cough, and here is this bottle of ancient dragon blood as well. Take it together. You can consume it while cultivating to activate your special physique. Just swallow 1/10 of it at a time. Too much might be hard for you to digest. Chen Daoxuan cleared his throat and directly handed over the ancient dragon blood. Li Yurong cautiously accepted it. Holding the jade vial, she curiously looked at the faint golden dragon blood flowing inside under the sunlight, unable to help but lick her lips. Master, can I start cultivating now? Li Yurong eagerly hugged the technique and asked her master. Chen Daoxuan naturally nodded in agreement. Seeing this, she didn't delay any longer. Under the gaze of the three, she gently opened the jade vial. Roar! As the vial opened, an ancient dragon's phantom suddenly rushed out, slowly dissipating with a dragon's roar. Though a phantom, it emanated an imposing dragon pressure that was almost tangible, causing Qiyun beside her to retreat 3 steps before stabilizing his mind. This is real dragon blood? Qiyun's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered. Dragons indeed exist in the world, but the dragon race is incredibly powerful. Even a newly born dragon would likely have the strength of the Transcendence realm, and once matured it would at least be a being of the Void Refinement realm. Moreover, the dragon race is extremely brutal and holds grudges. He simply couldn't comprehend what kind of existence the master was to possess a vial of such pure dragon blood. The master said to take a small sip. 1/10. Li Yurong licked her lips, and upon smelling the aroma of the ancient dragon blood, she felt as if she had seen the most delicious treasure in the world. Gulp, she took a small sip and then promptly capped the jade vial again. Under the watchful eyes of the three, she sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the technique given by her master. However, as Li Yurong activated the technique, Before she could even flip through it, the chaotic sacred dragon technique transformed into a streak of flowing light and directly entered her sea of consciousness. Instantly, Li Yorong closed her eyes and began her cultivation. This scene left Lang Yanran beside her somewhat confused. How could her junior sister's technique have such a function as well? If it can be directly transmitted into the sea of consciousness, doesn't that mean there's no need to flip through it or carry it around? The technique given to her by her master, the chaotic heavenly demon technique, she didn't even dare to carry it out. It was kept under her pillow in her room. The master thought that the previous method was somewhat inconvenient, so he decided to make some changes. You go and fetch the technique. It can also be directly integrated into the sea of consciousness. Chen Daoxuan noticed Yanran's confusion and gently explained. In fact, this new feature was unlocked only after accepting my second disciple, but I don't intend to explain too much. I see Master is indeed meticulous. Lang Yanran instantly understood and quickly returned to the hall, retrieving the technique from her room. As she opened the first page, it was indeed similar to her junior sister's chaotic sacred dragon technique. The chaotic heavenly demon technique also transformed into a streak of flowing light and directly entered her sea of consciousness. This made things much more convenient. Master Yanran believes that although her junior sister has good talent and a kind nature, seeing Li Yorong immersed in her cultivation, she wouldn't be done for a while. After much deliberation, Lang Yanran pointed at her head and asked, "No worries, your junior sister, like you, possesses a special physique. As she cultivates the chaotic sacred dragon technique, she should probably maybe become smarter in the future." Chen Daoxuan rubbed his nose, speaking with little confidence. "Oh, I see." Lang Yanran, seeing this, no longer asked further, only hoping that her junior sister could become a bit smarter. Just a little would suffice. Meanwhile, Chen Daoxuan was also examining the attribute panel of his second disciple. Second disciple, Li Yorong, race human. Special physique, sacred dragon body. Cultivated technique, Yun Tian Dian, low grade heaven tier. Talent, sacred tier medium. Realm, Tong Xian realm, 5th layer. Chen Daoxuan was puzzled as to why his second disciple possessed a special physique and a dragon one at that. The system provided an answer higher than sacred tier qualifications may give rise to special physiques. TSK. Could it be that the dragon race is great? Chen Daoxuan inadvertently glanced at Yorong, secretly guessing whether this might also be the effect of her. Just like Yanran's innate charm, every frown and smile possessed a strong allure for males. Even just standing there could incite impulses. Roar. Just as Chen Daoxuan was lost in thought, a sudden dragon roar echoed. Li Yorong's body faintly manifested the illusion of a golden dragon coiling around her. In Chen Daoxuan's eyes, her condition was clear. Her entire aura began to change continuously, and even a faint golden sheen appeared in her blood. Before long, the low-grade heaven tier technique that Yorong was cultivating was replaced by the chaotic sacred dragon technique. Lang Yanran had been practicing the technique given by the master, and was somewhat surprised by her junior sister's changes, but not entirely unexpected. However, Qi Yun beside them had her eyes wide open, staring in amazement. One moment she closed her eyes to sense the aura, and the next she opened her eyes to take a look. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, merely sensing the aura, she would have thought that Li Yorong exuded an aura indistinguishable from that of the dragon race. Although Qi Yun had never seen a true dragon, she had been fortunate to see a piece of dragon bone. What shocked Qi Yun the most was that Li Yorong's realm did not drop at all during the technique replacement. It should be known that replacing a technique usually causes at least a drop of several small realms, and some may even fall a major realm. To better cultivate the new technique, one must erase the traces of the original technique. If the traces of the original technique are not erased, if there is a conflict between the two techniques, it is highly likely to result in death. However, a system product would naturally not have such hidden dangers. Roar. After a moment, another dragon roar sounded. Li Yorong slowly opened her eyes, and at that moment her pupils had an additional faint golden edge. The golden dragon illusion also re-entered her body. Huff. So tired. After opening her eyes, Li Yorong let out a long breath. Master, why is my realm still at the 5th layer of Tongxian realm? Why hasn't it broken through to the Guisu realm? And why hasn't Yorong turned into a mountain? Right, it seems that Yorong has also learned a divine ability. Although she won't turn into a mountain, she seems to be able to transform. Feeling her realm change, she looked at her master with some confusion. According to what master said, this technique is so powerful. Why hasn't her realm changed? Li Yorong kept asking, causing Chen Daoxuan's mouth to twitch slightly, as he momentarily didn't know which question to answer first. Oh dear. Let alone the fact that you've only cultivated for less than an hour, just the fact that you changed your technique at the Tongxian realm and didn't drop in realm is already quite unbelievable. The nearby Qi Yun saw this, and her eyelids twitched uncontrollably, unable to help but smile wryly. Cough cultivation is not something that can be achieved overnight. Later I will prepare a special pool of spiritual liquid for both of you, enough to help you break through your realms. However, even though you are still at the 5th layer of Tongshan realm, your strength is at least 10 times or even 100 times greater than before. If you don't believe it, you can use the sacred dragon transformation and let your senior sister help you test it out. Chen Daoxuan lightly coughed and then explained. A prompt sound had just rung in his mind. Host's second disciple, Li Yorong, has entered the basics of the chaotic sacred dragon technique. Reward: chaotic sacred dragon technique complete. At the moment his disciple entered the basics of the technique, he had already received the complete reward for the chaotic sacred dragon technique, knowing it thoroughly and mastering all its divine abilities. Naturally, he also knew what the first divine ability that Li Yorong obtained upon just entering was. Master, how did you know what Yorong's first divine ability was? Do you also know the chaotic sacred dragon technique? Li Yorong blinked her eyes, curious. Upon hearing this, Lung Yanran was slightly taken aback. She had always thought that Master should also be cultivating the chaotic heavenly demon technique, as all the techniques Master used daily were from the heavenly demon technique. Upon hearing Yorong say this, she was also somewhat confused. Logically, a person could only cultivate one technique, but with Master's omnipotent abilities, it was hard to say. Of course I shall. Na faint smile graced Chen Daoxuan's lips, confirming Li Yorong's and Lung Yanran's suspicions. Master truly possesses boundless abilities. Enling Yanran instinctively drew a sharp breath. She realized she had severely underestimated her master's prowess. Cultivating 2 supreme cultivation arts simultaneously, both of which were primordial chaos rank, was nothing short of terrifying. Even now at the Tongshan realm, she could effortlessly subdue cultivators at the Guishu realm's 9th heaven, and even triumph over those at the Jimia realm. Against a first heaven cultivator of the Wuliang realm, 3 major realms, above her, Lung Yanran remained confident she could hold her ground. Yet she had never needed to push herself to the brink. Not with her master's safeguards ever at hand. Yanran, accompany your junior sister in testing her divine ability. Chen Daoxuan spoke casually, indifferent to the astonishment rippling across the onlookers. Upon hearing their master's words, both young women bowed respectfully and stepped aside. Senior sister, my divine ability doesn't seem meant for striking. Wait a moment. I'm using it for the first time, so I'm still quite unpracticed. Li Yorong spoke nervously. Lung Yanran responded with a gentle, reassuring nod. Sacred dragon transformation. And with a low, resonant incantation, Li Yorong summoned a golden dragon behind her. It coiled around her body before vanishing, leaving her clad in shimmering full-body dragon scales that gleamed like living armor. The scales shimmered with a razor-sharp luster. Though this ability conferred no offensive power, its defensive might was magnified exponentially, and in close combat the very edges of those scales could inflict grievous wounds upon her foes. Your junior sister's divine ability is indeed extraordinary. Then take care, junior sister. Heavenly demon finger. Lung Yanran glanced toward the pavilion where her master sat in serene observation. Knowing he stood guard, she unleashed the full force of her heavenly demon finger, determined to test just how resilient Yorong truly was. After all, as the eldest senior sister, failing to overcome a newly initiated junior would be a profound loss of face before her master. So frightening. Senior sister is so frightening. Li Yorong had initially braced herself, but as Lung Yanran launched her heavenly demon finger, her small feet began tapping anxiously, and she muttered fearfully under her breath. Yet even this reaction left Lung Yanran utterly astounded. The heavenly demon finger did not merely pierce with devastating force. It also paralyzed the target's movements. Even a Jimia realm cultivator struck by its full power would instantly lose resistance, his gaze going blank for a fleeting instant, more than enough time for the finger to strike true. Yet Yorong remained completely unaffected. Shatter. In an instant, Lung Yanran's fingertips struck the broadest point of Yorong's defense, the dragon scale armor covering her chest. She deliberately avoided aiming for the forehead. After all, this was her own junior sister. Delivering a lethal blow would be wholly inappropriate. Crack. Lung Yanran's finger made contact, fissures spiderwebbed across the chest scales. No more. Senior sister, I surrender. It hurts too much. Li Yorong hastily raised both hands high, her expression pouting and tearful in mock defeat. Lung Yanran ceased her assault, but stared dumbfounded at her junior sister's chest. The shattered scales sloughed away slowly as if imbued with life, and beneath them a fresh layer of dragon scale armor regrew seamlessly. That strike would have felled even a Jimia realm cultivator. Yet it had failed to wound Yorong at all, inflicting only momentary pain. And well done. With this ability, even ordinary Wuliang realm cultivators will find it difficult to harm you. Seeing Yorong's surrender, Chen Daoxuan halted the sparring and offered a slight approving nod. Were they to continue, victory would inevitably fall to Yanran. Though the dragon scales regenerated, the spiritual energy cost was immense. Had Yanran pressed her assault without pause, Yorong's reserves would soon have been exhausted. Yanran, escort your junior sister to the spirit pool hall and await me there. And I have prepared a special spirit-infused elixir pool to aid your breakthroughs. Chen Daoxuan paused thoughtfully before issuing the instruction to Lung Yanran. Since he intended to send his disciples to the eastern region, soon their current strength was insufficient. At the very least, Yanran needed to reach the Guishu realm, to stand unchallenged against Wuliang realm cultivators, and thus ease his mind. What is the spirit pool hall? N, are there delicacies inside? And still cradling her chest and wincingly, Yorong's eyes suddenly lit up with eager anticipation upon hearing her master's words. Understood, master. Yanran shall take my junior sister there at once. Enling Yanran sighed inwardly, placed a hand to her brow and gently took Yorong's hand, leading her toward the Tiandao Hall. Before the Tiandao Hall's towering gate, Yorong gazed upward at the plaque inscribed with the characters Tiandao, and her expression softened into quiet reverie. And, oh no, my junior sister lacks the jade pendant master bestowed. Seeing this plaque has entranced her, Lang Yanran instantly understood, and turned to call out to her master, and she herself, upon first beholding the hall's plaque, had fallen under the gravitational pull of the 3,000 Tao principles and lost consciousness entirely. Only those bearing master's jade pendant could gaze upon the plaque unharmed. Yet before Lang Yanran could utter a word, Yorong murmured softly, "How magnificent! And you weren't drawn in by the 3,000 Tao principles. And that shouldn't be possible. Without master's jade pendant, how are you unaffected?" Lung Yanran blinked, bewildered, staring at Yorong in genuine confusion. And jade pendant? And oh, I think I do have one. During my cultivation earlier, I vaguely sensed master placing a necklace around my neck. Enli Yorong tapped her chin pensively before speaking slowly, as if recalling a half-forgotten dream. Hearing this, Lung Yanran finally noticed. A slender cord, nearly invisible, now rested around her junior sister's throat. It must have been placed there when master entered the chamber to retrieve the cultivation manuals. But only the cord was visible. Where was the pendant? And here. Senior sister, is this the jade pendant you mean? Enyorong tugged gently at the cord, and before Lang Yanran's astonished eyes appeared a warm, milky-scented jade pendant. Ugh, so you've pulled it off after all. Enling Yanran slapped her forehead, suddenly remembering Yorong's capacity far surpassed her own. She herself routinely carried a vial of master's marrow-washing pills. Yet Yorong's vast capacity meant the pendant had simply settled deep into her flesh, rendering it utterly invisible. Ugh, fine. Enling Yanran shot Yorong a look tinged with envy, then took her hand again and led her into the grand hall onward to the spirit pool hall. Once the two had departed, Chen Daoxuan approached the enlightenment tea tree. And this time I'm giving you fair warning. Please offer some branches and leaves. And he well remembered how on a prior occasion his casual harvesting had left the tree trembling in fright. At his words, the enlightenment tea tree obediently snapped off 2 sturdy branches with a crisp snap, each laden with tender emerald green enlightenment leaves. Master is truly wonderful. He remembers TT's words. In the eyes of the enlightenment tea tree, the master is the supreme being, even in sleep, occasionally revealing the ethereal rhythms of the 3,000 Tao. Every time the master sleeps on its enlightenment vine chair, it secretly contemplates, greatly enhancing its growth. Compared to the master, it feels like a speck of dust, utterly insignificant. Yet despite this, the master actually remembers its words, which deeply moves Cha-Cha. Once Cha-Cha transforms, I must properly thank the master. The enlightenment tea tree resolved to diligently comprehend the master's Tao rhythm, striving for transformation as soon as possible. As he pushed open the door to the spiritual pool hall, he could see 2 figures tugging at each other through the mist. With so much spiritual liquid in this pool scene, as he pushed open the door to the spiritual pool hall, he could see 2 figures tugging at each other through the mist. With so much spiritual liquid in this pool, senior sister, let you Rong have a sip. Just 1 sip, I promise. I want drink more. After entering the spiritual pool hall, Li Yu Rong couldn't help but drool. To her surprise, the so-called spiritual pool hall actually had a whole pool of spiritual liquid. Even in the Holy Mountain, she rarely had the chance to drink spiritual liquid to enhance her cultivation. Only during breakthrough moments would the elders give her a small vial. This isn't for drinking. Ah! Cold Yanran looked exasperated, pulling Yu Rong back to prevent her from drinking the pool's spiritual liquid. The two were tugging at the edge of the pool, leaving the newly arrived Chen Daoxuan slightly bewildered. Ahem! Chen Daoxuan cleared his throat, and Cold Yanran, noticing, quickly greeted him respectfully. However, in that moment of distraction, Li Yurong had already leaned over the spiritual pool. Glug glug, ah! So satisfying. This spiritual liquid is even purer than what I drank in the Holy Mountain. It's amazing. I've only had 3 sips and my qi is already swelling with spiritual energy. What a pity. Li Yurong, having downed 3 large gulps, rubbed her stomach in satisfaction, grinning at her senior sister, only to find her looking utterly speechless. Who cares? At least I drank and felt good. Master, I couldn't stop her. Cold Yen Ran said with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, addressing her master. It's fine, drinking this spiritual liquid won't cause any harm. Chen Daoxuan didn't dwell on it too much, casually walking to the edge of the spiritual pool. Seeing this, Li Yurong quickly stood up, lowering her head ready to accept her master's reprimand. Master Yurong couldn't help it. Her small hands kept fidgeting together as she said pitifully, "It's alright, you'll get so much of this spiritual liquid in the future that you'll be sick of it. Our Tiandao Pavilion has no shortage of this." Seeing Yurong's silly and adorable demeanor, Chen Daoxuan chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. Seeing her junior sister being pampered by the master, with a satisfied expression, Cold Yen Ran quietly moved closer, resting her head beside Chen Daoxian's hand. Chen Daoxian couldn't help but laugh at the sight. His two disciples were truly each cuter than the other. He then ruffled Cold Yen Ran's hair and, out of curiosity, even touched the demon horns growing on her head. However, this action made Cold Yen Ran shiver, her neck turning red in an instant. So comfortable. Master is touching Yen Ran's horn. So warm. Cold Yen Ran trembled slightly, her breathing quickening. Chen Daoxian raised an eyebrow, wondering what was going on with his disciple. Never mind, let's first prepare the two special spiritual liquid. Chen Daoxian, lost in thought, approached the spiritual pool, and with a thought turned the two branches of the enlightenment tea tree into powder and sprinkled it into the pool. He then beckoned Cold Yen Ran over, opening his palm. Cold Yen Ran immediately understood, realizing the master needed the Shisui Dan. There were no outsiders present. She directly took out the jade vial that still had a hint of milk fragrance from her chest and gently placed it in the master's hand. Senior sister, you're so clever. Yurong feels like she learned a new skill. From now on, Yurong will also hide things here. Li Yurong watched this scene, feeling dazed for a few seconds before her gaze shifted back and forth between herself and her senior sister. Suddenly her eyes lit up as she realized she had acquired a new skill. Compared to Cold Yen Ran, who was already considerable, her capacity had increased much more. Hearing this, Cold Yen Ran's face turned red, feeling a bit shy. Even Chen Daoxian couldn't help but smile slightly. His two disciples certainly had unique ways to stash treasures. Taking advantage of the warmth of the vial in his hand, Chen Daoxian poured out two Shisui Dan from it, adjusting the dosage now that there was an additional Yurong. As for the mythical Shisui Dan, it was indeed precious. He had seen in the system shop that a vial cost 10,000 system points. That meant each pill required 1,000 system points. However, for the sake of his disciples' cultivation, he didn't mind. After all, he had just made a fortune, and once he settled the two, he would need to break through his own realm. As for the Shisui Dan, if it ran out, he could just exchange another vial for Yen Ran. It wouldn't matter. After tossing the Shisui Dan into the pool, Chen Daoxian handed it back to Yen Ran. He then opened his palm to Li Yurong again. Li Yurong blinked, slightly stunned, looking at her master. Then, under the astonished gazes of her master and senior sister, she timidly placed her head in her master's palm. Pfft! Cold Yen Ran couldn't hold back, bursting into laughter, realizing she had lost her composure in front of the master. She could only cover her mouth, shaking with laughter. Is junior sister giving her limited brain power to the master? How infuriating! I can't help but laugh. I meant for you to take out that vial of dragon blood from earlier. What are you doing? Chen Daoxian looked dumbfounded at Yurong resting in his hand, and as they exchanged glances, Yurong's innocent big eyes blinked continuously. Oh! Li Yurong immediately realized she had made a mistake, giggling as she pulled her head back. Then, under the astonished gazes of the two, she took out the jade vial containing dragon blood from her enlarged capacity secret space. When did you put it in? Cold Yen Ran and Chen Daoxian's lips twitched again. I thought senior sister's method was great, so I put it in. No, is that not allowed? Here you go, master. Li Yurong blinked a few times, answering truthfully. Ahem, as long as you like it. Chen Daoxian said no more, accepting the dragon blood, and poured about 20% of the whole vial into the pool. After the addition of the wash marrow pill, the spiritual pond began to emit a faint glow. As the dragon blood was poured in, mist rising from the pond subtly formed into a true dragon coiling within the waters. Even the spiritual liquid on the surface was tinged with a hint of golden hue. The purity of the spiritual liquid gathered in the spiritual pond temple had already reached its peak. With the addition of 3 top-tier materials, this pool of spiritual liquid rivaled that of sacred cultivation medicine. Even a single drop would fetch a considerable price in the outside world. Having followed her master for a long time, Lung Yanran's capacity to accept this was much different now. Though astonished, she was not surprised. As for Li Yurong, she gazed longingly at the more enticing spiritual liquid in the pool, and saliva was already uncontrollably trickling from the corner of her mouth. Gulpy! Master, is this entire pool meant for senior sister and Yurong to drink? After swallowing, Li Yurong mumbled her question, her gaze never leaving the spiritual pond. It's all for you two anyway. Your senior sister will teach you next. I will step out. Chen Daoxuan knew explaining this to Yorong would be quite troublesome, so he directly passed this dilemma to Yanran and turned to leave the spiritual pond temple. Seeing her master leave, Li Yorong immediately planned to rush forward for another drink. This isn't for drinking. You will soak in the pond with me and cultivate within the spiritual pond. Lung Yanran covered her forehead and stopped her, then spent quite some time explaining the true use of this spiritual. Before long, Lung Yanran removed her dress and neatly folded it by the poolside. Seeing this, Li Yorong followed suit and folded her clothes, placing them beside her senior sister's. Damn! So big! Lung Yanran inadvertently glanced and was instantly overwhelmed. It was the first time she felt so utterly defeated. She was already quite ample herself, but compared to Yorong she still fell short. I wonder which does master truly favor senior sister or me? After murmuring this, Lung Yanran took Yorong into the spiritual pond, sitting cross-legged and slowly closing her eyes, intending to begin her cultivation. Gulpy! A strange sound caused Lung Yanran to open her eyes again, looking at her junior sister opposite her. She found Yorong puffing her cheeks with traces of the faint golden spiritual liquid at the corners of her mouth, her face flushed crimson. Gulpy! Another sound followed as Li Yorong swallowed the spiritual liquid in her mouth. So fragrant, Yorong couldn't help it. Feeling her senior sister's gaze, Li Yorong said with a bit of a blush. However, after swallowing a couple of mouthfuls of the spiritual liquid, she dared not drink more and hurriedly began to circulate her cultivation technique to digest it. Could it be that a big white rabbit and a brain cannot coexist? I wonder if, with cultivation, my junior sister can become smarter. Lung Yanran wore a helpless expression, but she quickly entered a state of cultivation, continuously operating her technique to absorb the specially crafted spiritual liquid in the pond. Outside the temple, Chen Daoxuan stretched lazily. However, he was not in a hurry to sleep today. With tens of thousands of system points at hand, it was time to break through to the next realm. Moreover, he had yet to exchange for the rare materials that Yanran had brought back. Arriving at the pavilion, he looked at the more than 20 storage bags placed on the table. After examining each one, Chen Daoxuan nodded in satisfaction, but upon seeing the 2 storage bags filled with spiritual liquid, his brow furrowed slightly. What use is this thing? Tisk, dealing with this kind of junk is quite the headache. To just throw it away seems a waste. Chen Daoxuan muttered with a frown. Meanwhile, Qi Yun, who was waiting not far away for instructions, couldn't help but twitch at his words. These rare materials were all personally packed by him, and he was perfectly aware of what they were. How could so many rare materials be considered junk in the master's eyes? It seemed that the 2 storage bags held spiritual liquid. Those are good items. If he could use them, he would gain quite a boost. Qi Yun, take the water from these storage bags and water the tea tree. If you need any, you can also keep some. Chen Daoxuan finally thought of a way that wasn't wasteful and tossed the 2 storage bags to Qi Yun. Ha! Oh! Good master! But with so much spiritual liquid, the tea tree won't be able to absorb it all. It might even damage the tree. Qi Yun was slightly taken aback. After receiving the storage bags, he was first thrilled, then became a bit dazed. Using spiritual liquid for watering trees, isn't that too wasteful? Besides, with so much spiritual liquid, even if used for top-tier medicinal herbs, it would probably overwhelm them, and they wouldn't be able to absorb it all at once. Just water it, no questions needed. Chen Daoxuan waved his hand, slightly indicating for him to follow orders. Qi Yun, naturally, didn't dare to say more. Following the master's instructions, he approached the enlightenment tea tree. Upon coming within 10 meters of the tree, Qi Yun froze. What are these Dao rhythms? What kind of tea tree is this that emits waves of Dao rhythms? If one cultivates here, not only can they avoid going into a frenzy, but they can also enjoy a cultivation speed several times faster. Is this a tea tree planted by an immortal? While Qi Yun was in a daze, he saw the enlightenment tea tree actually move. A branch suddenly came before him, tapping the storage bag as if impatient. Master wants this guy to give me spiritual liquid. Why is he dawdling? The enlightenment tea tree was quite displeased with Qi Yun's slow actions. Seeing this, Qi Yun immediately understood. He hurriedly took out buckets of spiritual liquid from one storage bag and placed them on the ground, lifting a bucket to pour it at the roots. 1 bucket, 2 buckets, until 5 buckets of spiritual liquid were poured down. The enlightenment tea tree showed no sign of absorbing it, merely emitting a wave of fluctuations. Eventually, the enlightenment tea tree seemed to feel he was too slow and directly extended several branches into the bucket, starting to actively absorb the spiritual liquid. Before long, all 20 buckets of spiritual liquid from the first storage bag were completely absorbed. Seeing Qi Yun still in a daze, the enlightenment tea tree tapped his hand, holding the other storage bag again. Oh, I'll get this for you right away. Qi Yun wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, genuinely shocked by the enlightenment tea tree. He hastily took out another 20 buckets of spiritual liquid and placed them in front of him. After a moment, the 20 buckets of spiritual liquid were completely absorbed by the branches of the enlightenment tea tree. Only after it finished did it satisfactorily retract its branches and slightly sway in the direction of Chen Daoxuan. Master is so good to TT. I love Master the most. The enlightenment tea tree was delighted, but Qi-yun standing nearby was dumbfounded. Wait, not a single drop was left for me. Qi-yun looked at the 40 empty stone barrels, his mouth agape, unsure of what to say. Just a moment ago he thought that the tea tree would likely not require many barrels of spiritual liquid before it could no longer absorb any. But now there wasn't a single drop left. What grade of tea tree is this? To absorb so much spiritual liquid? Sigh. Well, this is just great, it's all gone. Qi-yun felt somewhat helpless. Had he known, he would have saved some in advance, even just one barrel would have sufficed. In the entire Qi-yun's secret realm, he had only collected this much spiritual liquid, how precious it was. And now with the Qi-yun's secret realm collapsing, obtaining spiritual liquid in the future would not be easy. Unbeknownst to him at this moment, Lang Yanran and Li Yorong were soaking in a whole pool of spiritual liquid, which was even richer, enhanced with many top-tier materials. By the way, I retrieved the corpses of those strong practitioners from the Ren family earlier. I haven't had the chance to absorb them yet. This is the perfect time to do so. Qi-yun suddenly slapped his forehead, recalling something very important. Taking out a storage pouch and giving it a gentle tap, a neat row of Ren family strong practitioners' corpses appeared on the ground. First Qi-yun searched them, removing their storage treasures and the 5 elements formation flags. Master, these are the belongings of the Ren family members. I didn't have the chance to hand them over to you earlier. Arriving at the small pavilion, Qi-yun respectfully presented the storage treasures and 5 elements formation flags, as he dared not keep these items for himself. Oh, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. I still have the treasures from the Ren family to... Chen Daoxuan, initially planning to directly begin his breakthrough, suddenly recalled that he still had the storage treasures of the Ren family ancestors to collect. As a powerful being at the spirit manifestation realm, he surely lacked for nothing in rare materials. Receiving the storage treasures, Chen Daoxuan didn't even glance at them, silently commanding in his heart, convert everything on this table into system points. Ding, a total of 32600 system points have been acquired this time. Hiss. Damn, this feeling of sudden wealth. I haven't even had the chance to use the system points in hand, and I've already gained over 30,000 more. Chen Daoxuan took a sharp breath, and with the points gained from this collection he now had a staggering total of 118900 system points. Not to mention breaking through to the Void Flight realm, even the Profound realm would likely be within reach. Indeed, if one wants to earn system points, they must rely on killing. Acting heroically, upholding justice. Yes, that's right. Master, may I refine the corpses of those from the Ren family? Seeing a table full of storage treasures suddenly disappear, Qi-yun was not overly surprised, thinking it was the master who had collected them. He boldly asked the question he was most concerned about. If he could absorb the corpses of those from the Ren family, especially the Ren family ancestor at the spirit manifestation realm, he could at least raise his cultivation by 2 or 3 minor realms. It is disrespectful to the dead to do such a thing. Moreover, your method of cultivation can easily lead to karmic obstacles. This is not good, not good. How about this? Learn this great compassion mantra first and perform a rite for them. This way you can gain some merit, and later, when you refine them, it can offset the karmic obstacles. Chen Daoxuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed necessary to have Qi-yun manage the northern domain in the future to enhance his strength. After saying this, he casually spent 10 system points to exchange for a passage of the great compassion mantra for the rite, tossing it to Qi-yun. Now that he was wealthy, spending 10 system points felt utterly inconsequential. After all, there would be many more extermination tasks to undertake in the future. At that time, Qi-yun could use the great compassion mantra for a complete rite and refinement. Quite splendid. All right, yes, master. Qi-yun was taken aback. He originally thought the master would say that the dead should be respected and that he shouldn't continue refining them. Although he felt some regret, he didn't dare to go against the master's wishes. But who would have thought the master actually wanted him to perform the rite first and then refine? How terrifying. Performing the rite did not require a high level of skill. With Qi-yun's limitless realm strength, he quickly memorized the passage of the great compassion mantra. He then approached the numerous corpses of the Ren family, professionally clasping his hands together, and began to chant the scriptures. If it weren't for his entire body being filled with the aura of death, he would be far more professional than the empty monk in the pavilion. Before long the rite was completed. I'm about to start now. Qi-yun looked at the many strong practitioners' corpses as if he were gazing at beautiful women. However, before he could begin the refinement, a branch suddenly struck, penetrating the body of the Ren ancestor. In no time, the Ren ancestor's corpse began to decay, rapidly, ultimately turning to dust. Ha! You absorbed the spiritual liquid and now you want to snatch the corpses. Hey, no, great tea tree, please leave that one for me. I beg you, leave me one. In his daze, Qi Yun realized that the Enlightenment tea tree had already absorbed the corpses of the 4 elders into nutrients, even extracting their lifelong insights. In the end, seeing Qi Yun pleading desperately, the Enlightenment tea tree finally left behind the corpse of Ren. Qi Yun hurriedly began to refine and absorb it. However, the Enlightenment tea tree was not something to be taken for free. It lightly tapped Qi Yun's back, transmitting the cultivation insights it had absorbed to him. In the small pavilion nearby, Chen Daoxuan couldn't help but chuckle. He then stopped delaying. System, it requires 10,000 system points to break through to the void flight realm, right? Yes, does the host wish to spend 10,000 system points to perform the breakthrough? What nonsense, a mere 10,000 points. If someone hears that, they would think I Chen Daoxuan can't afford it. Breakthrough to the void flight realm for me. Chen Daoxuan's lips curved slightly upward. Now possessing nearly 120,000 system points, he finally felt bold. Ding, deducting 100,000 system points, exchanging for 100,000 years of cultivation. As the system's prompt sounded, Chen Daoxuan felt as if every cell in his body began to boil. Every inch of skin, every drop of blood, every single cell felt as if it were igniting. His cultivation level began to soar rapidly. 2nd layer of Qi Si realm. 3rd layer of Qi Si realm. 4th layer of Qi Si realm. 9th layer of Qi Si realm. Without the slightest pause, in the blink of an eye, he advanced directly from the 1st layer of Qi Si realm to the... In an instant, the sky above Su Wang Mountain changed color. It was clearly a bright noon. Yet suddenly the entire sky darkened. Crack! With a sound only Chen Daoxuan could hear, the bottleneck shattered. 1st layer of void flight realm. Boom! 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 Within the confines of the Heavenly Dao Hall, the spiritual energy surged violently, with countless spiritual energies roaring as they gathered frantically towards Chen Daoxuan. In an instant, the entire area above Su Wang Mountain, spanning 100 miles, was shrouded in a thick shadow, causing the fierce beasts within the mountain to cower and tremble. At the mid-mountain Tian Dao Hall, the spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius surged as if it had gone into a frenzy. Initially, it formed countless spirals of spiritual energy, wildly pouring towards Chen Daoxuan. Within the confines of Tian Dao Hall, the spiritual energy seemed endless, and as more and more spiritual energy emerged, it began to slowly condense into drops of spiritual liquid. Before long, the spiritual liquid gathered together, forming a small river that continuously flowed towards Chen Dao. Accompanied by a series of booming sounds, the river of spiritual liquid widened, engulfing Chen Daoxuan. What in the world? What has happened during my cultivation session? Is there a flood? Wait, this is all spiritual liquid. Master, are you all right? The red cloud, who was in the midst of refining, was also awakened by the grand commotion. Upon seeing this scene, he rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he had cultivated to the point of insanity. This river-like spiritual liquid was continuously gathering towards the small pavilion. If he were to compare it to the spiritual liquid he had seen in the secret realm over his 5,000 years of life, it would be akin to a drop of water in the ocean. Let's not even mention how the master absorbed so much spiritual liquid without exploding. The key question is, where did all this spiritual liquid come from? Even if the entire northern domain were excavated, it would absolutely not yield even a tenth of this quantity of spiritual liquid. After a long while, Chen Daoxuan finally finished absorbing, and the spiritual liquid ceased to surge, completely absorbed by Chen Daoxuan. Few breaking through truly feels refreshing. Chen Daoxuan slowly opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering, as if containing countless stars that flickered before gradually fading. Before he could assess the changes from this breakthrough, the sky above Su Wang Mountain suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning, shrouded in dark clouds stretching for hundreds of miles, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Heavens, the heavenly tribulation! Is the master about to transcend the tribulation and ascend? What the hell? Red clouds stood nearby, his eyes nearly popping out, trembling as he looked at the tribulation clouds above. Transcending is not to be feared. The problem is, he is not far from the master. Those tribulation clouds have locked onto his aura too. At that time, whether the master could endure the heavenly tribulation and ascend is uncertain. But this little fellow, he would surely be turned to ashes by the tribulation clouds. Seeing the scene of ascension before dying would be worth it. Master, please focus on transcending the tribulation and do not worry about me. Red Cloud exhaled deeply, surprisingly calling out to Chen Daoxuan. What nonsense are you talking about? Why are you not continuing to refine the corpse and instead joining me in this commotion? Chen Daoxuan raised an eyebrow at Red Cloud, speaking calmly, showing no concern for the heavenly tribulation. However, Red Cloud's ability to say such words made him regard him with a bit more respect. Based solely on this, Chen Daoxuan was willing to entrust the northern domain to him for management in the future. Oh dear, my master! That is the heavenly tribulation, the heavenly tribulation. Even if you are confident, you should at least summon a treasure to defend yourself and not be complacent. Red Cloud's eyelids twitched wildly. Since he was already in a situation of certain death, he felt less fear and kept urging the master to summon treasures to properly defend against the heavenly tribulation. Tshi Chen Daoxuan stand here? Do you think the heavenly tribulation dares to strike me? Chen Daoxuan scoffed disdainfully at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Within the range of Tian Dao Hall, what does it matter if the heavenly tribulation appears? However, he felt a bit puzzled at others transcend the tribulation only when nearing the immortal realm. Why was he merely breaking through to the skyward realm facing the tribulation? This is unreasonable. Others ascend while he at most reaches flying. How could he face the tribulation? Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Chen Daoxuan raised an eyebrow and casually took out the treasure of merit, the Hongmeng ruler. Seeing him finally summon a treasure, Red Cloud let out a long sigh of relief, realizing the master had indeed taken his words to heart. Damn heavenly tribulation, you affect this master's sunbathing. Let the sun shine for me. Chen Daoxuan casually tossed out 2 streams of Shenhuang energy towards the sky under Red Cloud's shocked gaze. No, to say 2 streams is not accurate. Those streams of Shenhuang energy were as thick as 2 towering pillars radiating Shenhuang energy, and even displayed a hint of merit power. They surged straight towards the tribulation clouds that were brewing in the sky. It's over, it's over. This will surely provoke a backlash from the heavenly tribulation, resulting in an even stronger force. Red Cloud was dumbfounded. He couldn't fathom why the master would provoke the heavenly tribulation so boldly. But as those 2 streams of Shenhuang energy roared into the tribulation clouds, boom, rumble. After 2 loud crashes, the tribulation clouds gathered over 100 miles were visibly shaken. Too far weakened by the distance. Chen Daoxuan was unconcerned, wielding the Hongmeng ruler, and casually waved it in the air several times. Boom, boom. The tribulation clouds were finished. Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Lord Tea-Tree, I understand now. You were just toying with me, right? So that's it. When Lord Tea-Tree imparted the Tao rhyme, he inadvertently pulled me in. Lord Tea-Tree, I have seen through it. Let me wake up. Red Cloud stared blankly at the tribulation clouds above, which had been bombarded and dispersed. After a moment of daze, he unexpectedly began to laugh. Meanwhile, the awakening Tea-Tree, initially shocked by its master's terror, was awakened by Red Cloud's word. Gently extending a branch, it tapped Red Cloud's forehead. Red Cloud thought the Tea-Tree was going to help him. Instead, 3 words appeared in his mind: big, fool, fork. What does this mean? Red Cloud was confused. What did the Tea-Tree mean by this? Stop laughing, you are not in an illusion. Everything that just happened was real. Just a mere tribulation cloud, why be surprised? Focus on your cultivation, sleep if you need to. I'm tired. Chen Daoxuan felt a bit more at ease, now that the heavenly tribulation had dissipated. Why should he face a heavenly tribulation just for breaking through to the skyward realm? Does he not have any dignity? Casually saying this, he stretched and lay back down on the awakening rattan chair, ignoring the completely dumbfounded Red Cloud, slowly closing his eyes and falling silent. He initially intended to break through directly to the profound realm, who knew it would be so exhausting, and he had to face the heavenly tribulation. He would first take a nap to regain his energy. Many cultivators in the northern region subtly glanced towards the direction of Illusory Mountain. I felt something stirring over there just now. Could there be a great demon emerging? Or perhaps a treasure has appeared, causing a disturbance in heaven and earth. Forget it, it's best not to venture into that cursed place. The northern region lacks many powerful figures, and even the dark cloud that formed above Illusory Mountain earlier went unrecognized as a tribulation for ascension. After all, the strongest in the entire northern region is merely at the silent realm, and transcending tribulation is something they cannot even approach. In the depths of Illusory Mountain, several figures emanating a terrifying aura gathered together, each wearing a look. Though they all appeared human, they were actually the remnants of ferocious beasts, indicating that they had reached a level above the spirit separation realm and possessed the ability to take form. If I am not mistaken, that should be the legendary tribulation, right? Why would tribulation appear at our Illusory Mountain? Could it be related to the mysterious Grand Hall that suddenly appeared? Should we investigate? One person spoke in a panic. No. Aozu said that hall instills fear, and we must not provoke it. If the tribulation was indeed caused by that divine hall, we must not go. Let's wait for Aozu to finish his retreat and report this matter to him before making any plans. By the way, remember to warn the ferocious beasts under us multiple times not to go near that divine hall, as attracting the attention of its inhabitants may not bode well. The others immediately rejected that person's suggestion, deciding to wait until the strongest in Illusory Mountain, Aozu, finishes his retreat before making any plans. Tribulation, it's really a tribulation. Disperse, disperse. Remember not to provoke the beings within that divine hall. Chen Daoxuan lay on the enlightenment vine chair, appearing to sleep, but in reality, He was indeed sleeping. However, to the enlightenment tea tree, he appeared vastly different now. Previously, when he slept, the ethereal essence of the 3000 Tao would faintly manifest, but now he seemed to continuously emit the essence of the 3000 Tao. With each breath, he took the Tao essence expanded and contracted, as if it were mimicking Chen Daoxuan's movements. The master is terrifying. I am borrowing from the master to comprehend the 3000 Tao, yet the 3000 Tao is comprehending the master. This clear Tao essence has made the tea tree enter an enlightened state again. Hee. What is tribulation? What is tribulation? Hee. Isn't it just a tribulation? The master said to cultivate as needed. Qi-Yun, why is your state of mind so unstable? You need to calm down, calm down. Yes, just like that deep breath focus. Calm down for a few moments. Damn it, it's a tribulation just a few feet away, it's a tribulation, it's exploding. Qi-Yun was nearly driven mad. He even suspected that he had already perished under the tribulation turned to ash, and was merely left with a lingering thought imagining he was still alive. But whether he slapped his own face or circulated his techniques, everything was normal, proving that he truly was still alive. What just happened was indeed real. The tribulation was casually shattered by the master. Namo Amitba. Qi-Yun eventually squatted alone in a corner, beginning to chant the great compassion mantra to calm himself. Strangely enough, it truly worked. After chanting the great compassion mantra, Qi-Yun felt much better. Although he couldn't comprehend how the master casually shattered the tribulation or what realm the master actually was in, he finally calmed down. Glancing at the master, who was still sleeping, Qi-Yun's eyelids twitched. No wonder the master doesn't cultivate. The commotion from the master's cultivation just now was too great. If he were to cultivate every day, wouldn't he drain all the spiritual energy from the northern region? In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Chen Daoxuan comfortably yawned and went to a small pavilion to pour himself a cup of enlightenment tea. He casually glanced at the enlightenment tea tree. Damn, how did the tea tree enter enlightenment again? Why can all of you comprehend while I can't? This is too infuriating. Chen Daoxuan paused for a moment, muttering in jealousy. Fortunately, the enlightenment tea tree was currently in a state of enlightenment and had not awakened, otherwise it would have been even more bewildered, as if the 3000 Tao was also comprehending the master, and what was the master planning to comprehend? Let me see what changes have occurred in the void realm. Chen Daoxuan sighed, then recalled that he had broken through to a major realm yesterday, and there should be some new changes. He immediately began to introspect his qi and various parts of his body. However, he discovered that there didn't seem to be any significant new things. Only in his qi did the countless stars appear to be more sentient, becoming more vivid with more details. Is that it? Chen Daoxuan was somewhat confused. It seemed he had only simply increased his power several hundred times, and there were no other special changes. The void realm doesn't seem that impressive. Hey Qi-Yun, when you broke through to the void realm, did you experience any special changes? Reporting to the master, I was already at the silent realm when I gained consciousness. I did not experience the void realm. Qi-Yun, upon hearing the master call him, jolted and quickly responded. Hiss. You went straight to the silent realm. I truly envy you. Chen Daoxuan gasped, expressing his envy. Master, you really know how to joke. Qi-Yun showed a smile that was more painful than crying, wondering how a celestial being like the master could envy him. Ahem, did others experience any special changes when breaking through to the void realm? Chen Daoxuan no longer dwelled on that and continued to ask. Yes. Qi-Yun nodded heavily after careful thought, believing that the master had long been too far from the void realm and had forgotten about the changes that occurred back then. Oh, what changes? Upon hearing this, Chen Daoxuan's eyes immediately brightened. After reaching the void realm, you can fly and move through the air with spiritual power. Qi-Yun looked at the expectant Chen Daoxuan with determination and seriousness. What?